In the world of medicine, where every single second is a fragile line between life and death, only the most brilliant minds can stand firm. At the city's top hospital, among countless outstanding doctors, there exists a name whispered like a legend, a genius among geniuses. When seemingly hopeless emergency cases continuously poured in, when the entire operating room was plunged into chaos and despair, he was the only one who could make time seem to stand still. People called him the Hand of God. "I can still save him," was Shin Yusung's declaration, full of certainty and determination. But operating on someone who had just been declared dead was completely absurd. What could be done? Because Shin Yusung was the gold standard of medical technique. He was a man who could bring the dead back to life, like the Hand of God. Once Yusung picked up a scalpel, any difficult surgery could be resolved, and the celebration party tonight was proof of that. Even though he was the one with the greatest contribution this time, Yusung wasn't very happy, because he didn't know when he had lost all the time for himself. Every day for him was a repetition inside the familiar operating room. For being able to save even the dead, Yusung was called the Hand of God. At first, he thought it was a good thing, because saving one person would make dozens of others happy. However, doctors with that kind of talent were not many. In fact, they were very rare. Therefore, after patients flocked to him upon hearing the rumors, Yusung didn't get a single second of rest. He was even treated like a mobile medical device for VIP patients. Was this nickname really a good thing, or was it meaningless? Not only was he physically exhausted, but his mental state and the relationships around him also gradually deteriorated. Yusung couldn't even remember the last time he had spent time for himself. Making money was good, but now he didn't even have time to spend it, so he just had to accept it. Yusung thought the rest of his life would always be like this. But life is unpredictable, and just as he was about to go home and crack open a beer to reward himself, the blinding headlights of a car appeared, speeding towards him. Before he died, Yusung's entire life flashed before his eyes, and ironically, all of it was scenes from the operating room. Could it be that this rare genius's short life would end just like this? No, perhaps Yusung's story would still continue. The setting suddenly changed from the modern era to an ancient castle, and in a small house, the name Day was called out, along with Yusung's countless questions of why. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw his hands had now become chubby, and before him was the happy face of a married couple. Yusung, bewildered, let the mother of this body cradle him. He was terrified, having no idea what was happening. The last thing he remembered was when he was on his way home from the hospital and ended up being killed by a truck. For that reason, this scene was incomprehensible to Yusung. He didn't know how he was still alive, and these two people were complete strangers to him. The son couple deeply loved this boy named Day. Nestled in the arms of this body's father, he was shocked to realize his body was now tiny. At the same time, Yusung vaguely realized that he had been reborn as their son. A scratch on his hand caught the mother's attention. The boy's father frantically wanted to call for a priest, but surprisingly, the mother claimed she could heal it herself. Yusung thought she was talking about medicine, but something he never expected was that the woman before him could use healing magic. And in just a few seconds, the wound, the scratch that should have left a scar, was now completely gone. This meant that Yusung had been reincarnated into a new world, a world where magic existed. The tranquil night sky enveloped the small house, with the gentle sound of the wind gently blowing. Inside the house, Jay groggily opened his eyes and looked around. He sat up and gazed out the window for a while, wondering why he had slept for so long. He sat there lost in thought. It had been 3 months since he reincarnated into this world. During that time, he had learned a few things. First, this world was different from his previous one. It is exactly what you're thinking. A typical fantasy world. A world where monsters and races similar to humanity coexist. Because of this, humans were attacked by monsters. As a result, humans had to choose paths where they risked their lives in order to become stronger. One rather interesting thing Jay realized was that they decided to develop magic rather than science each time Sarah healed his wounds. It seemed they relied on magic instead of medical techniques for even the most mundane things. The final thing he realized was that this was not a dream, but his new reality. Yet for some reason, Jay still managed to keep the memories and knowledge of his past life. He never thought he could be this relaxed again. Now that he thought back on it, he never had a chance to love himself because of his work. If not for the car accident, he probably would have died from overwork anyway. He then rolled over and savored the moment. Since I've been reincarnated, I might as well enjoy the moments I have. When will I ever get to sleep this well again? A faint light shone upon the potted plant in the room. This was a rare piece he had obtained by being reincarnated as a carefree boy. Jay closed his eyes to fall asleep, but then noticed something. Huh, what is this? It feels like a thin thread passing through my body. What is this cool sensation? I feel so refreshed. Is this the mana that Eon and Sarah were talking about? It doesn't seem easy to control. If I try to force it, it will scatter everywhere. Let me try to focus precisely on where this thread of mana begins and ends. Mana should act the same way as blood. Let me try to visualize the mana flow like a bloodstream. I will try to feel it filling my body. This flow of mana is endless, just like that. No need to hurry, just take it slow. Time passed by, Autumn leaves gently fell, and in the blink of an eye, the cold winter arrived. The scene shifts to another place, where Jay is holding a flame in his hand. He exclaims, in delight, it finally worked. He doesn't take his eyes off the small flame in his hand and laughs to himself. To think I could do this. The technique of controlling mana flow to shoot a fireball was well worth the 3 years of effort I dedicated to it. Even though I was able to successfully understand the flow of mana and memorize the potential paths it could take, the problem was that I couldn't understand the way this book explained how to control mana. Jay carefully read every detail in the book. The book told him to store mana inside the body and to control it when needed. As mana is supposedly drawn from our surroundings, a question appeared in his mind. Why does it need to be stored inside of us in the first place? On top of that, this seems to limit what we can do with it once it's stored. No matter how you look at it, that's inefficient. Jay then came up with a hypothesis. What if we were to let the mana move naturally without trying to contain it? Wouldn't it be easier to draw in the surrounding mana around us and use it? In that case, we wouldn't have to worry about the quality of mana anymore. We could even bypass the mana circles. Although this is a dangerous method not written in any book, it is worth trying once. He smiled again. I never thought it would yield results beyond my expectations. I need to try it more. At that moment, Sen was watching from outside and she whispered, "Look at him. I can't tell you how proud I am. Every time I see Day, he's reading a book the moment he gets a chance." She covered her mouth and giggled. "I'm telling you, our son will definitely be a mage." Io retorted, "What are you talking about? With his physique, he needs to train like a swordsman." She waved her hand dismissively. "If that happens, our lovely Day will be forced to become a musclehead just like you." Io sighed in frustration. At least a handsome musclehead. Inside, Day heard everything and thought to himself, if they're going to talk that loudly, what's the point of hiding anything from me? Sen then got a little worried. "Although I feel proud of our little Day, don't you think he's too focused on books?" "What do you mean?" she continued. "Shouldn't kids his age be going out and playing with friends? I'm just worried that all our Day wants to do is read books." Io reassured her. "Come on, there's nothing to worry about. Most people worry that their kids don't like to read, right? You even said you wanted to raise him into a great mage, so what's wrong with this?" Sen looked at her little boy, unable to say anything more. Back to Day. He felt this still wasn't enough. I need to create a perfect pathway for the mana to flow through, as perfect as possible. The next morning at Day's house, Sen burst through the door, full of energy. "Is our lovely Day here?" Day, holding a book, looked up and replied, "Yes, I'm here." She couldn't help but worry again. He's reading again. Even though I'm proud that he's here reading books, I still want him to be able to meet friends his own age and play. Maybe it's because I haven't had a chance to play with him? Seeing his mother say nothing, Day felt confused. After a moment of silent thought, Sen came closer and asked him, "Day, do you want to have some fun with Mom?" He was surprised. "Play with you?" A thought flashed through his mind. "Is Mom planning to teach me magic?" "Yeah. I'm sure she wants to play with me so she can teach me a few things." Day showed his excitement and immediately agreed. "Yes, let's play." But Sen paused for a moment, softly calling out to Day. She hugged him tightly, thinking about how happy her son was, just at the thought of playing with her. I should have asked him sooner. A while later, Day was taken somewhere else, a bewildered look appearing on his face. Mom, the pile of books, where did they go? Why are we at the front door?" She replied, "That's right, you don't need books today. We're going to go play outside." Day immediately backtracked and rejected the offer. "Oh no, I think I need to study more. I can't afford to spend time playing outside when I should be training." Sen was proud of Day and affectionately hugged him. "I didn't realize you were so eager to learn. What am I going to do with you?" She tried to persuade him once more, "But it's okay for just today. Don't you want to see what the outside world looks like? Let's go outside and have some fun." Only then did he think, now that I think about it, I've never been outside after being reincarnated. I don't even know what this world is like. All right, I think one day we'll be fine. With his mind made up, he replied, "Okay, let's go out and have some fun." Sarah was overjoyed. "Perfect. Let's go immediately." Stepping outside, Day's eyes seemed to sparkle, taking in every sight as he gazed at the surrounding scenery that was so close yet he had never paid it any attention. For the 3 years I spent reading at home, I never even thought about going outside. Looking at the leaves, the massive, towering windmills, I had been imprisoned by myself. A gentle breeze blew by, refreshing Day's soul. Seeing him just standing there dazed, Sarah spoke up. "Day, what are you doing? Why don't you try exploring?" Day looked up and began to walk, taking his first steps outside, then ran as fast as he could across the vast green fields. In that moment, Day felt one with nature, the scent of flowers and wild grass stirring his heart. Then he stopped before a rocky outcrop, his eyes sweeping over the magnificent landscape around him. The beautiful sight before him made him exclaim in awe. "Before I was reincarnated, I never had a chance to take care of myself. I was forced to live under pressure. Surviving was the best I could do. I've never felt so liberated before. However, I'm happy that I was born into this world." Day called out to his mother. Sarah hummed in response. Day turned to look at her, smiling happily. He told her with the utmost sincerity, "Thank you, Mom, for bringing me outside." In a certain hospital, there was an emergency, and Yusung had to put in all his effort along with the nurses to rush a gurney. An emergency patient. A life of endless repetition, spending all day with patients. He never got to rest, not even for a few short minutes, and during surgeries, someone was always urging him on. That voice was always echoing. "Doctor, the next surgery is in 5 minutes." After the surgery ended, Yusung collapsed. "I'm exhausted, completely drained. I've reached my limit." But the voices of the nurses and patients always kept pulling him back. "Save me, doctor, you have to go." Suddenly, a gentle voice called out from somewhere. "Day, Day." Sarah's voice startled Day awake, freeing him from the nightmare that always haunted him. She smiled gently, patting his head as she spoke. "Did you have a scary dream?" Hearing his mother's voice, Day gradually calmed down, thinking to himself, "Ah, it was a dream. I was having such a wonderful time and then I dreamed of something like that." Day struggled to crack open an eye against the glaring Sunday. The strange world he had been transported to appeared before him. This wasn't the world where he had to work without rest. At this thought, Day felt much more at ease. He was a child now, carefree. That's right, I've been reborn into this world, and I will definitely not live like I did in my previous life. The scenery here looked as if it had a bright filter through Day's eyes. Even the house he lived in was very different from his past life. Day and Sarah returned from their walk outside. Seeing Elio, she was happy and greeted him, "I'm home." He smiled at his wife and son, and didn't forget to ask, "Welcome home, did you have fun?" Day replied enthusiastically, "Yes." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's right. He reached out and tugged on the hem of Sarah's dress, calling softly, "Mom." Day's eyes widened. "Please teach me magic." Hearing her precious son's request, Sarah couldn't help but be moved. She exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Then she couldn't help but fall into her loving husband's arms, wondering how their child could be so cute and adorable. She couldn't stop gushing. "You want to start training already?" "If you want to, Mommy will always be happy to teach you." Seeing Sen's reaction, he could only offer a wry smile, feeling a bit awkward inside. "Even though I've seen this reaction many times, I still can't get used to it." A moment later, Sen began to teach Day his first lesson. Since this was a request from Day, shall we begin? Then she started with the most basic element for humankind. A small flame appeared in Sen's hand, burning brightly. Fire. Day was extremely fascinated by the incredible magic he had never seen before. Seeing Day's delighted reaction, Sen was taken aback. My son's reaction. So she was determined to teach him thoroughly. "Day dear, this is fire, isn't it interesting?" Day let out a forced laugh. Seeing this, Sen blushed and wondered to herself, or is it not impressive enough? He thought to himself, that's because this is a spell I've used a few times before. Just then, Sen thought of something. She called to him, "We should sit down first, shouldn't we?" Day obediently replied, "Yes, Mom." Once they were sitting properly on the bed, Sen started again. The principle of magic is that a central light that radiates out will gather the surrounding energy, creating what the user desires. With magic, you want to transform it into mana. The formula for success is an activation word combined with an activation action. See? It's easy, right? Then she used the earlier flame as an example. You just follow the formula, focus your mana, point into the air and chant fire to create a flame. Hearing this basic principle, that you just apply a formula, made Day even more curious. "Mom, I have a question." Sen replied, "Okay." Student Day then began to ask a question that sounded like it was from a final exam in the year 2025. "Can you convert mana through a different method?" Sen was a little surprised. A different method? After a moment's thought, Day began to offer his own explanation. "What I mean is, let's take fire as an example. Suppose we have 3 particles of red mana. You burn the mana, which then turns into blue mana, and then you gather the mana that you want to ignite. Finally, by applying physics and using friction, it will create the flame the user desires." At this point, he posed another advanced question. Instead of converting the mana 3 times, why not make it simpler? Although if you do that, the mana will quickly disperse. Sen, who had been staring wide-eyed at her son this whole time, was shocked he suddenly had such bold ideas. "Oh my, an advanced question, is it?" She thought for a moment. "That's right, and it's not impossible." Sen looked at him. If those 3 steps were combined and then stabilized, it might be possible. Then she and Day looked at each other and laughed. That's just in theory. However, Day was still deep in thought, rubbing his chin. That means, looking at his small hand, Day clenched it into a perfect fist. "Can I add more attributes?" he wondered. As he thought this, he performed the second step of opening his palm. Suddenly, a surge of mana shot out from his hand. It was so powerful that it shot straight up to the ceiling, to the astonishment of both Sen and himself. Looking at the result he achieved on his first try, which felt like a VIP bonus, he thought to himself, "I did it." His father, startled in the next room, ran out asking, "What was that just now? What happened?" Sen was equally shocked, thinking to herself at that moment that she had no idea what was happening, at all. Seeing Day's happy, innocent expression, she thought to herself that for a moment before he used magic, she hadn't noticed that when he used it, the mana flow was always in motion. A look of indescribable worry flashed across Sunny's eyes. Day looked up at the ceiling in this life, asking himself a question. A repetitive life where I spend all day with patience. But have I ever not felt it? This train of thought separated him from reality, making him forget his parents in this world. Day mumbled to himself. It's easy to understand if you think of it as an atom, and if you start combining mana like a compound, you don't need to add more mana. Seeing his mature expression, which was more like an adult's than a child's, Senny thought, Day, this child has too many strange things about him. Sene suddenly teared up as she stared at him. No, I got too focused. At that moment, Day returned to his innocent demeanor, and asked his mother with a smile, Is something wrong? She answered awkwardly, It's just. Mom is just so proud that you can use magic. Day scratched his head smugly. Really? I guess I'm a genius. Ro, standing nearby, also cheered. Our son is so amazing. That night, with only the moon and stars for company, Day was startled awake from his sleep by someone's voice. This is a serious problem. What should we do if he's dragged off to the academy at this age? To prevent that, we have to do our best. Ro was sitting at the dining table, holding Senny's hand to comfort her. Day overheard a snippet and thought, Are they talking about me? Ro sighed. I know it's not as easy as I say. Senny replied. Day is a genius who appears only once in hundreds, no, thousands of years. If he catches the academy's eye. Senny's voice trembled uncontrollably. In his room, Day turned over, his curiosity about the academy growing. I don't know what the academy is like, but it seems I could be dragged there. At this thought, his hand clenched into a fist as he made a resolution. To prevent that from happening, I knew I'd need power. I just wanted to learn magic for fun. But I've changed my mind. I need to achieve absolute power. This wandering train of thought soon lulled Day back to sleep. Many years passed. After a peaceful night, the scene gradually brightened. An early bird was already singing on a high branch. Sunlight streamed through the window, lighting up the whole room. On the desk, a candle was burned past its halfway point, and a few half-read books lay open. A white-haired young man stretched after a long sleep. Looking out the window, he mumbled, Is it morning already? Hurrying out of bed, the young man scratched his head and chided himself. Since I'm such a heavy sleeper, I can't tell how much time has passed, so should I go exploring now? At that moment, a radiant face with intelligent eyes was revealed. This young man was Day, now 15 years old. Thinking back to when he first manifested control over mana, Day had immediately started working toward his goal. His experiments and research on magic grew ever more complex. Not only that, he also threw himself into meditation and magic practice every night. And his talent for understanding mana was a testament to his lightning-fast growth. In addition to technical practice, Day also constantly cultivated his knowledge to enhance his future capabilities. And so, due to the terrifying amount of mana he had absorbed, during that time, his hair had turned pure white. Back in the present, Day was now a teenager. He suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I need this too. Then he diligently began writing something. I don't know how much of my medical knowledge I'll use, but let's just give it a try. At this point, it was also possible to see clearly. The words he wrote on the sign. I can cure anyone who is sick. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself. But before I go, maybe one last time. First, a blazing red flame erupted. Fire. Second, a whirlwind twisted from the air, creating wind. Finally, he condensed water and moisture to form ice. He pointed his hand straight into the air, directly using mana to wield all three elements. Satisfied with the result, the silver-haired Day cheered to himself. Great, it's perfect. So I should really get going now, right? With that, he strode straight into town. Day placed a small wooden post on the ground. It was the stand for the small sign he had just written on. Surveying the area, Day muttered to himself, This seems like a reasonable spot. This is a bit embarrassing. At this, Day blushed, cleared his throat a few times, then took a deep breath and shouted like a madman. I can treat anyone who feels unwell. Bring me anyone. Seeing the 15-year-old kid shouting his lungs out like that, the townspeople just found it amusing. What a kind young man. You're right. The people there whispered to each other. I haven't had a good laugh like that in a long time. Me neither. From within the crowd, a kind man advised Day, Son, go play saint somewhere else. You shouldn't make fun of sick people like that. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Day was a bit taken aback. Who do these people think I am? After a few seconds of shock, he regained his composure. No, I expected this. Let's just wait a bit. And indeed, he waited from morning until dusk, yet still no one came to him for healing. In the end, his first day of business was a failure. I can't believe no one came. He started to get up, thinking, I guess I can't help it. I should just go home for today. Just as he was filled with disappointment, someone appeared before him. That person asked, Can you really cure sick people? Just as tears were about to fall, being asked that question took Day by surprise. A young girl about his age, dressed like she was from an upper-class family, asked again, regardless of what kind of illness. Is that right? Seeing Von Alicia, he thought to himself, is this going to be my first patient? Before Day could even answer, Von Alicia pressed on for a third time. Can you really cure them? Day shuffled back and replied, well, I would have to examine them first. The young girl pursed her lips, looking straight into Day's eyes with a scrutinizing gaze. Von Alicia didn't hold back and bluntly criticized him, showing her distrust. I knew it. It's ridiculous to think a fool like you could cure anyone. Her words were like an arrow straight to his chest, instantly angering Day. Seriously? He yelled. Hey, shorty. Von Alicia, who had just turned to leave, was yanked back. She glared at him irritably. What? Shorty? Day's face darkened. He enunciated every single word clearly. I may look like some useless 15-year-old on the street, but there isn't a single patient in this world I can't cure. Stop judging by appearances. His words and confident aura seemed to sparkle with a bling-bling filter. Seeing Day like this, Von Alicia blushed slightly. He's such a clueless kid. Little did they know that within the body of a 15-year-old boy was a skilled doctor from the hospital who spent more time there than at home. Looking at his face now, Von Alicia thought to herself, but this feeling of trust, what is this strange feeling? At this thought, she reconsidered. Yes, you're right, I apologize. Von Alicia held her blue dress, gave a slight curtsy, and bowed her head to introduce herself. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the only daughter of Viscount Gat, Von Alicia. After finishing her introduction, she frowned and emphasized again, not a shorty. At that moment, Day gave an awkward laugh. My name is Day. He thought to himself, she's a noble? No wonder her clothes look so luxurious. The two then had a short conversation before the sun dipped below the horizon. Why are you suddenly using such formal language? Just speak like you did before, Von Alicia said in a low voice. Anyway, the patient I mentioned earlier is my father. His eyes widened as he recalled Viscount Gat. She sadly recounted her father's condition. First, the skin on his chest turned red and developed into a lump. Then it swelled up like a ball. Hearing these symptoms, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a malignant tumor? He frowned, looking every bit the doctor. Then we should go take a look. If this is an emergency, every second counts. Suddenly, his gaze faltered. But if it's a tumor the size of a ball, it might already be too late. At this thought, he ran without stopping, following Von Alicia home. A moment later, Von Alicia's footsteps halted. She had led him to a mansion with high walls and a sealed gate. Von Alicia looked at him. We're here. Let's go inside. Day reassured himself. Of course it's big. This is a noble's house after all. Before she could even reach the door, an elderly man ran out, calling loudly, Young miss, you've returned. Von Alicia replied. Butler. Von Alicia ran and grabbed the butler's arm, her voice trembling. How is my father? He stammered in response. Young miss, it's about the Viscount. News was about to strike that would shatter Von Alicia's nerves. His condition suddenly worsened and he has passed away. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. You're lying? Immediately, Von Alicia ran towards her father's room. The butler called out helplessly after her. Young miss! Von Alicia tried to run as fast as she could, telling herself, No, no. She burst the door to the room wide open. Von Alicia cried out, tears streaming down her face. Father! The Viscount was lying motionless on the bed, while the Viscountess was crying uncontrollably. She called out softly, Von Alicia. Unable to bear it, Alicia ran to him sobbing, No, father, please. Just then, Day appeared to observe the patient's condition. May I take a look? A dark aura filled the air, and on the Viscount's chest, the tumor had turned pitch black. Day focused on the faint pulse of that tumor. He thought to himself, It's quite weak, but I can still feel it. And then, in the palm of his hand, appeared a brightly glowing orb of mana. He declared, He's still alive. The Viscountess and the captain of the Viscount's guard stared wide-eyed at his words. Von Alicia gently tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Day, my father. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. Please save him. Day smirked. He looked at her with a reliable expression and replied with 2 words, Don't worry. Day's presence made everyone in the mansion curious, as a strange man approached to question the kid. Who is that? The Viscountess beside him answered, I'm not sure. It seems he came with Alicia. Hearing this, he became agitated. How could an unknown commoner be allowed into a Viscount's mansion? After hearing that Day could save the Viscount, the guard's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Wait a minute. I think he just said he could save the Viscount. The maid beside them added in a shaky voice. He's probably just a con artist. He might be planning to come in here to steal something valuable. The lady was so worried about her husband that she didn't pay much attention. She sobbed pitifully. This doesn't matter now. I just want to cling to the last sliver of hope that this boy can perform a miracle. Then she looked at his bright, confident face, placing all her trust in the young man before her. Back with Day and his patient, he looked at the tumor on the Viscount's chest, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe this thing could grow so large and rot until it was pitch black. As he thought this, From his fingertip, a sharp knife appeared. First, I have to focus my mana to form a scalpel. At that moment, the guard and the butler saw his strange action. Their faces turned pale, and the guard immediately yelled, "You, what do you think you're doing?" The guard's shout made Day's ears ring. After the ringing subsided, Day turned to ask the guard, "What does it look like I'm doing?" "I'm trying to heal him." The guard yelled back, "Don't be ridiculous. How can you possibly heal him that way?" Seeing the guard's distrust, he issued a light threat. "If you don't trust me, I can stop right now. It's no problem." His taunt left the guard speechless. This bastard. Seeing the guard captain's extreme reaction, the lady spoke up. She looked at him, her face grief-stricken, and said, "Let's just trust this boy for now." Having been told, he had no choice but to agree. "I understand, my lady." Then Day casually waved his hand, shooing the guard away. All right. Shut up and get out of the way. You're bothering me now." Unable to do anything, the guard gritted his teeth, thinking, "This arrogant brat." Returning to his task, Day let out a breath. "When I poke this tumor, it oozes pus instead of blood." Looking at the growth again, he made his assessment. This isn't a tumor anymore. It's a patch of skin that's become necrotic from toxins. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes. At that moment, a stream of blue mana swirled around the old man. Day began to roll up his sleeves. "Well then, shall we begin?" He channeled his mana to form a sharp surgical blade. "First, I need to cut away all the necrotic tissue." He started to insert the tip of the blade at the base of the growth. The people watching stared in awe at his technique. After removing the tumor, the next step was to open his chest and make an incision. Suddenly, something caught Day's eye, making him grimace. Behind the ribcage, the man's 2 lungs were a deep crimson color. He thought to himself, "Just as I thought, his lungs are starting to go necrotic too. I wonder how long it's been left like this." He then continued with the surgery, but from another point of view, the Viscount was actually quite lucky. The necrotic area isn't too large, so even if I remove all of it, he should still be able to recover. A new stream of mana appeared, causing the Viscount's chest to glow. A moment after handling the critical part, he began to use mana to create medical thread. "I will stitch up the incised area." Using mana threads, he was now completely focused on handling the sutures on the chest. The onlookers were rendered speechless. No one dared to speak or even breathe loudly. The butler watched his back. Jay, muttering under his breath, "The boy that the young lady brought here." He hesitated. "I'm truly at a loss for words." Looking at his radiant face and intense concentration, he thought to himself, he not only possesses an aura that his peers lack, an aura that even the young lady's peers do not have, but also the masterful movements of his hands. At that moment, his hands, enveloped in mana, were moving with ceaseless grace. A thread extended from each of his 5 fingertips. After weaving a few basic stitches, he thought of the final step. "I'll finish by absorbing the threads." Seeing his silhouette, the butler felt he was as skilled as a master puppeteer. No, like a god of puppetry. Jay, however, paid no mind to the others' gazes, focusing only on his task. Just then, the butler spoke softly. That boy might actually be able to perform a miracle. The maid beside him heard this and glanced at him. Then, the maid shifted her gaze back to the young man before her. She, who had initially seen him as a fraud, was now changing her mind. "I agree." A moment later, Jay stopped, wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead. "All right, almost done." Looking at the Viscount's chest, the blackish tumor had been removed, and the neat stitches on his chest were complete. "Now I just need to help restart his heartbeat a little." He then began chest compressions to stimulate the heart rate. "I'll use mana to perform emergency resuscitation." His mana then acted like the electric current of a defibrillator. Jay thought to himself, "I just need to support his heart with a massage." With one press, the electrical current was sent into the heart, causing it to beat strongly once and then begin to stabilize. Hearing the first heartbeat, he beamed. "It's done. He's alive." The surgery was a great success, and he quickly turned to inform the family, but something made him pause. The Viscount's family was staring at Jay as if he were some kind of brilliant freak with bizarre healing methods. Jay's eyes widened as he looked at them, wondering what their expressions meant. Then he glanced at the Viscount, whose mouth was bleeding, and Jay also realized, "I see, because blood suddenly started circulating in that dead body. He's hemorrhaging." To an uninformed outsider, the royal guard gritted his teeth and hissed, "You bastard," pointing right at his face to blame him. "I knew it. I knew you were just a quack." Seeing his agitated reaction, Jay raised his hands and gave a placating smile, quickly explaining, "You again? I'm sorry, please allow me to explain." But the guard didn't give him a chance to speak. "Are you still trying to make excuses to get away with this?" Looking at the Viscount's complexion, Jay asked, "But he's alive now." The royal guard ignored the result and just roared, "Are you still going to stubbornly insist you're right?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. "Picklebow, how is he alive? All I see is a blood-soaked body." He was helpless against this stubborn guy. "That won't be a problem. He's really alive." The royal guard kept yelling, "I can't believe you actually cut open a nobleman's body. Are you even human?" Jay let out a sigh. Hold on a minute. As the situation devolved into chaos, a soft voice rang out. Day, you told me, you promised you could save him, Elysia screamed. I trusted you. He unconsciously took a step back, trying to repeat himself. Just wait and see. He's really not dead. Looking at her father's motionless body, she whispered. But now he's like this. Her tears fell uncontrollably, streaming down her face. My father is dead all because I brought you here. Seeing her so regretful, he tried to explain and reassure Elysia. He's truly healed, just wait and see. Day began to question everything. Why is everyone being like this? Is it because they have zero experience with surgery? Before he could finish that thought, a sharp sword was pointed straight at his chest. You lowly commoner, not only did you harm the Viscount, but you also deceived the young lady. That was the voice of the captain of the guards, and he ordered the other soldiers present to pin the blame on Day. Isn't desecrating the Viscount's body enough for you? Seeing their reaction, he bit back. His anger, took a deep breath, and slowly uttered a few words. I went through all that trouble to save him? And not only do I not get a single word of thanks, but you point a sword at my face. His voice was filled with disappointment. Day looked straight at the guard captain and asked him again, what did you just say, that I'm a con man and a murderer? He frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. You're all messing with the wrong person. After being berated by the guards, he became stern. Day thought to himself that their reaction was infuriating, but he stood tall, facing the men before him alone. In his heart, Day knew that from a medical perspective. Considering the standards of this world, this was actually a very normal reaction. At that moment, Day's face darkened as he repeated, word for word. I'll say it again. The treatment was a success. He just needs to recover. Now I'm leaving. As he spoke, he walked straight towards the main door. Before he left, Day glanced at the people, who had just pointed a sword at him and warned, and, I'm warning you, don't you dare block my path. Knowing he was the target of Day's warning, the guard captain couldn't help but hiss in anger. With a cry, he lost control of his temper, gripping the hilt of his sword, and swinging it down, you arrogant brat. Day froze, took a deep breath, and used his magic to create chains of mana that bound the guard captain's entire body. Day clenched his fist, muttering, bind. The captain also recognized what had just restrained him. He was somewhat surprised. A binding spell? How can he use this kind of magic? At that moment, the soldiers with him looked, completely bewildered. Commander, seeing them standing still, the captain shouted, what are you doing? Seize him, quickly. He added, he can't possibly use multiple spells at once. Hurry up, his subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. But once again Day opened his hand and the word bind rang out. The armored men about to capture him were also tightly bound by mana chains. Disbelieving what Day had just done, the captain's eyes went wide, as he stammered, dual casting. Seeing the amount of mana radiating from him, the captain was utterly astonished. At his age, he can already use dual casting, he thought to himself. Just what in the world is this brat? A moment later, the mana retracted back into Day's body. The bound men were also released. Before leaving, Day left one final message. This is the final warning. Do not get in my way. After completing the surgery, he departed. By the time he left the troublesome mansion, it was already dark. Day rubbed his head. Even though the differences between medical systems are vast, this is just too much, he muttered to himself as he walked. He soon arrived at his front door, silently cursing the royal guard. How dare he treat me like some clueless, fraudulent brat? But that person was the first patient I've treated in this place. As he unlatched the door, he suddenly felt a small sense of accomplishment. Stepping inside, he started lamenting his fate. Just as I thought, my medical skills are useless here. Suddenly, while Day was lost in thought, a voice chided him. Day, you're home too late. Only then did he realize someone else was home. Oh no, I was so focused on my thoughts that I completely forgot. The person who chided Day was his mother, Miss Sina, frowning in displeasure. What time did I tell you to be home? He stammered. 7. And what time is it now? Do you have any idea how many bad people there are in this world? You'll be grounded for 2 days. Unfortunately for Day, no matter the world, mothers are all cut from the same cloth. Come home late, and you get grounded. Day had nothing left to say and could only listen to his punishment. At that moment, he had only one thought. Even here, I'm still treated like a child. And so, the night grew darker, and the last light in the house was extinguished. While Day was sound asleep, at the Viscount's mansion, the Viscount's room was suddenly thrown into chaos by a strained voice. What in the world just happened? That kid? Who was he? Von Elysia called out softly. Well, he had now woken up and seemed to be in discomfort. Von Elysia and the Viscountess saw his reaction and whipped their heads around to look, causing the royal guard to gape in shock. The Viscount is alive? What? How is that possible? The royal guard, still bound by Day's mana with his sword drawn, turned pale. The Viscount is really alive? The Viscountess could only sigh. The distrustful words of Von Elysia came flooding back to her memory, and she cried with agitation, How do you expect me to believe you? Or when the royal guard pointed his sword directly at Day's neck and uttered contemptuously, "You lowly merchant." Just thinking about it made the Viscountess want to dig a deep hole and hide in it. She spoke up. "I didn't even recognize my own savior. I've truly made a grave mistake." The Viscountess relentlessly blamed herself and ordered a search for Day. "Take responsibility for this and find him immediately. This directly damages our family's reputation." The royal guard cried out in confusion. "Me? Suddenly I can move again without being bound?" he exclaimed. "The magic." As he said that, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The Viscountess helplessly turned to leave, tossing back only one sentence: "Find him and directly apologize for your rudeness." The royal guard replied, "Yes, ma'am, I understand." At this point, the butler, who seemed a bit dramatic, mused, "Isn't this truly interesting? How could such a young man perform such a miracle?" Suddenly, another voice chimed in. "Could he be a moon saint?" Her words made everyone's eyes widen as they asked back, "A saint?" They continued their lively discussion. "But I've never heard of a saint who can use magic. That's a first for me too." A while later, the Viscount was sleeping soundly in his bed. Someone exclaimed, "Look at the Viscount's relaxed expression, he must just be asleep." Everyone can see that, right? Out of nowhere? The guard stated bluntly, "If it's not a saint with the power to bring the dead back to life, then how could this be possible?" To understand saints, one must look at the history of humanity. Who are the saints? Ancient records state that they are individuals chosen by the gods, possessing immense divine power. They can also hear the words of the gods, are dearly loved by them, and are even representatives or reincarnations of the gods themselves. Hearing these words, the lady was a bit skeptical. But could it really be that boy? I've never heard any rumors about our kingdom having a saint, so could he be an unknown saint? Vanalesia shared her mother's thoughts. "That's right, isn't this an illness that even the archbishops couldn't cure?" Another person chimed in, affirming the speculation. "The one who cured the Viscount must certainly be a saint." The butler looked at the royal guard and asked worriedly, "So how exactly did you treat a saint, Captain?" He sharply turned his face away in shame. "I am so sorry. Because of my foolishness, I've caused trouble for the Viscount." The lady was no better. She took responsibility, saying, "No, didn't we all just stand by and watch? This is the fault of all of us." Vanalesia, standing beside her, was also deeply regretful of her fragile faith. "Maybe we should go and apologize to him." Suddenly, a soft voice asked, "What is everyone talking about?" These words startled Vanalesia. "Oh." The Viscount was being helped up by a maid. He clutched the stitches on his chest and asked with difficulty, "Did you all just say saint? I'm asking you. What in the world happened while I was unconscious?" Vanalesia lowered her head, her voice a mumble. "Yes, a saint has healed you, father." Hearing this, he clenched his fists. "So I was able to wake up thanks to that saint?" Realizing his savior had been insulted by the guards, he berated them harshly despite having just woken up. "And yet you dare to be proud of your own rudeness like that?" Suddenly, the Viscount's body twinged with pain. "What the hell?" Seeing this, the guard's eyes nearly popped out as he yelled, "My Lord Viscount!" He angrily snapped. "Stop shouting." Looking at his hand trembling with rage, the Viscount commanded, "Use all the manpower we have in this mansion. Use every means possible to find him." The single command echoed throughout the room. At the same time, Day, who was reading a book, felt his ears itching. "Is someone talking about me?" On a beautiful morning, on a forest path, Sen enthusiastically cheered for Day. "Good luck, Day." He began to perform the spell, concentrating his mana, raised his hand and said, "Heal." Instead of healing, he made it worse, snapping the branch in two. This left Day petrified, staring wide-eyed in surprise. Day's mother, seeing this, teased him. "Oh my, your failure is so adorable." Unable to accept it, he tried again with fire. He yelled, "Fire!" It looked strange, didn't it? He continued to experiment with light. Sen, beside him, was wearing 3D glasses. When did she prepare popcorn? Feeling that his normal magic was still accurate, he tried again. Heal. Just like the first time, he only made things worse. Unable to accept it, Day started to throw a fit. "Why isn't this working?" "Why?" Mrs. Sen, seeing how childish he was, burst out laughing. Now, let your mother explain. Listen carefully now." She began to explain. "Healing is a spell that uses mana to enhance the body's, the target's life." He heard his mother's words and thought to himself that it was being oversimplified. Not wanting to just talk theory, Sina prepared to demonstrate for him. "Try to imagine you're using your mana to create a layer that envelops your target." She focused her mana on the broken branch. A golden light shone, and the branch suddenly spun wooden fibers to cover the wound. It was like healing. In just an instant, the branch was whole again without a single trace. Sina smiled reassuringly. "It's not too hard, is it? Try again, you've got this." Day had no choice but to try again, yes. Suddenly, something caught Sina's attention. "Russell, what's that sound?" In front of the mother and son, a forest creature appeared. It was a deer. The most noticeable thing was the blood on its leg joint. It seemed to have a serious leg injury. How unfortunate. At that moment, Sina had an idea. She said excitedly to Day, perfect day. Why don't you try treating the deer? He asked back. The deer? She explained further. Think of it as practice. Her words sounded reasonable to him. He rubbed his chin, thinking, it needs help anyway. I guess it might be better than practicing on a branch. And with that, Sena sealed the deal. First, to save the deer, they had to keep it here, trying to approach it without startling it. Seeing his mother's attitude, Day had a bad feeling. Why did it seem like his mother was enjoying this situation? After that, he began the task of catching the deer. Just as he got close, he stepped on a branch, making a loud noise that startled the deer. Due to its animal instincts, the deer bolted in an instant. He shouted, "It's running away." Sina looked at him encouragingly. Go, Day, catch it. He had no idea what Sina was planning, but he chased after the deer, wondering why he had to do this. He gritted his teeth and ran with all his might. Was it really worth the hand of God putting in so much effort to learn healing? And then, he came up with his own answer. Of course, I need to make sure I do everything I can to save as many lives as possible. I'll cast magic to catch the deer. He swung out a hand as a binding spell was cast. When I think about what happened in the past. Now, seeing the strange and wary looks from the people in the Viscount's mansion, he realized something. The people here, rather than understanding his modern medical knowledge, feared it because of its uncertainty. Just as that memory ended, Day had successfully bound the deer. He looked at it happily. I got you. After carrying the deer back to Sena, he diagnosed it for a moment and concluded. It really runs fast for having an injured leg. He tried to pet it, but the deer seemed more scared than affectionate. There, stay still. I'm going to heal you. Sena cheered Day on. Good luck. Then, an immense amount of mana was released by Day. He thought to himself, if magic is what they're used to, Day mumbled, I will definitely make this succeed. At that moment, Sena was startled. The magic radiating from him was many times more astonishing than she expected. This terrifying flow of mana. But how? Meanwhile, Day was trying to push his mana into the deer to help it heal. On my honor as a doctor, I will definitely reach the next step, he shouted. Heal! A blue light radiated from him throughout the forest. Unable to withstand a blast like that from him, the deer let out a pained cry and then passed out, and frozen on the spot. Day and Sena were stunned, staring blankly at Day's lucky patient. It took about 3 seconds for the mother and son to realize that the deer had been treated. Yeah, it was healed so hard it logged out of life, no longer just lame. The two of them were bewildered. Oh my God, it died instantly. What happened? It was supposed to be healed. Day sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that he couldn't save a life like a doctor. He frowned and thought, using mana to create a barrier and enhance vitality. Isn't that what Mom said? Looking at Sena's smiling face, he wondered why he couldn't grasp healing when every other mage could do it. Thinking this, Day looked into the palm of his hand. Or is it because of the mana path I possess? At this point, Day formed a hypothesis. Supposing he used a healing spell on a person, an elderly patient. Young doctor, could you please heal me? At that moment, he would apply the formula correctly. Of course, just a moment, heal. And the old man would smile thankfully at him. Heavens, how can I ever repay you? Then he would turn into a fine red mist, and his family would have to set up a tombstone for him. Just the thought of it made Day feel a chill run down his spine. I'll have to stay away from healing magic from now on. I can't risk hurting anyone. After the mana blast that logged the deer out of existence, he had restored peace to the forest. That night, at Day's house. Today, Sena had made a super delicious steak. Io was both impressed and curious. Is there a special occasion? What's with the steak for? Sena didn't answer him, just giving a knowing smile. Ah, about that. She then turned and pinched her son's cheek and boasted, What? Our genius son can't use healing magic? That's what I said. It's so adorable. These words made Io almost choke on his laughter, so the couple burst out laughing, teasing Day. Damn it. It was from that moment he became determined. I will never learn healing magic from this day forward. The scene changes to a beautiful morning in the Holy Empire of Guy. An exquisitely carved statue of a goddess stood there. Who is it, my child? A man was prostrated before the statue, constantly whispering, My lady. His pupils constricted. Are you calling for me? This man was the Pope of the Holy Empire. The statue then emitted a resonant voice. Find him. The statue's voice echoed again. Find the new, white-haired chosen one. He is surely from Everlong. Somewhere on a trail in a deserted forest, a squad of soldiers led by a knight on horseback were chattering amongst themselves. Have you heard? About the new saint, right? Of course I've heard about him. We already have a saintess. I can't believe that another one has appeared. Another replied quietly. I heard this new saint is quite young. What does age matter, though? He was chosen by the gods. They couldn't stop chattering, wondering about the chosen one that the holy god spoke of. Well, having another saint must be a good thing for us. Isn't this an unprecedented event in history? To understand the source of this hot topic the soldiers were gossiping about, we need to go back 10 hours, and 2 before the Holy Empire's army was dispatched. In the Holy Empire G, a loud voice declared, My goddess, The Pope knelt before the statue, monologuing to himself. Finally, the goddess has. Thank you, my goddess. He stared wide-eyed at the statue. What important matter do you have for me? That voice once again rang out. Go and find the white-haired saint located in the nation of Sulia. The Pope continued to listen to the message from the universe, but after waiting for a long time and hearing nothing more, he asked, Is that all? The voice replied, What more could you possibly want? This puzzling exchange confused him. The Pope asked naively, But there are many white-haired people in Sulia. Can't you give me just one more clue? A ray of light shone from above the statue's head, along with guiding words. This new saint is 15 years old. Find him and bring him to this holy empire. Hearing these words, the Pope was momentarily startled and stammered in agreement. Ah, yes, my goddess, this servant will find him at once. Then he quickly turned around and called out loudly, Are you there? The person who was called answered immediately. Yes, your holiness. A young man with blonde hair appeared. He was E. He asked with wide eyes, You were looking for me? The Pope ordered, Go and prepare a delegation at once. Send them to Sulia immediately. E dutifully obeyed. Yes, your holiness, I understand. The Pope was still very puzzled about a new saint. Back at Day's small house, he was reading a book when Io called out, Day, what do you think about learning swordsmanship? He was a little curious. Swordsmanship? The man smiled. Yes. The more ways you know to protect yourself, the better. Day hesitated for a moment. After some thought, he felt the suggestion was reasonable. Recalling the life he was now living, Day thought to himself that, compared to his previous life, where he could easily obtain daily necessities, this was a place where he had to risk his life just for a single apple. He then closed the book and looked at Io. All right, I'd love to give it a try. The man was excited. Wonderful. Shall we start right now? Before leaving the house, his father asked him, But what's with these glasses? He dodged the question. It's just a habit. A moment later, the sound of 2 wooden swords clashing rang out. Io smiled. You're pretty good for a beginner. In contrast, Day was looking pale. Hold on. Thank goodness I learned kendo in the past. It seems like Dad is being a little too aggressive. Watching Io swing relentlessly, he thought to himself, Is this what he calls just exchanging a few blows? Day's eyes lit up. If that's how it's going to be, he gripped his sword hilt tightly. His action surprised Ro a bit, who then asked, What's wrong? Are you giving up already, Day? But at that moment, Day was taking a deep breath to channel mana into his sword. Once he was done, he replied softly, Not at all. I'm just changing my tactics a little. Pointing the tip of his sword forward, he smiled. Io was also quite surprised by his precious son's talent, the sword aura. Then, the two of them charged at each other to spar. He didn't hold back and brought his sword down in a single slash. Seeing the sharp trajectory of the blade, Ao felt thrilled. All right. But the joy was short-lived, as Day's slashes came continuously. If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. He gritted his teeth. I have no other choice. In that case, gripping the sword hilt in his hand, Io thought to himself, I'll have to use sword aura as well. Seeing his father change his swordsmanship, Day watched with wide eyes. The sword was now enveloped in scorching flames. Io spun the hilt of his sword and, in one clean strike, successfully knocked Day down. He fell flat on his butt, in immense pain. Seeing this, Io immediately felt sorry for his son. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Day! Scene change. The town market was now bustling with people. The nearby residents were constantly whispering to each other. Aren't those people all from the Intelligence Guild? We've been seeing them a lot lately. I think they're probably looking for someone or something. A figure in a hooded cloak silently eavesdropped on the surroundings. Then he continued on his way. In a gathering spot, a few men were talking to each other. Find anything? The other man replied, No, we haven't found anyone yet, but seriously, how are we supposed to find someone if we only know their age and hair color? A young man in a blue shirt frowned in annoyance, complaining about being exploited. And on top of that, being asked for daily progress was just too much pressure. The royal guard revealed his face from under the hood, and someone said, Look, he's here again. He spoke up, asking, Have you guys found anything? The young man in blue from before was visibly annoyed. Listen here, Sir Knight, finding a needle in a haystack would be easier than this. The guy next to him also chimed in, a 15-year-old kid with white hair. How are we supposed to find him with just that little bit of information? Seeing the attitude of these men who were beneath him, the royal guard became so angry he gritted his teeth. These useless scoundrels. Suddenly, the memory of the Viscount's threats came flooding back. A pair of glasses were thrown to the ground and shattered. A voice roared. You mean you still haven't found him? What kind of work are you people doing, huh? The royal guard bowed his head and said in a small voice, I'm very sorry, my lord Viscount. The Viscount, unable to find his benefactor, was furious and vented his anger. Do you people think he's just some ordinary kid? He rambled on and on. He is a saint. Good heavens, if people knew how horribly we treated a saint. He then mentioned a more serious matter with a grim face. There will definitely be a war. The Holy Empire might declare war on us. Do you want to destroy this family? Go find him right now. No matter how much the Viscount berated him, the royal guard could only swallow his anger, humbling himself and pleading, "Please everyone, just do your best. I'll pay whatever it takes." In his heart, he reminded himself that he had to find the boy. Suddenly, a young man spoke up and asked, "Did you just say you'd pay whatever it takes?" He gave a mischievous smile. "In that case, let me handle this for you." He then finished with a sly, squinty-eyed smile. Back to the swordsmanship lesson with Io. Dae's hand was bleeding. He quietly whimpered, "Ah, that hurts." Seeing him like that, Ao couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. "Oh dear, that looks bad. Dad's sorry, son." To make him worry less, he gave a reassuring smile and replied, "It's okay." Sen then appeared, seeing the long cut on Dae's hand. "Dae, your hand. What happened to it?" She then ran over, worrying about Dae while scolding her husband. "It looks like the bone is broken, honey." Io let out a sigh, while Dae felt a bit awkward. "It's okay, Mom. I can treat it with magic." Even though he said that, Sen was still quite worried. "Okay. Mom will help you right away." This time he refused again. "No, I want to try it myself." Then a circle of energy appeared, surrounding Dae's injured arm. Whoosh! As soon as the incantation was finished, the energy radiated even more powerfully than before. Sen couldn't hide the surprise on her face. The wound on his hand was now completely gone. "It's all healed? It's like it was never there." Sen's eyes became dazed. "But how?" At that moment, her eyes met her husband's. Io asked again to be sure. "Didn't you say he couldn't do it last time?" She flusteredly explained to Io, "It's because he killed that deer in one shot." Hearing this, all Io could think of was the delicious steak his wife made, which was enough to know where it came from. Over on this side, Dae scratched his chin and mumbled, "I guess I have to explain everything anymore." Dae took a deep breath to steel himself and called out, "Mom, Dad, I have something I need to tell you." Then began the conversation in the small house of three. "What is it?" "Dae, actually, He bluntly stated his secret in front of his parents, unlike a normal person. Dae must have scored a perfect 30 on his advanced biology exam in a past life, but only scraped by with 1.25 points in literature because Sen broke the silence. "Even if you really do seem that way." But just then Io, who was beside her, whispered softly in her ear, "My love, more importantly, maybe." The two discussed something and then offered words of encouragement to Dae, despite not knowing what was going on. "Dae, no matter what you decide, your father and I will always be by your side." Sen smiled. "Even if you bring home an elf for a wife, as long as you're happy, your father and I will accept it. It's great that you two aren't prejudiced, but you're getting carried away." Back in the small house, Dae had explained his secret so Sen and Ao wouldn't think he was going to marry an elf wife. "So it was about your mana capacity?" his parents thought. "Instead of using a magic circle to contain mana in your body, you let mana form naturally. It's like being born with a VIP pass, unlike a free-to-play grinder who needs an inventory bag." Sen used all her knowledge to clarify, "Because pure mana is stronger than stored mana, I understand why your magic is so powerful, Dae." As she said this, Dae seemed to have an epiphany. "So if I use healing magic on someone who can't handle pure mana," and then the image of a delicious fake venison steak reappeared in all three of their minds. Getting back to the main topic, Sen seriously expressed her thoughts to Dae. "My son, I think you're a genius. But you used our family's secret art too." But Io interrupted her, his attitude completely opposite to Sen's. "I think you definitely can't use it on ordinary people. What a terrible talent." He was just joking, but a different thought had already formed in Dae's mind. "That's right. I can't use my magic to save normal people. If I want to save more people like a doctor, I have to think more carefully." Looking at the worried Sen and Io, he thought to himself, "That's it, I need more surgical experience." He glanced at his hands, which had been through many emergency cases, and made a promise to himself. Suddenly, Dae announced, "I'll be right back." Father Io asked, "Where are you going?" Dae looked for any excuse to leave. "Just going for a little walk." He now had another secret. He couldn't tell them he was going to perform surgery. However, before leaving, he had to get past Sen. She warned him, "Don't go off with any strangers, you hear?" He helplessly reassured her, "Mom, I'm a grown-up now." Io also smiled. He's at that age where he wants to have fun. Then he left, leaving behind only a promise. "I'll be right back." Outside the borders of Balau village, a man was carrying a pile of luggage on his shoulder. It's a real eye-opener. Balau village is bigger than I imagined. After that, Specs continued on his way with One Eye. One Eye said, "I was planning to pass right through, but maybe resting here is a good idea." Suddenly, from behind them, a voice called out, "Hey, Mr. Travelers, can I ask you something?" It was the young man, Bangs, who had been hired by the royal guards to find Dae. He held up a piece of paper and asked, "Have you seen a kid who looks like this?" Specs replied, "A kid? Huh?" Looking at the sketch, which was no different from a Picasso painting, Bangs described him, blue eyes, white hair, and handsome. The two men looked at Bang's abstract painting again. "Handsome?" One Eye bluntly criticized, "This drawing is hideous." Bangs, hired to find Dae. He held up a piece of paper and asked, "Sir, Have you seen a kid who looks like this? Specs replied. A kid? Huh? Looking at the sketch, which was no different from a Picasso painting, Bangs described. Blue eyes, white hair, and handsome. The two men looked again at Bangs' abstract drawing. Handsome, you say? One Eye bluntly criticized. This drawing is hideous. Bangs. Hearing that, he snatched the paper away and yelled. How rude, I just asked if you'd seen him or not. Specs also was no pushover, and immediately fired back. How would we know? So why are you getting mad? Bangs and Specs kept bickering back and forth, but he didn't know the person he was looking for was standing just a few meters away. It seems things have gotten more complicated. No. Listen. The Viscount was watching them bicker loudly. He thought to himself, is it because there are more people? But suddenly he recalled what Bangs had just said. The Viscount also added a few more details, spending a lot of money to find this person. Specs immediately replied, no. That's why I'm asking, who is this kid? Hearing the traveler's naive question, Bangs coldly answered, if I knew, would I need to be searching like this? It seems that kid is an outstanding genius. Suddenly, his eyes Bangs' gaze landed on something. Meanwhile, Day was guessing, is the Viscount looking for someone? Could it be me? The person that Bangs' eyes fell upon was a young man about 15 years old, with black hair and blue eyes. He immediately called out, wait a minute. Day and Bangs were face to face, eye to eye. He shamelessly leaned in close to inspect him, and Day quietly asked, what is it? In Bangs' mind, he was reviewing the description. Blue eyes, white hair, found him. It's definitely him. After a careful look for a moment, Bangs excitedly turned to the person behind him and said, hey, tell the guild I found the kid. Then he smiled at Day. Hey kid, I'm not a stranger. I work for the news guild. Before he could finish, Day cut him off. He was well aware the Viscount was looking for him, so he immediately agreed. I understand. I'll go with you. Seeing that this kid had no hesitation at all, Bangs was a bit taken aback. He casually asked, didn't your mother teach you not to go with strangers? Day gave him a strange look and readily replied, would a stranger ask something like that? In that case, I won't go then. Seeing the bewildered look on Bangs' face, Day was willing to explain. You said the Viscount is looking for me, right? I have to check on the patient's condition, so I'll go. He replied, I'll call for a carriage, so please wait a moment. And so, the two of them set off. Day was now curious. Hey, can I ask you a few things? Bangs, sitting in the carriage, asked back. The patient you mentioned is what? You mean the sick people at the Viscount's place? Day didn't know how to explain it simply. He hesitated. Well, yes. Suddenly, Day's demeanor turned grim. I really want to know what they're doing. Seeing the expression on the 15-year-old brat, Bangs suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Isn't this kid a little crazy? The two said nothing more, and a short while later, the carriage stopped. We're here, let's go. Day eagerly stepped down, but his smile didn't last long before it vanished completely. A young man shouted a welcome. In unison, all the maids and butlers bowed and said in one voice, Welcome, Holy Saint. They were lined up on both sides, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Day's face went blank. Are you guys calling me the Holy Saint? After receiving this special treatment from the line of servants who greeted him respectfully, Day was now a bit awkward. So, what I'm saying is, a lavish banquet was spread out before him now. Day was extremely flustered. I'm not the saint you're looking for. The Viscount slammed his hand on the table and yelled loudly, How can you say such a thing about yourself? His face was incredibly emotional, a mix of admiration as he clutched his chest. You saved my life. No, you saved my family. Then the Viscount shouted emotionally, You have blessed a sinner like me. There's no way you aren't a saint. Day watched as the man's emotional state kept changing constantly, felt his head spin. It's just medicine. How am I supposed to explain this? Suddenly, a soft voice called out, Sir Day. The Viscountess was also happy to see him again. We cannot ignore the fact that you have brought this family back to life. Then she called for her young daughter. That's right, Alicia. Come and greet him. Von Alicia took a deep breath. She stepped out in a sweet, puffy dress, her face blushing. Sir, allow me to thank you for saving my father. Day glanced at her with some surprise, thinking to himself. Seeing the young Alicia, Day didn't hold back a provocative, sarcastic remark. Weren't you the one wondering why they brought me here? She replied awkwardly. Hearing his benefactor's words, the Viscount was utterly shocked. He immediately turned to scold his daughter. Alicia, I thought I taught you better than that. I always told you to apologize whenever you do something wrong. Seeing her being scolded like that was beyond Day's imagination. The Viscount then roared, Now, quickly beg for forgiveness for what you've done. Day finally realized his joke had gone a bit too far. No, there's no need, it was just a joke. He frowned and scratched his head in confusion. Why is everyone acting like this? I already said I'm not a saint. As if suddenly remembering something, he glanced aside. Wait, thinking back, he saw the maid from the surgery and asked, Where is the person who came with me? Her eyes widened as she answered honestly, I'm not sure. It seemed like he was in a great hurry. Meanwhile, Milo was sprinting somewhere with incredible speed. He was still suspicious of the silver-haired kid. Is that kid really a saint or what? At that moment, A sinister look and smile appeared on Milo's face. This could be considered important news. I need to report this to the guild. With that thought, he dashed off. Back with the Viscount's family and Day, he was still reeling from the Viscount's behavior towards him. I guess nothing bad will happen, right? A maid poured a cup from a pot of hot tea. Is the food to your liking, sir? Yes, everything is delicious. The Viscount continued to act awkwardly in front of Day. We prepared a great deal to ensure you would enjoy the meal. I am very happy that you like it. Day picked up the steaming teacup. I don't think it could be any better. Hearing Day's words, the Viscount felt grateful and reassured him. I am grateful for that. There is no need to worry at all, because you will be enjoying meals like this every day in the Holy Nation. The conversation suddenly shifted from thanking him to him eating like this every day in the Holy Nation. Day was completely stunned. He asked again just to be sure. What do you mean? The Viscount's eyes widened in surprise. You haven't been informed? He then explained with a beaming smile. I heard that a delegation from the Holy Nation has arrived here, ready to escort you back. The news struck him like a bolt of lightning, and his nerves tensed. Day slammed the table and asked again, who is here to escort who? And more importantly, how did they even know I was here? The Viscount replied cautiously. We have heard many rumors that the Pope himself received a message. The confusion on Day's face grew even more apparent. He turned pale. What kind of message would make him need me? The Viscount replied softly. About that. He then began to explain things about the Holy Nation. The Holy Nation is a country blessed by a divine being. When necessary, the divine being sends a message to the saints of the Holy Nation. He asked curiously, can a divine being communicate directly with humans? The Viscount wasn't entirely sure himself. Certainly. Communicate? Not exactly, to be more precise, he leaves signs or sends dreams. I've heard that those suspected of being saints have a halo following them, and if one is considered a saint, they will be quite different from the rest. Is he the new saint? So brilliant, Day thought to himself. Why is there light again? Day was still in shock. So what will happen to me? The Viscount, not noticing his expression, replied cheerfully, you will go to the Holy Nation. Congratulations, Sir Day. Day froze, the words hitting him like a truck. What was it like at Day's house that night? Zen looked at her husband. Our child must be so tired, he hasn't come out of his room. He replied worriedly, it's best to let him rest. Day was lying limp on his bed, his soul wanting to leave his body. The message from the Holy Nation. Then he buried his face and cried, soaking his bedsheets. That night, the moon was bright, and the world was quiet. But Day's heart was screaming. I just wanted to live a comfortable second life in this fantasy world. The next day, at Sulia Palace, along the luxurious palace corridors, there were whispers among the maids. Do you know who the person from the separate palace is? No. Who is it? One maid started the gossip. I heard it's the saint from the Holy Nation of Gur. The other's voice was a little surprised. A saint has come to our kingdom, the two of them whispered as they walked. I wonder what she's like. They say she was blessed from a very young age. I've heard about that too. The saint in the rumors is described as having waist-length hair and eyes that sparkle like rubies. The other added, the rumors say she's so beautiful it feels like a ray of light is always shining on her. Really? I'm so curious. If we're lucky, do you think we might get to see her? That would be great. And from then on, this topic gradually became the subject of gossip among the palace servants. As the two left, inside a room, the curtain was slightly parted. A voice called softly, Milady, may I come in? The girl with the long hair replied, yes, come in. The door creaked open, revealing a shoe with a cross on it. Thank you, it's almost time for the party. The girl's voice held a hint of anger. They really don't let anyone rest. The young man seemed to be bowing obsequiously with his hands clasped. If you could please prepare, the girl replied. I understand. I will depart in a little while. Suddenly she stopped as if remembering something. Ah yes, with her noble demeanor and aloof gaze, she was the saint the two maids were just talking about. Saint Iriel of the Holy Nation of Gur. She looked at the young man from before. What about the news of the saint I asked about? He replied, ah, yes, I have good news. Then he placed a white cloth on her shoulder and whispered something. The corner of Iriel's mouth curved up slightly, her face growing even more radiant, as she thought to herself, he has finally appeared. Someone Iriel has been waiting for a very long time. Someone who can understand me. A normal morning at Day's normal house. But Day was not normal. His face was strangely haggard and pale. All day he just held his head and sat gloomily at the table. I've tried so hard, but I still can't think of anything. If I get caught by the Holy Empire, then it's all over. Thinking about the scene of having to wear a white silk robe and having a live stream light attached to the back of my head, Day felt frustrated and annoyed. My second life, which was supposed to be peaceful, is going to be even harder than my first. I'll have to kneel and pray to a god whose face I don't even know for the rest of my life. He couldn't help but scream in panic. No, no way. Seeing this, Sen curiously asked, Day, what's wrong, son? He looked at his parents and wondered if he should tell them to run away with him. But after thinking it over, commoners can't fight against the royal family. It's no use, even if I try to do that, nowhere safe to run to. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. No matter how hard I try to run, the Holy Empire will chase me to the ends of the earth. Seeing Dae's strange behavior, Sen ran over worriedly. Since last night, you've been acting so strange. What's wrong? Dae hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back, about the royal family preparing to come to Sichko. Suddenly, he ran outside, tossing a sentence back at Sen. I'll be right back. Watching his retreating back fade into the distance, Sen and Ao turned to each other and said, something definitely happened to him. Scene changed to a peaceful land. Someone's voice rang out. So this information is correct, right? Two men were talking on top of the city walls. That kid is the one the Holy Empire is turning every place upside down to find. Mayu looked at the paper the other man was holding, repeating the word, saint. That paper was an abstract illustration of Dae's face. The man was a bit skeptical. Mayu glanced at him with a serious look. You know you can be sure that you're the person. I gave this information to first, right? The man, Mike Seo, grinned. Of course, I've already sold this information to the Holy Empire. Now we just need to find where this saint lives. The two continued their conversation. I've sent people to search the outskirts of this city, just as you requested. Since it seems he comes from a lower-class family, he'll likely be in a place like that, right? Maxio rubbed his fingers together, making the sign for money. Unlike us, everyone else will just blindly search around this village. That's why high-quality information is so important. It saves time. Mayu glanced away, and as we agreed, I'll be back as soon as the Holy Empire pays the fee. He looked towards the distant forest, and Maxeo, seeing this, asked curiously, what are you thinking about? He pointed directly towards the distant forest. Have you guys investigated that forest over there? Maxeo was surprised. You're investigating that area too? He replied nonchalantly. That's why I brought it up. Wouldn't it be a convenient hiding spot for the saint to hide? An image of an elf holding a bow appeared in Maceo's mind, and his face filled with fear. No way. If he tried to hide there, the saint would die. He was referring to the one everyone knows about. You know who. You know how much they hate humans. The other man frowned in agreement. You have a point. Still, he glanced at the forest again. He thought to himself, there's no way he's in there, right? But they would never have guessed that inside the quiet forest, filled with sunlight and fairy dust, a figure with silver hair was strolling around leisurely. I hope I can think of something good while taking a walk. As he walked, he pondered but still couldn't come up with a way to escape those people. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. Is running away the only option? The thought had barely formed when Dae extinguished it, but that would mean I'd have to run for the rest of my life. I don't like that at all. Finding a nice rock to sit on, Dae sighed, deciding to cool his head for a bit. Suddenly his pupils contracted, and a chill ran down his spine. He immediately jumped up into a defensive stance. Deep inside the dark, sunless part of the forest, there was something that was approaching. He frowned, guessing to himself, the Holy Empire? Why so soon? But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Dae sat back down. He thought to himself that he couldn't sense any more auras. Suddenly, a sound came from another direction, attracting his attention, and he rushed over to investigate. Standing before a large tree, a voice suddenly spoke. A human? Dae was quite surprised, his nerves tensed. The voice echoed again. Little human, what are you doing here? More questions arose in Dae's mind. What's this? A forest spirit or something? He replied with a faint, wry smile. I just want to rest for a bit. The tree was not polite, bluntly shooing him away. Then leave, human. This is our territory. Dae sat back down on a stone slab, letting out a sigh. All right, I'll go. Just let me sit here for a bit. But the voice repeated. I said leave now. It grew increasingly louder. He felt a bit annoyed and puzzled by the voice coming from the large tree. But since he had trespassed, being a reasonable person, he stood up to leave. First it was the Holy Empire, now this. Can't anyone just leave me in peace? He pointed straight at the tree. Hey, I'm leaving right now, okay? But the threat sounded as if it came from a 3-year-old. It had no effect on him whatsoever. Living up to his title as the King of Stubbornness, the silver-haired Dae decided to sit back down. Or I could just sit here. See? It's fine. The tree grew increasingly furious. Get lost. He didn't even bother to hide his contempt. He just lay all the way down, not giving a damn. From behind the tree trunk, a shadowy figure peeked out and issued a warning. Don't say I didn't warn you, human child. Dae, however, was completely indifferent. You think you have the right to chase me away when you won't even show your face, he shot back. Once again, there was no response from the forest. Suddenly, a murderous aura flew towards him from out of nowhere. It was a girl trying to attack him. Dae's eyes shot open at the critical moment, and he deployed his mana to defend against the attack. A pair of green boots landed on the ground. Dae was now satisfied, finally facing the one who tried to drive him away, and he thought to himself, damn it, I didn't expect that thing to attack so suddenly. A glint of excitement appeared in his eyes. If my mana hadn't already been active, I would have been done for. Suddenly, His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him, slender arms holding a bow and arrow, and long pointed ears. Before him stood a humanoid girl, but her ears were distinctly different. An elf? Facing an elf, Day wasn't afraid at all, but rather a bit curious. There are elves in a place like this? Fia looked at her hand as her mana flared. You blocked my attack. Clenching her fist, she stated her suspicion. You're no ordinary human, are you? Hearing this, Day broke into a wide grin, much to the elf girl's annoyance. Well, not exactly. She began to form hand signs. Then, a surge of mana concentrated around Fia and shot towards Day. She roared, "You can't stay here anymore." Seeing that the situation was getting tough, Day was forced to activate his mana. Oh no, the two mana sources clashed, creating a massive explosion that sent both of them flying. Due to the impact of the blast, Fia seemed a bit dazed. She couldn't hide her surprise seeing that Day was completely unharmed. He's alright? Fia now began to question his origins. Impossible, a higher-ranking race? Hearing her words, Day repeated blankly, "Wait, what? Stronger." At that moment, Pia pointed straight at his face and demanded loudly, "I've reconsidered. Human, follow me, and I'll let you stay in the forest." But Day didn't seem interested, pointing behind him with an awkward laugh. "It's fine. I should be heading back now." However, Pia was a rather stubborn girl, so refusing her was going to be difficult. "We respect strength. That is the law of the Grandin Forest Elves. I will invite you to our village." He realized this was getting interesting. An entire elf village in the forest? He glanced at the girl before him, recalling her offer. Day's resolve began to waver. Even though she attacked him first, she didn't seem like a bad elf. So should he go? For now, he still had no way of escaping the royal family. Day decided. "All right, but you have to promise not to attack me, okay?" As they went deeper into the forest, the vegetation grew lush. Day tagged along behind Pia, just now remembering to ask for her name. She replied coldly, "I am Pia, from the Grandin Forest tribe." He looked up and bit his fingertip. "Pia, what a beautiful name." Suddenly, Pia became flustered, whipping around to glare at him. "What did you say?" In an instant, she turned forward again, her cheeks blushing red. "Well, it's not that great." Day could only laugh in confusion. "Huh?" He scratched his head, bewildered. "Anyway, my name is Day." Just then, Pia announced, "We're here." Not getting any other friendly response, he just continued to follow Pia. After a short walk, Day's eyes widened, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. Surprise was written all over his face. Before his eyes was a village with wooden houses built in the trees. Day wondered to himself, this is an elf village? It was a truly eye-opening sight. Day walked around, mouth agape, his eyes darting everywhere. So they really live in the forest? I've never been this deep in a forest before, so... Suddenly, Day noticed several pairs of eyes staring at him. They were whispering, "A human. Why is a human here?" The gossip quickly turned to Pia. Pia brought a human back. Why would Pia bring a human back? Walking through the unfamiliar village, with scrutinizing eyes fixed on him, he thought to himself, "They're just being defensive. I expected as much." But just then, a girl with short, shoulder-length blonde hair called out loudly, "Pia, you're back." The girl asked curiously, "Who's this human kid, an assistant?" Pia didn't hesitate to quickly agree. "His abilities are decent, so I brought him back." Watching Day get surrounded by other curious elves, Syl looked a bit hesitant. She whispered in Pia's ear, "You call him an assistant? He looks like he can't even protect himself." Pia surely understood what Syl was thinking. She began to explain how they met. "I thought so too at first. I tried to drive him off, but I couldn't. He's stronger than I thought." Hearing this, Syl was a little surprised. She asked again to clarify, "Your attacks had no effect on him?" "Impossible? Unless?" Pia cut her off. She glanced at Day, who was mingling with the villagers, and then replied, "I already tried to verify if he was from a superior race. But he's not." Syl gave Day a scrutinizing look and blurted out, "Really?" At that point, Pia changed the subject. "How is Ira?" At the mention of the name, they both instinctively looked up at a particular treehouse. It was a house that was always sealed shut. Syl said softly, "They're still not awake," Pia replied. "Still not awake, huh? I see." At that moment, Syl remembered something important she had to say. "Oh right, the elder is looking for you." Pia replied, "I'll go right away." She turned and called out, "Let's go, Day." He immediately ran over. "I knew the elves would be wary of an outsider like you, but it's not too serious, is it?" Fia frowned in annoyance. "Well, who do you think brought you here?" Following Fia from behind, he silently understood. "I get it. You're saying you're the one I can trust here, right?" After that, Fia led Day to a large house. She knocked a few times and announced to the person inside, "Elder, it is Fia." The door was opened by a rather young woman. She smiled. "Come in. I've been waiting for a long time. Please come in." With that, the elder stepped back one step to make way for Fia and Day. Noticing the elder's pale complexion, Fia asked, "Elder, are you all right?" She replied, "Of course." Suddenly, the elder's eyes met Day's. She asked, "Is that boy human?" Fia didn't hide anything and answered straightforwardly, Yes. I brought him here because it seems he is strong enough to be an aide. Hearing her mention him being an aide, which was different from what she said before, Day felt something was off. He raised his hand in protest. No, wait, hold on. I never said I would be an aide or anything like that, did I? A moment later, the elder placed down a glass of red liquid. Fia sat beside him, trying to convince Day to take the deal. Just do it. The benefits are great. First, you'll be able to come and go from the village freely, and you'll also be considered a friend of the elves. The elder watched the two bickering youngsters, thinking their bond seemed quite strong. Day helplessly explained. No, I mean I don't need any of that. Suddenly, the elder spoke up, interrupting their conversation. Fia, I called you here because there are a few things I need to talk about. You must keep this a secret from the other elves. Fia seemed quite surprised, and realizing the gravity of the situation, her expression turned more serious. Yes. Then she looked at Day. Human boy, could you step outside? He hesitantly went outside to wait. Day could only lean against the railing, letting out a sigh, thinking about how they invited him in just to kick him out. How annoying. Looking at the scenery in the elven village, he thought to himself, the saint of the empire or an aide to the elven tribe, neither choice seems particularly great. Day grimaced, his life was truly full of ups and downs. Back at the Sulia Palace, in a certain place, is there any news of the saint? The other person replied, my apologies. Two young men were kneeling with their hands clasped on the ground. There is still no news. A girl's voice rang out. Finding the saint is God's will. Iriel arrogantly questioned them. Doesn't this just prove that you are being lazy in your search for him? Being mercilessly accused, the two men started sobbing. No, we will do our absolute best. She snarled, your best. A dark gloom filled Saint Iriel's room. But there's still no news to this day. You've done your best and gotten no results, which proves you're just a bunch of incompetents. The two men pleaded in trembling voices. Please, please grant us more time. We will definitely find him. Seeing their earnest attitude, Iriel felt she had achieved her goal. She agreed, with a condition. Very well, I will trust you one more time, but I am not as patient as God, so I expect you to keep your promise. With that, Iriel abruptly turned and left. It was unclear what the two of them were talking about, but suddenly Fia's voice echoed outside. What do you mean? Clan leader Era died because of mana? The elder sighed, crossing her arms solemnly in front of her chest. Her life has already faded. She was also cursed, and was on the verge of death. After that, I saw that she never woke up again. Fia's eyes widened, her shock clearly visible on her face. A moment later, the elder's room door opened, and Fia stepped outside in a gloomy mood, leaning against the railing with a sigh. Day saw this and became a little curious. Fia hadn't said a single word this whole time, she just glanced around, then turned her sorrowful gaze towards the house high up in the distance, followed by more sighs. Seeing this, Day asked, is the person in that house sick? She whispered, she really is sick. Suddenly, Fia felt something was off and shot up. Wait, you heard everything? Day calmly replied. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. He suddenly shifted his gaze to the treehouse, then let out a soft sigh. Seeing this, Fia gave a sad smile. Are you worried? A human like you worrying about the elf tribe? We're different species. Day looked up and replied softly. You're right. We are different. How can we understand another species when we don't even understand ourselves? He suddenly gripped the wooden railing tightly. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to worry about them. I can worry about whoever I want, even if they belong to a different species. Day's aura at this moment had changed. He didn't seem like a 15-year-old boy, but a reliable young man. His words made Fia's heart flutter for a moment. In a small house in the village, Fia couldn't stop staring at Day. Even when he was just drinking tea, her eyes seemed to have put on a rose-colored filter with hearts. Looking at the silver-haired Day, the young maiden Fia's heart skipped a beat. Realizing her own unusual state, she panicked a little. Fia quickly clutched her head, asking herself, what's wrong with me? At that moment, Day turned to her. Ah, Fia, I have something to ask you. Blushing shyly, she stammered. Go ahead and ask. He asked about the elf, Ira. You said she was dead, right? Day wanted to give it a try. He boldly asked, can I help her? Fia was a bit surprised by Day's tone and words. Huh? Seeing her dazed look, he explained, I want to heal those who are sick. It doesn't matter if they're from another race. Fia frowned, asking skeptically, do you think you have the ability to do that? He lowered his head. I'm not sure if I can, but even so, I'll still do my best to help that elf. Fia glanced at him, her brows furrowing so deeply they nearly touched. Your words aren't trustworthy at all. He looked at her, unable to say anything more. Day's current state was quite calm. He muttered something under his breath, and then suddenly, a sharp blade made of mana shot out from his hand. This strange action from Day made Fia instinctively back away, drawing her sword to defend herself. What is this? Day offered no explanation, simply grabbing the sharp tip of the mana with his other hand and stabbing it directly into his own thigh, drawing blood. The pain made his facial muscles contort, and he cried out, Ganana! Fia couldn't comprehend his bizarre behavior at all. What do you think you're doing? She rushed over to look at the hole in his thigh created by the mana, asking worriedly, what should we do? Without letting Fia worry for too long, Day began to use his mana and chant a healing spell. A bright light radiated out, enveloping the entire room. Fia couldn't believe her eyes as she witnessed the phenomenon, muttering, the mana is instantly. All the mana from before is gathering at Day's thigh. The huge wound was gradually closing. He gritted his teeth, enduring the tormenting pain. Outside Fia's house, the elves' others were also drawn to Day's mana. What is that? That mana? In their eyes, a powerful source of mana was radiating straight out. A moment later, he stopped, finishing the healing process. Fia was utterly astonished because the gaping wound had sealed itself, leaving no trace. She stammered, the wound. It's healed. As she spoke, she stared at him with a look of utter shock. After giving Fia a demonstration, he stood up, looked at her, and said, if there is one person in this world who can help the elves, then that person must be me, Day declared boldly. Having just witnessed the healing, Fia ran to ask the elder for permission, but she flatly refused. I will not allow it. Fia, losing her composure, asked again, but why? The elder simply replied, doing so would be disrespectful to Clan Chief Era's honor. For the elf village, honor is paramount, especially when it concerns Clan Chief Era. Clan Chief Era is someone who receives great respect from others. Even if the intentions are good, using a method of unknown origin is something I cannot allow to happen to Clan Chief Era. Fia still didn't give up. She tried to persuade the elder, but we really want to save her. At that moment, the elder raised her hand, cutting her off. Enough. She looked at Fia with a cold gaze. Go home. There was nothing more Fia could do. Her eyes lowered in sorrow. Beside her, Day stood with a blank expression, thinking, what good is respect if she dies? By now, the sun was setting in the west, casting a golden hue over the leaves. Fia spoke softly. I'm sorry, it was a failure. She seemed to have accepted defeat. I really thought we could do it. Day immediately comforted her. It's okay, everything will find a way to be resolved. Hearing these words of encouragement, Fia felt a little better. Suddenly, Day burst out laughing and asked, can I continue exploring the village? Fia, having regained her composure, replied, of course, you're allowed to be in the village. It seems the other elves have accepted you as well. Day smiled faintly. Thank you. Then he revealed another plan. I think I'll head out in a bit. Fia's eyes widened in curiosity. What? Really? He looked at her, a constant smile on his lips. Yes, I actually still have a few things to do. Since he put it that way, Fia had no reason to keep him. If that's the case, I guess there's no other choice. Then he waved goodbye to her. I'll be back tomorrow, so don't be disappointed. At this, Fia's face turned murderous. Who said I was disappointed? Just hurry up and go before I change my mind. He felt he should probably make a quick exit. Yes, see you tomorrow. Watching his retreating back, Fia smiled unconsciously. Day followed the path from the morning straight out, but after he left, a look of sorrow returned to Fia's face. She turned sharply to go back to the village, but when she wasn't looking, Day quickly veered off in another direction. His pace grew faster and faster. From the treetops, he looked down at the house that was always closed, and it seemed he already had a plan of his own. A golden light emanated from the roof of that house. Day furrowed his brow, thinking he couldn't just stand by and abandon a patient. Then, he boldly grabbed the handle to push the door open. Inside was a forest full of flowers and grass. Day couldn't believe his eyes. It's so spacious in here. Looking at the door in front of him, he thought to himself, this must be as big as an entire treehouse on the inside. With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. His pupils suddenly contracted at what he saw. In the middle of the room, a person was lying completely still. Her face was beautiful with platinum blonde hair, like a sleeping beauty. Day thought to himself, that elf is Era, in a pure white dress. Seeing this, he couldn't help but stare dumbfounded for a few seconds, then had to slap his cheeks to snap out of it. So this is the feeling of being captivated by beauty. I need to keep a clear head. I can't lose my composure in front of a patient. After steadying his thoughts, he gently took her hand, leaned close to Era's face to check her breathing, and quickly made an assessment. Her pulse and her breathing are completely normal. I guess I'll have to check for something else. Day changed his grip on Era's hand, and his own hand began to glow blue as Day frowned and thought, I'll use mana to examine her from the inside. His mana spread out, forming a web. Day frowned after finishing his examination. Her body is completely fine. Is it just that her time is up? That can't be it. He couldn't help but feel frustrated and helpless, muttering, I can't believe there's nothing I can do for this patient. I need to research the diseases of this world more. Just then, a dark aura suddenly appeared, creeping through the air. Day's eyes narrowed as he sensed it. Wait a second. His gaze shifted to Era as a thought struck him. What is that smell? Without hesitation, Day gently turned her over, only to be shocked by the sight of gruesome purple bed sores covering her back. Day's expression was a mixture of outrage and disbelief. Haven't they checked her body at all this whole time? Respect? You call this respect? What a load of nonsense. Day sighed and muttered, I need to find an antiseptic. And so he began to formulate a plan to deal with this. In front of Day was a lake, and in his hand was a bowl made from leaves. Day walked towards it and bent down, scooping up a bowl full of water and casting a purification spell on it. He thought, if I use healing magic directly on her, it could be dangerous. Then, while casting a spell to sanitize his hands, he considered his options. I can only do the disinfection one step at a time. Day's hands were dipped into the water, and he then approached Era's back once more. He thought to himself, Matriarch Era is a person who receives a great deal of reverence from others. Even with good intentions, using an unverified method like this is something they'd never allow to be done to Matriarch Era. As he worked, Day looked worried, hoping they wouldn't protest him touching their deity. However, he couldn't help but feel pained when he looked at her blood-stained and festering back. Day exhaled in anger. They haven't done a single thing to save her. They just abandoned her like this. They have no right to question what I'm doing. He then began to carefully treat her. Day worked in silence and diligently, not stopping until the sun went down. When Day finally looked up and murmured, it's already sunset. He wrung out the white cloth in his hands, glanced at Era's back, and thought, until I find the true cause, this is the most I can do for now. He frowned, calculating, I'll have to check on her again tomorrow. The next day, elsewhere, a voice was heard. Saintess, where are you? Some soldiers from the Holy Kingdom reported with anxious looks on their faces. We should be hearing from the search party soon. They're scouring the entire empire for her. The only problem now is a matter of time. Ariel propped her chin on her hand and retorted, how long will it take for you people to get it? She frowned, her expression annoyed. It was written all over your faces. I already told you I don't have much patience. Are you trying to test me? Seeing her attitude, the two of them trembled as they explained. That's not it. Please spare us. Ariel bluntly refused as she stood up. Forget it, she declared. I don't believe what you're saying anymore. I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Get ready, she then commanded. On the other side, Day was wiping away his sweat and letting out a sigh. His eyes were fixed on Era's back, which was now much better. The sores are improving. They should be healed in about a week. After that day, time passed quickly. I had been sneaking into Era's house to treat her. First, I would wipe Era down with water that had been sterilized. Then, I would help her stretch her atrophied muscles. In my remaining time, I studied the books in her library to learn more. He brought a book to sit beside Era and began to read. Then he remarked, did you draw this? It's terrible. No matter how much I tried to talk to her, she never responded. Even so, I kept talking to Era about the things I saw on the way here, about what happened with Fia, even the smallest thought that flickered through my mind, I told her. Just like that, 1 month passed, and one day, just like any other. Day gently opened the door with a greeting. Ira, I'm here again. He then smiled and continued. Today, Fia has the day off. I had some tea with her before coming here. But the air around Era felt a bit strange. Huh? Day instantly grew frantic and rushed to her side. Ira, Day said with concern as he observed Ira. Her breathing was growing faint. The woman before him could no longer hold on. Her breath, it was running out. Day panicked and leaned over Era, asking anxiously, what do I do? I didn't see this coming. He glanced around frantically, trying to find a way to help Era, who was enveloped in a faint aura. Where's the oxygen mask? The moment the words left his mouth, Day remembered he was no longer in his old world. His fists clenched as Day muttered bitterly, that's right, this isn't a hospital. He gritted his teeth, almost screaming in helplessness. There's nothing I can do right now. And then Day's eyes turned back to the brood, matriarch. The woman lying still suddenly took a turn for the worse. Day panicked, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her forcefully, while shouting, Era, you can't die, wake up, Era. His eyes widened with rage. A series of questions about Era's condition flooded his mind. Why? What's the problem? There are no external injuries, and she hasn't been poisoned. Her vital organs are functioning properly. So why is this happening? Ira's mouth hung slightly open as she struggled for air, a sight that only heightened Day's anxiety. He muttered, there has to be some way to help her. Immediately after, his eyes widened as he thought of a plan, the one and only way. Day looked at his hands, silently, wondering if he could use healing. However, Day was still concerned about the potential negative consequences. Could Era withstand his mana? This very thought made him let out a self-mocking laugh. Day reminded himself, his resolve to save her hardening. I put my life on the line to become a doctor so that I could save people. And now, at such a critical moment, I can't think of any other way, other than betting the patient's life. Day clenched his fist, finalizing his decision with 2 simple words. All right then. With that, Day closed his eyes, his hand beginning to glow as he channeled the divine power he possessed. I have to try everything I can. Temporal magic circles appeared, merging into a rather large-scale magic formation above Era. The patterns of the magic array and the incantations to weave it materialized in Day's mind and a swirling light began to appear, gathering in one spot. This event alarmed the people nearby. They all turned their eyes toward the location where the magic formation was appearing, their minds filled with questions. That mana signature, it's the same one from before, isn't it? Day directed the light onto Era, his expression becoming more focused as he pleaded with all his might. Era, I'm begging you, please, hold on. And then, the incantation was loudly recited as a blinding light erupted. Whoosh! A strange phenomenon emanated from Era's body. Lights began to envelop her, lifting Era into the air under Day's control. The light then interconnected to form a sphere of power that encased her. More and more curious onlookers gathered nearby, becoming increasingly anxious. Their voices grew louder. What's going on? Then, upon seeing the light he had created, one of the people present, Pia, gasped as she looked up. Could it be? She immediately rushed toward the scene, shouting, Out, Day! As she ran, thoughts raced through Pia's mind. That boy still hasn't given up on Era? Since when? Various thoughts continuously surfaced in Pia's mind, along with a sense of shame. A human like Day is still trying his hardest. Yet what are we? Her own kind, I mean the entire elven race, what are we doing? The door was suddenly flung open with considerable force. Pia screamed his name upon seeing Day treating Era. Day. The light swirled continuously, and Day was completely focused. A pained cry escaped him as his body neared its breaking point. Still, he pushed himself, thinking, just a little more, and then Day stopped, although he was still filled with doubt. Is it done? Both of them, Day and Pia, then fixed their gazes upon the cocoon of power, enveloping Era, thinking, Era, please. Era's whole body was lifted even higher. Pia, caught in the blast, was sent flying by the shockwave of Day's power, slamming into the wall with a pained cry. The caster of the formation himself, Day, met a similar fate. He landed hard on the ground with a painful thud. However, Day's gaze never once left Era. She looked completely healthy, much better than before. And then, Era slowly began to awaken. Day forced a smile through his pain, and softly called out, Era? Those were the last words he could manage before losing consciousness. In a pitch-black space, Day's mumble echoed, Where am I? He felt like his surroundings were submerged in water, and he noted how comfortable it felt, greedily wishing he could rest just a little longer. Someone's voice echoed out, and he could vaguely make out Ira's form. Let me repeat myself. The human race is under my protection. Day, do you have any objections? But Era, this is the one who. His vision was hazy as he watched Era speak to someone else. He even tried to do some unacceptable things to your body. Day mumbled in astonishment. Ira? Is that Era's voice? She declared bitterly. I don't want to hear anymore. You all abandoned me for the past 20 years. This boy is the only one who decided to help me. The elves? Era's voice kept echoing. Isn't it funny? The only one to save me at the very end wasn't one of those who always worshipped me with the words, We revere you, but this tiny human. Day let himself drift in the current, thinking to himself that her voice was truly. He felt as if he could melt into that soothing voice. It was so beautiful. Then he jolted awake in the real world with a terrified scream. Era, Day shot up from his comfortable bed, then stared at his hand, wiggling it slightly and muttering, Was it all a dream? A voice from nearby rang out, causing Day to turn his head. Human, were you calling for me? Before him stood Era smiling gently. She answered softly, I'm right here. Day was so moved that his eyebrows nearly touched as he whispered her name. Era! She reached out and pulled the beet-red Day into a tight hug, explaining her action. The picture you saw in the book. His head felt like it was about to explode, as Era finished her thought. I just drew that when I was bored, so don't pay it any mind. He blushed, stammering out a question even though he already knew the answer. You heard what I said? She leaned in close, smiling softly as she confirmed. Of course I did. I heard everything. A tear suddenly welled up in the corner of Day's eye. Seeing this, Ira couldn't help but ask, Why are you crying? And then, before he could say anything more, Era spoke up. Thank you. You were the only one who agreed to care for me in my final moments. If you had given up on me, we might never have been able to meet like this. She tilted her head and switched to another topic. Come to think of it, I still don't know your name. He smiled politely and replied, My name is Day. Era grew pensive for a moment, mulling over the name. Day. And then she smiled gently at him with a remark, That's a beautiful name. In a house bathed in the green light of surrounding foliage, Day was lost in thought. He glanced to the side and spoke up. Era, now that you're awake, perhaps we should go outside. The other elves are very worried about you. She wasn't very keen on that idea, running a hand through her hair as she explained. They didn't bother to visit me once in the past 20 years, so what is there to be worried about? Her gaze turned menacing as she questioned him back. Do you really think I would let go of my anger that quickly? Her attitude left Day somewhat taken aback. He curiously continued. When did you regain consciousness? The question seemed to confuse Ira. Are you asking when I regained my consciousness? Day pressed on with his query. You were unconscious, but you were still aware? Era explained succinctly. I've been conscious the entire time. I was aware of everything that happened during that time. Her answer left Day completely astonished. Then, with wide, incredulous eyes, he asked again. You mean you were actually conscious the whole time you were unresponsive? He then exclaimed. So you were just lying there, unable to move your body all that time, just waiting. Day continued to stare at her. Is that true? He exclaimed while taking her hand. You fought so bravely and you won. Era's expression immediately became one of bewilderment and confusion, and tears began to stream from the corners of her eyes. Era thought to herself, I hate humans. From the very beginning, humanity was the one that started everything, and even now they show no remorse. That is why I despise them. Day gently took her hand with great care and enveloped it in his healing light, herself. But in Era's blurry vision, she saw Day, and his body was perfectly fine. Was it simply her time to die? Impossible. She thought to herself, this person said he would heal me. He touched me. At first, I was furious, but he was different from the others. She was incredibly curious. He didn't want anything in return. He gave me all the affection and effort that I had never received before. She remembered the words Day had shared with her. Before I came here, I had some tea with Pia. It seems the elven palate is a bit sweet, isn't it? And he came to the conclusion that elven tea was a bit too sweet for his taste. Day continued, saying that in a book, there was a flower called the Dai-her-huh. It's planted in the front yard, right? Era couldn't help but agree. Yes, thinking back on it, he was just like those flowers, self-sacrificing and smiling. That was the meaning of the Dai-her-huh flower. Ira recalled his every word, remembering. You drew this? It's pretty bad. This time, his words made her feel a bit embarrassed. I already know I'm not good at drawing, but hearing it so bluntly still felt strange. Day turned to look at her and smiled gently, making Era yearn for more. To be able to respond to his words just once, I could ask for nothing more. A single tear fell, and then many more followed. Ira burst into tears, overwhelmed with immense gratitude. He didn't stop her, and Era thought to herself, thank you, Day. She hugged him tightly, her unspoken words conveyed through her actions. Thank you for not abandoning me. Beneath the forest canopy, Day let out a sigh. They're still far off. Era and he ran together. She took the lead, replying, I can sense them. A moment later, Era announced, we're almost there. Her words confused Day. Just how many people were there? Surely they didn't bring an entire army just to capture him. When they arrived, the scene before them was horrifying. Large bloodstains were splattered everywhere. Ahead of them, Pia stood alone, surrounded by a troop of holy knights. Unable to contain his anxiety, Day yelled out, Pia! Her body was covered in severe injuries, and she stood there silently, gasping for breath. Day shoved past the knights and rushed to her side. Move! Pia, didn't you listen to me? The men noticed his features, white hair, a young man. They immediately came to a conclusion that he was the saint. The knights immediately dropped to one knee in unison, chanting, We greet you, your holiness. A pair of feet stained with blood approached as a voice said, It is an honor to meet you for the first time, your holiness. The owner of the voice, who was covered in blood, introduced herself, I am the saintess, Iriel Bel Ice. Please forgive my rather disheveled appearance. Day frowned, looking at her but didn't reply. The elven chieftain, Era, couldn't ignore this and stormed forward with a dark expression. Day immediately sensed trouble and hesitantly called out, Era? The knights scrambled to yell at her. Halt! You cannot approach the saintess. Ira warned them. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Her words left the knights stunned. Huh? She and Day approached Pia to support her, asking with concern. Are you all right? Pia endured the pain, racking her body and growled. We have to stop them. We have to stop them. We can't let them reach the village. We have to stop them. But her injuries were too severe. As she spoke, she began to collapse, causing Day and Era to panic. Day carefully examined her wounds, thinking to himself, her shoulder is also covered in blood. How could she have endured so much all on her own? He then gently took Pia's arm and lifted it. I'm setting your bones so this will hurt a little. At that moment, Iriel interjected at the worst possible time. Saint, come with me to the holy nation. Tens of thousands of citizens are awaiting that day. Day ignored her and used his teeth to tear off the sleeve of his shirt, which he then used to bandage the wound on Fia's stomach. Meanwhile, Iriel calmly continued, The deity has given their guidance to you, so you will achieve feats worthy of it. It is time to step into the world. Hearing these words, Day frowned in shock. What? Confused, he asked. Feats? What feats are you talking about now? Iriel calmly replied, That's right. Is following the will of the heavens not a feat in itself? The great work we have always striven for is only just beginning. Day couldn't believe it and repeated her words. Great work? He glanced at the heavily injured Fia and asked, Is this situation a great matter to you? Hearing this, Iriel revealed a cold expression. I clearly made a request and you were the one who refused. You cannot back down from the will of a god. The reward has also been offered. I even warned you with force, but you still wouldn't listen, did you? She acted as if nothing major had happened, adding, besides, she isn't dead yet. Day retorted irritably, so if you're not given permission, you'll just trespass on their territory and use force to take me away? Iriel still held to her ideals, replying emotionlessly, there was no other way. Seeing they would not agree, Day calmly asked again, you think I'll just obediently follow you? Iriel's eyes turned sharp and she replied with a dark, threatening tone, I do not wish to use force on the saint. Just then, Era, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain her fury and spoke up, I'm speechless just listening to you. Causing a ruckus in our territory, and even daring to use force against my benefactor. Then I'll show you that power you're so proud of, she declared coldly. Hearing this, Iriel immediately showed her contempt. An elf dares to threaten our holy nation? Era's face darkened as she stepped closer to her. You'll soon find out if my words are courage or mere arrogance. Iriel cut her off dismissively. Experiencing it firsthand is a faster way to learn. The knights accompanying her also charged at Era in discontent. How dare you do that to the saint? How dare you speak so insolently to your superior? And then, in a brief moment, their swords shattered simultaneously. The knights were horrified. Ira, now radiating killing intent, stared them down. Want to try again? The whole group froze before her aura and then, knowing their place, knelt at Era's feet. Save us. Please save us. Please spare our lives. She looked on with contempt and mocked. Is this the force you're so proud of? Can you achieve greatness with cowards like these? Iriel looked at them as if they were trash. They are individuals whose faith is easily shaken. Hearing this, Ira sneered. What a stubborn one. It seems the gods only blessed you with power, but in return, you are completely unaware that you're trapped by your devotion to them. Feeling insulted, Iriel wasted no more time, began to concentrate power into her fist, and then lunged at Era. You talk too much. She did nothing but quietly chant, bind. Instantly, a series of iron chains appeared out of nowhere, tightly binding Iriel. She was temporarily unable to move. Era placed her hands on her hips and scoffed. How does it feel, now that the power of the holy nation you so deeply believed in, to think she'd be bound by an elf? Iriel stubbornly retorted. The power of the holy nation is much more than this. She showed her deep resolve. By any means necessary, we will bring the saint to the holy nation, even if it's only his body. And then a loud slap echoed. One of Iriel's cheeks was red and swollen, and the one who delivered the blow was Ira, who warned in a low voice, Don't you speak so carelessly with that filthy mouth. The saint's body that you wish to take is more important to me than my own life. Even now, Iriel seemed unable to believe what had just happened. Era glared, leaning in close to her face to threaten her. Do you want your disgusting kingdom wiped off the map? Just then, Jay's voice cut in. That's enough. He calmly repeated. I already said I would go to the holy nation. Iriel's face lit up with joy, but before she could celebrate, Jay added a single word, however. He then coldly stated, on certain conditions. Iriel was immediately taken aback by his words, asking, Conditions? Jay held up one finger and began to list them, while she was still bound by Era's spell. First, I will not become a saint just for God's sake. He boldly expressed his stance. I will become a saint of my own will, and I'll stop whenever I please. Iriel immediately objected with dissatisfaction. Stop being a saint? That's unacceptable. Before she could finish, Jay held up a second finger. Second, if something like this ever happens again, then I can't say what will happen. Iriel asked, What do you mean what will happen? He answered nonchalantly, I told you, I don't know either. But then again, I might just leave the holy nation and try becoming the saint of an enemy nation. He made such a shocking declaration so casually that it left Iriel stunned. What? Her mind was in turmoil. A saint betraying God? And then Iriel reassured herself. It's fine. If he betrays God anyway, all the divine arts he possesses will vanish. She then continued to probe. Is there anything else? Jay crossed his arms and calmly said, Of course there is. He held up another finger. Third, grant me access to all the libraries in the holy nation. Finally, a condition that satisfied Iriel. That's simple enough. However, he immediately dashed her hopes by holding up another finger. Fourth, Iriel yelled, There's still more? He stated his demand. You must compensate me for the entire time that I'm working. That's a given. But as for clothes, food, and housing, all of those things you will provide for me, won't you? Iriel suddenly became wary and pressed. Compensation? What exactly do you want to be paid with? Jay then made a gesture for a coin. Come on, do you even have to ask? With money, of course. This greedy attitude left Iriel speechless. The knights, unable to tolerate his arrogance, indignantly cut in. That's enough, holy maiden. The saint holds an incredibly noble position. Why should we have to accept these conditions? Another tactless knight chimed in. That's right. Besides, what kind of saint would demand money? God must have surely made a mistake. That last sentence seemed to strike a nerve with Iriel. Her murderous aura flared as she growled. Are you suggesting God made a mistake? The two knights cowered together. Our apologies. After that, she began to negotiate. Among the conditions you've just laid out, I'm not sure about the first one, but I will accept all the remaining ones. Jay let out a sigh and said dismissively, Huh? But the first condition is the most important one. Iriel was left helpless by his capricious attitude. Oh dear God. Then he turned away. Day extended his hand towards Phi, who was resting at the base of a tree, and demanded, Apologize to me. He added solemnly, then turned to the elven chieftain Era and requested, Let her go. She was not very willing, but she complied anyway. Once released, Iriel hesitated before saying, Well, I cannot apologize. She put on an expression of unease. Please understand my position. I am only a saintess following the commands of God. Day sighed. Of course, he didn't let it slide and questioned her, Understand your position? Then who was it that refused to consider things from the elves' standpoint and threatened them first? Iriel tried to justify her actions. I had to do that to take you with me, because you had ignored all of our prior requests. Before she could finish, Day concluded. So in the end, you cannot apologize, is that right? Iriel closed her eyes and firmly confirmed. Correct. To keep the situation from getting too tense, she explained. Further, if a simple apology would suffice, I would do it 1,000 times, but our responsibility is incredibly great, and a single word could provoke the wrath of God. Hearing this, Day had nothing more to discuss. Is that so? Fine then. He turned away and said coldly, Then this is over. Go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint. This statement left Iriel stunned. Then Day glanced over at the elven chieftain. Let's go, Era. We still have to treat Phi. She agreed almost instantly. All right. The two of them then ignored the saintess, walking over to the tree to help Phi get up. Seeing this, Iriel faltered. Wait. She reached out her hand, wanting to stop them. Hey, hold on. Iriel placed a hand on her chest, declaring, Though I cannot apologize, I will do everything in my power to help her. So please, be generous. Day cut her off coldly. No one needs your assistance. He turned his head to glare at her. All I wanted was for you to apologize. With that, he ignored her and left. Iriel looked like she was on the verge of tears. Day carried Phi on his back and called to Era, Let's get going. As sunset descended upon the forest canopy, Era's voice rang out. Are you really sure about this? She tried to persuade him. It's still not too late, you know. If you just say yes, they will welcome you with open arms. Day stood by his principles, replying, I have no regrets. If that's a place filled with people who can't apologize for the things they've done, then I'd rather not go at all. Hearing this, Era had a question. Why would you sacrifice so much for those who are not your own kind? He answered with a smirk. I just want to do what I want. Hearing that, she then asked, And what is it that you want? Day didn't hide anything, a happy life. This answer left Era even more confused. Then all the more reason you should become the saint, shouldn't you? Day didn't deny it. Well, being a saint would be nice, he added. But even the little things weigh on my mind. Helping people when they're sick, a life like that isn't so bad, is it? He smiled, looking up at the sky. Living in a small place, but one that makes me feel happy, is enough to make me content. Era smiled, as if she couldn't argue with him. She complimented him. You truly are a special one. The sun gradually set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. Iriel stood silently, lost in thought. She recalled the words. Day spoke before he left. Then this is over. Go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint. Iriel fell into a pensive silence. Suddenly, a knight approached her and said, Saintess, there must be some misunderstanding, right? If not, how could someone like that become a saint? She repeated softly. Is this a mistake? Suddenly, she took off her armor, shocking the knight. Saintess, what are you doing? Iriel gave an order. You all head back first. She made a decision that was shocking. I will make a trip to the elf village. In the village deep within the forest, 2 young elves stood on guard, starting to gossip. By the way, will Fia be all right? It's hard to say. Fia's condition is very serious right now. Suddenly, the 2 of them noticed someone approaching from a distance. Immediately, the 2 young men went into defensive mode, taking a stance to prepare for an attack at any moment. Stop right there. You human are not allowed to take another step. Iriel raised her hands and quickly explained, I didn't come here to fight. I came to meet the saint that you all like. The 2 young elves wondered, Our village has a saint? Although they were a bit skeptical, not just anyone could casually enter the village. They did not accept Iriel's request and even warned her. Even if what you say is true, we cannot let a human into this village. Get lost immediately. If you take one more step, we'll consider it an attack. Iriel had no choice but to take a step back. She conceded and pleaded. If that's the case, then at least help me pass a message to that saint that I am here to see him. The elf with the bow immediately refused. I won't do it. You should go back. She humbled herself once more. Then please let me wait here. She spoke up to reassure them. I absolutely will not harm any of you. The 2 young men exchanged glances. Then they agreed to a compromise. Then go wait over there in the distance. If you come any closer, we will attack. Ariel bowed gratefully. Thank you. I won't get any closer, don't worry. They stared at her small figure as she walked away. After Ariel was out of sight, one of them had a thought. A saint. Could it be Day? Finding a suitable spot, Ariel placed her luggage on the ground. She reached down to take off her shoes and began to pray. The mana within her started to activate. At that moment, a golden holy power enveloped Ariel's entire body. Over here, one of the young elves felt that things weren't quite right, and spoke up. First of all, we should probably go inform Day. The other one agreed, nodding. The sun gradually set behind the horizon, a sunset deep in the elf village. Fia's injuries had been treated meticulously, but based on her current state, she was still in a deep coma. In front of her, Day let out a sigh of relief and stretched his shoulders. The crisis is over. Now we can breathe a little easier. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Day, are you in there? He went to open the door. What's the matter? One of the two elf guards reported. There's someone outside the village looking for you. Hearing this, Day's heart skipped a beat. They even tracked me down all the way here? He had a misunderstanding and anxiously asked, how many of them are there, 10 or 20? The young elf was bewildered. It's just one person. Day froze, showing a look of suspicion. Just one person? A while later, the sky had turned dark. He walked over to the elves and said, I'm here. They all cheered. Ah. One young elf cheerfully ran up and put an arm around his shoulder. Where did the guest of honor run off to? Day gave a forced smile. You guys are having this much fun without me? He quickly returned to the main topic. Ahem. So who was it that was looking for me? The young elf hesitated. Ah, about that. He pointed in a direction. Over there. Day followed his gaze. He saw Ariel was still holding the same praying posture from the moment she arrived, making him silently click his tongue. What on earth did she come here for? He then approached her and spoke. Hey, did the saintess come looking for me? Ariel didn't answer. An elf came over and said, it's no use. She's been like that since sunset. It's been at least 3 hours. Day was speechless upon hearing this. He observed Ariel and thought to himself, she'll probably get up soon, should I wait? In the end, Day actually waited, waiting through the entire night. And then, at dawn the next day, Ariel let out a breath, stretching her stiff neck from holding the same position for over 10 hours. At the same time, the tired voice of Day rang out. How in the world can someone pray for an entire day like that? Ariel's eyes flew open, and the first thing she saw was Day's impatient face. She was too stunned to process it, and her mouth kept stuttering. Saint, he cut her off. Saint what? What are you doing here? Ariel didn't dare to look him straight in the eye. She turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. I have something I need to tell you, Day immediately asked. Are you here to apologize? She said awkwardly. Apologize? I can't do that, but instead I want to do something to show my sincerity here. Hearing this, Day put on an expression of disgust. So she refused to apologize and just came all this way to salvage the situation. Ariel immediately panicked and put her hands on the ground, wanting to get up and explain. That's not what I meant at all. All this dawdling made Day a bit annoyed. So how do you plan on showing your sincerity? She expressed apologetically. Because of my position, I can't say I'm sorry, but I will stay here to atone until all the elves forgive me. Day calmly analyzed. If you go missing, the Holy Kingdom will come looking for you, right? Then our two sides will just start fighting again. Have you considered that? He asked bluntly. Ariel replied softly. Of course I have. That's why I was praying. Because I have already spoken with God. The Holy Kingdom can't just come looking for me as they please. Her words were a bit hard to believe, and Day looked skeptical. So how am I supposed to trust you? She sighed. You're right. There's no way for you to believe me. Then Ariel continued. But if I were truly lying, wouldn't the elves here be able to tell whether I'm lying or not? Besides, the number of people here could easily subdue me in an instant. Day stared at her intently, wondering whether to trust her. After a moment of thought, he decided to believe her. Fine. Day only gave her one condition. Do as you please, but in return, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. If the elves make you go back, you have to comply. Not expecting anything more, Ariel's face lit up with joy. Okay, thank you so much. He then turned his back with a scoff, while Ariel reached out and hesitantly called, Saint. Day turned back, annoyed. What now? She hesitated. The thing was, Ariel was completely filthy. She asked shyly, if I wanted to bathe, where would I go? Day gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, she's seriously a pain. It was another clear day with gentle sunlight shining down on the forest. After getting herself cleaned up, Ariel once again began to pray, and holy power enveloped her body. Nearby, 2 elves stood watching her. One young man said in disbelief, from yesterday to today, she's been kneeling like that all day long. The other wondered, kneeling like that? Aren't you tired? Just then, they noticed someone approaching and exclaimed, Day, you're back. With a bag on his shoulder, he replied, yes, you've all worked hard. An elf asked, but Day, are you just going to leave that girl like that? He glanced over at Ariel and wondered to himself, What exactly is a god that she would go to such lengths? Sunset fell upon the small house at the edge of the forest. Day opened the door and went inside, calling out, "I'm home." Inside, the first thing he saw was his parents being all lovey-dovey. Io saw Day and casually greeted him. "Oh, you're back, Day?" He held back a laugh. "Just continue what you were doing." His father wanted to explain that it wasn't like that. Day. By the second call, he had already slammed his door shut and entered his room. Day tossed his bag onto the floor and flopped, spread-eagled onto his bed, sighing, "I'm so tired, I have zero energy." Suddenly, he fell into deep thought. He recalled what had happened earlier. Era had advised him frankly, "Day, I hope you'll go to the Holy Nation." He was taking care of Pia at the time, and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" With her hands on her hips, she gave him some serious advice. "Since you're Yustaf's brother, I can't be the one responsible for you. I'm glad that you're thinking of us. But seizing an opportunity when it comes is very important." Back in the present, he stared up at the ceiling, thinking to himself, "Ira's right. I promised I would go to the Holy Nation to study medicine, and cure all the diseases that are incurable here." After thinking it through, Day shot up and opened his bag, and took out a book, telling himself, "That's right, that's it." Day's determination soared. He couldn't just let an opportunity like this pass him by. A moment later, a shrill cry echoed through the house. "What? What did you just say?" The question was accompanied by the sound of a fork clattering to the floor. The speaker was Sen, who asked again in disbelief, "You're going to become a saint? And what do you mean you have to go to the Holy Nation?" Day was silent, not trying to hide it, and admitted the truth. It was true, he was leaving. Sen knew her son too well. With tears welling up, she covered her mouth with both hands. "Are you serious?" Io, also in disbelief, asked another question. "When are you leaving? Will you not be able to come home?" Only then did Day speak up. "I plan to leave tomorrow. I'm not sure when I'll be back, but I will definitely return." Sen covered her face, her voice breaking into sobs. "No way." Io hugged his wife and added, "Saints have to live their entire lives in the Holy Nation." Day assured them once more, "I will come back. I definitely will." Suddenly, Sen rushed forward and hugged her son. "Why do you suddenly want to become a saint?" Io tried to act strong, comforting his wife. "Honey, our son is about to leave. Why are you crying? You'll just make him sad." But as he said that, his own face was already streaked with tears. "Until you return, I'll take good care of your mother, so don't you worry about a thing. Just go and come back safely, son." Tears welled up in Day's eyes as well. He forced a bright smile and replied, "I'll take care of myself." Seeing his son on the verge of tears, his father teased him. "You didn't cry when you were little, but now you're crying as a grown man?" Day retorted, "I'm not crying. And besides, you're one to talk." The next morning, in the elf village, Iriel sat on the ground and let out a long sigh. Her stomach was currently rumbling violently. Iriel clutched her stomach and groaned. She was so hungry that her mood had turned gloomy. Earlier, Day had pointed out to her, "That grass is edible, you can just eat it." With that, he waved and turned to leave, not forgetting to add one last comment. "Well, you're on your own now." Iriel looked at the strange plant Day had pointed to, which was emitting a suspicious aura, and wondered, "Eat this thing? Is that it?" She picked one, and a sticky, gooey liquid oozed all over Iriel's hand. She looked at it with disgust, deeply, but since she was starving, she just shoved it into her mouth. Her eyes flew wide open, her expression indescribable. She thought to herself that it was horribly spicy and bitter. Then her stomach began to protest, and Iriel broke out in a cold sweat, clutching her abdomen. The two elven guards who witnessed the tragic scene couldn't help but turn pale. "What? She ate it raw? Do humans have to go through a life of penance like this?" As for Iriel, only one thought screamed in her mind. Water, water. Luckily, there was a lake nearby. Iriel ran for her life toward her only salvation. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped in, burying her face in the water and gulping it down. Just then, Day's infuriating face popped into her mind, and Iriel's heart filled with resentment. "Day, what in the world did you tell me to do?" Now, under the clear blue sky, Iriel lay sprawled on the ground, letting out a sigh. Her face was the very picture of exhaustion as she wondered, "Maybe I should just give up and go back." After a moment, she sighed wearily, then tried to convince herself, "I can't, this is a trial from God, I have to be patient." Just then, a figure approached. "Hey Saintess, get up." Day looked down at her and said, "Get ready, we're going to the Holy Empire." Hearing his words, Iriel asked in disbelief. "What?" Day repeated. "I said, get up so we can head to the Holy Empire." She stammered. Does that mean you've forgiven me?" He immediately poured cold water on her hopes. "Of course not." Iriel's eyes welled up with tears. "I knew it." He sighed and told her, "Go on and get ready. I have to say my goodbyes before we leave." Just then, a female elf approached. "Day, you're back?" Day quickly replied, "Yes. How is Pia?" The elf gave an unexpected update. "We were actually waiting for you. I heard that Pia just woke up. You should go see her." After that, Day rushed toward the house, calling out, Pia! He joyfully threw the door open and entered, calling out again, Pia! She looked surprised. Day, he said with a hint of relief. You're awake, I'm so glad. He asked if she was feeling okay. Are you all right? Pia replied softly. Thankfully, yes. Just then, Era walked in. It's good to know you've recovered faster than expected. Day smiled and asked, Did you come because you were worried about Pia too? Ira crossed her arms, putting on a cool front as she replied, I'm just fulfilling my duties as clan leader and looking after my people. Meanwhile, a flustered Pia wanted to throw off her blanket and get up. Clan leader Era, my apologies. Before she could finish, Era raised a hand to stop her. It's fine, don't move. You haven't fully recovered yet. Then, she noticed the pack on Day's back. Era stated, It seems you've changed your mind. Day didn't try to hide it, replying calmly, Yes, I'm going to the Holy Empire. Because an opportunity like this may never come again. I've decided to follow your advice and do everything I can. Era lowered her gaze and smiled faintly, making a decision. That's right, you should leave soon then. Her words stunned Pia, who let out a loud, huh, before realizing she had been rude. She lowered her voice and glanced at the clan leader. My apologies for shouting in your presence, clan leader Era. She replied calmly, It's fine, don't worry about me. Day chose the worst moment to chime in. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me. With that, both elven women's faces darkened simultaneously. Era asked in a low voice, Are you mocking me? Pia didn't let it slide either. How dare you? Day bowed his head apologetically. I'm sorry. Pia returned to the main topic, asking, Where are you going? I thought you were going to stay? Here? Don't tell me you're going with those people to the Holy Empire? She guessed. Day rubbed his chin and confirmed. I'm not exactly going with them. I was planning to go anyway. But you're right. I'm heading to the Holy Empire. She then asked for how long. Day hesitated before giving a time frame. I'm not sure, but probably a few years. Hearing this, Pia's face went blank, which confused him. Then she smiled cheerfully and said, Oh well, I was worrying for nothing. Travel safely. This attitude from Pia disappointed him a little. Oh, okay. I'll be back. He scratched his head and forced a smile, thinking to himself, I forgot that forest elves have a different concept of time. Suddenly, Era spoke up. Is that all you have to say? Can we talk for a moment? Day was puzzled but agreed. Huh? Yes. With that, he left. See you later. Inside Ira's house, she spoke with a calm expression. I want to give you something. Please accept it. Hearing about a gift, Day became a little excited. You want to give me something? What is it? Era requested. Give me your hand. He obediently placed his hand in her palm. Like this? Era placed her other hand on the back of his, and began to chant, This is my mark, and it will be proof that I am always with you. A blue light flashed where their hands touched. When Era let him go, Day stared in shock at the back of his hand. When did a sigil appear there? What is this? Era placed a hand on her chest, and confidently admitted, It's me. Day looked at the sigil and then back at her, a question mark appearing over his head. Then his jaw dropped as he guessed, Is this some kind of contract to force humans to serve forest elves as their masters? He had heard they used this to enslave humans until death. Seeing his perplexed expression, Ira interrupted Day's wild thoughts. Whatever you're thinking, it's not that. It's just my mark, don't worry about it. Day repeated in disbelief. A mark? Era explained. Yes, it's a sigil made from my magic that I've placed on you, like I'm giving myself to you as a gift. I believe humans call it possession. Her words made him blush a little. Possession? She gave him a gentle, affectionate smile. I will always be with you. I hope it will protect you on your journey. Day observed the sigil on the back of his hand closely, then suddenly smirked. He smiled brightly and said gratefully, Thank you. I'll see you again soon. Afterwards, dusk fell. The sun had almost set. Iriel was smiling to herself the whole way, and seeing her so cheerful, Day gave her a judgmental look. Finally unable to hold back, he asked, Why are you so happy? Iriel replied, her heart soaring, Of course I'm happy. How could I not be when I'm finally returning to my lord? Day was speechless, thinking to himself, living in the wild must have been tough for her. She urged, Let's go. Day looked towards the forest and replied, Yeah, let's go. He gazed towards the sky. The sun was gradually disappearing behind the trees, and a light breeze blew across his face. Just then, Iriel spoke, Do you have any regrets? Day continued to look into the distance, replying firmly, I'll be coming back here anyway. He returned to the previous topic. And the conditions I mentioned are still valid, right? Iriel winked, implying, I might have more to say about your first condition, but the others are fine. And of course, Day's expression was filled with disgust. After that, he didn't bother to haggle anymore and just turned to leave. Day thought to himself, this is going to be a long journey. Iriel set off, and in no time, it was dusk. The two of them arrived at a small town. Day held the map, thinking about where to stay. Where was it? Didn't Iriel say there was a place we needed to visit before heading to the Holy Land? Earlier, Iriel held a map and guided him. First, we're going to the Imperial City, not the Holy Land. Day repeated in confusion. The Imperial City. She pointed at the map and began to explain. Exactly, because our companions are in the Imperial City of Celia. We'll go to Celia and meet up with those companions, and finally, everyone will head to the Holy Land together. She sighed emotionally. Well then, we'll have to travel with everything we've got. Day wondered why she was so excited. He rubbed his chin, thinking it would take about 3 days to reach the Imperial City, but if he used mana to travel quickly, it would only take about 1 day. And he wasn't very pleased. It felt like taking a pointless detour. If he was going to run all day, he needed to stretch a bit. Seeing him stretching his legs back and forth, Iriel asked, "What are you doing?" She held the reins of a horse and asked in disbelief, "You're not actually planning to run, are you?" Day looked at her as if she'd asked a strange question. He replied naively, "Wouldn't it be faster to run?" Iriel was so exasperated she could only exclaim, "Oh my goodness." She tried her best to explain. Even for me, traveling like that using my divine power would be a risky challenge. And it's certainly impossible for a saint who hasn't even awakened their divine power. Day closed his eyes and calculated silently. If it was his own mana path, there was no reason it would be impossible. It was even faster than riding a horse, but she had bought that horse for a comfortable journey, and he was just disregarding it. After coming to this realization, he nonchalantly said, "So what? We don't need to break a sweat. That's great." Iriel, who had already mounted the horse, said, "I only bought one horse as a backup for emergencies. Is that okay? If you feel uncomfortable riding together, then..." Before she could finish, he cut in. "Anyway, I don't know how to ride a horse, so I couldn't go by myself." With that said, he jumped on, and Iriel spurred the horse forward. The two of them set off sharing the horse, and Day felt a little excited. "Let's go." To Celia. After traveling for a while, the sky grew dark, and Iriel spoke up, "We'll rest here for tonight." Day perked up and volunteered, "I'll do the cooking, just wait a moment." With that, he pointed a finger and quietly chanted, "Fire." Immediately, a flame erupted in the middle of the stone hearth. Iriel asked in astonishment, "You can activate magic with just the activation word? You're very skilled for your age, aren't you? Are you the commander of the second squad or something?" Day replied as he opened his bag. "Ah, of course not." He hung a pot over the fire, then pointed at it again and chanted, "Water." Iriel watched his every move, thinking to herself, "The pot is ready, and next are the ingredients." Suddenly, among the things Day pulled out, there was one that she remembered all too well. Iriel was horrified as she saw the plant that had tormented her stomach, and she shouted, "Whoa, wait a second, don't put that in." But it was too late. He had already dropped it into the pot, and said casually, "Why? It's delicious. You should try it." Iriel, still terrified by the memory, said, "You call that spicy and bitter taste delicious?" Day understood, let out a breath, and asked with a smile, "Did you eat the leaves of this herb, or just the root?" Iriel hesitated. "Well, that's obvious," he explained. "Normally, you only eat the root of this herb, even though its leaves are more nutritious, because they're too bitter and spicy to swallow." Iriel seemed enlightened, but her expression remained dazed. "What's the problem then?" Day handed the bowl of soup he had made to Iriel. "Come on, relax your face and just give it a try it. It has a very special flavor." She took it with both hands and thanked him. It looked very ordinary, with steam rising from it. Iriel looked at the soup bowl, thinking to herself, "It smells quite nice, and it looks delicious just from a glance." She took a small spoonful and brought it to her lips for a taste, after which a look of amazement crossed Iriel's face as she silently thought, "So delicious." Then she quickly picked up the bowl and ate. Day was puzzled. Why is she eating so fast? There are so many things that surprise me more than I expected. He reminded her out of concern, "Eating like that will give you indigestion. Eat slowly." She obediently replied, "Yes." Sometime later, the two of them stood on a cliff, and before them was a vast city. Iriel exclaimed, "Look, that's the royal capital." Celia. The two rode their horses into the city, and Day looked around, assessing. "The market is quite large, as expected of a royal capital." Iriel then asked, "It's completely different from the outskirts, isn't it?" "What? Do you want to go look around for a bit? We've arrived at the royal capital. There will be an army here." Day thought to himself in awe. This is the Xia royal capital. He wondered, "This is my first time here. I hope there won't be any problems." At that moment, the two had arrived in front of the royal capital's gate. A guard approached. "My lady, you have arrived." He then inquired, "May we know the identity of the person behind you?" Iriel smiled and answered succinctly, "The saint." She slyly asked him, "Isn't that right, saint?" He didn't even bother to argue and declared directly, "I am the Saint Day." The guard was stunned. Forgive us, we did not know. Please come inside." The two walked on a red carpet into the royal capital, where a priest was already waiting and welcomed her. "My lady, you must be tired after such a long journey." Iriel spoke. "The mission in the royal capital Celia is complete. Tomorrow, I will leave here and head to the Holy Land. Please contact our homeland and inform them that I will be returning with the saint. The priest bowed his head. I understand. I will inform the Holy Land and prepare for the journey. After those people left, she turned and said to Day, well then, Saint, you should go rest first. I'll show you to your quarters. Day opened the door to his assigned room and was amazed by how spacious and magnificent it was inside. Day stood at the doorway, thinking, isn't this on the level of a 5-star luxury hotel? I couldn't visit a place like this before because I was too busy, but now I'm standing right here. Iriel asked from behind him, are you satisfied? He replied enthusiastically, I tend to spend a lot when I'm this satisfied. Hearing this, Iriel was reassured and turned to leave. The saint needs his rest. I'll be going now. Day took off his bag and asked, we're heading to the Holy Land tomorrow morning, right? Iriel looked at him, not answering the question but giving a mischievous smile. See you tomorrow morning. Day watched her retreating back, confused. Huh, what does that mean? He was bewildered. What was that? Something strange. Then he sat down on the bed and let out a soft sigh. He had changed into a night robe and was lying on the bed. Tomorrow, I'm really going to the Holy Land. Day thought to himself, the Holy Land is where I'll be living in the future, but what's it like? Before he could think it through, he had unknowingly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Day had changed back into his clothes when a voice called from outside the door. Saint, are you awake yet? He came out, still a bit sleepy. Yeah, I'm all ready, let's go. Iriel smirked. If you're ready, then let's depart. She had also changed into appropriate formal attire and said with a smile, we're going to greet the king. Day calmly replied, then let's go greet the king quickly. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Huh? He asked again, where did you say we're going? To see who? Iriel stared at him intently. Going to meet the king of the royal city of Celia. His heart screamed, why do I have to? Then he accepted the order, but still complained a little. You should have told me beforehand, if you had just spoken to me last night. Iriel smiled gently and said, it's nothing urgent. It's mostly to express our gratitude and report that you will be departing, that's all. Day scratched his head in embarrassment. No, I can't do that. If I'm meeting the king, I need to prepare myself mentally for things like rules and etiquette. She expressed deep concern, explaining, I didn't tell you because I was afraid the saint would lose sleep and have difficulties with the upcoming schedule. Is there a problem? But he wasn't moved in the slightest and instead raised his guard, thinking to himself, her being this kind makes me suspicious. I'm screwed. After that, the two of them actually arrived at the royal palace and were invited inside. You've had a long journey. Someone inquired. Are you the newly chosen saint? Day broke out in a sweat, looked forward, and answered, yes. The man sitting on the throne in front of him was King Diogator of Celia. He wondered to himself, this person is the king of the royal city of Celia? Welcome. The two of you must be exhausted after such a long journey. Someone also replied, thank you for allowing us to rest before meeting with you, your majesty. Below, Iriel performed a ceremonial bow, bowing her head to greet him. Day, however, stood frozen like a statue. At this, Iriel gestured to him. Saint, he seemed to understand Iriel's hint and let out an "oh." Then Day quickly bowed his head as well. Iriel sighed, while he gritted his teeth angrily at her, thinking to himself, you kept quiet just to embarrass me, didn't you? Just then, Diogator spoke up with a pensive look. You may raise your heads. They responded in unison. Thank you, your majesty. Then the king began to speak. I have heard that you are returning to the holy nation today. The two of them answered in unison once more. Yes, that is correct, your majesty. Iriel replied with a confident look. The fact that we can return to the holy nation is all thanks to your benevolence. My lord, allow me to sincerely thank you on behalf of the holy nation. Hearing this, Diogator waved his hand and smiled, replying, I didn't do a thing. It was the holy nation that protected you on your journey. Iriel placed a hand on her chest, showing her gratitude. It was because you permitted us to stay in the kingdom of Sulia. That is how we were able to safely find and return with the saint. We will certainly repay this debt to you. At these words, Diogator looked intrigued and raised a hand to his chin. Repaying a debt, you say? I shall remember your words and call upon them should the need arise. Then he continued, speaking of which, you are the newly chosen saint, are you not? Day seemed surprised and introduced himself. Yes, my name is Day. Diogator's eyes swept over him, scrutinizing him, while he thought to himself, no matter how many times I check, I can't sense any mana flow, and looking at his physique, it looks like he's had training in swordsmanship. The king's expression grew thoughtful as he mused. I was worried that another saint had appeared, but it seems I have nothing to worry about regarding him. What a relief. Having thought this, he said aloud, I never imagined I would be able to meet the saint and a saintess at the same time like this. What an honor this is. Day looked a bit surprised, but Iriel remained calm and replied, Thank you, your majesty. Day furrowed his brow and turned to Iriel. Hey, saintess, shouldn't we be heading out now? At that moment, a voice rang out, so then now I will. Just then, Diogator suddenly interrupted. Oh, Saintess Iriel, you did say you would repay your debt, correct? She was a bit surprised but answered calmly. Yes, that is correct. Is there something you need assistance with? Diogator hesitated for a moment. A memory suddenly surfaced, and he began to explain. To be honest, my cousin, the daughter of the Prince of Silos, is ill. Many priests have gone to see her, but not only were they unable to cure her, they couldn't even figure out what illness she actually has. I was hoping you could repay the favor by visiting her this time. Iriel? Hearing this, Day froze solid, thinking to himself. What? There's no way she can say no. Day gritted his teeth, signaling to Iriel that they still had a long journey ahead and she should refuse immediately. Seeing his signal, she silently responded, I understand. And then she finally replied out loud, There's no way I can refuse your offer, my lord. Hearing this, Day was completely stunned and snapped his head towards her. What? Diogator was pleased to hear such an answer. Thank you. I was quite worried. But by her side there is also His Holiness, so I'm sure the two of you can handle it. Thank you, Saintess Iriel. She forced a smile, her face turning dark. This wasn't what I had in mind at all. Meanwhile, outside, Day sighed. Honestly, why is the journey to the Holy Nation becoming so long? Iriel was at a loss for words. In an awkward situation like this, all one could do was offer a confident smile. Oh, about that. She came up with an excuse to change Day's mind. It's because now you're a member of the Holy Nation. You can come with me and learn how to use your divine arts. In the long run, it will be very beneficial for the whole world. Day frowned and replied, Won't it take even longer if we go to that prince's territory and then go to the Holy Nation? She quickly answered Day, well, yes it will. After that, Day agreed with her. All right, whatever. Then he gave a gentle smile and looked at Iriel. He did mention someone was sick, right? If we can help them, then why shouldn't we go visit them as soon as possible? We'll go wherever we need to, as long as we can help the patient. That is the true mission of a doctor. At that moment, elsewhere, a priest spoke up. My apologies, Saintess. The priest looked a little worried. We have already informed the Holy Nation that we are on our way back. But to say you are going to visit the prince, I cannot permit this. I am sorry, Saintess. Iriel quickly explained. It was a request from the King of Cilia. Please forgive me. But I was in a position where I really couldn't refuse. And so the priest asked her, So, what did the king promise in return? Iriel answered him. He promised nothing. This is just to repay the debt for him allowing us to stay here. Hearing this, the priest sighed. So, because he had a valid reason to make that request, I suppose we have no other choice. I will contact back to the Holy Nation and let them know that I will be returning to the kingdom later than planned. Iriel felt a pang of guilt and replied, Thank you for understanding. We'll leave immediately to save time. Day looked on unhappily, with his hands on his hips, at the priest. On the way, Day silently reflected on how he had seen people react to medicine before. After the first patient was treated, their reaction was very, very surprising. I wonder how my second patient in this world will react. Just then, the sun began to set, and the priest suddenly spoke up. We will make camp here. The priest chose a stopping point in this direction. While Day was busy cooking something, excited voices rang out. Hey, look over there. Is that the saint? The gossip continued. Isn't the saint more handsome than the rumors about him? Let's go talk to him. Suddenly, someone walked up to Day and stammered, Excuse me, saint. This person tucked her hair back, her face slightly flushed. Do you need any help, sir? Day replied politely. Oh no, I'm fine. Another girl approached, eagerly asking, If it's not too much trouble, could you let us sit next to you? We were just wondering what you're doing. Being surrounded by beautiful women for a change, Day was overjoyed and replied, Of course, I don't mind at all. Please, sit wherever you'd like, as long as you're comfortable. Hearing these words, the two girls' hearts fluttered. Thank you, sir. The girls gathered around him. What is this? Day explained to them. Oh, this is a type of plant that grows in the elf forest. The sun sank lower and lower. After a while, he finally escaped from the girls, scratching his head wearily, thinking, Why are these kids so hyper? I couldn't get away from them at all. Just then, a voice caught Day's attention. About the new saint? He's so young. Do you think it's wise to follow him? He's just a kid who does whatever he wants and even makes all sorts of demands on the Holy Nation. Another person replied, Do you remember that time the saintess was slapped by an elf? Day, hiding behind a tree, overheard this and became furious. I get it now. I swear. Do they really think it's okay to talk behind people's backs like that? The woman continued. We can only find out once we get to the Holy Nation, whether he's just a puppet saint. Iriel appeared out of nowhere and spoke. What were you saying about me and the saint? Why don't you say it again to my face? She gave a terrifying smile. A puppet saint, Iriel asked again. Or perhaps I misheard. Her eyes turned demonic. I must ask why you were speaking about me and the saint. Maybe I'm not aware of the situation, but why don't you continue your conversation? It seems you still have a lot to say, don't you? And then, both of them fell silent. She continued. If you say nothing now, then I'll just assume that everything I heard is true, and that this is your opinion, and I can do whatever I want with you, is that right? The man from before answered awkwardly. About that, we thought it was important to remind every one of all the things you have done. Iriel's gaze became more terrifying than ever. All the things I have done? What does that have to do with you? Did I tell you to go and complain about it to everyone? You say you're doing it for my sake, but did I ever ask you to do that for me? At that moment, the priest stepped in to intervene. Saintess. He was sweating bullets. These children just made a mistake. They still have a lot to learn. They didn't mean to harm you, so please forgive them. As he spoke, he pushed the man's head down. What are you? What are you doing? Aren't you going to apologize to the saintess? Iriel coldly replied. You think a simple apology is enough? You dared to speak ill of the saint behind his back, calling him a stupid child, and even calling him a clueless puppet. And now you want me to forgive them? Faced with her barrage of questions, everyone was terrified. Iriel looked at them with a stern voice. The saint is the one chosen by God. Your disrespect to the saint is the same as disrespecting God. Therefore, this is considered blasphemy. She continued, do you really think a sincere apology is enough to resolve this? However, if you fail to make me understand your reasoning, well, Day has been behind that tree listening to everything, Iriel said coldly. I really don't know what will happen next. The girl from before trembled, stammering, unable to form words. Saint Iriel, forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken like that about you. Hearing this, Iriel shouted angrily, you're apologizing to the wrong person. You insulted a saint chosen by God and you can't even apologize properly? She gritted her teeth. There are people who can't apologize even if they want to. Hearing this, Day's heart grew heavy, thinking, what did she just say? What? Is she talking about herself? He continued to think, I know it's not easy for a young person like her to bear a heavy title like saint. She understands the kind of pressure that can make people feel. Day gave a faint smile, a feeling that he understood all too well. He was called a genius surgeon in his past life. Day let out a sigh, wondering, why? Don't I just go out there? With that thought, he spoke up. Is everyone done talking? As he stepped out, it became hard to continue. Listening. Everyone gasped when they saw him. Saint Day continued. So that's how everyone thinks of me. You think I'm just a child and a puppet saint. Seeing the girl who had slandered him looking ashamed and stuttering. That's not what we meant. The guy next to her also chimed in. We were trying to say. Suddenly, Day spoke. Come to think of it, you're not wrong, because, if I don't do anything, I really am just a puppet saint. Hearing this, Iriel unhappily shouted, Your Holiness. What do you mean? How could you be a puppet? Day smiled and replied to her, think about it, I have no holy power at all and just, by coming to the holy nation, what can I accomplish? Even though I was chosen by God, don't you think I'd make a perfect puppet? Isn't that what everyone is thinking? At his words, they all just stood there looking at each other. Iriel refuted what Day said. Of course not. Who would think of you like that? I'm sure God must have had a reason for choosing you as the saint. Day heard this and countered. Wait, who said that's why God chose me? I'm just saying that many people in the Holy Empire think of me that way. He continued. Since they're the ones who are bad-mouthing me, would you mind if I handled them myself? Iriel replied to him, yes, go ahead. At this, Day asked, if I wanted these people to be punished, what would happen? Iriel answered him, the first heresy inquisitor would arrest and execute them. When they heard heresy inquisitor, they begged in fear, Sir, please forgive us. We spoke without thinking, please forgive our mistake. Day glanced at the people behind them, then raised his hand and pointed at the two gossipers. Everyone, I'm sure there are many others who joke about me, not just the people here, saying things like I'm just a puppet, see me as an arrogant child, or that I have no power at all. He continued, I don't think what you are all saying is wrong. Just as you think, I am young, and I have no credibility, power, ability, standing, or any connection to you, all. Day's gaze grew serious. That is why I will go to the Holy Empire for a few years, to prove myself to each and every one of you. A confused man asked, what do you mean by that? The man beside him also asked, what are you trying to prove? Day turned his back, clenching his fist. All of you who spoke ill of me behind my back, I will definitely make you regret it, and I will make those of you who disrespected me remember this moment well. And as proof and a promise for that day, he held out his hand. I will not punish those of you here. Hearing this, the two of them were deeply moved. Sir, that young man had tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. We should have thought before we spoke about you. The girl beside him said the same. We will repent for our mistake and learn from it. We are truly sorry. Day gave a gentle smile. I hope you will regret this decision even more in the future. And in order to achieve my goal, I will do my utmost to restore the honor of the Holy Empire. The bright and full moon witnessed Day's words. I don't know how long that will take. It may take many years, but I will do everything in my power to make you regret what you did today. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Day with admiration. The atmosphere grew strangely silent. A moment later, Day returned to his spot to cook. Ariel spoke up. That was an impressive speech. He then called her name, Ariel. She crouched down and teased Day, to make everyone regret what they did today, was it? He froze up, gritting his teeth as he replied, just go ahead and tease me. Suddenly, Ariel turned, looking at the dish Day was cooking. Huh? Isn't that the soup from last time? He replied cheerfully. Yeah, the priest ate my share. I was pretty hungry after that. Do you want some? It's better when it's hot. Ariel smiled. Yes, please. A glittering shooting star appeared in the sky. Ariel exclaimed, Hey look, a shooting star? She smiled brightly. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to look at the night sky. Do you think seeing a shooting star is a good omen? Day looked up and thought to himself, a shooting star? My name, in the past, meant shooting star. He closed his eyes, enjoying the moment, but now he was used to the name, Day. He slowly opened his eyes and remarked, Now that you mention it, in my homeland, they say that if you make a wish on a shooting star, your wish will come true. Ariel asked in amazement, Really? She then clasped her hands together to pray. He saw this and asked, confused, What are you doing? Are you really praying? Day asked. The saintess believes in legends. The two ate their soup while looking up at the starry sky. Ariel spoke up. That reminds me, we have a similar story in the Empire. If you watch a shooting star with someone, you can have a happy death with them. Day wondered. A happy death? Ariel immediately refuted it. Of course. I don't believe that stuff. How can a death be happy? Then he also agreed with Ariel. I don't believe it either. A happy death. I wonder what that feels like. The next day, the sky had brightened, and everyone began. Saintess, Your Holiness, we can see the Silos territory now. They continued to report. It seems we will be entering the Silos territory soon. The priest turned back to ask the two of them, Where should we go first when we arrive? Ariel replied, Since we're in a hurry, we must meet with all the dukes at once. Then she looked outside pensively, because there isn't much time. Then she spoke again, We will treat them as soon as possible and head to the Holy Empire immediately. If we're late for the baptism, things will get complicated. Just then, they arrived at the duke's residence. He looked at them. Welcome. I've been waiting for you two. Ever since I heard about you, I've been eagerly anticipating your arrival. The duke's face was filled with joy. I can't express how happy I am that you've traveled all this way for my daughter. Ariel replied with dignity to him. It is the duty of us saints to bestow God's blessings upon the suffering, so please, be at ease. Suddenly, the duke's expression became anxious. I apologize for being so abrupt, but could you please take a look at my daughter right away? I don't know what I would do if I lost her. It pains me to see her struggling with her illness. Ariel replied, I understand. We can examine her condition immediately. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and clasped his hands together. Thank you so much. I will do anything if you can cure her. Seeing this, Day glanced at Ariel, thinking that they trusted her so much even before she had done anything. She must be really good at being a saint and a person. They were then led to the young girl's room. A maid gently opened the door and announced, Mistress Layla, the saintess has arrived. Both Ariel and Day seemed surprised by what they saw. Day looked at the little girl's body covered in red spots and couldn't help but think to himself, half of her body was covered in a rash. He began to make an assessment based on his experience. Is this rash a severe case of HB-type dermatitis? They should have treated her before it got this severe. What have they been doing all this time? Layla quickly pulled the blanket over herself with a sad expression. It's horrible, isn't it? Just then, Ariel approached the girl's side with a request. Layla, could you give me your hand? Layla gently placed her small hand on Ariel's. Ariel used her other hand to hold it, gently comforting her. You must have been in so much pain, but from now on, everything will be okay. As she said that, a golden light enveloped Layla, so brilliant that the Duke had to shield his eyes. He exclaimed, Incredible, holy power. The light gradually subsided. Layla was so surprised she could only let out a single sound. Huh? She looked down at her hands, which were now clear of the rash. My skin is better. Seeing her hands, Layla burst into tears. My hands are better. Ariel then spoke, The treatment is complete, and turned to the Duke. You must have been very worried, but now everything is fine. The Duke looked like he was about to cry. My daughter, my daughter. The father and daughter hugged each other, overcome with happiness. Layla cried out, Father. The Duke responded, Thank God you're well again. He turned to Ariel with tears in his eyes. Thank you so much. You are truly a saintess. My daughter has struggled with this illness for 8 years, and I had completely given up hope. I will never forget this debt. Ariel smiled gently. There is no need. This too is a blessing from God. Day, who was watching from behind, was amazed. At first, the illness seemed to require a long-term course of treatment, but he couldn't believe she was cured with a single touch. He smirked and wondered to himself, Does medicine really have no place in this world? Night fell, and the Duke cheerfully presided over a lavish banquet. Now then, please eat and drink to your heart's content. It may be a humble spread, but I did the best I could. Ariel replied politely, You shouldn't have. This is more than enough. Thank you for the meal. Lord Hoppo also chimed in. It's just as the rumors said. I knew the saintess was. You are excellent. But the rumors don't do your kindness justice. I want to express my deepest gratitude for treating my sister. Uriel set down her wineglass and replied gracefully, It is my honor. I will be sure to convey your gratitude to our Lord. Hearing this, Hope praised her. You truly are the fabled saintess. So humble. Day, on the other hand, doesn't seem too pleased. The Duke, noticing this, asked with concern, You haven't said much. Is the food not to your liking? Day gave a forced smile and replied, Not at all. I was just thinking about something else. Please forgive me for worrying you. Uriel also spoke up to smooth things over. The saint has a lot on his mind. Please don't be too concerned. Hearing that, the Duke replied, If the saintess says so. At that moment, Uriel turned to ask Day softly, Your Holiness, what is it? Is something wrong? He said quietly. No, I'm just tired. Hearing that, Uriel continued, Is that so? Since we've been arranged to stay the night at the castle, please get some good rest. Day's expression was a bit stiff as he replied, Is that right? He fell into deep thought, recalling how busy he was in his past life. Why did I pour so much blood, sweat, and tears to become a doctor? Countless voices echoed in his head. Even though I was reincarnated with my old memories in this world, that knowledge is of no use at all. Then he wondered, do I really have to forget my past as Sung and just live a new life as Day? Just then, a voice rang out, waking Day from his reverie. Your Holiness, have you fallen asleep? Day remained indifferent and said nothing. Then Uriel continued, Your Holiness, I don't know what's going on, but please don't lose faith in yourself. She began to offer words of comfort. Everyone has moments of self-doubt, don't they? I hope that whatever is troubling you won't destroy everything you've built up until now. Instead of being anxious and weary like you are now, I really think your prickly and humorous side suits you better. Her words only made him more frustrated. Day pressed his lips together, sat up, and thought, Don't lose faith in yourself. That's what she said. His eyes became resolute. That's right. Even though I'm Day now, I'm also the former doctor, Sung. I just need to find something that only I can do. From outside, Uriel continued. What I'm trying to say is, I just want to say, don't give up. As she finished, Day appeared in front of her. He smiled. Thank you. You've helped me a great deal. Hearing that, Uriel replied, What a relief. Suddenly, Day called her name. But Uriel, confused, asked back, Yes? Day continued. Is this your first time comforting someone? His question made Uriel angry. She yelled, What do you mean by that? In Layla's room, the Duke's voice was filled with fury. She was fine yesterday. Are you telling me she's not completely cured? Then he roared, Get the saintess back here immediately. At that moment, Uriel arrived. What's going on? The Duke said hurriedly. The symptoms have returned. Did your treatment actually fail? Uriel quickly answered him. The treatment was completed. I'm not sure why the symptoms have returned. I will treat Layla once more. The Duke's gaze was heavy. I'm counting on you. Suddenly, Day called out to her. Wait, Uriel. She was surprised. Huh? Your Holiness? Layla's expression had become gloomy again. Don't look. Day approached the little girl. Layla, can you give me your hand? The Duke judged him silently. How can a newly appointed saint treat something even the saintess couldn't cure? Then he spoke aloud. Voice, I think it would be better to let the saintess handle it. Day's gaze turned serious. If what I suspect is true, I am the only person who can treat this girl's condition. At those words, the Duke asked in confusion, What do you mean the only one? Day replied to him, Any healing spell from the saintess will be ineffective. We can let the saintess treat her and it will seem fine for a while. But we're leaving after this. What will you do if the symptoms return? Hearing this, the Duke realized he had a point. Yes. That being the case, he continued, what she needs now is not the saintess's healing magic. He placed a hand on his chest, his tone firm. She needs healing from me. The Duke was a little worried. But I've heard that you don't possess any holy magic, Saint. So what exactly do you intend to do? Day replied coldly. My treatment doesn't require holy magic. I will use all the information I know to cure her of this disease. That is how I will treat her. Just then, Layla also spoke up. Father, the saint is right. If we don't trust him, I don't think we have any other choice. The Duke faltered at the girl's words. Layla continued, We've already tried everything else. If there's a way to cure me of this condition, I want to place my trust in the saint. Hearing this, he finally relented. All right, if that's what you want, then you have my permission. He pleaded in a begging tone. Please, please, save my daughter, Saint. From the bottom of my heart, I beg you. Day replied firmly, I promise I will definitely cure the young lady. Starting the next day, I decided to investigate the cause of her skin condition. The first thing was hygiene, since that's the most fundamental step to good health. I tried to check everything, but when I saw that they washed the blankets, tablecloths, and clothes one time a day, we could rule out hygiene as the cause. Along with that, the castle is protected by a magical barrier, so we can also deduce that external parasites are not the cause of the illness. However, I noticed a problem stemming from her meals. There was one ingredient present in almost all of her meals, and that was wheat flour. It wasn't just bread, which is the most consumed food in the world, but even the meat dishes tended to be side dishes or were coated in a layer of flour. Furthermore, her condition flared up after she finished her meals. With these clues, I suspected one thing. Wheat flour contains a protein, insoluble gluten, and her illness is dermatitis from gluten sensitivity. An illness also known as an allergic skin condition. It is not difficult to treat. Day racked his brain trying to create remedies to treat the girl. Unfortunately, there was just one problem, which was that in this world, there was no useful medicine. It was a world where medicine had not yet been well developed. So he instructed the maids, because it would be very difficult to make medicine using plants I was unfamiliar with. Even if it takes a long time, the only thing I can do is change her diet. Day began to explain, "From now on, please remove everything I mentioned from her meals." In the ornate room, Layla was tiredly wrapped in her blanket. A maid called out to her, "Lady Layla." The young girl replied softly, "What is it?" Day's voice came from outside. "My lady, this is Day. May I come in?" Hearing this, Layla hummed in response. The young girl sat up and adjusted her clothes. "Your Holiness, please come in." Day replied, "My apologies for the intrusion." He walked in with a radiant smile. "Hello. I came this morning to check on your condition." Day observed the red rashes on Layla's body, thinking to himself, "The condition has gotten worse than before. I knew her meals were causing this." Layla replied gloomily, "All right." At this, Day spoke up. "I'm going to tell you a few things you need to pay attention to." Hearing this, a confused Layla asked, "Things to pay attention to? What do you mean?" Day raised his hand and explained seriously, "That's right. From now on, I want you to avoid any food containing wheat flour, such as bread, and even if your body feels itchy, try not to scratch." Layla was completely shocked. "What? Avoid bread?" Day chuckled in reply, "Well, this is everything I can do for you." The young girl couldn't believe what she was hearing and pondered, "No way. Bread is my favorite food, but I can't eat it. Is he lying? Should I call the guards?" With that thought, Layla spoke up, "So you're not going to do anything else? Perhaps use magic to heal me or something." Day replied with a smile, "What I told you is a form of treatment, and to prevent it from spreading any further," he continued. "Once a day, we will have to squeeze out all the blisters. I will do it myself because I also need to check on your condition." Then Day slowly backed away. "That is all. Now, please get some more rest. The most important thing is to maintain your good health." Layla asked herself, "Will my illness get better if I stop eating bread? Does that even make any sense?" As Day walked out, he met Ariel at the door. She spoke up and asked him, "Your Holiness, how is her illness?" Day's expression was grave. "It has gotten worse." Ariel grew worried. "Your Holiness, I understand where you're coming from, but don't you think it would be better to let me treat her?" He looked at her and said, "You treated her, but it relapsed. If we try your treatment method one more time, it will just relapse again." Ariel stubbornly refused to accept it. But to say that changing her meals will cure her, if that's truly the case, then why didn't we do that in the first place? She continued, "I have great faith in you. However, the king doesn't trust you that much, and you also know that we're not in a position where we can stay here much longer." After Ariel finished speaking, Day was also lost in thought. She's not wrong. Ariel misunderstood his gaze and blushed. "Even if you stare at me with those pouting eyes, I can't do anything more about our situation." Day silently clenched his fist in determination. "Right now, it doesn't matter whether I can cure Layla or not. What's more important is that this will decide how I will treat patients from now on." Then he spoke up. "1 week, just give me 1 week, that's all. By then I will definitely cure her." Ariel remained silent. And the next day, a blood-curdling scream echoed from Layla's room. "I don't want to," the young girl shouted in frustration. "No." Seeing this, Day grew even more frustrated, bringing water to the girl. "Drink it. You haven't had nearly enough of your required dose today. 3 liters per day, totaling 21 liters a week." This was the amount of water Layla needed to drink. Layla wailed, "I don't want to. How can drinking water possibly work?" She thought to herself, "This isn't even holy water, so why do I have to drink so much water?" Day reassured Layla, saying that when you're having an allergic reaction, drinking water is the best thing for you. "Trust me and just drink." When a foreign substance enters the body, the immune system creates a chemical. Although this substance is created as a defense mechanism to protect the body from the invading substance, for people with allergies, this chemical is produced in excessive amounts and can cause toxic reactions. He continued, holding out the glass of water. "Now, drink." When that happens, drinking enough water allows the cells in your body to function properly and reduces the effects of the allergy. Therefore, this is the best way to treat her condition. Day, with an excited expression, poured the water into her mouth. "Drink up." Leela collapsed in agony, thinking, "There's still one more glass." Tears streamed down Leela's face. How can he be the saint? He's just a handsome lunatic. And so, 4 days passed. during which Layla was only allowed to eat salad. At first, after being forbidden from eating carbohydrates and forced to drink lots of water, she hated Day. However, Layla decided to trust Day because she had no other choice. As a result, Layla stared in amazement into the mirror, exclaiming, "Your Holiness, is this for real? My skin is back to normal." Her condition had improved at a remarkable speed. Day replied, "I promised I would cure you." Layla smiled brightly, her voice filled with admiration as she said, "The symptoms really got better after I drank enough water and stopped eating bread. I can't believe it." Day then winked at her. "Still, we need to be careful. We have to continue maintaining this treatment method. Understand?" Layla's initial resentful expression changed, replaced by a cheerful acceptance. "Yes." Day stood with his hands on his hips, thinking, "Although I was worried that people in this world would react differently from those in my world, it seems I don't have to worry about that anymore. Now, waiting for Layla to fully recover is just a matter of time, or so I thought." On the 6th day, another problem arose. Layla threw her food everywhere, knocking over bowls and plates. She screamed, "Bread!" Layla began to experience withdrawal symptoms. The withdrawal symptoms for carbohydrates include stress, confusion, anxiety, lack of focus, and irritability. The servants were also helpless before this scene. In this world, carbohydrates are a staple in an individual's diet. When a person tries to avoid eating them, it's only natural for withdrawal symptoms to appear. However, if she were to eat carbohydrates before the treatment is complete, then Day's expression became incredibly furious, like that of a demon. "No, all of my efforts up to this point would be for nothing if I let her slip up. We need something that can help alleviate these symptoms." Layla was craving bread so much that she was crying a river. "Don't cry, you'll get dehydrated." In that moment, Day used a knife to cut a game piece, when a voice called out. It was Ariel, Your Holiness. She was confused to see Day just staring at the game piece in his hand. "What are you doing here?" He replied, "I'm creating opponents for a game. How does this look?" She was confused and asked again, "A game? But why so suddenly?" Day held the game piece out in front of Ariel. "All right, could you take a look at this for me?" Day asked again. "What comes to mind when you see this?" Ariel didn't understand. "Are you talking about that white thing in your hand?" Looking at the chess piece, Ariel guessed. "A castle, does this symbolize the holy nation? It also looks quite like a crown." Day asked again, "So you think it looks like a crown?" Ariel replied nonchalantly, "Yes." But before she could finish speaking, Day brushed off his clothes and exclaimed, "It worked. Ariel, follow me." She was still dazed and confused about what was happening. "Huh?" In that moment, Day dashed off like the wind. Ariel was annoyed. How dare he leave me behind like this? Meanwhile, in Layla's room, Hoppo spoke up. "Your Holiness, I was told you summoned me." He thought suspiciously, "It seems this is the first time you've ever summoned me like this. Is there anything I can help you with?" Day replied excitedly, "Exactly. Lord Hoppo, I need your assistance. The thing I'm about to show you will help with Lady Layla's withdrawal symptoms. However, I need your help." Layla looked at the piece in Day's hand. "Are you talking about the object in your hand?" Hoppo also asked. "What is that?" Day laid the pieces out on the board. "This is a game called chess." Hearing the unfamiliar word, the two asked again, "Che. SS?" Day began to explain the rules. "That's right. From now on, each of you is the commander of your own army. The rules are very simple. All you have to do is capture the opposing side's king by moving your pieces. This is a game to see who is the better commander." He picked up the king piece. However, there are also rules for moving for each and every piece. Layla, Ariel, and Hoppo were all dumbfounded. "Did you say rules?" Day replied, "Yes. The thing I am holding right now is the king. Just as a dignified king minimizes all unnecessary movement, it can only move one square at a time. But on the other hand, the queen is completely different from the king, as long as she hasn't been captured. She can move in any way you want. Similarly, each type of piece has its own movement rules. I will explain them one by one." Hoppo raised a hand to his chin. "Interesting. Although the rules are simple, there are many possible moves. These rules are quite complex, and would also be useful in actual military training." Layla said excitedly, "I'm sure father would love this." At that moment, Day cut them off. "Now that I've explained everything, let's try playing a game. My lady, would you like to play against Ariel?" And so, Ariel and Layla sat down at the board. Ariel spoke up. "Shall we begin the game now?" Layla replied excitedly. "Of course, saintess. I won't go easy on you." Day crossed his arms and watched, thinking, "Thank goodness, she seems very interested in this game. As long as she likes this game, it will help her ignore those withdrawal symptoms." Suddenly, Ariel's voice rang out, "Checkmate. Is that what I'm supposed to say?" She was overly confident. "How about that? This is the power of the holy nation. Even if you run, there's no escape." Then she taunted Layla with a teasing look. "Why don't you just give up? I will forgive you if you become my subject." Her words brought Layla to tears, and she had to accept the truth. "I lost." Ariel laughed excitedly. "This game is so much fun." Just then, Hoppo shouted, "Saintess, please allow me to have a match with you." Seeing this, Ariel provoked him. Trying to get revenge for your sister, are you? Then she confidently replied, I welcome any and all challengers. You can go first. Everyone will eventually have to kneel before my power, the power of the Holy Kingdom. Day watched everything unfold, thinking to himself that things were going better than he expected. It seemed they really liked this game. A voice suddenly cut through Day's thoughts. It was General Ariel, who collapsed in agony, but had to accept the truth. Lord Duke Silos, you are truly formidable. Hoppo replied confidently. Did you think our territory would be defeated so easily? He said with a slightly cunning expression. My lady, please make your next move, and I will show you what our territory is built upon. Just then, Day cut them off. All right, don't get too carried away. Up to this point, I thought this would be the best way to distract the young lady from her withdrawal symptoms. However, an unexpected change occurred. Another shout rang out, and the Duke walked in, looking at the chessboard with excitement. It was a game called chess, created by His Holiness the Saint. Hoppo immediately showed the game to Duke Silos. Hoppo replied happily, It has a complex system and is a wonderful game. Father, you can consider applying the tactics used for commanding the army to this game. The Duke looked at the chessboard and thought, To think he created such a perfect game, I am sure that Lord Day is truly the child chosen by God. It's astonishing. If we can use these tactics properly then, after the Duke became interested in chess, things started to get weird. Day thought to himself, the ceremony that we agreed upon has already passed, so why haven't I heard a word? Suddenly, something caught Day's attention. Who are these people? Seeing that the servants had also started playing chess, Day was completely astonished. The servants are playing chess too? Then he looked over at people making chess pieces. Are they making chess pieces? Why? Everyone was bustling around the chess pieces. I'm just noticing. Why is everyone playing chess like this? Words echoed through the space. What are you doing here? Waiting for two chessboards to open up. Day's expression was full of judgment at the sight before him. Chess was originally just a game to help with Lala's withdrawal symptoms. Then he exclaimed, What the hell is going on? I never imagined it would spread throughout the entire Silos castle like this. Day and Ariel had an audience with the Duke of Silos. The atmosphere at that moment fell into silence. Ariel broke the silence. We have come at your invitation. The Duke replied politely, Greetings to you both. His gaze turned toward Day as he thought in disbelief. In 1 week, His Holiness cured Layla Chi's illness within that short amount of time, and he even created the wonderful game of chess. I can't believe he was able to do those things at such a young age. Then he spoke gratefully. I can see that Layla's condition is much better now. I want to thank you for everything you've done. The Duke, sitting on his throne, bowed his head to express his sincerity. As a father, it pained me greatly to see her so sick. Please allow me to thank you for making it so that my daughter no longer has to suffer. Ariel glanced at Day and said modestly, I did nothing. It was all thanks to His Holiness's treatment right here. The Duke immediately replied, Please don't underestimate your own efforts, but it's true that I am most grateful to His Holiness. He raised his hand, signaling an attendant to bring a box forward to apologize for my previous rudeness. And as a token of my gratitude, I would like to offer you a gift. Day looked at the item inside and quickly recognized it. This was what the Duke introduced, as the ring passed down through generations of lords in this territory. It was gifted to us when we saved one. The dwarf Day held the box with both hands, exclaiming in shock, This? Why would you give me such a treasure? The Duke replied frankly, This is my apology gift, so please accept it. On the surface, he appeared apologetic and courteous. I can't possibly accept something so valuable. But inwardly, he was already coveting it. Nice, a rare item. The Duke reassured him, Please don't worry and just take it. He then urged, Don't just take the box, go ahead and wear it. Day complied, taking the ring and putting it on his finger, saying gratefully, Thank you very much. Seeing this, the Duke was pleased and thought to himself, The saint has put it on. After wearing it, Day admired the ring on his finger and marveled to himself, This is great, but it seems a little loose. As if sensing his concern, the ring immediately resized itself to a perfect fit, making him exclaim in amazement, The ring shrank to fit my hand perfectly. The Duke chuckled and explained, Because it was made by dwarves, it has many other abilities. Day smiled brightly and said, Thank you for this precious gift. I'm not sure if I'm worthy of accepting it. The Duke replied, I'm sure the dwarf who created it would also be very happy to know it is being worn by a saint. He then changed the subject. Oh, that reminds me. I heard that the two of you are heading to the Holy Empire tomorrow, correct? Day confirmed, That's the plan. Hearing this, the Duke added, If so, please allow me to sponsor your journey so you can travel in the utmost comfort. Such a long trip will be exhausting, so please get some rest before you leave. Again, I thank you both very much. Night fell. Inside their room, Day and Ariel sat talking. I'm glad everything went smoothly in the end. He's so kind, isn't he? She responded. I'm not so sure. Are you saying you don't like him fawning all over you? Day looked at her with a judgmental look, thinking to himself, Why think so negatively? Just then, there was a knock at the door. He quickly turned his head. Huh? Are we expecting anyone? Iriel was also confused. I don't know, I don't think so. Day wondered to himself. Who could it be at this hour? The door opened to reveal two familiar faces. Hoppo spoke politely. Please forgive us for visiting so late. Layla, standing next to him, continued. I heard that the two of you are setting off tomorrow. Seeing them, Day exclaimed in recognition. Sir Hoppo, Lady Layla. Hoppo got straight to the point, stating their reason for coming. Not only did we have the honor of meeting the legendary saintess and saint, but you also cured my sister's illness and invented the game of chess. I wanted to show my gratitude to you both. Day scratched his head in embarrassment. There's no need. It was really nothing. Iriel smiled and replied, We were also very happy to meet you. Unfortunately, we cannot stay longer as there is much to be done. Suddenly, he proposed an idea. If you're both amenable, would you like to have a picnic in the garden tonight? Day repeated. A picnic? Hoppo explained. From the garden behind the castle, we can see the stars. We really wanted to show you the view. Iriel glanced at him and said, That sounds wonderful. What do you think, Saint? Day, looking forward to it as well, agreed. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Layla's face lit up with a smile. Really? I'm so happy. Hoppo was also pleased. Thank you for agreeing to our proposal. Please rest while we go prepare everything. With that, the two of them left. Day called out loudly after them, We'll be waiting. When it was just him and Iriel chuckled with an unreadable expression, making Day wonder, what's so funny? Iriel looked up at him and said, Isn't this our farewell party? I just find it endearing. She confessed that because she was always busy with her duties, being assigned by the Holy Empire, everyone always seemed to be afraid of me. I never had a chance to make new friends like this. Perhaps while I wasn't paying attention, the world changed? Iriel said emotionally, I've never felt this way before. Day closed his eyes, as if he understood. At the same time, he thought back to when he first met Iriel. He recalled the saintess's emotionless face. She was very cold and blinded by her goals, and she was also very violent. But that Iriel wasn't here anymore. Even though she asked if the world had changed, the one who had truly changed, he thought to himself, was you. Seeing Iriel lost in thought, he urged her. Are you just going to stand there brooding? Let's go. Iriel snapped out of it, quickly replying, Oh, okay. When they arrived at the brightly lit backyard, someone's voice called out, Your Holinesses, over here. A table full of carefully prepared snacks was nearby, and although there wasn't much, the important thing was that we were all here together. Day suddenly remembered something and reminded Layla, Oh, I forgot you have to avoid starches after I leave. If you eat them, your illness will relapse. The girl asked worriedly, Am I not completely cured? He explained, No. Because your body treats the substances in starch as toxins, it will be very difficult to cure it completely. He offered her a solution. But how about this? If you try not to eat them, let's see. Within 5 years, it might get better. Layla was shocked to hear this. 5 years? I can't avoid starches for that long? Hoppo stepped into the rescue. Your Holiness, Saintess, I have prepared something else for you two. Day wondered, what is it? Meanwhile, Layla was crying her eyes out, mourning for the bread she wanted to eat. He raised a finger to the sky. You two have brightened up this entire region. Then he began to chant, Light. Immediately, fireworks blossomed in the night sky. Day was moved as he looked up at the scene. He exclaimed, How beautiful, Hoppo said cheerfully. Really? I'm glad you two like it. Day turned to ask, That must have cost a lot of mana, right? He scratched his head shyly. This might be the last time we see each other, so I wanted to do everything I could. Hoppo's kindness moved Day. He closed his eyes and said, In that case, allow me to return the favor. He repeated excitedly, Return the favor? With that, Day also pointed a finger at the sky, chanting 3 spells in succession. Light, explosion, sparkle, and then a bolt of lightning flashed. Day's response was a cluster of fireworks even more brilliant than before. They covered a vast area of the sky, so much that even the servants in the mansion could see them from the windows. Duke Silos also stood watching the fireworks from his study. Layla, deeply moved, cupped her cheeks and exclaimed, Your Holiness, that's amazing. I've never seen such beautiful fireworks before. Hoppo, on the other hand, gave a slightly strained smile, seeing such a high level of magic. Your Holiness, you truly are. I will never forget this evening. Day smiled brightly and said, I'm glad I could have this wonderful memory with everyone. He thought to himself, there were times when I wavered because of the convenience of magic. I denied my own goal, but in the end, I was able to confirm that my medical skills are useful. Amidst the stirring scene created by the fireworks, Day reminded himself, I can make new friends and create beautiful memories. I will continue my journey to save people. And so, we headed towards the Holy Empire. After a brief stop, Day and the army finally. The Holy Nations party also set off on their journey. Although there was still a long road ahead, thanks to the Duke's support, we began our journey smoothly. Everyone in the party shared the understanding that all this help was thanks to Day. The group following him cheered excitedly. I can't believe we're getting to enjoy such a lavish meal in the middle of nowhere like this. Thank you, Your Holiness. As time passed, Day's status continued to rise. He looked at the sky and thought to himself that he had gotten used to camping outside for many days now. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hello, Your Holiness." Day noticed and looked over at a nun who smiled and said, "We were inspired by the game you created called chess, and we formed a group to learn and practice it." She brought a chessboard and suggested, "If you don't mind, we were hoping to learn a few moves from you." Following the nun was a crowd of people, which made Day's heart skip a beat. "Why are there so many of them?" He spoke up. "Ha, why would I mind? I was getting bored anyway." Seeing that he agreed, she was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Thank you." Before she could celebrate for long, Day put on a sly expression and added, "In return, I won't go easy on anyone, not even the beginners." They were immediately terrified. The nun felt like she had a bad feeling about this, but she was already in too deep. Yes. And that was the beginning of the Holy Nation's chess tournament. Checkmate. The first opponent was the nun. Day moved a piece and said, "Checkmate." She was stunned. Within 4 moves, the second victim was a knight. Checkmate. He clutched his head in disbelief and yelled, "How did you do that in just 4 moves?" Because the Holy Nation's party had no idea that Day had once participated in an international chess tournament. He checkmated again, and everyone lost in just 7 moves. Some only lasted until the 4th move, and just like that, Day became unbeatable, leaving a strong impression on everyone. He started looking cool. Not only that, but the party's prejudice against him also improved. The victims who lost at his hands immediately became his biggest fans. I knew it, he's an unrivaled master. And so, another day passed, and everyone fell asleep. The next morning, Day had a question. "Why do I feel like we're just going around in circles? Is it because the road is too difficult?" Iriel explained. "It'll get better once we're past this area. The road to the Holy Nation isn't far now." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? That's good news." The 2 of them were sitting together in the carriage when it suddenly began to shake violently. "What the?" A knight looked ahead, stunned, as if he saw something wrong. And sure enough, someone shouted a warning. "A group of giants has appeared. Get into position, prepare for battle." Day, sitting inside the carriage, pointed outside. "It looks like some monsters have shown up. Are you sure we don't need to help?" Iriel confidently replied, "Of course, the knights will handle it more efficiently." He wondered, why don't we help them get back on track sooner, even if there are only less than 3 of them? Iriel stared at him and added, "Besides, if we move, they'll have to adjust their formation to protect us. The knights will argue about it, and things will only get more complicated. Just trust the Holy Nation's knights." Day couldn't argue with that, thinking she wasn't wrong. But then a giant monster picked up a large boulder and threw it towards the carriage without hesitation. A knight, who looked to be of a high rank, quickly appeared and sliced the boulder in half. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You're a stubborn bunch, aren't you? Just a pack of monsters. Yet you're this tough to deal with, you bastards. I have to continue my journey." That man was Hario, the army commander. He spurred his horse and commanded loudly, "Hey platoon, adjust your formation to protect the saint and the saintess. The saint and the saintess are waiting behind us. We must prevent the monstrosities from approaching them." Just as he said this, a monster's fist was right upon him. Someone panicked and shouted, "Lord Hario, watch out." Heeding the warning, he quickly looked over, just as the punch was an instant from impact. In the nick of time, someone cast a shield, and it was none other than Day. He slammed the large shield into the monster's body. Then the shield vanished, and Day smirked. "I knew coming out here was the right choice. You could have lost your life, you know." Hario exclaimed with concern, "Your Holiness, it's dangerous out here." Day gathered power into his hand and replied, "It's fine. It seems these giants are stronger than you thought, huh?" As he finished speaking, he held out his hand, and a surge of mystical power shot towards the monsters. This was a triple magic spell. Not stopping there, he then cast Bind, Earth Spike, and Fire. After a soft final incantation, a mound of earth covered in sharp spikes and engulfed in flames slammed directly down onto the monsters. This sight left Hario speechless. After finishing, Day asked, "Are you hurt?" Still in a state of shock, the man replied, "Thank you, Your Holiness. Your protection saved my life." Day winked and waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. After all, we're here to help each other out." Hario was a bit moved and thought to himself, "If I remember correctly, the saint is only 15 years old. How can he use magic of this level?" Day sniffed the air a little and wondered, the smell of roasted meat. I wonder if monster meat tastes good or not. Meanwhile, Hario was still lost in thought. He only used a single activation chant to use a magic circle for a 4th tier earth spike, and even used Bind and Fire at the same time. That's on par with a 5th tier mage. No, that's not right. He might have reached the 6th tier, a level that ordinary people cannot reach. Suddenly, Iriel called out, "Your Holiness." He immediately asked, "What is it, Iriel?" She walked over with her hands on her hips and sighed, "Why don't you stop spreading rumors that you're a magical genius?" Day seemed a bit deflated. "Is that all you wanted to say?" She looked at the fiery mound of earth he had created and said, "That's not it. It's just my intuition. There's no way a giant should be that strong. Iriel then suggested, I have a bad feeling. We should start moving before more monsters arrive. Day pointed forward and mumbled, I think it's too late for that. In the direction he was pointing, several short monsters with green skin and pointed ears appeared. Iriel exclaimed in shock, Goblins. Hario looked on with contempt. Just a few puny goblins want to stop us from returning to the Holy Kingdom. He took the lead. We'll take care of these. Try not to waste any time. A knight replied in a loud voice. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, the man charged forward. You damn goblin, die. However, contrary to expectations, the monster easily jumped up and dodged the attack. The knight was shocked. It dodged. Then, the goblin retaliated with a swipe of its claws. The blow somehow pierced right through his armor, leaving him even more bewildered. But how is that possible? How can a goblin have this much strength? No way. How could a goblin be so strong? Behind it, another one was casting a spell. Day observed the scene and hummed in assessment. It seems it's much stronger than a typical goblin, huh? Iriel added. It seems so, and as much as I hate to say it, I think from now on, we'll have to handle this ourselves. Iriel pushed off her heel to gain momentum, then began moving with incredible grace. Every goblin she passed was taken down. Day watched her and thought to himself, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, Iriel is definitely stronger than me. Just as he was distracted, someone shouted a warning. Your Holiness, there's a monster coming at you. Sure enough, a goblin was closing in on him from above. Day immediately cast Windblade, blowing the monster away. After a while, Iriel and he stood back to back, and she analyzed, no matter how many we take down, they just keep appearing from somewhere. Day agreed and added, yeah, if we let this go on, we'll have a hard time controlling the situation. Iriel suggested a plan. If we could take them all out at once, it would probably be fine. Day found this very reasonable, all at once. So why don't we give it a try? Although Iriel was the one who suggested it, Day's response left her confused. Huh, what? Before she could finish, he yelled out, Hey you goblins! Day provoked them, sticking his tongue out to taunt them. The goblins immediately fell for the bait, aiming right for him as they charged, while Day continued his work of taunting them. Bet you can't catch me. Iriel watched, her face turning pale. Your Holiness has some kind of magic skill, right? Day used incredible speed, running so fast his figure became a blur. Behind him were the shrieks of the goblin horde. Suddenly, upon reaching a tree, Day stopped and turned around, and the monsters immediately surrounded him. Day silently let out a breath in his mind. There are more of them than I thought. He looked ahead and considered, I wonder if this is far enough from the troops. Then, Day condensed a fireball in his hand, and the goblins pointed and jeered at him. Their language could be roughly translated as, Is that all you've got? This guy's hilarious. Day pointed to the fireball and asked with a smirk, Looks scary, doesn't it? Oh, is that so? This isn't enough for you guys? And then, humoring them, he created several dozen more fireballs. Day, being extremely fair, said cheerfully, Now do you understand the situation you're in? I've prepared one for each of you, and no one gets left out. The goblins were so shocked they froze, and then the fireballs rained down all at once. A massive explosion occurred, the shockwave reaching the knights, who were a considerable distance away from him. Hero immediately recognized that it was the direction His Holiness had run towards. He yelled in that direction, Your Holiness, are you all right? When they arrived, a large crater had appeared on the ground, still radiating heat. Hero was bewildered. What is this? A figure emerged from the cloud of dust. Don't just stand there and do nothing. Don't we still have a long way to go? Day chuckled, using his hand to wave away the dust. Let's get out of this forest quickly. I hope we don't have to face those monsters one more time. Hero finally snapped out of it. Ah, right. We'll prepare to depart immediately. That evening in the forest, Day spoke up. Iriel, I was wondering something. By the flickering fire, he asked, Are monsters usually as strong as the ones we met today? She replied, They're not usually that strong. That's why the troops were so confused and had such a hard time dealing with them. Iriel brought up another issue. About that, Your Holiness, your mana. Day wondered, what's wrong with it? She provided the information. After your baptism, your mana will disappear. Day heard this and tried to understand. Disappear? My mana? Does that mean it will completely vanish from my body? Iriel raised one finger to explain. If you are baptized in the holy nation, God himself will grant you holy power. But you will also, you see, the human body can only contain a single type of mana, and divine power is quite similar to mana. She described that if divine power enters your body while your mana is still present, your body will explode from being unable to control them. That's why before your body can accept the full divine power, the mana inside you must be eliminated and gradually replaced by divine power. Jay had a question. What about people who don't have any mana to begin with? Iriel answered. In that case, the divine power can enter the body without any issues at all. He exclaimed in amazement. Really? So the reason mages can hold so much mana is because of their magic circles, but ordinary people without magic circles can't hold it, right? Iriel praised him. That's a good question. He continued with his speculation. So does that mean people without magic circles can't be granted divine power? Iriel quickly corrected him. No, that's not quite right. God creates a place to store mana inside your body to ensure you can use divine power. If something happens to that energy vessel that God created, something we call a taboo will contain all the mana circulating in your body. This word caught Jay's attention. Taboo? Iriel explained. It's a term coined by the other saints. She lowered her gaze to her hands and continued. Just as we cannot go against what God has said, we also are not allowed to say or do anything that violates our faith. People call these taboos, she said mockingly. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? We can't even say what we want. Hearing this, Jay spoke up. About that, actions that go against the taboo. What happens if we do something that violates our faith? He asked with a serious expression. Iriel picked up a few sticks and said, remember how I mentioned the taboos that are set within your body? If you go against a taboo, all the mana in your body will disappear. She threw some twigs into the fire as a demonstration, and you would disappear along with it. Iriel watched the branches burn to ash and slowly added, forever. In this world, Jay frowned. Just saying one wrong word can make you disappear from this world? That sounds a lot like a threat to anyone who dares to speak profanities. Iriel averted her gaze and replied with a smile. I've heard of a few cases of people disappearing for that very reason. Well, that's why I have to make sure I'm always on top of everything. In any case, that won't actually happen to you. Just know that the mana you currently have will disappear one day. Jay had another doubt. I have one more question. If all my mana disappears and my body is filled with divine power, will the mana never come back? Iriel replied, no. Not only will you be unable to regenerate that mana, but the magic circle in your body will also no longer be able to maintain its function. Jay, understanding the gist of it, concluded. So I'll lose my mana forever. She gave a forced smile, not denying it. Well, once you get used to it, you'll see that divine power has its own advantages. While you won't be able to use magic, you can provide it to others through divine spells, and you'll still be able to help people during a battle. Jay crossed his arms, deep in thought. He thought unhappily, if only this whole business about his mana disappearing hadn't come up. If I lose it, I'd be really happy if I could use holy power. If there's still another way, I'll just have to find it. Sometime later, his party reached their destination. Someone called out, Saintess, we've arrived in the Holy Nation. Day looked out from the carriage. They had finally arrived. That took quite a while, didn't it? Iriel said to the person riding a horse near them, Priest, once we cross the border, please head straight for Konya. The person replied, understood. Straight to the capital. Day had a look on his face that said, you've got to be kidding me. Wait, are we going straight to the capital? You mean we're going to perform the ceremony without any rest at all? Iriel didn't let his misunderstanding continue, saying, oh, we're not holding the baptism ceremony right away. She smiled and said, the baptism is a major event that everyone helps organize. She reminded him with concern. By the way, if you don't know anything about the Holy Nation, you'll need to learn as much as you can before the baptism ceremony. He agreed, asking, learning about the Holy Nation does seem important, so who is going to teach me? Iriel answered bluntly, I will. She smirked. From the minor details of the baptism to the major matters like etiquette, deportment, and the natural order of things, Iriel said with complete confidence, I will personally teach you absolutely everything. Upon arriving at the mansion, Day couldn't help but marvel to himself. The outside already looked magnificent, but the inside was even more splendid. It was on a completely different level than Silo Soa. Earlier, he had shouted in disbelief, all of this is for me? The two of them were standing in front of an incredibly magnificent mansion at the time. Iriel answered his previous question. This is the residence for all saints, a sacred place that even the Pope needs permission to enter. The staff here are all carefully selected and quite influential, so you have nothing to worry about. Once you're settled in, you'll start learning everything I mentioned on our way here. She added with a mischievous grin, and of course I'll be your teacher. Presently, Day was walking alone down a hallway wondering, why is the steward who's supposed to guide me so busy? Suddenly, someone appeared before him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness. A maid with impeccable posture gestured and said, I will show you to your room. Please follow me. Day observed her and thought in awe, wow, what an aura. Just as Iriel described, she must be someone of high standing. There's no way she's just an ordinary person. The maid led the way. Your Holiness, this way, please. He quickly followed. Oh right. She led him to an opulent area. This will be your room. Day couldn't help but scream internally. What is this place? It's incredible, she continued. Please get some rest. I shall take my leave now. He turned and replied politely, thank you. He looked around the room in disbelief. Wow, with this kind of top-tier treatment, I'm starting to feel the difference. I've really become a saint. It was only at this moment that it truly sank in. The next morning, a voice echoed through the mansion. Your Holiness, pay attention. We don't have much time, so focus. Iriel had changed into a stern teacher's outfit and was holding a pointer, winking playfully. Why haven't you looked over the materials I gave you? Day silently sized her up, thinking, Why is she so excited about this? She placed a document covered in text on the table and began her lesson. Now, if you'll look at the first page. Before Ariel could finish, he cut her off. I've already memorized it all. She was stunned. What? Like a student reciting a lesson, Day began to read off the rules fluently. The baptism will take place over 4 days, with 3 ceremonies to welcome God, the pilgrimage to announce the new saint, and finally to receive holy power from God. Among those 3 steps, the final one will take place at a holy site with the saint in isolation. During the baptism, the saint must not bow their head and can only greet others by placing their left hand over their chest at a 70-degree angle. You must observe the following 3 rules of table etiquette. 1. Do not make noise while eating. 2. Do not bow your head. 3. Always keep your back straight with your elbows in front of your chest. Am I missing anything? Ariel crossed her arms, slightly displeased. You actually remembered everything. Are you even human? He then raised a question. I have a question about the 3rd part of the ceremony. What exactly am I supposed to do? It's not specified. I only know that I have to show my sincerity to God. What did you have to do? Just so I have a reference. Ariel answered bluntly. I didn't do anything. Day protested. Nothing? Stop joking. I'm being serious. Ariel calmly confirmed. It's true. I just ate and slept for a whole week. After that, the flow of mana appeared on my body, and I felt the holy power flowing through me. Ariel said it as if it were an extremely easy thing to do. Day was filled with doubt. The holy power and mana flow just appeared naturally. Huh, really? He is God after all. Suddenly, Ariel frowned critically. You got everything right, but the problem is your attitude. She didn't hesitate to lecture him. Even if you have a memory that surpasses ordinary people, you can't just adapt to those customs. Remembering and doing are 2 different things. After saying her piece, Ariel took off her glasses as it was time to eat. Why don't we take this opportunity to practice? Day had no other choice but to agree. All right, fine. At the dinner table, Day used his knife and fork to cut his steak with perfect form. Ariel was left speechless. She was a little disappointed. I'm doing pretty well, right? He said smugly. Of course. She wasn't ready to concede, pointing at him as if in challenge. But there's still a lot more, just you wait. Her aggressive attitude confused him. What else? Are you trying to pick a fight or something? He put a piece of meat in his mouth and asked, Why are you so strict? Ariel was just waiting for him to make a mistake and immediately seized the chance to remind him, Hey, you should cover your mouth when you talk while chewing. Day was annoyed. But why? Ariel winked and replied, Because right now, those petty nobles will scrutinize your every move. To give them nothing to criticize, everything we've talked about must become second nature. Day's mood sank. Seriously, just take a rest. Ariel said with a sly look, How can I rest when I have such an important mission? Besides, I want to stay here with you. Suddenly, someone called out to her. The holy maiden who guided Day yesterday came in. I'm very sorry, but please allow me to say this. Ariel wondered. Yes. What is it? The maiden bluntly reminded her. For a holy maiden such as yourself to stay in the residence of a newly arrived saint will attract too much attention and create many false rumors about the 2 of you. Day immediately recognized the newcomer. Oh, it's her, she continued. I know this may sound a bit rude, but please understand that I only wish to help you both avoid unnecessary problems. Ariel looked at the maiden, considering something, then spoke up. What is your name? The maiden then realized, Oh, I am. She introduced herself, Bella Croisikas. This name made Ariel pay attention, thinking to herself, Did she just say Croy? From the 3 great noble families. The 3 great noble families among the many aristocratic families throughout the land. The Holy Empire has 3 families that serve the saints. Additionally, there are 6 families who were granted the title of Shah for their achievements. Ariel wondered why someone as important as her would be chosen as a maid in the saint's residence. With that thought, she spoke with understanding. Even if I joke about it, I understand the need to be careful. Day quickly said, I should probably head back now. Ariel replied nonchalantly, All right, goodbye, hurry along now. She glanced towards the maid. And you're Claes of the Bella Croix family, aren't you? I'll be sure to remember you. Thanks for the advice. She said humbly, The honor is mine. Day also repeated her name in his head, Croix. He thought, if she has a title, then she must be a noble. A noble working as a maid? The saint is more important than I thought. That night, the door to Day's room creaked open, while he was already fast asleep. Claes, without a sound, stood by the bed and stared at him intently with a terrifying killing intent. The saint. She reached out her hand as if to do something, but held back halfway, clenching it into a fist. Claes's face was expressionless, her thoughts unreadable, and a moment later she abruptly turned and left. The next morning, Day acted as if nothing had happened, enjoying a cup of tea. He didn't hold back his praise. Your tea-making skills are truly top-notch. Claes humbly replied, Thank you, your holiness. This tea is brewed with petals from the zent flower. The previous night, Claes had silently slipped into the room, so quietly that even the highly perceptive Day didn't notice at all. However, she didn't do anything, and the next day passed as peacefully as any other, as if nothing had ever happened. Iriel shot an electric glare towards Claywood, who was whispering with a nun, "There's something very suspicious about her." After that, she approached Day and said, "Your Holiness, I've been informed that everything needed for the ceremony is ready. If you wish, please follow me." He was a bit surprised. "I thought it was supposed to start in the afternoon? Why are we going now?" Iriel interjected to explain, "There are still many things to prepare before the ceremony. You understand, right?" Day, not understanding at all, repeated, "Preparations?" Iriel smiled mischievously. "Today, you'll have to impress a great many people." A while later, Iriel exclaimed in admiration, "Those ceremonial robes suit you so well. Aren't you surprised? Who could possibly take their eyes off you like this? It is my fault. I will be sure to gather everyone and train them." Day strode forward. "Don't worry about that. We've arrived at the venue now, haven't we?" Claudius, standing before the door, confirmed, "Yes, Your Holiness. Inside, the Pope and the high-ranking aristocracy are waiting for you." Day stiffened and sighed. "I'm so nervous. I have no other choice." "Well then, I'll just have to get on with it." The doors opened. Someone announced, "The Saint and the Saintess are now entering." Everyone present immediately felt skeptical. "That's the new saint? That kid is the saint?" But then, a single thought sparked in all their minds with a common purpose. "This is my chance." Two nobles eagerly approached Day to greet him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness. I am. It is an honor to meet you. If you don't mind, please allow me to introduce myself." Suddenly, a hand blocked them, shielding Day from behind. Iriel reminded them sternly, "I understand that you are all very excited to meet the saint, but it is improper to act this way before the ceremony has even begun. After everything is finished, I believe you will have the opportunity to greet him." The two nobles immediately paled. "Saintess, you are correct." Claudius also continued, "Please maintain proper etiquette with His Holiness before the ceremony begins, and absolutely avoid any rude behavior." Someone recognized her as the young lady of House Bella Croix. At that point, no one dared to make a peep. "Yes, our apologies." However, they all had the same question. Why was she wearing a maid's uniform? Claudius stepped forward to lead the way. "This way, Your Holiness, I will lead you out." Day gave a forced smile. "We're already outside." She instructed, "When we arrive, I hope you are prepared to say a few words about your thoughts on officially undertaking the duties of a saint." Day was horrified and shouted, "You want me to give a speech? This is the first I'm hearing of this. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Claudius calmly remarked, "Is this that important?" Hearing that, his heart filled with resentment. So this is what they meant by needing to make an impression in front of many people. She offered a word of reassurance. "Don't worry, Your Holiness." Iriel and us said in unison, "Just say whatever you want. Feel free to be yourself because everyone will automatically interpret it as they wish, as what they want to hear." Day, witnessing such a chorus, inwardly sighed. The middle class all think alike. In the end, he accepted his fate with a sigh. "All right then, what I plan to say is..." Iriel cut him off. "Your Holiness," she said with a bright, encouraging smile, "good luck." Day smiled back and replied, "I've got this." Under a clear blue sky, hundreds of people were gathered below Day's residence, and he felt a bit of pressure. "Although I'm feeling a little better now." He wondered, why are there so many people? Did the entire population of the Empire flock here? Claudius spoke up, "Your Holiness, please take this." He immediately asked, "What is it?" She explained, "A magical tool. If you hold this in your hand, your voice will carry much farther." Hearing that, he refused. "Oh, I don't need something like this." Claudius reminded him, "While I don't wish to interrupt Your Holiness, I think it will be difficult for people to hear you." As soon as she finished speaking, Day used his own magical power to cast an amplification spell. Claudius was stunned in disbelief, thinking, magic. Meanwhile, Day began his speech. "I send my warmest greetings to everyone present here today." A citizen was confused. Did he just say warmest? He continued, "My name is Day, and I am the chosen successor saint. God has chosen someone as young and inexperienced as myself to be the saint, and truly, I don't know what else to say. I am just an ordinary boy who grew up in a rural part of this country, yet I was still chosen to be the saint. And I promised that I would choose a few among you before coming here. That promise is to ensure that the holy nation will stand at the pinnacle of this continent. Allow me to declare that promise to all the people standing on this land. I swear that I will make the holy nation of Gaia the most powerful kingdom on the continent." Day concluded with a perfectly confident smile. Then he held out his hand. Surely, hearing a declaration from a child, especially about such momentous matters, must make you feel a bit ridiculous. However, something appeared behind him that astonished us, and the audience was also greatly shocked. Day placed a hand on his chest. "As long as you believe in and support me, I will also pour all my strength into supporting you." A giant fireball hovered in midair, and the people below were stunned, murmuring amongst themselves. "A rock? Is it a meteor?" A ninth circle magic spell that only archmages can use. "The new saint is an outstanding mage." And then, everyone was deeply moved and cheered in unison. "Hail the saint, hail!" Day snapped his fingers, casting a cancellation spell. The fireball vanished on command, and the crowd's cheers grew even louder. Hail! Hail the saint! Once it was done, he turned around and asked Cleese, "So where do I go now?" Still a bit stunned, she replied, "Please follow me this way. Also, if you could, I hope that next time you could speak a little more quietly. The volume just now was a bit deafening." Day lamented, "You're telling me now?" In the main hall of the church, a small platform stood in the center. Day spoke up. "Is this it?" "Yes." Cleese confirmed. "Yes, please sit inside the circle." He did as he was told, and she instructed, "When you feel your spirit is ready, please request an audience with the Lord." Day repeated in confusion. "Request an audience? You mean?" He lay down, wondering what he was even supposed to say. Then, Day closed his eyes and tried to send out his thoughts. "Should I say hello first? Hello, dear Lord. Can you hear me speaking? Excuse me, Lord?" A while later, he snapped his eyes open, startled to realize he had fallen sound asleep. The so-called God didn't even bother to appear. He had gotten used to sleeping in a warm, comfortable bed recently, so lying on the hard floor was making his back hurt. Day looked around. Where's Cleese? Has she really been holding that same pose this entire time? No way. She has to be tired, right? He sat up, once again lost in thought. I guess I must have woken up because of Cleese, not because my back was hurting. Seeing he was awake, she quickly asked, "Did the Lord answer your call, Your Holiness?" Day put on a completely convincing expression and lied, "Of course." His voice is still echoing within my heart. Hearing his earnest declaration, Cleese said with a hesitant look, "That's quite impressive. Even Iriel had to spend an entire day and night to do it." Having committed to the lie, Day had to continue, replying, "Really?" Cleese praised him profusely. "You truly are the true saint." He gave a forced smile and acted humbly. "I didn't really do anything." That's what he said, but deep down Day couldn't help but feel conflicted. Should I tell her the truth? Meanwhile, deep within a dungeon, a voice echoed, "With the appearance of the new saint, it seems we'll need to alter our plans a bit." The pitch-black dungeon was illuminated by the flickering light of a torch, as the person continued. "Our enemy is the holy nation, so we need to make our decisions very carefully. Of course, we also need to wait for the right moment." At this point, the speaker's figure was revealed. He wore a heavy cloak that hid his face, and he concluded grimly, "However, when the opportunity arises, we must ensure that the holy nation is trampled into smithereens by any means necessary." Meanwhile, in another location, a voice cried out, "He already performed the ritual?" Another, calmer voice spoke up. "Why are you so worked up? That's why the ceremony was conducted properly." The hot-tempered man asked in confusion, "What? You're saying the ceremony was already prepared?" The calm person replied, "Yes, I heard Marquis Harrow was also involved in pushing for that ceremony." In yet another place, a voice was heard, "Father, did you call for me?" The deep voice of a middle-aged man replied, "Yes, Barris." Marquis Harrow asked with a serious face, "I assume you've heard about the new saint, correct?" He simultaneously thought, "A holy mage capable of summoning celestial bodies. I need to make sure we can establish a good partnership with him." Harrow placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "This is our opportunity. Although we missed our chance with that short-tempered saintess, if we can seize this moment, gaining the favor of the new saint," Barrett, the eldest son of Marquis Harrow, replied with a smile, "we will be able to make our family have an influence far beyond the holy nation." Pleased that his son understood him, he instructed, "That's right, so make sure you build a relationship with him at the banquet. However, you must treat him with the utmost respect, regardless of his age. Remember that. He won't just leave, so just make sure you don't make a bad impression on him." He quickly took it in. "Yes, father." Then, walking confidently, he thought smugly, "Of course, father, you don't need to worry. I've heard he's just a puppet for the kingdom." Barris was extremely amused, wondering to himself, how should I play with him? At the party, people were heard gossiping about Jay. "Have you heard anything about the new saint?" "Ah, I've heard plenty. Is that new saint a commoner?" "He is really so lucky to be chosen and suddenly rise up like that. That's the long and short of it." Barris chimed in. "Perhaps we should teach him a few basic rules?" Grian, from the Green family, suddenly noticed something. He spoke up. "That person is here." Barris gritted his teeth in disbelief. "That bastard, he never shows up at banquets like this before. Why would he suddenly show up at a place like this?" someone announced. Arriving from the J territory, Barris began, "Welcome to the banquet." The man glanced over, then cautiously asked, "I wonder, what wind brought a member of the J family here?" Jay let out a sigh. A lady from the Grellin Magi family, Lady Sarah, spoke. "I didn't come here to see you, Barrett," then changed her tone to speak to him. "Are you looking for someone, my lord?" "Lord J," he asked bluntly. "Has the saint not arrived yet?" "Oh," Saris exclaimed. "I take it you haven't met the saint yet?" Barris interjected. "He will be here soon, so why don't we wait for this saint together?" Hearing this, Grian spoke up. He must be busy with something urgent, so he couldn't arrive immediately. Barris suppressed his anger and chimed in, yes, that must be it. He cursed internally, that shameless bastard. From Jay's room a voice was heard, was this, made just for me? He, now in a different outfit, said in amazement. It's so comfortable, as if a tailor took my measurements personally. Cleis confirmed. Yes, my lord, that is correct. I estimated your measurements on the day. You arrived and sent them to the tailor. This formal suit was made precisely to your measurements, so it will fit you perfectly. Hearing this, Jay was even more impressed. You can get my measurements that precisely just by estimating on your own? Cleis humbly replied. Anyone can make such estimations with enough practice. He flashed a bright smile and complimented her. I knew. You were talented from the first time we met, but you're even more amazing than I thought. So awesome. Cleis paused for a moment, still maintaining her expressionless face, and replied, Thank you, my lord. I will now escort you to the banquet. Please follow me. Jay's smile faltered slightly. He thought to himself, no reaction whatsoever. She's really like a machine. Returning to the lavish banquet hall, Grian commented, This saint is taking longer than I thought. Saris agreed. Well, I imagine he needs some time to prepare. Barris jumped in. Anyway, have you heard about what happened during the ceremony? Grian said with a smile. I have, but I don't know the details. He speculated. It seems we're going to hear a very impressive speech, the image of that saint. So they say, but Barris thought smugly. In the end, he's just a commoner anyway. Just then, an announcement was made. May I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the saint has arrived. The three of them, Barris, Ryan, and Saris, all looked towards the door at once. He's here. Day walked in coolly, followed by Cleis. Barris thought to himself, that saint, he's a bit different than I expected, completely different from what I imagined. That composure, that confidence, everything is perfect. Then, Barris awkwardly approached and spoke. Greetings, your holiness. I am Barris, the eldest son of Marquis Har. Day smiled and replied, So you are from the Haro family? It's a pleasure to meet you. He clenched his fist, lamenting internally. I can't find a single flaw in him. At the same time, a few others also came closer to greet him. I am Gran of the Green family. I am Saris of the Marquis Grin family. Displaying perfect etiquette, it is an honor to meet you all. Barris gritted his teeth. At this rate, my plan will be for nothing if this continues. And so he spoke up. I've heard that the saint was once a commoner. Is that correct? Barris resolved internally. I need to provoke him to seize the initiative. Day didn't hide it. That's right. I come from a small village in the kingdom of Cillian, he continued. Then this must be your first time attending a banquet like this, right? After all, how could a commoner ever attend such a grand banquet? Day immediately noticed Barris's hostile attitude. Oh, look at this guy. But on the outside, he remained calm and responded with a smile. This is indeed my first time here, just as you said, since commoners are not allowed to attend banquets, Barris sarcastically implied. Now that the saint is no longer a commoner, that rule doesn't need to be followed anymore, right? Do you feel overwhelmed by the banquet here? Day stared at him and thought, there are always people like this. They are never satisfied with what they have. They can't stand being quietly in the background, so they act all nonchalant and get involved in political matters to fight for status. Such pathetic trash. After venting internally, he spoke up with a counter. It seems you think a person's background determines their worth. Why do you think that? Barris said bluntly. For no particular reason. It's just common sense to me. Day seemed to find this amusing, a bit of anticipation building within him. These types of people usually have one thing in common. They dig their own graves by running their mouths like this. This is going to be fun. Day continued the exchange. I'm not quite used to this kind of life yet, so it's still a bit difficult for me to fully understand what you're saying, Barris retorted. That's right, I forgot. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and called out, Your Holiness. Day immediately realized, here it comes. Barris was sweating but still bravely mocked him. You were also just a commoner like them before. As soon as he finished speaking, before Day could do anything, someone quickly drew their sword. He was stunned, and the hall instantly erupted in commotion. The sword's blade was less than 2 finger widths from Barris's neck. Luckily, Day quickly blocked it, or there would have been bloodshed. Barris, at this moment, realized he had almost met the Grim Reaper, and screamed in terror. He looked like he was about to faint on the spot. Day shouted, What do you think you're doing? That's too dangerous. It's a good thing I stopped it with my holy power. Rick spoke clearly. Your Holiness, I am deeply ashamed. I sincerely apologize for this first impression. He knelt on one knee to accept his fault, then added through gritted teeth. However, I could not allow this fool to continue disrespecting you. I know it was very rude, but I still couldn't contain my frustration. I hope you can forgive me. Day was confused, wondering what this guy was doing. Cleis then chimed in. Your Holiness, please allow me to say a few words. What this man from the Marquis' household just uttered was blasphemous. How dare he overstep his bounds to mock you like that? Jack chimed in. That's right. I believe we should slit this Barris's throat and ensure his family is properly punished. We need to make an example of him for the others. Barris's face turned pale. Huh? Day spoke calmly. Ah, you are not wrong, Cleus. He gave the order. Summon Marquis Harrow here. She immediately obeyed. Understood. I'll be right back. Just then, a voice rang out. That won't be necessary. Iriel glanced at the grim-faced man descending the stairs, saying, he has been observing everything from the second floor and is already on his way down. Having lost face, Har growled. You imbecile. Barris turned pale and stammered. Father. I. Then, without another word, he landed a thunderous slap across his son's face, along with a curse. You fool! Barris clutched his head, sprawled on the floor. Har continued to strike him. This idiotic son of mine. What did I tell you? How dare you be so disrespectful to his holiness? You're trash, and so is everything you say. Fearing for his life, he screamed, Father, please stop. This scene left everyone stunned, but they all shared the thought that someone should stop him. Afterward, the father and son both knelt at Day's feet, with Har even kowtowing. I sincerely beg your forgiveness. Your Holiness, please forgive me. It is all because I failed to educate my son properly. Please forgive the insolence of my son. With that, he turned to urge his son. Barris, what are you doing? Beg for his Holiness's forgiveness now. He hastily complied. I apologize to you, your Holiness. The saint, Day, spoke coldly. Do you think doing this will earn you the saint's forgiveness? Rich, like a devoted guard, had his hand on his sword. Your Holiness, if you wish it, I can punish them immediately. The only one who remained calm was Day, who raised a hand to stop him. Hey, stop, calm down. He looked down, wondering, how should I handle this now? Then he spoke, putting the difficult question to Har, the Marquis, in this situation. What do you think would be a fitting punishment for your actions? Regarding that, the man stammered, well, about that. Unable to speak, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, my son, Barris, lost his mother when he was very young, and I felt guilty as a father who had not fulfilled his duty. I swore I would never let him suffer. He had to enjoy a good life, wanting for nothing. However, the promise I made. And then he stated frankly, if you would grant us the grace of forgiving my son for his actions, as an apology and as a show of my remorse, I will renounce my title and donate my assets to the church. Day spoke up, this is not something that will solve the problem. Whether or not Barris is punished, you must also take responsibility for your actions, the wrongs his son caused. He observed the man, thinking about how he would renounce his title and donate his wealth to protect his son. Only when the source is clear can fresh water flow. Then, Day called out loudly, Barris! He lifted his face and answered, Yes, my lord. You called for me. Day inquired, do you realize what you did wrong? He was no longer arrogant, but it was honest. I have sullied your name with my blasphemous talk. Seeing Barris's attitude, Day's heart was at ease. Postponed. I'll punish Marquis Harrow if he's as foolish as his son, but it seems he's quite reasonable. So punishment is unnecessary. With that thought, he spoke, that's not all. Your greatest sin is that you made your own father kneel. I had considered punishing you, but seeing the sincerity and love he has for his child, I have decided to let it go. Barris hesitated in disbelief. Does that mean? Seeing Barris's bewildered expression, Day confirmed, it means I forgive you. He quickly said, you are truly benevolent. Are you really letting this go? Your Holiness. Harrow's eyes welled up with tears, and seeing them so moved, made Day wonder. Ah, is it a bit much if I just leave without getting anything? He added with a bright smile. If you make a generous donation, as you mentioned earlier. Harrow immediately agreed. Yes, of course. I would be happy to donate any amount you wish. Just let me know. Iriel, who had been watching, gave a strained laugh and thought to herself, such a light punishment for something as serious as blasphemy. She blushed slightly as she looked at him, though she thought he handled it quite cleverly. Later in the backyard, Zik, still not over it, inquired, Forgive me, your Holiness. Are you really all right with this? Just say the word, and I can punish them right here and now. Day helplessly stopped him from drawing his sword. Put that away, we don't need to do that. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Now that I think about it, he's been following me for a while now, and it's been so natural that I didn't find it strange at all. Day spoke up, I know it's a bit late, but I've never asked for your name. This question startled Zik. He immediately knelt and bowed his head. I have committed a grave error. Day was completely exasperated. No, I just want to know your name. He introduced himself. I am Che Sia of Gong. Day was surprised to hear this. Huh? You also have Sia in your name? What does that mean? Cleus chimed in at the perfect time. Sia is a title. The only people who have the title Sia in their names are from the 3 families that have served the saint and saintess. Zik added, it symbolizes our loyalty to you. Day was enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. But are so many people really necessary? I don't think I really need 3 families to serve me. Actually, 1 is more than enough. Cleus said sternly. Your Holiness, This is something that has been established since ancient times. Please do not feel pressured. Just think of it as the will of the heavens. Zik immediately expressed. If you truly think that 3 families are too many and that you only need 1, then please choose me. I will definitely do my best. Cleus gave him a death glare, and Day quickly interjected. I won't force any family to step down, so don't fight amongst yourselves. He then asked, so what about the other family? Why are there only the 2 of you? Cleus explained. The remaining family is responsible for protecting you from the shadows. Their true identities must not be known by our enemies, so even we don't know who they are. However, we know that they are always within a distance to protect His Holiness at a moment's notice. Just then, Day suddenly noticed something. On a nearby tree branch, a figure dressed in black was sitting silently. Only then did Day realize, wow, he was right. They are nearby. Now if I focus, I can sense the energy they're emitting. Them. He started counting 126 and then exclaimed in surprise. Huh? There are 7 people besides Day? Question marks appeared over everyone's heads. Cleus asked, Zik, do you see anything? He was also bewildered. No, I don't see a thing. The person hiding on the tree branch muttered, I knew it. Even when he was young, he was still an impressive archmage. The next morning, at Day's mansion, someone greeted him. Hello, Lord Ustad. She replied, Good morning. She stood in front of the family crest, lost in thought. A memory surfaced along with someone's scolding words. Get up. You are a Croce. If you can't even do this, do you think you can bear the name Bella Croy? Cleus, as a child, whose small hands were bleeding from sword practice, replied, I'm sorry, Father. The man she called Father lectured, Those who serve the saint cannot be weak. Pick up your sword. The small, bloody hand once again gripped the sword. There had never been a case of 2 saints existing at the same time. I believed that since a saintess already existed, there would be no other saint. However, to serve a saint, I had to strive harder. I had to endure the hardship of training. I questioned my own purpose for existing hundreds of times a day. However, a few years later, as if God was answering my question, a new saint appeared. A voice cut through her train of thought. Cleus, Day pointed at the saintess behind him and asked, Iriel will lead me to the next part of the ceremony. What does that mean? She seemed to be gloating over his misfortune. I already told you. The more beautiful person has the duty of guiding you to the ceremony. Is that so hard to understand? Cleus thought to himself. Day, the saint. Outwardly, he humbly replied, If you'll allow me to explain, except on special occasions, only the saints can enter the ceremony site. It has nothing to do with appearance at all. Day gave a judgmental look and asked, Is that so, and you can still smile? Iriel stuck out her tongue, playing innocent. He was then led to a lush forest, and Day exclaimed, Ah, it's great to be outside. I didn't know there was a forest like this behind the castle. Cleus spoke up, This way, Your Holiness. Iriel added, We're almost there. Day asked irritably, So what? He looked at the knights around him and thought, Wait, there are holy swordsmen guarding this area. It's normal for a holy land to be heavily guarded. Day's head was filled with question marks. In front of him now was a ridiculously long staircase. Iriel informed him, Your Holiness, this is the entrance. You just need to go all the way to the top. His heart sank. Are you serious? Iriel announced with a bright smile. Because this part of the ceremony shows your respect for God. You are absolutely forbidden from using magic to climb to the top. Day couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, Why do I have to do this? Under the sunset sky, Day was still climbing the stairs, shouting, Wait a minute. He turned pale and asked Iriel, Hold on, can we rest for a bit? She gave a sly, mocking laugh. Come on. We've only just begun. Are you tired already? It seems your stamina could use some improvement, huh? Day retorted in frustration. I had to travel all over the holy nation yesterday. You saw it too. She just keeps trusting in me. Oh, 1,000 thanks to you, Saint. He panted heavily and said, If I could use mana, these stairs would be nothing. Iriel coldly refused. No, I already told you. It's not just here. You can't use mana during the ritual either, understand? From now on, you're on your own. Walk on your own 2 feet. Just keep climbing 1 step at a time and you'll get there. Iriel emphasized again. You must not use mana. You will see me when you finish this trial. Looking at the seemingly endless stairs, Day still held a glimmer of hope, reassuring himself. All right, maybe it won't take that long. Little did he know, after who knows how long, Day, drenched in sweat and out of breath, finally arrived. He gave up and collapsed on the ground. What was I just saying? This took forever. He looked at the wooden house in front of him, thankful that at least there was a house here, probably an empty one. Good thing it's not some dragon's lair or monster's den. Day opened the door and went inside. I just need to live here, for 1 week. He put his bag on the floor. Even though she said I have to show respect to God, I still don't really understand what I need to do, at all. Since Iriel said she didn't do anything for the entire week, Day cheerfully concluded. So this must be a vacation, right? Then I should take this chance to rest as much as possible while I'm here. 1 week will fly by in no time. At that time, I couldn't have foreseen the trials that awaited me and the harsh reality I would have to face during my supposed rest here. As time passed, Day reached up to pick a fruit from a tree, saying cheerfully, "The apples are so fresh today." These fresh, delicious apples. He took a bite and chewed with a fed-up expression, muttering, "I'm so sick of this." And then Day angrily threw the apple away. "Come on, this is just cruel." He screamed that he would definitely not use mana and would rely on his own strength to do everything from starting a fire with sticks and leaves to catching fish. But they didn't even tell me exactly what I'm supposed to do. Okay, isn't this more than enough? What more do you people want? He even had to grill the fish himself. They said 1 week, just 1 week, but he ended up eating with immense dissatisfaction. So what was this whole past month about? At least tell me what's going on? Day stood in the middle of the forest and yelled, "Do they think I came here to learn how to survive in the wilderness or something? For crying out loud." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something unusual. "Ah, wait, this is holy power," he thought, surprised by its appearance. "You finally answered me. Was it because I was angry?" Day was finally lifted off the ground by the source of power, as a pillar of light erupted, and he joyfully exclaimed, "I have holy power too." Then he landed back on the ground. But something wasn't quite right, which made him go, "Huh." With a serious expression, Day thought to himself, "My holy power is gone. What do I do now?" Suddenly, the power reappeared. "Ah, just kidding. There it is." Then it vanished again. "No, what is this now?" After that, the holy power returned, erupting so strongly that it formed a pillar of light, and just then, predictably, it disappeared again. Day, with a speechless expression, silently wondered, "What the heck is this? Is God trying to mess with me?" As time passed, he kept trying to use the holy power. It would appear. But Day was exhausted from practicing. He thought helplessly, "I've been grinding for a whole month and still have no holy power." Furious, Day put on his bag and started walking down the stairs, giving up on everything. It's meaningless if it only appears for a moment. It's even more frustrating that I can feel the air around me become purer thanks to the holy power. I've never been so disappointed in my life like this before. My dreams are completely shattered. Can anyone help me? As if reading Day's thoughts, someone's voice called out. Saint Ariel appeared, surprised. "Oh my, why are you here?" He silently screamed her name in his heart. "Ariel." Day was incredibly moved, thinking, "She's the first person I've seen in a month. Even though it's just Ariel, I'm still deeply touched. She must have known I was being tormented and came for me. Comfort?" However, in Ariel's eyes, his entire body was now completely enveloped in holy power, so much so that she couldn't even see him, which made her turn pale. Day, however, still didn't understand what was happening and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" She asked in disbelief. "Do you mean you can't use either mana or holy power?" He answered affirmatively. "I haven't tried using holy power yet." Ariel quickly asked, "Do you want to try? The ritual is already over though." Day then noticed Ariel's dirty dress. "By the way, what happened to your clothes?" She gave a forced smile and replied, "I sensed a powerful source of holy power, so I rushed here." Hearing that, he reached his hand out towards her and cast a cleaning spell. Instantly, the dress looked brand new. Day was surprised by his own ability. "It seems I can still use mana normally," Ariel exclaimed. "What a relief." Then Day rubbed his chin and muttered, "I can use the mana in the air, so why can't I use holy power?" Ariel smiled brightly and said, "It's a shame that you can't use holy power, but so what? You are still the one chosen by God and also an amazing mage. If anyone dares to spread nasty rumors, just teach them a lesson with your magic." She added, "By the way, thanks to your holy power, the atmosphere around you is so pleasant, and there's a nice scent too." Ariel moved closer to sniff, which made Day ask, "What do you mean, a nice scent?" She described it rapturously, a warm fragrance that just makes people want to get closer to you. Her words helped Day make a decision in his mind. "I think I should keep my distance from others until I can control this holy power." Just then, a loud voice called out, "Your Holiness, we have come to congratulate you on passing the ritual." Z announced in a booming voice. Claudius added, "Congratulations, Your Holiness." The saint, Day, smiled and replied, "Claudius and Z, you're here, thank you." Z spoke up, "Of course, we came as soon as we heard the news." Claudius added, "Your Holiness, you've worked hard." Before he could finish, both of them suddenly caught the scent coming from Day, and without a word, they both moved closer with great enthusiasm. "Please give me your bag, I'll carry it. Let me hold it. Is there anything else you need?" Day was extremely suspicious. "What's wrong with you guys? Don't come any closer," he shouted in alarm. "Stop, get away from me, I want to go home." With them tailing him from behind, Day felt helpless. "You? Why are you following me?" Z replied as if it were obvious. "As a member of the 3 clans, I must always be by your side at all times." He wasn't moved, but rather became more vigilant, so suspicious. That night, at the mansion, a sigh was heard from the library. "There's so much, perhaps this will be useful for the current situation." A pile of books and documents was placed on the table. Before I became the saint, I made a promise to myself to make the holy nation the greatest nation of all. Now that I have officially become the saint, it's time to fulfill that promise. The first step is to gain a thorough understanding of the holy nation, from its history and climate to its agriculture and commerce, right down to their very origins. To understand all of that, I have to read all of this. Day put on his glasses and immersed himself in knowledge. His heart was filled with the determination to make the holy nation the greatest of all, which meant he had to establish a new system. A new system. Acting on this thought, Day gathered all the nobles of the holy nation once the sun was high in the sky. Most of the assembled nobles criticized the empire, claiming it was facing problems due to a lack of qualification. In response to their words, Day suggested some adjustments in agriculture, commerce, and the trade industry. Among the proposals, at that, the milpa system for agricultural development received a shower of praise from the nobles and was the first amendment to be passed. The milpa system is an ancient farming method of the old Mexican people. The count was the first to speak during the meeting. There is something, Your Holiness, in the clauses written here, about using priests as mercenaries. What do you mean by that? Day replied with a smile. It's exactly as it sounds. It's an idea to make the most of the priest resources we have to minimize the number of mercenaries we have to hire. An alarm bell rang in his heart. Here it comes. The next person to speak was Haru. So you mean to send the priests to the battlefield? Day confirmed. Yes, that's right. Count Ryan spoke again. In that case, the sacrifice of priests will lead to the collapse of our holy nation. On top of that, the number of people who want to become priests will also decrease. Day explained. Of course, the priests will only be in the rear of the battle lines, as long as the front line remains stable. We can minimize the number of priest casualties. The count didn't let up, standing up. Even in that case, the battlefield is still the battlefield. Har also shared the same opinion. The count is right, not to mention if they are attacked from the flanks. Day calmly presented, I know, the battlefield is not a safe place, and ideally, the priests would return unscathed after participating in battle. I will not force them to join the fight without a clear plan. I intend to dispatch the cavalry to accompany them to the battlefield. With the cavalry escorting them, the priest's safety can be guaranteed, but using priests as mercenaries is just a contingency plan. Even if they don't go to the front lines to fight, they can serve as support to boost the soldiers' morale. Witnessing the casualties and sacrifices on the gruesome battlefield will certainly be an extremely useful experience for the priests. Count Ren was determined to argue to the end. I agree that priests are a necessary force in combat, but aren't there a dozen other options if we need money or prestige? Day crossed his arms and said, using priests as mercenaries isn't just for money and prestige. In fact, those benefits are just secondary. What we are really aiming for is the support from other empires. He repeated in confusion. Support from other empires? Day began to elaborate. From the position of a kingdom that needs the holy nation's support, they can't do anything that would put us in danger, and because we are only lending them our combat forces, we can demand compensation if any of the troops we send suffer casualties. The count was somewhat swayed, but still had doubts. That's true. We would gain more control if we lent our soldiers to other countries. But even so, isn't that too risky? Just then, someone stepped forward with the words, using the priests' lives as collateral. I think that's a good idea. Iriel smiled and raised her hand. I agree with His Holiness's idea. Her appearance surprised everyone, the saintess. Earlier day, and she had discussed their strategy together. She looked at the plan and analyzed it. I must say that although the ideas His Holiness has proposed are all great, there will certainly be certain risks if we actually use priests as mercenaries. Day then asked, in that case, is there any way for us to gain the trust of the nobles? Iriel, not thinking it a big deal, answered, it's simple, I can help you. She placed her hand on the table. We don't need to win the trust of the nobility, we just need to overcome them. Iriel burst out laughing and stated her price. It's a simple transaction, and I'll make it cheap for you. Just say, oh, most beautiful woman in the empire, Lady Iriel, please help me. Day looked on judgmentally and sighed, but he was secretly impressed that her mere appearance had already helped. Iriel's influence was truly formidable. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire nobility of this country was on her side. So if Iriel sided with him this time, even if it felt a bit underhanded, it was the best method he had. He had no other choice. He put his hands on his hips, faced the crowd, and announced, all right, let's consider this discussion concluded. If anyone else has ideas to promote the development of the Holy Kingdom, feel free to tell me. A few nobles were genuinely convinced by him. I think his idea is actually quite good. I agree with the saint. And so, the Holy Kingdom gradually carried out everything as planned. To anticipate the difficulty of reforming the farming methods, we first implemented a trial in a small territory. The public also did not object to using priests as tax collectors. After receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves, many other kingdoms subsequently requested the aid of these priests. And so, the Holy Kingdom obtained a considerable source of revenue, which helped promote further investment in agricultural and commercial improvements, allowing the Holy Kingdom to become more developed. Day breathed a sigh of relief. He placed both hands on the windowsill, looked outside, and thought, To ensure that every sector's reforms proceed smoothly, I need a dedicated expert for each field. I have to find the right people. This is going to be difficult. I'll need to take some time to think about this. At the Holy Kingdom's library, the librarian was yawning when a girl approached to talk. You look awfully tired. The librarian hastily stood up. Ah, my lady, you've returned? She replied. Yes. It's been a while, hasn't it? Please, sit down. It's been 3 months, right? The librarian replied. Yes. About that long, I believe. A looked around and wondered. The library is so full of people today, how strange. It's usually not this crowded. The librarian whispered, the saint has been visiting frequently for the past few days. She repeated in surprise. The saint? The librarian pointed towards Day, who was engrossed in a book, and said, they've probably all fallen for his handsome face, don't you think? After that, A walked over and pulled up a chair across from Day. She sat down and began, are you the saint? He acknowledged it and asked, yes, what is it? At the same time, he thought, who is this? Why is she looking at the books I've read? He silently assessed, all of these books are related to medicine. With that thought, she used it to start a conversation. Are you reading these books? Day was cold and asked again, yes, what do you need? A picked up a book, pointed towards him and said, if you've read all of these, you must understand most of it, right? Day replied, of course, to a certain extent. She then brought up a topic. In that case, can you tell me how to treat a wound from a rusty sword? Day took off his glasses and answered, use holy light to stop the necrosis and then heal it as usual. A probed. Correct, but do you agree with that method? He answered bluntly, no. His response intrigued her, and she asked further, then how would you treat the patient? Day explained his own idea. I would cut away the necrotic flesh around. Ek was confused. Cut it away? Why? He explained. Although people think that being cut by a rusty sword is the same as being poisoned, we can't be 100% sure the consequences are identical to poisoning. If a rusty sword cuts into the flesh, you don't get poisoned, but rather, the wound itself and the surrounding cells get damaged. In that case, just using holy light to stop the bleeding and then healing it normally won't lead to a complete recovery. It's best to cut away the damaged flesh around the cut, and then proceed with the proper treatment. He gave a long explanation, but Ek focused on the key word and questioned it. So what are these cells you're talking about? Day panicked internally. He'd forgotten that the concept of cells didn't exist in this world. Without waiting for his answer, she continued. But anyway, even if those cells you mentioned can't be healed with holy light, isn't cutting away the rotten part too barbaric? Day somewhat agreed. You're not wrong, but it's the best way. Hearing that, Ek leaned back in her chair and concluded, as long as the patient can be cured, the method doesn't matter, right? Day quickly refuted. That's not what I meant. Suddenly, she slammed the table, stood up, and cut him off. Sir, I completely understand what you mean. Ek extended a hand towards Day, offering, please allow me to invite you to the library. I'm sure we can discuss this matter in more depth there. After saying that, she changed the subject. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Ek, leader of the conservative priest faction. This name stunned Day. Huh? He thought in disbelief. Ek, leader of the conservative priest faction. Ah, so this person is the head priest? This might be the first time we've officially met, but I've heard many stories about you. Ek smiled warmly. If you have any questions about medicines, feel free to ask. However, I'm curious as to why a saint like you would study such a useless field. Day looked at the pile of books before him and said, even if you say that, why are you studying medicine? I thought you said it was useless. Studying, you say? Ek gently brushed her hair to one side, revealing her other eye. I was hoping it could help improve this eye of mine. However, Day wasn't surprised in the least. He asked in a low voice, were you born like that? She was also quite surprised by his reaction, thinking to herself, asterisk, he's not surprised at all after seeing asterisk asterisk at asterisk, but she smiled on the outside and replied, yes, that's right. I've been like this since I was born. Day continued to ask, you can't see anything with that eye? Do you feel any pain? I don't feel any pain, but I'm not blind either. He was a bit hesitant. Would it be all right if I took a quick look? She agreed without a second thought. It's fine, go ahead. He stepped closer to observe. Oh, this is a cataract. Hearing him, she asked back. A cataract? What is that? Day didn't answer right away but probed further, although I'm not entirely sure. What about at night? Can your eye see in the dark? It's true that my eye can see a little better in the evening. Then it's definitely a cataract. If you'd like, I can explain more about this condition. Day said as he picked up some chalk and wrote on the blackboard in the room. Please look this way. What I'm drawing is a normal human eye. This is the pupil, and this is the lens. The lens. When we look at something, the lens focuses the light and makes the object clearer in our eyes. However, in your case, the lens is cloudy, and the disease that causes the lens to become cloudy is called cataracts. Eli gently touched her eye. If it's that disease, then what? Why can't I be cured? If it's just a disease, can't it be cured with various medicines? It could also be because you were born this way. What can I do when? Even holy magic can't cure it, Day explained in a low voice. Holy magic is for healing damaged parts of the body. However, what if your body doesn't register it as an injury? That might explain why it can't be fixed by healing magic. Ile pointed to her eye and said, then isn't it wrong that I can't see with my naked eye? He immediately replied, that's only for normal people. Since you were born this way, your body doesn't recognize that there's a problem. Anyway, we need to clear your eye to be able to cure this disease. Clear it how? Day said with a calm expression. How? We need to scoop out your eye. Hearing this, she jumped and cried out, scoop? You mean my eye? That's just one part of the treatment. We need to remove the cloudy part from your eye, and we need a replacement for your lens. He frowned, thinking to himself, although it seems possible to scoop out the cloudy part, in this world, there are no artificial lenses. Even after we cure the disease, it's useless if she becomes blind. Standing aside and seeing his thoughtful expression, she smiled softly and said, it's all right. There's no need to worry about a chronic disease. I'm sure I'll find a cure soon enough. Day was dumbfounded. Me? Unable to cure it? How could I not be able to cure cataracts, even in another world? Ile, he said with a firm voice, don't worry, I can definitely cure you. Hearing that, she burst out laughing. You're really funny. All right then, go for it. Follow me. There's a place I want to show you. The two of them went to another room together. Inside was filled with various equipment and chemical substances. This is my research lab. This is the lab the Holy Nation created for me to research medicine. Feel free to use it whenever you want. Really? Yes. I get lonely here too. This is the least I can do to help someone in the same field. Day smiled. Excitedly, thank you very much. And so Day began his research at the headquarters. Scene changed to 1 month later. Let's see. This is Giant's blood. He took out a small tube, slowly pouring it onto the glass dish below. After being exposed to air for a short time, its property was very liquid, but it has become harder. While I was still talking, it became as hard as a piece of jelly. That's right. The blood samples of different monster species have different properties. If we can make use of this, we might make some progress. That's right. Day asked in a low voice. But isn't it impossible to mix the blood of different species? Yeah, they have different physical constitutions, so they could die instantly. Ah, there is one special case, unlike other species, the case of OS. Because they have extremely good adaptability, it seems fine to mix their blood with that of other species. Hearing her say that, he wondered, excellent adaptability. Is there a way I can take a look at it? The scene changes. It was now late afternoon in the forest behind the Grand Palace, and Day was focused on foraging for some useful herbs there. After feeling like he had gathered enough, he slowly stood up, let out a sigh, and said, this is enough for today. Just then, he noticed a rustling sound nearby, along with some kind of dark figure. What is that? Day walked straight toward the spot and saw an orc and a giant. Both of them were knocked out. They had probably just fought each other. He quickly noticed the orc's pained, grimacing face. Huh? That guy is still alive? It seems he's in shock from his wounds and excessive bleeding. It looks like he fought a giant that was bulkier than him. It's a miracle he's still alive. Next, he glanced over at the giant lying sprawled on the ground. Day couldn't help but recall her previous words. Unlike other species, in the case of orcs, because they have extremely good adaptability, it seems fine to mix their blood with that of other species. He smiled, rummaging through the bag he was wearing. This is the perfect opportunity for me to test it. Let's seize this chance. Right after that, the orc suddenly let out a cry. It looked around in a daze, and was startled to see the giant beside it. It looked at Day, who was standing in front of it, with tears welling up in its eyes. He saw this and asked, "You're awake?" The orc screamed in panic, and he immediately stopped it. "Stop, don't move, stay still." Day quickly used magic to bind its limbs. "Calm down, I don't intend to kill you. I'm saving you. You lost too much blood, so I gave you a transfusion with the giant's blood. I'm in a hurry, I'm not done with you yet." He suddenly noticed a white fluid leaking from the orc's wound. "Huh? What's this? Blood? But why is it so clear?" Slowly, it became transparent, and Day burst out laughing in excitement. "Perfect! With this I can finally do it." The brilliant golden sunset filled the sky, blanketing the dense forest. This must be the place she told me to come to, Day thought as he walked. When I transfused the Chow monster's blood into the orc, its color became clearer. I never expected mixing the blood of two different monster species would yield such a perfect result. If I focus on researching this, I might be able to create an artifact lens. That way, EA's cataracts can be cured. Now I have to collect more blood from Chow monsters and orcs. Earlier, he had asked, if I want to research the orc and Chow species, where should I go? Orc and Chow monsters, you say? She clicked her tongue softly and said, there's a small, abandoned village called Gay Hio near the outskirts of the castle. It said that the surrounding forests are often gathering places for orcs and chow monsters. Day didn't hesitate long and quickly went to that village. Just as she had said, this village was completely abandoned. Everything here was dilapidated and old. He looked around with a bit of fear, because it was now evening, making everything look even scarier. So these ruins were once the village of Gaehyo. I thought she was exaggerating, but who knew it was actually abandoned? Suddenly, he noticed something. It turned out, in a corner by a wall, there were two children sitting huddled together. Those two kids? Were they abandoned too? Day wondered to himself. Right after that, one of the two children quickly noticed his presence. Day didn't shy away and slowly walked toward them. Hello, do you want some of this? He took out a piece of dried meat from his bag. Take it. It's okay. It's not poisoned or anything. I swear. The little girl, though still very wary, reached out and took it. Day smiled, thinking, at least they trust me. The only thing I can do to help is give these kids food and this. He continued to rummage through his bag, then took out a small pouch. The little girl opened the pouch, and inside were shining gold and silver coins. Day said softly, take this and go to Salonia. This money is enough for the two of you to find a place to rest and buy food. The little girl looked at him, bewildered, and asked, but why would you do this for someone you've never met before? Hearing that, he laughed. Just because, for no reason at all, you know? There's really no reason. The little girl frowned, unable to understand his actions. But they still took the items and stood up to leave. Day didn't linger there either, and continued to explore the area around the village. He thought to himself, I can't believe I'd run into a scene like this right after leaving the city. The current laws can't do anything to help you. I need to investigate more about that child. One day, I will bring prosperity back to this place so I can build the best version of the Holy Kingdom. The scene changes to the next morning. Rays of warm early morning sunlight filtered down into this dense, desolate forest. Day had been walking alone all night. Finally, he found a rather large cave there. He slowly walked inside. Is this a Kwai Cho's den? Inside, a Kwai Cho was sleeping peacefully. Day reminded himself, I have to be careful not to wake it up. He tiptoed little by little towards it. Then, Day took a syringe out of his bag. Sorry for sneaking in here. I'm just going to borrow a little bit of blood. After he was done, he continued on his way to the orcs' territory. Hey, hearing his voice, they all turned to look at him. I've come to ask you for a favor. The orcs immediately showed angry expressions, and they waddled straight towards him. Day forced a smile and asked, You're not even going to listen to me? He quickly used binding magic on them, catching one. Looking at the bound orc, Day suddenly realized, wait, is that you? Do you remember me? I saved you when you were dying, remember? Calm down and listen to me. He smiled and pointed to the pile of animal carcasses nearby. I'm just asking for one favor, and I'll pay you for it. Will you help me? And just like that, everything was resolved smoothly. Day held the test tube containing their blood in his hand, saying, thanks to the orcs, I was able to succeed. First, I should go back and get organized. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Huh? You're the little girl I helped last night, who was tearfully pointing ahead. What's wrong? Is something happening over there? On the other side, the little boy was slammed hard against a wall. A large thug was holding the money pouch, and he sneered threateningly. Now do you see what happens when you don't do things the easy way? Oomph, the little boy growled. Give it back. What? Give me back my money. The little boy glared at them, and the thugs noticed the killing intent radiating from him and frowned slightly. This little punk, what did you just say? They raised a large club. You dare talk back to me? Stop. Luckily, Day arrived just in time to intervene. Seeing him, the thug yelled, Who the hell are you? He didn't answer but asked, What do you think you're doing? The man quickly snatched the club. Humph. Who are you? Day remained silent. He silently observed his surroundings, wondering if the man had stolen money. It didn't end there, as a group of thugs immediately surrounded him. Looks like you. Come from a rich family, huh? But a wealthy person like you shouldn't be in a place like this alone. Let me teach you a lesson. The lead thug loudly ordered them to get him, and the whole group rushed forward at once, but Day just gently swung, his hand once, hitting one of them in the face. How could he have possibly taken that guy down in a single blow? Day asked with a stern face. Want to continue? Do you think everything will go your way? But the group still didn't give up and attacked. Just a few seconds later, they were all sprawled out on the ground as dust clouds billowed everywhere. The little girl hurried over to embrace her younger sister. Day stood beside them and asked gently, Are you two okay? I'm sorry for letting this happen. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place to rest. I'm sorry, but that's not possible, Clea said in a low voice. This is a sacred place. Only the saints and their people are allowed to stay. We cannot permit children of unknown origin to be here. Day pointed at the two children and said, Even if the saints are staying here, can't a place as large as this shelter these two children? I'm sorry, but those are the rules here. That's just how it is. He sighed softly. What kind of harsh rules are these? I didn't even know they existed. He smiled and turned to say, To them, anyway, don't worry, I'll definitely find a place for you two. After that, the two children stared blankly at the scene before them. What about this? This place should be fine, right? In front of them was a two-story wooden house with a large area. This is where the two of them would live from now on. He had just bought this house. I forgot to ask your names, Day gently asked. He had just realized that he hadn't even asked for the kids' names. The little girl replied softly, We don't have names. No, names? Well then, let's see. A name. I've got it, okay. How about this? Why don't we call you Chris, and your sister can be Mary? Those are very meaningful names where I'm from. Hearing this, the two children looked at him with wide eyes. Day was a little flustered by their reaction. Do they sound bad? You don't like them? No, that's not it at all. The little girl couldn't hold back her tears. I don't know what to say. I'm just so grateful to you. He looked at them with a compassionate gaze. The two children said in unison, Thank you. The scene shifts to Dang's laboratory, where he is focused on tinkering with something. A, who was beside him, called out softly, Day, are you still working on that thing? What are you trying to make? He was still concentrating on his work, and replied when he heard her, Just you wait. I'm doing all of this for you. A, it's finally finished. Day had used magic and various other things to forge a brilliant, jade-green eyeball. She asked with a gaze, full of doubt. You said it's for me, which means you're still trying to heal my eye. Are you still serious about that idea? Of yours? Of course, he smiled and said. I finally found a way to help you. Look at this. He took out a test tube. These are the ingredients that can cure your eyes. I couldn't help but be bewildered. Can that thing really cure my eyes? What exactly is it? Where did you get it? This is the blood of the Chow species. Chow blood? How are you so sure it will work? Day slowly answered each question. I've mixed it with orc blood. As you said, the orc species can adapt to anything, unlike other species. I only discovered this by chance. Since an orc's body can accept other types of blood, the blood is purified in the process. Therefore, by introducing the summoned blood into an orc's body, we can create a clean blood, leaving only the modifiable component. So you're saying that blood can cure my eye? Correct. However, I need you to trust me. Ely was still skeptical about this. Why should I trust you? Day smiled and said nonchalantly, because we'll have to put it inside your eye to heal the retina. Hearing this, she was utterly stunned and taken aback. What? Do you mean you have to perform cataract surgery? And then drip that blood into my eye? Are you actually serious? But he still said with certainty, basically, we will remove the damaged part of the retina, then insert this to replace the removed section. He looked at her contemplative expression, thinking it was right for her to need time to think. She had never imagined that such a procedure existed. Day pursed his lips, thinking about something else. Then he suddenly bowed before her. To her surprised and flustered cry, What are you doing? Do you know what it means for a saint to bow his head? He said in a low voice. I understand why you're hesitant. It sounds impossible and unachievable. That's why I want you to trust me this time. Your eye. I will take responsibility and do my utmost to heal it. Ely didn't expect him to be so serious. She could feel the sincerity in every word this young man was saying. The intention to heal and the genuine goodwill, she could feel it from the bottom of her heart. I think this is truly insane. She smiled and said, All right, let's do it. After all, I can't use this eye anymore. If there's even a small chance, I will take it. After that, Ely completely entrusted herself to Day. She lay still and motionless on the operating table, while Day, beside her, he wore full protective gear to ensure sanitary safety was maintained. Now, I'll use mana to keep the eyelids open. And after incising the retina, I'll remove the damaged part. And after replacing the entire damaged section, I will insert an artificial retina as a replacement. Although this process isn't very difficult, without the necessary support equipment, it's quite tough. I have to do everything by hand. Day was extremely focused, doing one thing at a time. But who am I? I'm Yusung, the hand of God. A while later, Ely finally woke up from her coma. She let out a soft sound, her eyes slowly opening. Hearing her, he asked gently, Ely, are you awake? Ely looked around in a daze, then shot up into a sitting position. I can't believe my eye. She could now see perfectly with both eyes, able to see the brilliant sunbeams streaming into the room. Ely couldn't help but cry. Day stood beside her with a slight smile. How do you feel? Can you see clearly? How? She still felt like everything was happening in a dream. Yes, I can see everything clearly. Please tell me this isn't a dream. Hearing that, he looked on with a gentle gaze. Together, they watched the early morning sunbeams and the little pure white birds flying around outside. At the same time, in the sanctuary, Har rushed in to report, Saintess, there's an emergency. A large force is approaching the border. They are clearly heading for the sanctuary. Iriel raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you talking about? An armed force is coming here? Where are they from, and how far are they from us? Is that true? Har answered while panting heavily. I just received the news, so I don't know the details, but it seems they don't belong to any specific nation. The force is led by a necromancer and an army of the dead. The scene changes to the edge of the forest near the city. The sky was now turning gray, and a flash of violet light illuminated the entire area. The constant sound of footsteps echoed, and wherever they stepped, the grass and trees turned to ash. This dark aura invaded the entire vast forest. Just as Har had said, a necromancer walked in the center, leading the army of the dead. Every single one of them looked incredibly formidable and arrogant. Everyone, listen up. Finally, tomorrow, will be the day we launch our holy war. Are you ready? Ready. The banners fluttered gently in the wind, accompanied by enthusiastic cheers. The knights will form the vanguard, while the guards and swordsmen will defend the rear. Many lives are at stake, so prepare yourselves for battle. Afterward, the guards and knights broke off into small groups to talk. I still can't believe we're being forced to fight the undead. A young guard noticed the dazed look on the man beside him and asked, "Huh? What are you staring at?" "Oh, it's just that. At times like these, I often think about my family. Instead of praying, I tend to remember them. I should have visited them before coming to the battlefield. I feel the same way. Praying is the last thing on my mind. I happened to overhear something from the officers, though. It seems a new saint will be joining us in this battle." "Really? Are you talking about the one who can control meteors?" "Even so, it's a 4-day journey from Salona to get here." "Exactly. The problem is whether we can hold out until the new saint arrives." Both of them looked up at the clear blue sky, their faces filled with worry and gloom. "Please God, be on our side." The scene changes. It was now late afternoon. At the holy temple, Ariel frowned, constantly sighing. She spoke in a low voice. "The Pope has requested the new saint to head to the border." "That's correct. The order was issued by the Pope himself." She thought to herself about having to face a force so great that even the Pope had to summon the new saint to fight. Ariel continued, "Do we have reinforcements from neighboring countries?" Har quickly replied, "We've sent requests for aid, but it looks like it will take them 5 days to reach the battlefield." "In that case, who will be accompanying the new saint?" Har slightly frowned and said, "The third knight, along with the holy altar and the royal guard corps, are all heading to the border." Hearing this, Ariel was completely stunned. "Don't tell me that's our entire force?" He just remained silent, looking at her without answering. Ariel was now utterly enraged. She slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "Has the Pope gone mad? Our opponent is a necromancer from the Age of Magic. I bet he knows full well that isn't enough to stand against them." The Age of Magic. Since ancient times, magic has been a subject of intense study, and the entire continent flourished thanks to its development. However, the forces that worshipped magic brought about the fall of that era, and the one considered the decisive factor in that collapse was none other than the King of Death. Dead. The necromancer, he has been resurrected. Haro said in a low voice, "We are not just facing an external force, but we also have to be wary of the seeds of civil war. Therefore, we cannot send more forces to the front lines anymore." Ariel glared at him coldly, and because of that, the border is as good as lost. That is the Pope's reasoning. She gritted her teeth, thinking, how dare that Pope treat God's representative like a sacrificial pawn? Just then, the door to the room suddenly burst open, and a panicked voice rang out, "Saintess, we've received a warning that the enemy has approached sooner than expected from the southern mountain range. The holy war has begun." Hearing this, Saintess Ariel bit her lip. She dashed outside. Seeing this, Haro called out loudly, "Saintess Ariel!" She paid him no mind and ran straight outside. "I can't waste any more time like this." The scene changes as dusk falls, and the sound of a horn suddenly blares. All the guards and knights prepared to fight the undead army. The enemy is coming. To arms. Attack. Everyone simultaneously fired arrows towards the forest. The charging horde of undead immediately took the full brunt of it. The knights with full armor also charged forward to fight them with their swords. On the castle walls, those who could cast blessing casters quickly began to chant, "Oh, my lord, please have mercy so that our bodies may stand firm before the enemy's spears. Grant us the strength to resist. A blessing." Immediately after, a brilliant beam of light shot out, enveloping the bodies of the knights. "Great. I can feel the power surging. This makes things easier now. Maybe we can end this before the reinforcements arrive." The commander warned with a stern face, "Don't let your guard down. Not all of our enemies are weak. The strongest ones are just arriving now." Sure enough, just a few seconds later, white spirits immediately emerged from the armor of the undead. "Damn it, they're here. Move up. They have undead swordsmen too. Everyone fall back. Regroup." Before the commander could finish his sentence, one appeared right before his eyes, a spirit blocking his path. Immediately after, a scream of agony rang out, and red blood splattered everywhere. The others saw this and fled in unison. "Run." But it was too late. They were continuously being eliminated by the undead and the spirits. In an instant, everything was covered in the smell of fresh blood and screams. The necromancer leading them nonchalantly stood to one side, and watching it all, he laughed with glee. It's wonderful to see these humans being torn to shreds like this. Come, my undead. Don't leave even a single one alive. The knights quickly realized. Commander, something's happening. The enemy is getting stronger. Stop fighting, retreat, and wait for reinforcements. The commander gritted his teeth and thought, Oh Lord, have you abandoned us? Just then, someone stammered a warning. Commander, watch your back. Behind him now was a large undead, wielding a mace and preparing to swing. Before he could process what was happening, a flash of blue light suddenly appeared. The commander turned his head to look behind him in a daze, and Zane frowned at the bloody scene unfolding here, whispering, Is this real? Why are there so many of them? Zane quickly dashed forward. As he moved, he recalled what happened earlier. So you want me to go to the border? In this case, due to the urgent situation, His Holiness the Pope had no other choice. From the reports about the border, it seems this is a suicide mission. Plus, we'll be dealing with a necromancer, so we're also facing internal conflicts. Even if we manage to protect the border, we can't do much if we get caught up in internal affairs. It's very complicated. After listening, Jay told them, Relay to the Pope that I will go and protect the border. At this moment, he was present on the bloody battlefield. Everyone was astonished to see his arrival. Your Holiness, why are you here? Jay didn't reply, but instead ordered them to immediately separate the wounded holy knights and have the priests heal them. The royal guards will protect the holy army. Thank you, Your Holiness. Hearing this, the commander and the priest both frowned in response. If we split our forces to treat the wounded, we won't have enough manpower to stop the army of the undead. That's right. We should wait for reinforcements. He asked in a low voice. It seems we're in a bad situation, aren't we? Huh? What do you mean? They quickly noticed that the nearby undead had melted away. Is it because of the saint's holy power? I knew it. This is the saint. Jay frowned slightly, letting out a sigh, and thought to himself, becoming a saint and then dying, it seems being sent to die is part of the saint's duty. Just then, a loud shout rang out, and he quickly glanced behind him, and then a golden beam of light appeared, annihilating the skeletons. Jay watched the horde of undead growing larger and larger and thought, although I've used my holy power to deal with most of them, there are too many so I need to take care of them a bit. Fireball, blazing red flames shot forward, incinerating all of them. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred. In the center, the necromancer had created a shield to protect himself from the fiery blast. Jay frowned and asked him, You look like a necromancer, don't you? The man was currently panicking internally. What is this? He can't possibly use magic while being a saint. This is no time to mess around. I can't let my guard down. The necromancer began to chant, reject the call of hell, and return from the dead. The powerful regret will even make death kneel. Resurrection. He summoned another horde of skeleton swordsmen. The commander saw this and shouted, There are so many death knights, but Jay remained just as calm. In a low voice, he chanted, Heal. Immediately, a stream of blue energy enveloped the death knights, causing them all to collapse. The necromancer was completely stunned witnessing this scene. My death knights. He screamed in a panic, You cannot stop me, Bone Spear. But in just an instant, Jay used Annihilate to block his attack and capture him. Chains quickly bound his limbs. The necromancer was so shocked his eyes rolled back. What terrifying power. Is this guy a saint? A saint can't possibly possess such power. Is he an angel or a god? Just then, a sudden punch landed squarely on his head. A priest, unable to contain his anger and bitterness, of his. You bastard, because of you, Gerenia, the pride of the Holy Knights, has been destroyed. You will face retribution. Jay looked around the battlefield. Red flames were still blazing on the ground, and the corpses lay scattered about. I understand, even the dead soldiers have become the undead. Those undead were once someone's family members, children, friends, and lovers. The least I can do is let them rest. Rest in peace. That's why I'm giving them a final farewell. Wide area heal. A gentle stream of blue light shone down from above on the soldiers and priests who had turned into the undead. Their bodies slowly dissipated, merging with the stream of gentle light. Afterward, raindrops began to fall slowly, gradually extinguishing the raging flames. The rain grew heavier and heavier, as if wanting to wash everything away. The guards, swordsmen, and priests couldn't hold back their tears and began to cry sobbing. Day bit his lip and asked himself, if I had been faster, could I have saved them? Calm down. Before thinking about that, I need to deal with him first. He glanced over at the bound necromancer. He lowered his voice and asked, Quite the talker. After living your whole life among corpses, are you afraid of rejoining them? But the man just burst into maniacal laughter. Afraid? How ridiculous. This border isn't the end. By now, we should have conquered Salonia, so why don't you surrender? Day frowned and ordered the commander, take him back to the Holy Nation. I need to return. He thought with a serious expression. Just as I suspected, an internal insurrection force. I have to hurry. Meanwhile, in the small town, screams echoed continuously. The skeletons had invaded the place where people lived. They ran around in a panic. Help me. Just then, a sword flashed by, destroying one of the skeletons. Oh, impressive. A true swordmaster, huh? No kidding. Fa smiled and looked around. Seriously, I wonder where our saintess is right now. Plumes of white smoke continuously rose into the night sky over the town. Hordes of skeletons were swarming in, emanating an extremely powerful dark aura that made their opponents feel suffocated. The swordsman hurriedly shouted, "The enemy is advancing, everyone fall back." Ariel quickly used her holy sword to destroy them. She frowned, thinking, no matter how many of them I kill, they just keep pouring in like this. They aren't just undead anymore, now they're no different from an endless army. The other swordsmen were also fighting tirelessly, but the numbers were overwhelmingly against them. Now their available options were becoming limited. Just then, a soft cry was heard, followed by a sword strike that was sharp and decisive. That single strike shattered the skeletons into pieces. Seeing this, Ariel was stunned. This sword style. She immediately recognized it. Fa and the Lord too? Jack said politely with a serious face. Greetings, Saintess. I apologize for my belated greeting, but I hope you understand my situation. In contrast, Fa walked over with a cheerful smile. But I'm here now, so please don't worry anymore. She hugged one of Ariel's arms tightly. She paid her no mind and asked, Lord Jack, what are you doing here? And what about His Holiness? He immediately replied, These are His Holiness's orders. What do you mean? Rick suddenly pressed his lips together in silence. Flashing back to a short while ago, he had been flicked hard on the forehead by Day. Day had told him with a frown, Where do you think you're going? Stay here in Salonia for me. If you come with me, you'll only get in my way. Even though Rick was still dizzy, he still replied with proper etiquette, I will do my utmost not to be a burden to you, Your Holiness, so please allow me to accompany you. Hearing this, Day let out a weary sigh, then faced me. Go on, you claim you're strong enough not to hold me back, right? Then prove it to me. Rich looked him seriously in the eye. He mouthed his agreement. I understand. Then, as he swung his sword towards Day, he thought, I am truly sorry for this, Your Holiness. But in the blink of an eye, Day easily parried his strike. Rich's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that sword aura? Day smiled and asked, Do you understand now? He was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. No way, even if he could truly control sword aura, to be able to easily block my attack with such a small sword. Day said seriously once again, You need to be somewhere else. That's where you need to be. Back in the present, Rich quietly explained to Ariel, I would have been no help by his side. That's why I was worried and came to support you, Lady Saintess Ariel. Seeing Ariel's serious expression, Fee called out softly, Miss Ariel? But she didn't respond, thinking to herself, there's no way he doesn't understand the danger of a necromancer. She couldn't help but resent that fool who doesn't understand what a precarious situation he's in. Little did Ariel know that Day had just set foot back in Salonia. What a tragic sight. He stood looking at the blood-soaked scene around him. This place, I really am worried about Mary and Chris. Just then, a voice called out. Hearing it, His Holiness Day immediately turned around. Behind him, Mary was weeping, clutching Chris. Both children were covered in fresh blood, but Chris at this moment was lying completely still. Mary? His Holiness Day rushed over to them. Mary, are you all right? And what about Chris? He reached out to check but found no pulse or signs of life. Judging by her condition, she was probably already gone. Mary sobbed, Your Holiness, Chris, she's been frail since she was a child. As her older sister, I should have protected her. Day pursed his lips and said to Mary, It was my mistake to bring you here. It seems I've only caused you more pain. I'm sorry. Hearing this, the girl quickly argued, That's not true. You did everything you could to give us a better life. It's not your fault. Still, if I had been stronger, could I have protected my sister? I want to become stronger. Day fell completely silent. He quietly observed the surrounding corpses, his gaze falling on the body of the knight behind the two children. These injuries were not inflicted by a warrior from the Holy Nation. Based on the immediate evidence, it seems Mary was the one who killed him. So, the girl has talent. If so, he said in a low voice, all of you hiding over there, come on out. But his words were met with complete silence. Dave frowned in annoyance. Oh, you dare to ignore me like that? The two on the roof, 3 hiding under the tree, 1 by the fountain, and 1 more following me. You should all come out now. Instantly, a group of people with completely covered faces appeared. We, the 7 messengers of the Temple Clan, greet Your Holiness. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hong Yong, one of the 7 messengers of the Temple Clan. And, from the right, are Hyuk Yong, Trong Yong, Sa Yong, Du, So Yong, and Hu Yong. Day's face went blank upon hearing this. Who the heck was so lazy with the naming? Hyuk Yong, So Yong. Setting that matter aside for a moment, he frowned slightly and said, All right, the reason I've gathered you all is for one thing, for you all to take care of this child. Hong looked over at Mary. That little girl? Yes, this child is a natural-born assassin. She sized up the little girl with her sharp gaze. It made sense, considering this kid had even managed to survive after the enemy swept through this area. But even so, to train this girl to be an assassin. Before she could finish, Dan bluntly cut her off. I have no intention of leading her down that path. I just want her to have a chance to reach her full potential. So Yang said softly, do you mean you want us to teach this girl those techniques? Exactly, little. So Yang understands me so well. But Hong immediately refused. No, way. We've been ordered to follow and protect you 24/7. We don't have time to teach anyone. That's true. And on top of that, some of us cannot reveal our identities, as any leaked information could directly or indirectly create a threat to you. Upon hearing that, Dan frowned and thought, I know it's difficult, but these people are too stubborn. He asked in a low voice, even if it's my order? The moment he spoke, all of them flinched. Dan couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, they're reacting to the absolute command. He smirked. In that case, I command all of you. Teach and train Mary in the necessary skills of an assassin. Despite their reluctance, they all had to obey. As you command. Excellent. Oh, and one more thing. Arrange a proper funeral for her family. I'm counting on you. He gently said to Mary, who was sitting dazed beside him. It's all right now, Mary. Go through them and do your best to learn. They are all trustworthy people. Can you do that? The little girl worriedly asked. Yes, but what about you? I have to go help the others before it's too late. He reassured her gently. It's okay, I won't be long. The scene shifts to Ariel, who is continuously using her blessing magic to empower the swordsman. It's a blessing. God must be on our side. She shouted loudly. Now, march straight, ahead and claim our victory. Her companion beside her grew extremely worried. Saintess, are you all right? I think. You've already used too much holy power. Ariel replied softly. Yes, but we still have a long way to go. It's fine. For now, Fia, can you handle the left flank for me? Of course. Leave it to me. She thought to herself in silence. Even so, this is just a stopgap measure. We still don't know the full strength of the enemy's remaining forces, and I can't keep casting blessings recklessly. The best I can do now is to lower the enemy's morale and force them to retreat. Besides, he is a 9th circle archmage. He surely won't fall that easily, right? She clenched her fist. Just wait a little longer. I'm coming for you. Just then, a sudden sword attack flew towards Ariel. Lost in thought, she failed to sense it, but Isle quickly used the holy sword to block it. Right after, a soft laugh echoed. It's a pleasure to meet you, Saintess. Ariel immediately recognized her opponent, Dukas. I never thought you'd be involved in this, Swordmaster. Dukas smiled nonchalantly and said, Oh my, it seems the Saintess doesn't appreciate my greeting. Joch quickly stepped forward protectively. Saintess, are you all right? He saw him and spoke with a cocky attitude. Well, look who it is. If it isn't the darling Duke of Che? You look like you've gotten stronger since we last met. Rick frowned and retorted, Shut up, Duke Gon. You should be ashamed for betraying the Lord. The Duke just laughed nonchalantly, mockingly. The Holy Kingdom is on the verge of destruction. Surely you must realize that yourself. The Holy Kingdom is so insignificant beneath our transcendent hands. Ariel gritted her teeth and thought, as always, this guy is so infuriating. But the truth is, there's not a single chance. No matter how much he pisses me off, he's still a master swordsman. Even at full strength, I'm not sure I could beat him, let alone now when my holy power is so depleted. He is one of the most powerful swordsmen on the continent, and even if Rick and I attacked together, it would be a tough fight. Just then, Gon lowered his voice and made an offer. Saintess, how about we take a break and order a retreat? Ariel was baffled by his words. What is he planning? Is he overestimating us? If that's not it, then did I miss something? Contrary to Ariel's concerns, the immense holy power she had unleashed had actually given them the upper hand and successfully demoralized the enemy. He was also calculating to himself, our army is gradually being pushed back. Even for me, it would be difficult to face a master swordsman and the Saintess at the same time. It's better to temporarily retreat and reinforce our troops for now. Those were Gon's exact thoughts. Ariel was now considering his offer, which wasn't a bad one. It's very advantageous for our side. If we can stall until reinforcements arrive, then let's agree to a temporary truce. Hearing this, Gon smiled. What a wise decision. Then it seems we have nothing more to say to each other, do we? At that moment, another voice suddenly cut in. Hey, you think you can just come and go as you please? Hearing the voice, he was startled and looked up. The others were equally astonished. That voice. It couldn't be, don't tell me. Zane slowly walked towards them, thinking this place is a market where you can just come and go as you please. His Holiness, the Holy Hero, whispered an incantation. Rockstorm, Geokinesis. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? My hands are getting itchy, and if I happen to lose control. At that moment, a massive fireball rapidly formed in the sky above. I can't guarantee that your life will be spared. While a human body is only meant to contain a single type of energy, for those chosen by the Lord as saints, the magical energy inside them is converted into holy power, thus they can no longer use magic. Gon witnessed this display and was utterly in disbelief. What the hell is going on with this kid? Zane said nonchalantly. Any last words? I'll give you some time. The fireball descended even lower, Gon swallowed hard and then stammered out, "How is the battle of the representatives going?" Zane raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Humph, the representatives?" Gon forced a smile and continued, "I'm sure this will be a beneficial deal for you. If you intend to kill everyone here, I guarantee it will cause you major problems in the future. But if we have a one-on-one duel to determine the victor with me..." Zane had absolutely no idea what he was rambling on about. "What the hell? I know you're terrified of that fireball. You still think you have a chance against me one-on-one?" Ditch, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. "Your Holiness, I advise you not to listen to him. He might be psychologically manipulating you." He clicked his tongue loudly and said, "I know it would be best to eliminate you right here and now, but I admit, you're quite bold." Instantly canceling it, the fireball in the sky shattered into pieces. Ditch cried out in surprise, "Your Holiness." Seeing this, Jahat's eyes lit up as he smirked to himself. Did he really accept? Is he an idiot? Jahat, wasn't it? Day taunted with a beckoning finger. "Come at me," he sneered inwardly. "This kid has so many openings, it seems this is my chance. Even if he's a mage who can summon a meteor, it all becomes meaningless if he can't chant his spells in time." If that's the case, he quickly moved forward, then leaped high into the air. "I'll finish him in an instant." But Day remained as calm as ever, using his magic to create another sword and block his strike. Jahat's eyes widened at the sight, an aura blade. He immediately leaped backward. His sword now had a small crack on it. "Oh, it seems your sword is still in one piece." "Huh?" he asked with a smile. "What are you planning? Or should I make the first move?" Jahat thought to himself, summoning meteors, using holy power, and now creating an aura blade too? Just where did this monster come from? Despite that, he still charged forward. The two of them attacked relentlessly. After clashing for a while, Jahat suddenly realized something. "Huh? Wait, this kid, his swordsmanship, don't tell me." Day smiled faintly and said, "I see, so this is how you're going to do it?" He leaped high into the air, raising his aura blade. "He's copying my technique?" Jahat felt a surge of panic. "I've made a mistake. How can I fight an opponent like this even in a duel?" Day asked casually. "Hey, do you know why I accepted a one-on-one duel with you? When it comes to people like you who enjoy toying with others' lives, I'm sure you can't live in peace." As he spoke, he unleashed an incredibly sharp slash at him. This time, Jahat couldn't predict the sword's trajectory. He didn't just copy it, he made it his own? Is this what they call a genius? A deep gash had now been cut into his leg. Jahat sank to his knees in pain as Day pointed his sword forward. "Are you satisfied yet? Perhaps we should end this here, He struggled to speak. "I've lost. I surrender, so please." He felt no pity and said coldly, "A duke who is also a swordmaster like you. Would you really cast aside your pride to take orders from someone? You're the one who started that rebellion, aren't you? And all those acts of revenge against the nobles, too." Taking advantage of the moment Day was speaking, Jahat gripped his sword tightly. "All I wanted." Then he swung forward with all his might. "All I wanted was to show those wretched nobles that even crude methods like this could change the holy nation." But Day easily blocked his attack. Then, his aura blade suddenly shattered, only for another one to appear. Jahat was completely stunned, unable to process what had just happened. The sword was disappearing, and without giving him any more time to understand, Day decisively delivered the finishing blow, severing his head. Rex, who stood by and witnessed the entire thing, couldn't help but be impressed. It was an unstoppable sword strike. At the same time, over at the other city wall, "What are you talking about? So you're telling me that's the new saint?" Gayman, the first knight commander of the Violon Kingdom, asked in astonishment, summoning thousands of fireballs and wiping out an entire legion of undead. Standing beside him was the kingdom's first knight commander, Jimon Klen, who was also skeptical. He defeated a necromancer and saved everyone. The second mage commander of the Philia Kingdom also found it extremely hard to believe. The mana in his body is unbelievable. "Is he a necromancer?" Hario smiled and explained. "It's just as you've seen. We're very grateful for your help, but everything has already been resolved." Suddenly, someone called out, "Lord Hario, what is going on?" "We just received word from the saint. It seems he has defeated the rebel forces." Cutting over to Day's group, Ariel said, "May I go on ahead? I have a few things I need to resolve." "Yes, of course. We will take care of the rest." She let out a soft sigh of relief. "It seems like we have cleared most of the areas." Fee praised with a bright smile, "Well done, Lady Ariel. But I was wondering, based on what the saint has done, could he possibly be a great being sent down to the Holy Kingdom?" Hearing this, Zai frowned and reminded him, "Fee, watch your manners when you speak of the saint." All right, calm down. If you want to hear me talk about that saint." Suddenly, a dazzling purple light appeared unexpectedly in the distance. Fee cried out in shock. "What's going on? What's happening? This is mana, but where's all of this coming from? This atmosphere? It's so cold." Rex warned through gritted teeth. "Saint, be careful. That stream of mana is becoming more and more dense. It's concentrating to form some kind of object." Ariel quickly realized. "It can't be. That thing is a bone dragon." The sky today was shrouded in a terrifying red color. Lightning bolts of all sizes continuously struck down. At this moment, at the holy temple, Cleis saw Day and hurriedly said, "Sir." Without waiting for her to finish, he cut her off. "You also feel it, don't you? We have to leave immediately. I'm counting on you to handle what I instructed." "Of course, sir. That child Maria, I will take very good care of her. Please do not worry." He glanced inside the room. "The messengers will also be watching, so there won't be any problems." "Huh? The messengers? Ah, you don't know? I will introduce you later then." "Yes, sir. May you have a safe journey," Cleis thought to herself. The messengers, could he be referring to? Cutting to the scene in Salonia, the bone dragon was roaring wildly. Any swordsman who dared to charge forward was controlled by its mana and forced to take their own lives. Iriel was desperately trying to use her holy power to restore the holy protection, but the situation was only getting worse. There are too many of them, and holy magic is useless. "Saintess, we must fall back." Before they could even move, the bone dragon suddenly flew straight at her. It let out a tremendous roar, and the mana it emitted was more terrifying than ever before. It was so immense that Iriel was unable to move. She could only stand frozen in place. "This is draconic pressure. I can't bear it. Fear is crushing my whole body. I have to stay conscious." But Xianfi quickly stood up, in front to shield her. Iriel's eyes widened as she realized the fear crushing her was weakening. No, it wasn't weakening, but rather the fear was being partially shouldered by the two of them for her. Rick and Fia said in unison, "Saintess, do not worry. To live this long and finally experience the fear of facing a dragon, it has truly been worthwhile. Thank you for helping me." The fear rendered my body immobile, as if paralyzed. Even as just a skeleton, it was still a dragon. Just then, a sound came from behind Fia. This sound, could it be that a skeleton took the chance while she wasn't looking to swing its sword and attack? At that critical moment, he thankfully managed to block and destroy it in time. Fia was extremely surprised to see this. "Rick, you can move again?" "A little." He struggled to destroy all the remaining ones. "I can move, but the fear prevents me from using my full power." In a state affected by this dragon's pressure, the Saintess already needs 2 protectors. We can only stall for time until His Holiness arrives. That's it. At least I can do this much. Rick shut his eyes tightly, steeled his resolve, and charged forward again to be worthy of the honor of being his servant. He swung his sword time after time, but the monsters were truly too numerous. They came one after another, and because he couldn't use his full power, he exposed an opening. The skeletons took the opportunity to surround him. Fia cried out anxiously, "What do we do? Rick's going to die." Iriel gritted her teeth, thinking, "Gods, please, it's no use. Even if I use my divine power, I still can't move. In this situation, I can only pray for Rick." Immediately after, a flash of light burst from among the skeletons, sending them flying. Rick struggled to his feet, his body now covered in wounds of various sizes. "Oh my," Fia asked with teary eyes. "Rick, are you all right?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Rick had to use his sword to prop himself up. Since becoming a master swordsman, this is the first time I've ever been this exhausted. But thankfully, that dragon skeleton hasn't made any moves other than spreading fear. He struggled up again to continue fighting, thinking to himself, "Is it because it has trouble moving? I'm a sword genius, the youngest ever master swordsman." Right after that, a sharp claw suddenly lunged at his back. Rick swung his sword continuously, but his body could no longer hold out. To think I'd be this helpless. If only someone stronger than me were here, that would be great. If only I were as strong as Rahat. In the end, he couldn't fight back anymore, and was attacked by all 3 skeletons at once. "I can't face His Holiness anymore." Fresh blood dripped down as he also fell to the ground. "Your servant apologizes for being unable to stay by your side any longer." Suddenly, Day's voice rang out from behind. "Rick, you've done well." He quickly used Mass Heal to destroy all the remaining skeletons. Then Day faced the bone dragon directly. "Is that it? You damn dragon, you've caused quite a mess, haven't you?" He was completely unaffected by the fear it exuded. As Day observed, he simultaneously used magic to formulate a spell, and his mind recalled an old memory. "When I was young, I read articles about demonic arts, a great weapon that ended the era of ancient magic. It nullifies all magic below the 7th circle, a 1,000-year-old undead that not even a holy sword could slash it." He looked at the monster before him, calculating in his mind, if a bone dragon as powerful as this appeared here, it means there must be another necromancer nearby. Day's eyes glowed. "I can't pinpoint their location because the bone dragon's aura is blocking me, but I can deduce that they are behind this." So Day decided, "Once I'm done here, I will come for you." Then he softly uttered a healing spell. Immediately, a pure stream of power enveloped the monster, and the time-stopping magic was shattered. Iriel was utterly astonished. He defeated the bone dragon with a single healing spell. Fiha tried to move. "I can move again. The dragon's fear has been lifted." Suddenly, the monster's eyes flashed a purple light that pierced through his magic. It officially transformed into a new, upgraded version. The sound of panic erupted everywhere. "It's using its dragon's breath." Rex worriedly turned his head and shouted, "Your Holiness, quickly fall back." Before anyone could react, the monster shot forward in a straight line, causing the ground to crack and upheave with earth and rock. Day's tone remained very calm as he looked at the crack in the barrier. "I didn't expect this mana shield could crack. It's truly a powerful weapon." He stood protectively in front of the others, ordering the monster, "But you will not destroy this town any further." Immediately after, Day continuously chanted magic spells to attack it. "Heal, heal." By the last word, "heal," a blindingly powerful light radiated outwards. Day looked towards the magic portal that had just appeared, murmuring, "The necromancers. I can't feel their presence. They must have fled." Over on this side, Iriel was desperately using magic to treat Jack. "Recover." "No, Sir Jack, wake up." Panicking, someone asked, "Saintess, why isn't the holy magic working?" Her expression turned grave. "The demonic energy in his body is rejecting the holy magic." Iriel said, "Although we can still save him if we continue to channel holy energy into his body. I don't know how long he can last in this state." Hearing this, she immediately cried out in despair, "No." Just then, Day's voice called out, "Iriel, wait." She turned her head, slightly surprised. "Your Holiness." He took scissors and cut away the obstructive clothing on Jack. "His current condition is critical." Looking at his heavily injured body, Day observed and analyzed his lower abdomen. His intestines have been torn apart. It's a miracle he's still alive. At least his lungs are okay. Then he said with a determined expression, "I will do everything I can to save him." He thought to himself, "Although we are in the worst possible environment for this." After that, Day raised both hands to cast a wide area healing spell, knowing full well, "If I want to operate on him, we can't miss this golden hour." He ordered, "Iriel, I need you to ensure no poisonous gas or demonic energy gets near me." Though still shaken, she accepted the order, replying, "I understand." Seeing him take out a knife to prepare for surgery, Faiha panicked, "Your Holiness, are you?" He cut her off, warning, "Faiha." Iriel didn't dare to speak either, while she tried to hold it in, watching intently with tears streaming down. This time, Day focused on healing him himself, without any available tools or artificial parts, and given the current environment, I have no choice but to reconnect the damaged organs and the wound as quickly as possible. Although that wasn't simple at all, the biggest problem was the demonic energy in his body. In that case, he placed his hand, which bore a seal, onto the injured area, figuring there was no other way. Immediately, wisps of demonic energy flooded out from between his fingers. Day gritted his teeth and endured it. Even demonic energy is just another form of mana. I'll use the beneficial properties of healing magic to treat the areas of the body with low concentrations of demonic miasma first. Once the areas damaged by the miasma are reduced, I'll be able to treat the other parts. That way, I can slowly absorb the demonic energy from Z's body. Day lifted his hand, which was covered by a thick layer of inexplicably foul energy. Damn it, there's too much demonic miasma. What happened to him? Inside his body, it's cleaner than before. He looked inside and prepared for the second step. All right, I'm done with one part. I've successfully extracted all the demonic energy from the less damaged areas. I don't have any more time. Now I'll start right away. He continued to cast the healing spell. As he worked, Day thought, I'll reconnect the aorta to ensure the heart starts functioning normally again. I'll also reconnect the damaged veins and restore circulation to the blood vessels. As for the abdomen, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, making him cry out. Day stared at his hand. Damn it, this hurts, this demonic miasma. He then observed Jack's complexion. He looks better now. I can tell by the color and surface tension of his lungs. It seems he can hold on. I knew a swordsman like him would pull through. Day chanted a healing spell, and his hands began to glow. Next, I'll begin the surgery on his abdomen. His entire mind was highly focused. His small intestine is a complete mess. At least there's no infection and the internal organs still look fine. I can save him. Iriel stood at a distance, watching Day work tirelessly to heal Jack. In her mind she whispered, Your Holiness. Her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. To be honest, I didn't trust you at first. I even tried to stop our side. I was still suspicious. I couldn't accept the methods he used to save you. But even so, I can feel it. Your life force is returning. Not only that, but Iriel was also worried about Day, but his left hand. Your Holiness's left hand. It has turned completely black with blood. Will he be all right? Time passed, and after finishing the last stitch, Day spoke. It's done. He staggered to his feet, about to announce, I'm finished. But the very next second, Day's entire body collapsed. She rushed over. Your Holiness! Iriel quickly used her power to purify him. However, it was more difficult than she thought. No, the demonic energy has already seeped into his bones. I need to precisely control my holy power to purify it. Iriel's lone figure was getting extremely anxious. I can't do this alone. I wish there was someone here who specialized in healing. Suddenly, someone appeared. Iriel looked at Hong's group with a strange expression. Those people? She then quickly gave an order to her subordinate. Protect His Holiness. She spoke up. Are you His Holiness's protectors? Hong confirmed coldly. That's right. From now on, she made a request. We will be taking His Holiness to Zalonia, and we hope you will return with us to continue the process of his treatment. Iriel had no intention of resisting and agreed. I understand. I will meet you all at his residence. The saint would be fine soon. But she couldn't help but think that even though these people were standing right in front of her, their presence was terrifying, as if she were seeing ghosts. She politely replied, "Thank you." Now Isle turned and signaled to her. "Fa, handle the rest." Fa firmly reassured her. "Of course, once the work here is done, I will definitely return to your side." Iriel's eyes couldn't hide her worry. She softly called out to the saint. Day was brought back to rest on his usual luxurious white bed. In his dream, voices echoed in his ears. Sir, sir. Yusung's colleague snapped him out of it. "We need to get to the operating room. What are you thinking about?" The surgical assistant handed him the patient's chart, whispering, "I'm sure you can rely on the monitoring chart." But before he could even finish, he was cut off as Day calmly put on his scrubs and entered the operating room. That's right, it was a confirmed heart surgery patient. As he entered, he mused that for some reason, his spirits were a bit low. Surgery, monitoring charts. In his dream, Rich was dressed in a modern-day hospital gown, and Day looked at him vaguely. This patient looked familiar. Then he shook his head to dismiss the thought. "No way, focus, Yusung." As usual, Day asked for a scalpel, but the response he got was a baffling question. "What? A scalpel, doctor?" The two assistants, who were using magic, looked at him quizzically. "We just need to use magic." Right after that, Day jolted awake with a start, letting out a loud yell. As he gathered his senses and looked out the window, he asked in a daze, "Where am I?" A voice answered immediately, "Clywood Mary." She greeted him formally. "You have awakened, Your Holiness." The little girl was teary-eyed with joy. "Your Holiness, thank God, you've woken up." He raised his hand to pat Mary's head. "Thank you." "Mary," the little girl, chided him slightly. "Why did you act so recklessly?" He looked at Clewood, who was trying to hide her emotions. "It looked like she was worried about me, but she covered it up with a childish excuse. I was worried I would lose my job." He felt helpless. "Can't you just be honest for once?" Suddenly, Day remembered something and asked the two of them. On second thought, "Where's Sig?" Mary hesitated. "Well, about him." Clewood's face darkened as she accused. "Not only did he fail to save you when you were in danger, letting you get injured, but he's also unconscious now." Seeing that she was about to fly into a rage, he tried to calm her down. "I'm fine, so there's no need to blame him." Day propped himself up and changed the subject. "Anyway, why do you two always poke at each other? Can't you two just get along?" A feeling in his hand made him startle and raise it to take a closer look. "Wait a minute, how can I move my arm like this? It's a little sore." "Though it seems strange," she reported. "The saintess and the head butler healed you." He couldn't help but be surprised. "Sally?" Clewood nodded in confirmation. "Yes, no one in this world has healing magic comparable to Lord Yu." She then hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell him, "Although it's unfortunate that I have to be the one to tell you this, there is something I need you to see." Day asked, "Something I need to see? What is it?" Clewood replied, "It's in the basement. If you wish to see it, please follow me." The two of them left the room and headed to the dark dungeon. The moment the cloth was lifted, Day froze. "Here," she explained the presence of the object. "It seems one of your apostles brought it back with you," he murmured. "A heart. The heart of the bone dragon. I can feel the energy radiating from it." Cleis explained. "Although we've wrapped it with a sacred membrane of holy light, we still can't completely block the evil aura from spreading out. According to the records, this heart was left behind where the bone dragon was defeated." Day turned and asked, "So why are you showing me this?" She explained, "You've been tasked with bringing it to the lecture hall." He picked up the demonic heart, his voice rising slightly as he questioned, "The lecture hall? Don't tell me they want me to explain how I killed the bone dragon?" She confirmed, "Most certainly." "That's right. It seems some nobles don't believe what you said. The Pope has ordered you to go and provide an explanation directly about the events that transpired." A sense of irony welled up inside Day. "I captured the necromancer, drove back the rebels, and even defeated the bone dragon. And now they want me to act like a diplomat? What is the Pope doing?" Finally, he ordered, "Cleis, take it and follow me." She obediently complied. "Yes, Your Holiness." Day's mind was in turmoil. "I can hardly keep up with so many things happening one after another." The scene shifts to a grand lecture hall, where almost everyone was already present. A buzz of chatter rose up. "He single-handedly defeated a necromancer. That has to be a lie. This feels like a show he put on." Someone stepped forward and whispered something in her ear, and she replied quietly, "Really? Okay." Then, the Archbishop stood at the podium before everyone and spoke. "Now, everyone, please be calm. I'm sure there are many answers you all want to hear." Someone interrupted. "No. Before that, Archbishop, do you really think this is possible? It's not just that he defeated the bone dragon, but there's also the rumor that he used mana." The person who just spoke is the Count from the Kingdom of Vibon. Lai calmly replied, "We also do not know the exact details of the incident. Only God knows that truth." The old man immediately grew angry and questioned, Isn't the role of the holy nation to find out this and explain it to the representatives of the other kingdoms? Just then, the door swung open, and the man of the hour appeared. I'm sure everyone is quite curious now. Day walked in and announced, "Ask whatever you question, and I will answer." A red-haired woman spoke first. "Then, if I may ask a question, it is an honor to meet you, Your Holiness. I am Marquis Philia from the Kingdom of Jimon. I heard that you used magic to defeat the necromancer and the bone dragon by yourself. Is that true?" He answered directly. "Yes." She was stunned. "Is that his only answer?" Day curtly commanded. "Now, the next question." Another person spoke up. "Your Holiness, what we need now is proof." He introduced himself. "I am Gregory from the Region Empire. It is a pleasure to meet you." The woman beside him continued. "I am Selena from the Res Region Empire. Your presence is an honor to us, Your Holiness." Hearing that question, he glanced over with contempt. "Proof?" Gregory stated. "Yes. We came here to support in stopping any further dangers that might befall the Holy Nation and this continent. The recent events not only endangered the Holy Nation but the entire continent as well. Don't you think we deserve adequate proof so we can be sure about leaving this territory in peace?" She also chimed in. "Although I am sure that the necromancer being captured is proof enough." Selena's provocative demeanor deliberately twisted his words. "That alone doesn't prove that you captured the necromancer yourself." She glanced over, smirking as she sized up the fearsome knight from Region and the princess, being the youngest mage of the 6 realms. It seems some major players have started to make their move. In other words, they consider the saint a threat. They are wary of someone who single-handedly defeated the necromancer and the bone dragon. That's why they see this moment as a chance to determine whether he should be eliminated immediately or not. She looked at him with an amused expression. "Now, what will you do?" Day just scoffed. He refuted their foolish argument. "If I defeated the immortal by myself or with the help of others, what does that have to do with your kingdom?" The man was left speechless but stubbornly tried to justify his envy. "Gathering accurate information is not just an important task for our kingdom, but for other kingdoms as well. If we only take the Holy Nation's word for it, it's difficult to plan our next steps." He took a step closer, repeating the word proof. "You asked for proof." Before he could react, a sword was pointed right at Gregory's throat. "Is this proof enough?" He flinched, stumbling back in fear. Such speed with his blade. He's so fast. Seeing this, Selena stubbornly pressed on. "Is this an official declaration from the Holy Nation to the Region Empire?" He held out his hand and commanded. "An official declaration? Interesting. Cluse, bring it to me." She walked over, carrying a white cloth bundle. "Yes, Your Holiness." Day decisively unwrapped the cloth. He held the dark heart in his hand, his every word meant to intimidate everyone present. "Is this the proof you all need? The heart of a bone dragon. I'm sure you all know it's real when you see the dark energy radiating from it." The foolish woman stared blankly at the object. "Is this really the heart of a bone dragon?" Day simply replied, "If you don't believe me, then you should hold it." Selena hesitated, looking at the heart being held out in front of her. But to prove he was a fraud, she took it with both hands. Immediately, the heart erupted with a powerful field of dark energy. Her face drained of color, and she stammered, unable to form a sentence. "I can't breathe." "This demonic energy," Day retorted bluntly. "The Holy Nation has granted you every right to investigate the captured necromancer." He took the heart back from Selena's hands and continued. "Regardless of who defeated it, the Holy Nation has more than enough power to defeat even a mighty bone dragon." Day's expression turned terrifying as he questioned them in return. "And this is the attitude you show us? I just don't understand. Would you mind if I ask a question now? Are your actions today an official declaration from the Region Empire against the Holy Nation or not?" The two of them clung to each other in fear, not daring to make a sound. Witnessing this, Day let out a small smile. In the end, the two of them were forced to stand and bow respectfully. "We now conclude our inquiry regarding the disrespect shown to the Holy Nation. I, Gregory of the Region Empire, sincerely apologize." Though reluctant, she still had to admit fault. "I, Selena of the Region Empire, sincerely apologize." Day handed the bundled heart to someone to put away, reminding them, "I hope you two understand that a single misstatement from either of you could lead to a conflict between us." He clicked his tongue, showing his annoyance, and emphasized once more, "I don't care about your title in your kingdom, but please understand that when you being here means you are representing your entire kingdom." Then Day turned, placed his hands on his hips and looked at her. "Is this sufficient yet? I was in the middle of something when I was summoned here, so I hope you understand. I must return now." She replied with satisfaction. "Yes. Thank you, Your Holiness." The verbal spar went smoothly, which pleased Day greatly. He asked one last time, "So now, is there anyone else who wishes to ask anything?" The sun shone brilliantly outside the castle, and just as Day escaped the stressful questioning, an idea struck him perhaps he should go for a visit. Suddenly, Cleis called out to him, "Your Holiness," she began in a formal tone, "as one who serves you, I have no objection to you showing us your kindness. However, internally, people of different ranks should maintain a certain distance from each other to ensure everyone is treated equally." The reason I bring this up is because I've recently noticed that you are showing favoritism. Startled by her sudden outpouring, he quickly denied it. No, no, all I was doing was checking on the condition of the patient I am treating. Favoritism? But inwardly, he was a bit surprised, unable to believe she wanted this much attention, Claes added. And aside from that, there is a long list of people who wish to see you. Day was surprised. Ah, for what? She reported dutifully. After you left the hearing, talk began to spread. The person who had a few more questions for you, Selena, asked about the capture of the necromancer and the defeat of the bone dragon, and how the saint accomplished all of that with magic. May we ask what circle the saint has reached? The response given was, currently, not even the holy nation knows what circle the saint is at. However, a smug smile played on her lips. We have recently estimated that he is at least an 8-circle mana user or even more. The declaration made at the hearing was based on the magic that Day used during his baptism, and it was purely speculation. The head of the Magic Association is a 5-circle mage, and the royal head mages of each nation are only 6-circle mages. That statement left a lasting impression on the attendees of the hearing, and Selena was one such person. She was incredulous. It's absurd. The saint of the holy nation isn't a 5-circle mage, nor is he at the human limit of 6 circles, but an 8-circle mage. Therefore, she proposed, the Regent Empire wishes to spend more time in the holy nation. We want to confirm the High Priest's declaration. Naturally, this sparked a wave of curiosity, and the other members began to chime in. If that's the case, could our kingdom also spend more time here? The Vion kingdom wishes to remain in the holy nation as well. A smile of satisfaction met all these requests. Of course, anyone who wishes to stay in the holy nation is welcome. Inwardly, someone scoffed, "Oh Day, you're going to be very busy now." After hearing the whole story, Day clutched his head in despair. Although he had expected this to happen, he didn't think it would be so sudden. Then, Claes added to her report, "The Regent Empire requests an audience with you, if you have a preferred time to meet them." He immediately refused. "No," Day ordered, "cancel everything. We are going to Duke Jay's residence right now." She hesitated. "Your Holiness." Her tone was a reminder. "Although I have already mentioned this, you should not be so biased." Knowing that Claes fearing she'd misunderstood him, he immediately corrected her. "I told you, it's not like that." Sunlight shone through the tree canopy, and at last, the two of them boarded the carriage and set off for their destination. Day looked out the window and remarked, "It seems the mansion is located quite deep inside. It feels like we're entering an elf village." Claes asked, "Have you ever been to an elf village?" He smiled and replied, "I used to live in an elf village before coming here. What a nostalgic feeling." Thinking back now, Day raised his blackened hand, inspecting it as he wondered, "I wonder how they're doing." The coachman turned back to announce, "Lady Claes, we've arrived at Duke Jay's mansion." She said to him seriously, "Let's go." Saint Day replied cheerfully, "Okay." The carriage door opened, and the two walked toward the gate of the castle. Day gazed in awe at the vast estate. "It's huge. This place reminds me of Zik." Claes, following behind, added, "Zik was the one who designed the mansion's exterior. The interior was already furnished by the previous owner, so the current master only had to choose." A maid waiting at the gate announced politely, "He is in the bedroom, please follow me," he said. A word of thanks and looked at Claes. "Shall we go in?" As they walked down the corridor, Day remembered something he was wondering about. By the way, why was Zik moved here? He could have recovered just fine at Salonia Castle. As she walked, she explained, "When you were unconscious, Zik was the one who took care of you, even though he was completely exhausted." He was a little surprised. Zik took care of me? Claes confirmed. Yes. Not only that, she recalled Zik's indignant shouting, "How dare you touch the saint's precious body with your filthy hands? Do you wish to die by my hand?" Claes, annoyed, recounted, "That's what he said, and he wouldn't let me get near you. He said he couldn't stay and care for you in his weakened state and returned here. While his intentions might be good, I don't think it was necessary." Day felt a deep sense of sympathy. "You must really hate Zik." The maid stopped and gestured respectfully. "It's here, please." Although she said nothing, her expression clearly conveyed, "I don't hate him, I just dislike him. I have no interest in him." Day thought to himself, "The 3 great families all revolve around me. No, maybe that's why. There's a power struggle among them." He placed his hand on the doorknob. "I can't put this off any longer. I need to hurry." He walked in, greeting with a bright smile. "Zik, are you in here?" Seeing him, Zik immediately sat bolt upright in surprise. Saint Day quickly expressed his concern. "Stay lying down. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet." But Zik was agitated, and immediately threw off the covers to get out of bed. "How could I do that? How could I possibly lie down when your holiness is here?" Day helplessly tried to persuade him. "I'm here to check on you. I need you to lie down so I can examine your wound." Hearing this, he finally lay back down on the bed and opened his shirt, revealing his bare chest. "Is that so? I understand. Please, look as closely as you'd like." Day felt Cheyenne replied. All right, thank you. He was surprised after just one glance at the wound. His mood immediately brightened. Oh? You've healed up quite nicely, haven't you? Your recovery speed is really fast. Is it because you're a swordmaster? He blushed and replied shyly. It is all thanks to you treating my wound, Your Holiness. Caius, standing to one side with a displeased expression, cut in with a stern voice. Sir, do you intend to keep showing your body to the saint? How much longer are you going to stare, Your Holiness? I suggest you put your clothes on. Rich immediately shot back sarcastically. Why is Miss Ecclius here? You're so busy. I didn't think you'd need to come all the way here. She replied coldly without meeting his eyes. Denying it immediately, I was just following the saint here. Did you think I came all this way just to see you? Seeing the two of them about to start bickering again, Day cut in. Please, stop arguing. He put his hands on his hips, exasperated. Why do you two always have to fight? Are you planning to do this during a critical moment too? Ecclius's voice softened. I apologize. Rich, on the other hand, solemnly raised his voice to take a jab at her. Yes, you're right. Your Holiness, I believe the worst kind of people in this world are those who argue constantly. He finally revealed his purpose for being there. I came here to check on your wound, but there's something more important. The two looked bewildered. Something more important? He commanded. Messengers, come out. Before Rich could even see them, a voice quickly replied, If you keep calling us out like this, there will be consequences. Hong appeared swiftly at Day's call. He thought to himself, even though I couldn't sense their presence, I didn't think they were this close. Rich reached for the sword at his side, on guard, warning. Where do you think you are? How dare an assassin like you set foot in here? Suddenly, the tip of his sword was met by a gentle force pushing it back into its sheath. Unbeknownst to him, So had appeared right beside him. He said softly, We are not your enemies, please sheathe your sword. Rich was caught completely off guard. Another one. Although they often bickered, in the face of danger, Ecclius remained sharp, warily preparing to cast a spell. Even though he was injured, for a master swordsman like Rich to not even react in time, these people, don't tell me there. She shouted, Get back. And just then, Sa suddenly appeared behind her, grabbing her hand to restrain her. Calm down. If we were enemies, you would have been dead long ago. Day finally spoke up to calm everyone down. All right, stop. I assume this is the first time you two have seen them, right? He introduced them. Say hello to each other. These are the messengers of the Black Clan. Ecclius was surprised. Those people are from the Black Clan? The group of messengers spoke up. Your Holiness, we wish to know why you have summoned us. Day got straight to the point. All right. No more beating around the bush. I've called you here for an important reason. Hong listened carefully. Please tell us. Everyone was paying close attention. This is an order. From now on, all of you. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, a smile playing on his lips. Standing between the two groups, Day announced clearly, We'll have dinner together. Everyone had the same question in their minds. Dinner? Elsewhere, the atmosphere was much heavier. A shout echoed. A failure? Do you have any idea how meticulously I planned this? The one in the green cloak retorted. Our identities have been exposed, and the necromancer was captured. Don't you think we should just destroy the holy nation? The one in the red cloak added. There's a monster in the holy nation. Until we can eliminate him, we cannot touch the holy nation. The one in the yellow cloak asked. A monster? Are you talking about the magic swordsman who defeated the bone dragon? The one in green spoke impatiently. What should we do now? What kind of plan can we even make to go against a magic swordsman who defeated a bone dragon? The voice of the one in red lowered, scheming. I think I have a plan, Your Holiness. We will send Han to another empire. With his deft hands, Day quickly prepared some incredibly fragrant grilled meat skewers. He asked gently, Why isn't anyone eating? Is it that unappetizing? They all seemed a bit hesitant. Your Holiness, may we ask why you decided to organize an event like this? Hearing this, Day smiled brightly, urging them to eat as he replied, I just want everyone to get to know each other so we can cooperate well in the future. Isn't the point of forming a team to help and compensate for each other's shortcomings? Working separately as we are now isn't very effective. Of course, you probably don't see much point in this, since you're all already very familiar with each other. While it might not have an immediate effect, everyone will see its benefits in the long run, and of course, I'll help too. Hong spoke in a low voice saying, If that is what you wish, we are willing to follow. He quickly said, Hey, I want this to be based on a voluntary spirit, not coercion. If everyone feels forced, I'd rather we go back to being separate like before. Right at that moment, Z said with a stern and clear voice, House Che will also cooperate with everyone. Cleus gave him a look full of suspicion. Lord, doing this means you'll be breaking your family's traditions. I'm sure you understand what I mean, right? Z maintained his attitude. The duty of House Che has always been to protect the saint. I am simply making a decision that helps fulfill my family's duty. Both Hong Sa and Jock simultaneously looked at each other. Hong raised his hand and made a decision. We will also cooperate. The duty of House Den is to carry out the saint's orders. Regardless of our mission, House Den will participate. Seeing this, Day frowned and thought, "Oh, this seems to be going smoother than I thought. Now, only she is left." Clue said in a serious tone, "I understand. Then House Bellacroix will also join as well. The duty of House Bellacroix is to deliver news to the saint. Our family will fulfill its duty well and always be by your side." Jock stared at Cleese in bewilderment, his head full of question marks. A duty to always be by his side? She quickly noticed his confusion. In other words, it means marrying him. The entire group immediately froze with stunned expressions, including Day. He felt extremely panicked, not understanding what was happening. Marriage? Scene changed to the next morning at the Holy Palace. "You must have heard about the pleas from the neighboring countries, right?" Iriel looked at Day's dazed and bewildered face and raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong, Your Holiness?" He just replied wearily, "It's nothing." His gaze shifted towards Cleus, who was standing quietly nearby. Flashing back to last night for a moment. After hearing Cleus's words, Jock couldn't help but ask, "That's a family duty?" Cleus let out a soft sneer. "This is why I never wanted to bring it up. However, everyone, don't worry too much. Marriage is just one of the means to complete the mission. It's not mandatory at all. Besides, I have no interest in a saint who is only 10 years old." She used her sharp eyes to glance at Day. Back to the present, Day recalled Cleus's red eyes and couldn't help but get goosebumps, thinking to himself, "Come to think of it, the way she looks at me every night has always been strange." Iriel watched his constantly changing expression and frowned in confusion. "Lord Gregory from the Regent Empire is here to visit you today. Let him in." A moment later, Gregory walked inside with an apologetic smile. "I've come today to see the two saints. I wish to apologize for my rudeness during our last meeting. Please accept this as a small token of my apology." "What is this? A necklace?" He answered in a low voice. "Occasionally, a small crystal will form on Ween's tail. However, this is a very rare occurrence. This earring was crafted from that special crystal." Hearing this, Iriel was astonished so much that her jaw dropped. "Is this a tear of sin?" In contrast, Day was completely clueless. "Whose tears?" he asked. She raised an eyebrow in response. Sin was a famous elven artisan from several hundred years ago. One of the treasures she personally crafted was this pair of earrings. Although only one remains now, it is said that magic can be used to find its missing counterpart. "This is a legendary treasure?" Gregory smiled gently and said, "Please don't be alarmed, Saint. This is just a small token from us." But Day just said calmly, "Iriel, what do you think? Would it suit me?" Having been interrupted, Gregory was bewildered on the inside. "Since when?" "Ah, he doesn't look alarmed at all." Day replied with a bright smile. "All right, thank you very much for the gift. You may leave now. I have a long line of other guests waiting." "Wait, I still have something I wish to discuss." He coughed lightly and said, "We have come from the Regent Empire to visit you because we wish to establish a friendly relationship between our two nations. Would you be interested in visiting our empire?" Upon hearing this, Day thought, "A visit, huh?" The Regent Empire is considered the most powerful nation on the continent in terms of its economy, military, and politics. Forming a political relationship with such a country probably wouldn't be a bad thing for the Holy Kingdom. And with all the famous people in medicine and pharmaceuticals, thanks to their exchange and flow of information, their medical arts are surely far superior to the Holy Kingdoms in other countries. Lord Gregory continued to speak. "We have heard many rumors about you, Your Holiness. Not only did you triple farm production with the new methods you developed, but you also profited from hiring out surplus priests as mercenaries." Day replied humbly, "That was all the result of everyone's hard work. Of course, your influence on the Holy Kingdom has been a great inspiration to us. If you were to agree to come to Region and combine your methodologies with our technology, it would surely boost the economic growth of both our nations threefold." After he finished, he thought to himself, "How about that? A very tempting condition, wouldn't you say? This is practically giving you everything you want. Your Holiness, if we can capture your interest, then the technology of the Regent Empire is a small price to pay. The truly valuable prize is this young man." After a moment of silence, Day finally spoke. "Thank you very much for your offer, Lord Gregory. However, I'm afraid I must refuse. There are still many matters within the Holy Kingdom that I must resolve. These matters also involve the nations whose envoys are waiting outside, so I have no intention of traveling to any other country at this time." The others standing outside were startled to hear his voice. Even Gregory himself could not have expected this response from him. "If that is your will, then there is truly nothing more we can do. In that case, should the opportunity arise, please feel free to visit us. Our empire will always be ready to welcome you." "I certainly will, thank you." Cleus finally spoke up and asked, "You refused the invitation for the sake of the holy nation, didn't you?" Day glanced at her and said, "Of course. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to go over there when the border between our two nations hasn't even been clearly defined? Even so, you don't really have anything urgent to worry about, do you?" Of course I do." "Cleus," he smiled and gave an order. "Gather the nearby nobles and tell them the Holy One has something to discuss." She immediately agreed. "Yes, I'll do it right away." After Cleus left, Day smiled and asked Iriel, who was sitting beside him, And could you perhaps help me express my opinion like last time, Ariel? She replied nonchalantly. If it's for a political purpose, okay, I will hear you out first to review it. He slowly stood up and said, well then, I'm planning to build a separate facility to teach medicine. You mean medical science? We will establish an academy to train doctors to treat illnesses and save people's lives. You must have seen the situation on the battlefield back then. There are many wounds that cannot be healed with holy power alone, and not everyone can use holy power. The warm morning sunlight gently shone through the window, filtering into the small room. A very familiar voice rang out. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Day. I've been appointed as a professor at this academy. While I specialize in medicine, we will have a magic lesson each week as a special class. Thank you for listening. I hope we can all work hard together. Everyone below shouted in agreement, and Dade pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, by the way, why are there so many people here? I don't think it's just students. Could there be other professors here? What are they doing over there? He was right. The news of Day becoming a new professor had created a sensation, a newly appointed professor with a high-level magic circle. That professor was actually the Holy One, and rumors continued to spread like wildfire. Among those stories, the one that garnered the most attention was about his appearance, with his bright silky white hair, sky-blue eyes, soft skin, and chiseled features, along with teardrop earrings enchanted with magic that perfected his appearance. This was an ordinary academy for all social classes. Day's stunning appearance was more than enough to capture the attention of the young students. He tapped the board lightly with a piece of chalk. All right, focus everyone. Our first lesson will be on magic materialization. Specifically, magic materialization is one of the key factors that defines a mage, and it's also the ultimate goal. It consists of several elements. Does anyone want to answer? Immediately, a student below raised their hand to answer. The convergence of mana, incantations, and specific casting methods. That's correct. There are 3 main elements. However, there are exceptions. Let's take the fireball spell as an example. You need to concentrate mana, gather what's needed for the incantation, and create friction. However, what would happen if you reduce the amount of mana from 3 to 1? That same student answered again. The spell wouldn't activate, and the mana would be wasted. Incorrect. The spell becomes easier to cast, and the required amount of mana also decreases. Until the spell is released, it's very difficult to determine what kind of spell it is. I can only say that it will take you a long time to understand it. But, down below, many students and professors frowned after hearing what Day said. You're doubting me. Of course, I apologize, Professor, but what you're saying seems impossible. Without another word, Day proceeded to demonstrate on the spot. Let me show you an example. Look at my right hand, and immediately a red flame appeared. All the students below were endlessly amazed. He cast a spell without any chanting. I didn't see anything, not even the movement of mana. He really cast a spell with just a single gesture, he said while holding a piece of chalk and writing on the board. As you have seen, what I just said is entirely possible. To make it easier, I will show you the diagram for a first circle water system spell. Now, this is mana before it has been manifested. And if the mana is gathered like this, even, without any chanting or techniques. If you cast spells this way, the mana will mix together and make casting easier. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can try it right now. Down below, the ice attribute mage, Claris, a 4th circle mage, was completely stunned as he witnessed the scene. I thought it was just a theory, until he mentioned it. How could he have thought of this? It's just lines and circles. But it makes me think of the true fundamental principles of this spell. Just then, that student suddenly shouted, "It worked. I can do it without chanting." The others also shouted in unison, "I did it too. Look, it worked. It really works." Seeing this, Day smiled faintly. I never thought I'd be teaching others, but I'm really proud seeing their expressions. I hope the medicine lesson goes this well too. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through his thoughts. Professor Day. The professors present all rushed up, to him. I have never attended such a wonderful class. Please allow me to express my respect. It's amazing. We need to inform everyone about this. What is this theory called? Bombarded with questions, Day forced a smile. A name? Atomic theory. And that night, after the class ended, a major event occurred at the academy. Professor Claris, along with the other professors, were all so shocked their jaws dropped. He leveled up. Professor Claris has become a 5th circle mage. After realizing the truth from Day's lesson, he finally broke through the 4th circle wall and advanced his magic circle. The scene changes to the next day. When it was still early morning, Day was awakened by a series of loud noises outside. Why is it so noisy this early in the morning? There was continuous knocking at the door. Professor Day. He frowned and went to open the door. What is it? It's still early. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. He's awake. Outside, a large number of students were standing there. Professor, could you repeat yesterday's lecture? I have a question about magic theory. Can you teach magic? More often? I've already petitioned the school about it. Day responded to them with a very grumpy expression. Then he decisively slammed the door shut, not forgetting to cast reinforcement, locking, and silencing spells. Seeing this, the students were disappointed and cried out, "Professor!" However, Day couldn't ignore the students' requests. To get his personal space back, he had to increase his magic classes to 2 sessions a week. He became completely exhausted. Damn it, this isn't what I had planned. Meanwhile, in the small wooden house in the hollow of a tree, an elder smiled and asked, "Chief Era, are you going to do anything about the elven village requesting to move in?" "Let them in," Ira said softly. "However, tell them to finish everything by next week. There's a place I need to go a week after all this is over." "Oh, a place you need to go?" The elder simply smiled without asking further. "I understand. Please tell Day that I'm doing well." Era frowned upon hearing that, her face flushing red in an instant. "When did I ever say I was going to the Holy Empire? Really? You're not going?" Ira became extremely embarrassed from the teasing. "All right, I'll pass on your regards," she thought to herself. It's been almost half a year. Although half a year is nothing to an elf, I still wonder. Day. Every time I think of you, it feels like 1,000 years have passed. Back at the academy where Day was teaching, it's quite crowded today, isn't it? He smiled and introduced Claris. "This is Professor Claris, the Ice Attribute Professor, who will be our teaching assistant for today." The students below immediately started buzzing. "Professor Claris is the teaching assistant? How did someone like him become so approachable? I heard that he leveled up his magic circle after Professor Day's class. He must be a little different now." Claris immediately glared in their direction. They all fell silent and flinched, thinking, "So scary." Day slowly picked up a piece of white chalk while reminding them, "Stop chattering and focus now. We will begin the second lesson. Mana is a self-balancing element, as the environment is a constituent of the atmosphere. Mages have no choice but to use homogeneous mana. Therefore, it doesn't matter who casts the spell or what kind of mana is used. What does this mean? I'll show you." Day smiled and looked at Claris. "Professor, please cast Windblade on me." Claris, suddenly being called on, looked dumbfounded. "What? Windblade? That's right. You said you would help me, didn't you?" "I did say that, but it would be dangerous." The students below were also confused, unable to understand his intentions. "Is this a new style of suicide by Windblade?" Day said with a decisive tone. "It'll be fine. If you're still worried, just aim for the board next to me." Despite still being very hesitant, Claris finally agreed. "Understood." He began to chant, "Become a blade of wind and strike the enemy." Windblade. A spherical orb immediately shot towards Day at lightning speed. But in just an instant, he raised his hand to block it. Seal. Just like that, Claris's Windblade was completely stopped without causing any damage or any harm at all. Day smiled and told the students below, "That's how it's done. If you can determine the point of spell deployment and force the mana to collide at that exact spot, you can seal the spell, even if it was cast by someone else." All the students were utterly astonished. "You can seal someone else's magic? That's incredible," he added in a low voice. "That concludes the lecture. For the remaining time, pair up with each other and practice the sealing spell I just taught." "Huh? No way, Professor. Only you could do that. That's an impossible task." Day let out a soft sigh. "Come now, everyone. Have you forgotten what a true mage is?" he shouted with a stern face. "Magic is a power that defies logic. The moment you stop accepting new things is the end for a mage. Even if you lose your weapon, forgetting your destination is the ultimate taboo for a mage." Every single student looked at him with eyes full of admiration. "Professor, I won't give up. I'm going to start practicing the seal right now." "Me too, Professor." He walked out of the classroom with a bright smile. "All right, good luck everyone." Those were his words, when motivating others. The second class ended just like that. The sunbeams were still just as shimmering and gentle. They slowly crept through each of the academy's window panes. Day yawned wearily. It had been a while since he had stayed up late. He was so tired. Not physically, but mentally. "At least I've prepared everything for my medical arts class. It's pretty great, isn't it? The only thing missing is participants. Medical arts are less popular than swordsmanship and magic, so how do I get people to join?" Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. Not far away, a female student was being surrounded by a group of burly male students. The girl stammered and pleaded, "Please let me go." But the bulkiest-looking guy said, "It's been 276 days since I last talked to you, Greya. I, Minos, need to hear an answer from you." The rest of the group cheered him on continuously. Seeing this, Day thought to himself, who are these guys? Are they bothering that female student? The girl named Greya was flustered and didn't know what to do at that moment. And right then, Day shouted out loudly, "Hey you guys, why are 3 guys blocking a girl's path? Can't you see she's scared?" The student Minos got all flustered when he heard that. "Scared? Greya, I didn't mean that." Greya mustered all her courage and said, "Minos, I'm sorry, I'll be honest. A muscular guy like you isn't my type, so I can't date you." "Wait a minute, Greya, is it you?" Minos pointed at Day and said, "Is it because of that guy? You're rejecting me because of him, aren't you?" Hearing this, he froze in bewilderment. His slender, delicate limbs, and that smooth, foolish face of his. You're dumping me for that pretty boy? Day couldn't help but frown in anger. Huh? What? Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? Greya seemed to hesitate before replying. Not really, but he's still better than you. He immediately shouted, Hey, why would you say that? Are you trying to add fuel to the fire? Minos was completely crushed. Where did he even pull a sword from? Damn it, I won't let you get away with this. Fight me. Huh? What's wrong? Scared of me? You should be. He threw a glove at him, then declared loudly, Ranked 30th, Level 3 Royal Swordsmanship. I'll send a weakling like you flying. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit squarely on the head with a wooden stick. His whole group immediately took off running. We'll remember this. Day tossed the wooden stick aside, muttering, Who do you think you are, calling me a weakling? So annoying, right? Suddenly, other voices chimed in. That was awesome. Are you new here? Hearing that, he glanced behind him. Yeah. The other students were all cheering with joy. You beat Minos with just a tree branch. So cool, so freaking cool. Being praised, Day felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I've suddenly become a hero of justice. After that, Greya spoke softly to him. Thank you for helping me. It's nothing. I hope I didn't interfere in something you could have handled yourself. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a certain scent. Huh? This smell? Is this the smell of alcohol? Day couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, What is that scent? It doesn't smell like other perfumes. The girl was startled when she heard that. Oh, is the smell that strong? I was just brewing a potion. It's probably the smell of the medicine. This female student brews potions? Huh? He hesitated a bit before asking further. If you're brewing your own potions, you must be interested in the medical arts, right? Greya quickly replied, That's right. I'm actually really looking forward to the upcoming free medical arts class. With that class, people from the academy, someone like me who only knows swordsmanship will have a chance to learn. Really? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm also really excited about that medical arts class. Just call me Day. I've got my first student. Oh really? You have the same name as the new professor at the medical academy. By the way, my name is Greya. You can just call me Greya. Alright, it was nice meeting you, Greya. I'll see you again in class then. Okay. With that, the two quickly said their goodbyes. Day smiled to himself, thinking that for some reason he felt like things were going more smoothly than he had expected. Meanwhile, right after he left, a female student immediately ran up to Greya and asked, Rhea, what were you talking about with Professor Day? He's so much more handsome without his glasses. Hearing this, the girl was completely stunned. A professor? He's a professor? Huh. You didn't know? Yeah. I didn't realize it. What should I do now? What if I offended him? Her friend smiled teasingly. What? What are you so worried about? Don't tell me you've got a crush on the professor already. Unexpectedly, Greya just blushed and smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, her friend was dumbfounded. Huh? For real? Scene change. In his room. Day wearily sat down on his familiar bed. Phew, why can't I get even one peaceful day? But seriously, what am I supposed to talk about for the entire class? It's one problem after another. I'm getting overwhelmed. Just then, another voice suddenly spoke up. Saintess Iriel unexpectedly popped her head out from under the bed and said with a frown, What were you doing out there? I had a hard time hiding here. Day jumped in fright. He exclaimed in panic, Huh? What are you doing under there? What about the holy nation? Iriel casually replied, Who do you think I am? I took care of everything before I came here. Then why did you come here? Did something happen? Nothing. I was just curious about how you were handling things at the academy and all that. Seriously, aren't you doing a bit too much for me? Iriel smiled and said, To be honest, you're right. I came to see you because I wanted to see you, Saint. No, I should call you Day. As she spoke, she walked closer to him. Suddenly, the mark on his hand began to glow. Right after that, a magic circle appeared. Era slowly stepped out from it. Seeing her, Day was so shocked his jaw dropped. Era, what is this? Is there some special event today? Iriel was just as surprised as Day to see Era's appearance. A high elf, what is she doing here? He silently marveled to himself. Is that teleportation magic? That's amazing. Era gently set foot on the ground and asked in a reproachful tone, Is that all you have to say? I'm here because I wanted to see you, isn't that obvious? Hearing this, Day forced a smile. I'm happy to see you too, but she scowled towards Iriel. However, what are you doing with this human woman? Iriel also frowned and retorted, Is there a law that says I can't be here? While the two were bickering, Day had already taken out 2 cloaks and handed them to them. First, take these and let's get ready to go. Seeing this, Iriel didn't understand why. Huh? Cloaks? Day said with a wry smile. Yeah, we're leaving the academy. He thought to himself, if I don't do this, and I get caught walking around with a saintess and a high elf, I'll attract a huge amount of attention. Why can't I have just one peaceful day? After that, the 3 of them left the academy together and went to a restaurant in town. Era looked around for a moment and said softly, It hasn't been that long since I last visited a human village, but it seems a lot has changed in this short period of time. Hearing this, Day thought to himself, a short period of time, I wonder just how long that is. Just then, a waiter approached and said, "Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry, but would it be all right if you all sat together?" Following him was a group of rather burly-looking people. "I don't mind. I'm fine with it. I guess we have no choice, right? Thank you so much. This way then?" The tallest man among them spoke in a low voice. "Thank you for agreeing. We've been waiting for a table for a while." Day smiled warmly. "It's no problem. Are the 4 of you adventurers?" He secretly sized them up. Based on the flow of their mana, it seemed they were 1 mage and 3 swordsmen. The other man gave a forced smile and replied, "Adventurers? Actually, we're mercenaries." The bearded man next to him said quietly, "You could say that." Among the 4 was a female swordsman, who introduced them softly. "We are members of the Bylok Mercenary Corps." Day thought to himself, Bylok, I've heard of them before. Most of their members are quite skilled, and they've been expanding recently. That's the mercenary corps that's been gaining fame, isn't it? Iriel asked them with a smile. "I've heard a lot about you all. What brings people like you to this village?" "Oh, about that. We received a direct mission from the Holy Kingdom. We were asked to suppress the resistance forces and the monsters around here." Both Iriel and Day were dumbfounded when they saw the mission request paper on the table. She tried to laugh it off diplomatically. "Is that so? It's impressive to receive a direct request from the Holy Kingdom." He just glanced at her silently. "I thought you had finished the job, but it turns out you just pawned it off on some mercenaries?" Just then, Era said gently, "It might be because I've always lived in the forest, so I'm very interested in this story. Please tell me more." The group of men were all stunned, their jaws dropping at her radiant beauty. The mercenaries began to talk about their life experiences. From their stories, I gathered some useful information. First, after Day came to the academy, the resistance forces and the number of monsters had sharply decreased. However, this was only true for low-level monsters, while mid-level monsters maintained their numbers, and as if someone was controlling them, they started to work efficiently and use tactics. Day thought with a serious expression, "It would be difficult to use my own people against such an opponent," which is why she sought out a group of mercenaries. Iriel had considered this. Right after that, outside, strong winds began to howl relentlessly. The waiters in the tavern all looked outside at once, and in an instant, everything became more chaotic than ever. "It's the monsters," Iriel hurriedly said. "Day, let's go." "Okay, I'll follow you." The group of mercenaries was now standing outside, all of them gaping at the sight before them. A Wens, a monster with a form quite similar to a dragon, was soaring through the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale, standing frozen in place. "What is this? I can't move. Don't tell me this is the fear ability. How interesting, for a Wens to use fear." Era calmly stepped forward. She held out 2 fingers. "First of all, fear is just for toying with the weak." Immediately, the Wens frantically lunged at her, its mouth roaring loudly, but Era remained unfazed. She gently waved her hand. The Wens just fell from the sky like that, crashing right into a nearby market stall. She furrowed her brows in disdain. "How dare you use it on a stronger opponent?" That beast was completely enraged. It roared continuously, but only for a moment before being sealed and tightly bound by Day's magic. They both frowned at it. "This beast, it can create a curse after experiencing my fear." Iriel also chimed in. "Strange, it's as if it has no consciousness. Day, there are still monsters over here. I'll take care of them." He frowned slightly, thinking, "There are more? I've underestimated this situation. There's definitely someone else pulling the strings behind this. I need to talk to that damn necromancer first." The scene changes to the dungeon where the necromancer is being held. A group of people are surrounding and interrogating him. "You're still silent. I appreciate your loyalty. Can dark magicians usually endure pain?" He remained resolute and tight-lipped. "I can't let my grand plan be exposed so easily. There's no other way. Let's try a mental spell." "Sir Philia, I understand. Allow me to assist. Let us read his mind." Mind-reading spell, mind-reading spell. But the necromancer just smiled casually. "Do you really think these spells will work on me? I don't know where you found this 6th circle magician, but the kind of lowly spell she's using is just unbelievable. Now, do you think you should bring the saint here for me or not?" He thought smugly. "You think I don't know what's happening outside? I've used my dark magic to find out that the saint has come to the academy. If the saint comes here to get information from me, I will target the areas that he cannot reach. With a monster tamer, this is possible. Then, we will use the merchant's guild to put pressure on the Holy Kingdom's economy, and soon, the Holy Kingdom will be destroyed." Just then, Day's voice suddenly rang out. "You want to see the saint that badly? Perfect. I've received information that the saint is here, and it seems you're misunderstanding something. Whatever you've planned doesn't matter at all. Don't you get it?" He smiled at him. "Your plans are just wishful thinking." The necromancer, not to be outdone, laughed back in response. "Then do with me as you wish. We'll see who gets the last laugh at sunset." Following that was his savage laughter echoing throughout the dungeon. By now, it was late afternoon, and the monsters had been and Era had taken down almost all of them. It seems we've handled most of them. Why did the monsters cause this incident? That's what we need to find out. We need to reinforce the Academy's defenses for things like this. But what should we do with these corpses? Iriel immediately replied. Just let the reinforcements handle it. The hides can be used to make good armor. Era suddenly frowned deeply. Seeing this, Day asked, is something wrong? Era, Day, I need to talk to you privately. Huh? Right now? The two of them went to a small corner. He quickly got straight to the point. What is it? But she even created a barrier around them to prevent any sound from getting out. After a moment of silence, Ira said with a serious face, I don't know much because I've always lived in the forest. That's why I'm only sharing what I can feel. Right now, including the area you call the Academy, large-scale magic circles are being set up in countless places. Hearing this, Day was completely stunned. Magic circles? That's right, there's a huge magic circle there. At first, the flow of mana was very weak, but now the flow is gradually strengthening right as the monsters were captured. He asked in a low voice, what kind of magic circle is that? Era looked at him and said, I doubt you'd know. I can only detect the faint magical energy that I'm sensing. But breaking a magic circle of this size is not easy. At the very least, we must anticipate that some areas will be destroyed. Day didn't expect the situation to be this serious. Can we remove the magic circle right now? That's nearly impossible. To destroy a magic circle, we need to eliminate at least 30% of the circle. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw it, things are even more difficult. He thought in silence. That's right. If the circle had been drawn with chalk powder, it would have been removed long ago. An active magic circle means it has been in that location for a while and hasn't been erased. The size of the circle is also a problem, but to think I can't even properly sense a magic-canceling circle of this level. No. Forget about erasing it. I don't even know if I can stop it. We need to evacuate everyone. Immediately, Day began preparing for the evacuation order, and as soon as Pia found out, she calmly looked for ways to evacuate the citizens. In general, the Academy is divided into the North and South districts. It's best to evacuate the North District to Garen and the South District to Sulian. However, because there are many mountains between the North District and Garen, they can't accurately redraw a detailed map of this area. Day entrusted the evacuation of the North District to Pia, since she was familiar with the terrain of the Holy Kingdom, and he also entrusted the protection of the masses in the South District. He looked around worriedly. We need to make an announcement to the people here. Is there a high place? Should I climb onto a roof or something? Day, just stand still right there. Instantly, a high mound of earth was created right where he stood. Thanks, Ira. Then he used voice amplification magic on his voice. Everyone, evacuate to Garen immediately. Hearing this, the citizens all looked towards him, everyone looking confused. Evacuate? What are they talking about? Oh, but that voice is Day's. Taking off his cloak, he continued to shout, I command everyone, in the name of the Holy Kingdom, to leave this place immediately. This area is in danger. The people continued to murmur amongst themselves. That's Saint Day. What do they mean by leave? Seeing this, Day gritted his teeth and thought, we don't have time to persuade the crowd. I have no choice. He secretly created a large explosion below, causing the people to flee in a panic. An explosion. Run. Day continuously created various explosions and tremors, thinking, there's no time to explain, so this is the only way. After the area below descended into chaos, he finally stopped. This should be enough, right? Then I'll leave the rest to those two and head to the outskirts. Day leaped down from the high place. He used his incredible speed to dash forward. I don't know who it is, but they better not think they can get away with this unscathed. Scene change. The sky had now darkened completely. Iriel was moving deep into the dense forest. She thought with a serious expression, the emergency evacuation of most of the citizens. The estimated evacuation time is over 3 days. Before riots break out, we need to meet the essential food demands of the city's population. Not to mention, the North District has a longer travel distance and time, so they are more likely to be in danger from monster tamers or someone similar to the ones chasing me. At this moment, she cautiously glanced behind her. Their mana was quite strong, and there seemed to be 5 of them. At the very least, they were supporters or even at a higher level. After running straight for a while, Iriel finally chose a place to stop. This was a suitable place. She took off her hood and looked around. Do you all have some business with me? Right after that, a group of people with covered faces emerged from deep within the forest. Wow, a real saintess. Don't speak in front of the enemy. Well, so what? She's going to die soon anyway. Iriel silently observed them, 3 young men and 2 middle-aged men standing behind. Were the middle-aged men's mana levels on par with Wretch? This is trouble, isn't it? One of them clicked his tongue and said, I'd rather fight a paladin than a saintess. Iriel remained calm and said, things like this happen, even though you know my face. If I punish you, will you tell me which kingdom is behind this? They quickly surrounded her, each holding a sharp sword. Don't underestimate us. Seeing her look at them that way, one young man couldn't hold back and charged forward to attack Iriel. But we've silenced countless priests who treated us like a joke, just like you. But in a mere instant, she used magic to send them all flying. How cruel. Just lie there and count the stars or something. I'll kill you all soon enough. The men, now terrified, cried out, "Help me!" Just as she was about to deliver the finishing blow, another man suddenly rushed in and blocked it. Iriel quickly observed him. This level of swordsmanship and flow was just as she'd expected. This was a high-level swordsman. But which kingdom would send 2 high-level swordsmen? It could be the Lessie kingdom, but they have no reason to target me. More importantly, they can't handle a paladin, so they wouldn't do something as foolish as this. A dark force with necromancers and bone dragons, as well as high-level swordsmen. No time to think about this now. She took off her outer cloak and threw it aside. If they catch me making any mistake, I'll be killed. Iriel took slow, deliberate steps. Compared to a regular sword, my holy arts have a wider combat range. I can close the distance, little by little. But before she could make a move, the man vanished in a flash. Then, he and another man quickly surrounded and attacked her simultaneously. Iriel was completely caught off guard. They attacked at the same time while I was focused on one side. Did they plan to lure me into the other one's blind spot? Was one of them ready to be sacrificed? And he's not even a low-level warrior but a high-level swordsman? But she cracked a smile. Then, Iriel shouted loudly, "Holy light!" Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted, forcing both men to take several steps back. This was a complete miscalculation on their part. In a fight against high-level swordsmen, even a small variable can decide the winner. Iriel continuously cast her spells, blessing, holy seal, holy release. She used holy sword in both hands. Using her swift speed, she exploited an opening and landed a slash on one of them, lost a hand for it. He collapsed to his knees in agony, blood pouring out continuously. Iriel said in a low voice, "You give up your life too easily, like tossing away a scrap of paper." He struggled to speak. "You're strong." She immediately replied, "Because I've worked for it." He continued to ask, "But what if, even as strong as you are, there are forces that make you feel powerless? What would you do?" "I would try to reconcile or compromise." The man let out a bitter laugh. "So that's also a solution, is it?" But you know, that force doesn't understand reconciliation. So the only way is destruction, even if they are stronger than you. Is it possible?" Iriel smiled at him. "For me, it would be impossible, but I know someone who can make it possible. Do you have any last words?" The man smiled gently in return. "No, that's all." Immediately after, red blood splattered everywhere. A life just like that came to an end. Iriel let out a soft sigh. There were still 3 men left. They had fled in that direction. I will not lose track of them, no matter what. In the forest, Frost was furious. Damn it! Who would have thought that Saintess would be so strong? He became frantic. Even 2 high-level swordsmen couldn't fight her. How are we supposed to capture someone like her? His comrade standing beside him also looked hesitant. "If we go back now, we..." Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting them off. "No, that's not going to happen." Iriel appeared out of nowhere, one hand on her hip, coldly threatening them. "Just as I thought. You couldn't have gotten far. All right, come here now." One of them spoke up. "I didn't think she'd get here so fast." Iriel maintained her cold expression and asked them, "Why didn't you just follow me quietly when I was being nice?" Even if you refuse, I'll still take you with me." Suddenly Frost screamed, clutching his arms, his face dotted with sweat from panic. "Instead of surrendering here, I'd rather." Then he bit down on something in his mouth. Seeing this, Iriel was taken aback. Did he just chew something? She saw Frost and his comrade foaming at the mouth, their faces contorted in pain. She seemed to have figured something out. Did they hide poison in their mouths? They were using suicide as a drastic measure to protect their secret, but she immediately cast holy magic on the other 2. "Heal." Iriel looked on with contempt at their petty trick. "Did you really think you could die that easily? Follow me quietly, or I'll chop off your legs and drag you along." The other 2 groaned softly. One of them spoke up. "Can you promise to untie us if we go with you?" She immediately crushed that thought. "Do you think you're in any position to negotiate right now?" she said coldly. "Assassinating a saintess is a crime where the culprit can be summarily punished on the spot. Of course, after interrogation, you will be executed." Frost squeezed his eyes shut. "Even if we tell you everything, the holy nation won't be able to do anything." Iriel retorted. "We'll be the ones to judge that. You just need to confess everything you know, honestly." At this point, he was kneeling pathetically on the ground, still trying to negotiate with her. "If we tell you, just promise me one thing, or at least consider it." Iriel replied casually, "If you swear you'll only tell the truth, I will try to do that." As soon as she finished, his comrade shouted in a panic, "You bastard! Are you really going to tell them?" They were terrified. This wasn't some kind of game. "Your own problem, we're all going to die." Ignoring what his comrade said, Frost immediately placed his hand over his chest and made an oath. "I, Frost, swear on my mana that I will only tell you the truth." Iriel heard his oath and was inwardly surprised. A mana oath, if the person who makes it breaks it, The mana inside their body will flow in reverse. Indeed, everything he said from now on had to be the truth. He began to tell her what happened. The Holy Nation doesn't know. But we, I mean our group Phroxia, infiltrated the Holy Nation over 20 years ago. Hearing this, Iriel was surprised once again. Phroxia and 20 years ago. What does that mean? She rested her face on one hand, recalling something, the great massacre of the people on the outskirts of Ogren. Frost now stood up and continued, so you see, that was the beginning. To Iriel's astonishment, he continued to reveal the truth. Everyone says it was a monster attack, but that's not true. He stated that everything was Phroxia's doing. He recalled that time, one-eyed monsters baring their teeth and capturing the people. He recounted sorrowfully. We are the survivors who were kidnapped during the massacre of the people on the outskirts of Ogren. They only chose to kidnap a few people who looked physically strong. Frost remembered the scene of his countrymen being squeezed to death by giant serpents. He continued. The rest were thrown as bait for the monsters. He also remembered the two swordsmen, middle-aged men who seemed sympathetic. Those two high-ranking swordsmen from earlier also seemed to have been kidnapped from other kingdoms. They took our families and hostage and would kill them one by one if we didn't obey their orders. At this point, Frost's emotions welled up and tears streamed down his face. They even took my younger sibling hostage. So please promise me that you will destroy Phroxia. After hearing the whole story, Iriel's expression darkened. I understand. Now leave immediately. His eyes widened in astonishment. What? You're letting us go? She turned and walked away, waving her hand dismissively and replying, That's right, whether you choose to return to your families or die alone, do as you please. While the other two were looking at each other in confusion, Iriel spoke up. Oh, and don't worry about Phroxia. I can't guarantee I'll destroy them, but I can still push them to the brink of destruction. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, causing her to stop. Excuse me. The bald one scratched his head, as if he had made up his mind. I also want to tell you a few things about Phroxia. The one next to him did the same. Me too. Iriel turned her head back and told them, In that case, follow me. I'll listen to you on the way. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the academy, Jay couldn't help but wonder to himself. It's strange. I don't see anything like a magic circle, but there's definitely a magical reaction here. He seemed worried. If I don't break the magic circle quickly, the magic will continue to activate. He looked around the academy, gradually deducing in his mind traces of explosions, mana usage, and blood spilled on the streets. And most importantly, the villagers had been turned to stone. Also, strangely, not a single building was damaged in this mess. It seems they deliberately prevented the buildings from being harmed. Jay seemed to realize something. No way. He recalled what clan head Ara had told him. To destroy a magic circle, we need to eliminate at least 30% of the formation. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the formation, things are even more difficult. He slowly came to a conclusion. It wasn't stone powder or bone powder, but a giant magic circle would still not be broken. He quickly cast a holy spell, Blast, creating a huge explosion. Looking at the fire before him, Day became certain of his suspicions. Just as I thought. Even if it was just a little, I could still feel the magic circle dispersing. This confirmed his suspicions even more when a giant barrier appeared. The village itself was laid out as one massive magic circle. Suddenly, a voice shouted, It's about to collapse, get out of the way. Day was stunned. There are still people here? He called out to the two who had just shouted. Everyone was ordered to evacuate. Why are you still here? The two were astonished to see him. Oh my God, it's a saint. The one in the blue shirt spoke up. It's not that we're disobeying orders, it's just. The man in the yellow shirt beside him cut in, looking frantic. People were turned to stone and killed. The other man chimed in. Yes, that's right. We thought we'd be turned to stone if we evacuated too, so we couldn't run away. Hearing this, Day asked, I see. So who turned everyone to stone? The two men began to explain. Well, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's a type of monster called ghosts. They often use dark magic, and by the time we sensed them, a few were already running around the village. Day nodded as if he understood. I see. So it was monsters. The man in yellow gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, we hid so we wouldn't interfere with the activation of the magic circle. The man in yellow narrowed his eyes, as if in an internal conflict. I can't believe some people started destroying buildings left and right. And who knew that Madman would turn out to be a saint? Suddenly, Day spoke up, asking them, But why didn't you two think of catching the monsters? After all, you're both support players, aren't you? Hearing this, the two men's faces went pale. He's figured it out. Day continued to lay out his reasoning. And the red blood on your clothes. It couldn't possibly be from the ghosts, since they don't have blood. What's more, you said you were hiding inside the whole time. At this, Day's voice turned cold, his face filled with killing intent. So you killed the warriors who were trying to fight the ghosts and help the monsters escape. And after wiping out the reinforcements from the Holy Nation, you laid low inside this building, didn't you? The man in yellow, knowing he couldn't deny it, bit down hard on something in his mouth. If we've been discovered, we have no other choice. As he finished speaking, the two men's bodies began to melt, emitting a strange vapor. Day was shocked. They're melting. Is that poison? Looking at the two figures in front of him, who were now just two murky puddles, Day's mind reeled. A poison that can instantly dissolve a body. I've never heard of a poison like this. I can't believe they'd take poison to avoid leaking information. Who is behind all of this? He put a hand to his face, looking helpless. Damn it, I need to figure so much out. But I don't have time for this. Right now, I have to break the magic circle first. Instantly, Day's expression changed. Destroying 30% of the city with just blast won't be enough. He activated his magic detecting eye. Meanwhile, he silently came to another conclusion. The two who just died were probably the last villagers left here. As he finished his thought, a magic circle appeared around him. I need to end this quickly by drawing out as much mana as possible. Day created a blue orb of mana and launched it forward, creating a shockwave, shook with the force of an earthquake. Instantly, the holy temple before them shattered into pieces and collapsed. On the other side, Frost spoke up. That's how we were kidnapped by Phroxia. He followed behind Iriel, scratching his head awkwardly. After that, we had to undergo grueling training, and I think we've done every kind of filthy, evil deed imaginable. She listened to his story with a blank expression, but inwardly she was analyzing everything. They were at the bottom of the group's hierarchy, so they didn't have much intelligence, but Iriel thoughtfully considered the information they provided. The scale of Phroxia, a general understanding of their forces, skills, methods of relaying information, and more. Compared to knowing nothing before, learning these things was a fairly good outcome. Suddenly Frost spoke up timidly. Excuse me, Saintess, what about you? Iriel was confused. He scratched his head and explained. I mean when you were little? Ah, you look like someone who was raised in a wealthy family. Hearing that, she became lost in thought about her childhood. Recalling the past, in a peaceful, sunlit home, a familiar voice called out. Via, are you there? A young Iriel, with a sweet smile and a laundry basket in hand, replied brightly, Yes, I'm here. In a church that housed many orphans on a small island in the Holy Empire lived a beautiful girl named Iriel. With brilliant pink eyes and golden hair that was soft and shimmering, Iriel stood out from the other orphans in the church like a crane among chickens. She was like an angel, with exceptional intelligence and a kind heart. One day, Iriel, would you like to see the outside world? The outside world? Priest Job smiled and said, You've always been curious about the village. Don't you want to go and see the world? Iriel immediately replied, I am curious, but what would I even do if I left? I would be so sad to leave my friends behind. He said gently, You're a smart girl, Iriel. I'm sure you can do anything. I'll help you. Your talent is being wasted in this church. I can see your potential. You'll have more opportunities to grow out there. When you find something you want to do, I'll be there to help you. Of course, you can always come back anytime to visit your friends. Hearing this, the little girl looked excited. Okay, then I want to go. Wonderful. Then why don't we leave today? But I haven't even said goodbye to my friends yet. I'm telling you this because a great opportunity has just appeared. If we don't leave now, we'll miss it. Priest George urged her impatiently. Now hurry up. Iriel felt a little bewildered. Okay, she thought to herself. He did say I could come back to see my friends anytime I want. Afterwards, the two of them got into a carriage that was waiting outside. Iriel still felt a deep sense of regret. I'm so sad I couldn't say anything to my friends. Priest George let out a small laugh and said, It's all right, you can always write them letters, can't you? You're right. It'll be okay, won't it? As she spoke, her eyes widened as she looked at the unfamiliar scenery through the carriage window. Huh? Father, we've already passed the village, he replied. Oh, we're heading to the port. The port? Yes. We're getting on a ship to go to Gehio. Gehio is a huge city. It's much more amazing than this village. You'll be able to explore so many places there. As it was time to leave, Iriel heard these sweet words and wondered to herself, More amazing than the village? I'm so curious about Gehio. What kind of place is it? Then, Joss led Iriel onto a large wooden ship heading out to sea. And the little girl was extremely excited looking at everything. Iriel, we're here. That's Gehio. Before them was a large, unfamiliar city, looking very lively and bustling. He smiled and asked, Do you like it? Iriel exclaimed with delight. It's amazing. Where are we going? Father? The two of them quickly disembarked from the ship onto the harbor. We need to go have a little talk. Oh, Iriel, take this. As he spoke, Joss poured water into a cup. Iriel held the cup in her hands to catch the water, and she couldn't help but ask, Huh? What is this? He immediately replied, It's tea made from holy water. It's not much, but I prepared it to celebrate our new beginning in Geheo. The little girl glanced at him. Father. Joss said softly, Why don't we just drink? Okay. Iriel didn't think much of it and casually took a gulp. Immediately after, her mind became dizzy and unclear. Huh? Her eyes also slowly closed. My eyes are closing. Scene change. 2 platinum coins. This girl is only worth 2 coins? She should be at least 3. Skok. Oh well. Ariel woke up amidst the noise. Where am I? Did I fall asleep? I drank the tea father gave me? Ariel struggled to open her eyes and called out, Father! Priest Joss heard her and turned his head with a smile. Oh, you're awake. I hope you'll have a good life here. Beside him was a strange man with a large build. Here, take the money. Ariel asked in a panic. Is this the place you mentioned, father? But this place. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Yes, this is a slave market. I just sold you as a slave. Ariel absolutely could not believe the words she had just heard. What are you saying? I thought you were going to take me somewhere wonderful. You said you'd help me find what I want to do until… He casually burst out laughing. You're so naive. Of course, I was lying. Sorry about that. But you're a smart kid, so I'm sure you'll live just fine. No way. Joss slowly opened the door to the room. But I'll promise you one thing. Just write a letter when you want to see a friend. He gave a somewhat twisted smile. I'll send that friend right here. Then he turned and left. That large man quickly walked over to Ariel, urging her to follow him. And just like that, after being deceived, Ariel sat still, staring at the wall for 4 days as if she had gone mad. She sat there listlessly, like a soulless corpse. No, I was just pretending. After some time, they started to let their guard down, and after analyzing the surrounding area, I had memorized all the actions, characteristics, and even the smallest habits of everyone who entered and left this house. Then the day I was to be sold arrived. Ariel fumbled with the cross attached to her necklace. Ariel, I'm sorry. As a mother, I should have protected you. But always remember, as long as you hold this, the God Gayer will always be by your side. That is why you will never be weak. Ariel, become stronger. She clutched the cross tightly in her hand, and outside, the sound of the traffickers whispering began. This girl is a special item, so she'll sell for a high price. Ariel frowned, thinking, it's time. Although I've hesitated a lot over the past 4 days, I only have one choice. That large man came to check on her with a lamp as usual. That foolish priest, he actually only took 3 platinum coins for this girl. This slave manager, I can't match him in strength, and even if I were lucky enough to escape, a little girl like me could never outrun a large man. He saw Ariel sitting motionless, leaning against the wall. So he called out, Huh? Is she sleeping? Get up, she's not moving. Is she dead? That's why I'll make him let his guard down and kill him to escape. She quickly pulled the cross from her neck and stabbed it straight into his. Returning to the present, Ariel held that cross in her hand. She said in a cold voice, That past probably makes me a murderer. Frost forced a smile and said, Is that so? Oh, we've arrived at the front gate of Gihio. Immediately, Priest J knelt down and greeted respectfully. Greetings, saintess. Ariel looked down emotionlessly. It's been a while, Priest Gihio. We should call you father, shouldn't we? Hearing this, sweat continuously dripped down his face, his eyes filled with confusion. In a certain town, night had fallen, and a shout rang out. That little brat went this way. A man with a scar on his eye yelled, This time, I'll definitely catch her. Following him was a bald man with a long, ferocious scar on his cheek. Ariel recalled, those dark memories. Father tricked me and sold me into slavery. Then I killed for the first time in my life and ran away. The slave traders relentlessly chased me. Little Ariel was hiding behind a wall, tightly gripping a rope in preparation for the traffickers' pursuit. That painful past flooded her mind. They stubbornly chased me for months, and every time that happened, the traffickers running forward would trip on the rope that little Ariel had set up. They would stumble forward into scattered shards of glass, and the screams would echo tragically. She recalled how she escaped that nightmare. I escaped them using the same method I used the first time. As soon as they were writhing in pain in the broken glass, little Ariel would leap out, holding a silver knife. She continued to reminisce, the most serious sin taught as doctrine in the church, murder. Little Ariel mercilessly swung the knife down as she reflected on her past. As my body became more and more stained with blood, the stains would cling to my hair, just as that sin was etched deep into me. Little Ariel carried within her a heavy burden of sin, her hair still stained with the trafficker's blood. She was like a blind person with no way out, and the traces of those crimes, instead of disappearing, only grew darker. The guilt just faded away. Her eyes grew dark. Eventually, I came to resent the world for pushing me into this situation. An innocent soul had become empty. Little Ariel was filled with resentment. Seaport, ships, an island city. Father Geogher, that bastard, I have to kill people. Why did things turn out like this? Ariel thought back to that moment, filled with only despair. By then, my soul had completely become that of a murderer. But God does not abandon anyone. At the moment that seemed to be the end of Ariel's life, a warm light flashed. The supreme goddess appeared, reaching her hands out to little Ariel. She remembered that image. For some reason, the goddess chose me, in the empty eyes. And of Ariel back then, a glimmer of light appeared to save her life, and it made her change her murderous thoughts. Standing before that gentle light, I gradually realized how precious this life is, and how meaningless revenge is. She continued to recall, and that's why even when I stare into the face of this shameless stranger, That shameless person was the priest who was bowing his head. In that moment, it was as if Ariel had let go of the resentment in her heart. "I'm not thinking about anything at all, which is strange," she mused, her face still not showing a single trace of emotion. On the other side, Day was demolishing the buildings one by one. "I can't just simply destroy them like this." He continuously unleashed his mana. "I'm finding all the magic circles placed throughout the city and identifying their types to figure out their purpose." Day cast a spell, and different characters appeared on each building. Seeing this, he became certain of his suspicions. Indeed, the city center and even the structure, weight, and shape of the buildings all bore the arcane language of a magic circle. Comparing the arcane language of the buildings, the design of each floor formed a magic circle. He continued to deduce, "There must be fewer than 6 magic circles, and I just need to stand here and pinpoint them." Suddenly, Day's nose started bleeding, and the mana around him dissipated. A massive magic formation appeared, and he looked up, stunned. Before he could recover, another magic circle and a stream of purple energy enveloped him. It relentlessly attacked Day, causing him to cry out in pain. "The mana from another magic circle is interfering with me. When did I stop sensing it? Wait, were they overlapping each other? The magic circles of the buildings disrupted the mana flow, so I couldn't sense this one." Day, in agony, hypothesized, could this be a type of magic circle with a curse seal? The maximum amount of mana in an active formation will amplify the sealing spell, increasing its power. Despite being surrounded by a large amount of dark mana, he kept his composure and analyzed the situation before him. On top of that, after using a massive spell that caused an earthquake throughout the city, my mana reserves can't hold out much longer, so I can't release mana from my body while I'm sealed. Suddenly, gloomy auras emanated from ahead. Day judged, and not to mention this scent, no way. He seemed to realize something. Isn't this the same magic that Era was hit with? Instantly, another magic formation appeared right in the middle of the ground. Along with the formation, endless black holes opened up. Monster after monster with grotesque and ferocious appearances stepped out of those black holes, leaving Day astonished. Even monsters. Were they also summoned here? Faced with the current situation, he was a bit panicked and tense. I can't fight them in this state. But suddenly, a green-skinned monster swung a blow at him. At this moment, Day made up his mind. If I don't stop them now, they will definitely go after the evacuating people. Then he quickly cast a spell. Creating a mana sword this big is a bit overkill. Not giving that monster another chance to touch me. Day swung the sword, and the monster was sliced into 100 pieces. Suddenly, he faltered. The flow of mana in his body was making him collapse to his knees, his face contorted in extreme pain. "I feel like my blood vessels are being torn apart." The mana is flowing in the opposite direction. While Day was distracted, arrows flew in from somewhere. They lodged straight into his back. He fell flat on the ground, his back soaked in blood. However, he struggled to turn his head to look where the arrows came from. Did they predict that this would happen? Getting attacked like this, I was too careless. I was too arrogant. The growl of a beast suddenly rang out, as monsters with glowing red eyes surrounded him. Elsewhere, the citizens were moving inside the city walls. Era stood on high, observing the procession, watching as essential supplies were brought in one after another. "It seems she's handling everything well. They're moving faster than I thought. At this rate, the request I received will be completed soon. I need to get to Day's location right away." Suddenly, someone called her name in her mind. "Ira," she was startled. The mark on the back of her hand also flashed. This, Era immediately realized something was wrong and quickly cast a holy spell. Day's life force is fading. What exactly is harming that child? She shouted for a teleportation gate and quickly flew into it. Seeing the horde of monsters about to pounce on Day, Era screamed, "Stop!" She was filled with fury. "You vile monsters, how dare you!" In the blink of an eye, Era completely annihilated the monsters. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her expression one of utter shock. Because she saw Day lying unconscious in a pool of blood, she screamed his name. "Day!" Era rushed to his side, checking his condition and anxiously trying to wake him. "Day, are you okay? Wake up!" In an instant, her face turned pale. She couldn't believe this scent. That haunting past came rushing back. Ever since Era was afflicted by that scent, she could never forget the sickeningly sweet, fruity aroma that had imprisoned her for 20 years. At that time, Era fell into a deep sleep. It was the sign of a curse that put her into a long slumber. The people around her were also shocked to see her like that. She was enveloped in a demonic purple smoke. And now, the same scent of a curse was emanating from him. Recalling that painful memory, Era suddenly shed tears. She hugged Day and softly called his name, "Day." The situation was not looking good, because Day had been in a coma for a month. This news came as a huge shock. After the news of what happened to Day, the kingdom's hero, spread, his supporters were incredibly shocked. As a sign of gratitude, the kingdom held a ceremony to honor him as a hero. The solemn rituals were performed as Pope Glacier praised Day's glorious achievements. Afterwards, he bestowed upon him a heroic title never before seen in the Holy Nation, the title of An. From then on, many troubles began to arise, because the figure who symbolized the kingdom's strength, the saint, was currently absent. The kingdom was at risk of being invaded by foreign nations. And not wasting any time, Brocasia began to expand its influence throughout the kingdom. Finally, war broke out between the two sides. Iriel excitedly unleashed an attack. At this rate, the sky isn't going to fall, is it? Slashing through the enemies, she must have been feeling confident to make a joke like that. The current situation made her a bit worried. It was already the third day, and the enemy attacked relentlessly. Even though holy magic could alleviate physical fatigue, it couldn't erase the mental exhaustion everyone felt. At that moment, someone suddenly called out loudly for the saintess. Iriel looked bewildered towards the source of the sound. It was him, none other than Haro, riding on a horse towards them. "We've come to help." She quickly recognized Marquis Haro. Following that, Iriel gathered her strength to unleash a martial skill, defeating the enemies before her. Under her power, countless bolts of lightning struck down with deafening claps of thunder. Suddenly, a figure flashed past like lightning. It was Barris, swinging his sword with all his might to destroy the enemy. Revenge. Iriel stared blankly at the scene before her. Ferris, Cirrus, Ran. I thought they weren't mature enough yet, but now they have all become resilient warriors. Har, who was beside her, agreed. Yeah, if the saint saw this, I'm sure he would be very happy. Then she smiled. That's right. Guy needs to rest until the battle is over and wake up afterward. Suddenly, an injured soldier cried out in pain, and a woman approached with a smile. How in the world can a low-ranking soldier fight against a saintess? Seeing this, Jack became worried. Saintess? Those people? Iriel was just as surprised. This is absurd. Rumor has it they only appeared in Selene a few days ago. Well, I have to say, she's grown up to be quite beautiful, hasn't she? She was so chubby as a kid. Oh? Is there anything else you'd like to add? Abu suddenly burst out laughing. That's a bit embarrassing. While she was utterly confused, how could they have gotten to Salonia so quickly? Then Iriel began to analyze the current situation. On our side, only Z and I have reached the high-level swordsman rank, despite some difficulties. Looking at the color and intensity of his aura, there's no doubt about it. He must be at least a mid-tier high-level swordsman. Otherwise, we stand no chance against him. After a moment of thought, she glanced over and sent a telepathic message. Z, he received the signal, turning his head to the astonishment of the two people. Aura aggressively rushed forward. The way you two look at each other is so pitiful. Iriel quickly raised her hand to cast a defensive spell. Tch! He looked at her with contempt. You want to block my attack? Then in the next second, Aura launched another powerful attack. Try and block this one. Z realized the situation was bad. Saintess, fall back now. But it was too late, as the attack was right in front of him. Then, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Crash. Z, who was injured, let out a soft cry of pain and thought to himself. He can do this much with just a single attack. Then he knew that the opponent was not someone to be trifled with. He's clearly on a completely different level than us. He's a mid or high-tier, high-level swordsman. The situation was dire, so she immediately gave an order. All troops retreat. Get out of here immediately. The man wasn't about to let them go so easily and quickly rushed forward. You think I'll let you do that? Suddenly, Iriel's hand shot out in front of Aura, and right after, she cast a spell. Only then did he realize it was holy power, angelic light. After taking the hit, he was filled with vigilance. Have you ever successfully evaded this power? Then, Aura stared in astonishment at the devastating scene before him. Instantly, I feel all my hostility has vanished. Could it be that she borrowed the power of the gods? How interesting. At the encampment, a voice rang out. While the 7 holy knights are defending the front, have Marquis Haro's cavalry prepare to attack the rear. The one directing was Greya. Let the saints manage the holy knights' actions. The battle will take place in the northwest forest. Seeing the young girl, Iriel thought to herself, Greya, wasn't it? She stared at Greya with satisfaction. She's a standout among the academy students who volunteered for the war effort. She has a keen eye for planning. This compensates for her lack of physical strength. After a moment of thought, Iriel praised her. That's a good plan. Let's execute it. If this operation is successful, the tables will be turned. With his return, we will be able to do it. Then she placed her hand on the table to command. The meeting is now over, so let's relax a little while they don't seem to want to attack. Rhea complied. Yes, Saintess. Beside the roaring bonfire, someone's weary sigh could be heard. Z approached with a question. It can't be that difficult, with one saint absent, can it? Iriel replied awkwardly. It's actually very difficult. Only now do I realize how much he did for us. Then she smiled and turned her head. But I can't keep depending on the saint forever. I am also a saintess of this kingdom. Just then, someone approached. That's right, Saintess. Now is the time to repay the generosity of the saint. Iriel was stunned by Barris's appearance. While he greeted her politely, Welcome, Saintess, he asked curiously. Why did you leave that comfortable seat to come here? Gran burst out laughing and explained. What good is a comfortable seat when a fierce war is raging? Watching everything unfold, she thought that this was probably the result of the Holy Kingdom's restructuring that Day had planned. In Iriel's mind, thoughts were swirling. They were nobles who only worked for their personal and family interests. But now, everyone was joining hands to pursue a common goal. I never imagined there would be a day I'd feel so close to them. In the end, she concluded that it was a strange feeling. That night at the lavish palace, at this moment someone was performing a purification spell. Seeing this, Cleis asked curiously, "How is the saint?" After a brief examination, Chessie turned around. Still the same, although his mind is conscious, his body still can't move. You should stay by his side and talk to him so that he doesn't feel lonely. Before leaving, she didn't forget to add a reminder. "I'll be going now. Take good care of Day. A servant who is good to him is also good for you." When only the two of them were left in the room, she said sorrowfully, "A person who receives the love and care of high-ranking holy beings. No one but you could ever do that." The saintess reached out and gently fixed Day's hair. "And not only that, do you know how many people are worried about you?" And so her plea echoed in the night. "Please wake up soon." Suddenly his finger twitched slightly, and at the same time a dark purple aura emerged from Day's arm. The stories surrounding him are truly miraculous. The way Day absorbs mana is truly strange. He doesn't need to create a magic circle or any kind of magic inside his body, but he absorbs and uses mana from the atmosphere, so his body has no mana reserves at all. However, there are currently two sources of mana coexisting within him, both containing a lot of mana. One of them is Bone Dragon magic, and the other is an Earth-type sealing magic similar to Era's magic, the mana of the Death Magic Circle. Day's method of recovery is also different from ordinary people. It's the method once used to treat Era, where words themselves are the antidote. The curse magic still remains inside his body. The main characteristic of that method is to simply use healing mana on the outside of the body, while a series of images flash through his mind, and he becomes aware of what he must do. So, just like last time, I have to eliminate the curse magic from my body. However, my ability to control mana has been suppressed, so relying on my own strength alone, I can't push it out. Therefore, I need to figure out a way to move and activate my mana, a little to activate the dragon art. Now the bone dragon has reacted, currently looking across in confusion. Because the magic is casually coexisting with the bone dragon, it naturally doesn't like this at all. According to the properties of mana, they cannot coexist in the same place. Therefore, the two forces began to tear each other apart. The bone dragon will drive out the curse magic. He watched the scene before him with satisfaction, destroying the enemy from within. Day told himself that the dragon art would win if it had some help. Before him was an evenly matched battle, but no matter how powerful the bone dragon's magic was, his enemy had been using powerful magic for decades. If the dark magic circle defeats the bone dragon, I'm finished. Not wanting anything unexpected to happen, Day had to take action. So to mitigate the risk, I'll need to store as much mana as possible. He also recognized the dangers he was facing. But all this chaotic energy inside my body will end up harming me. Even though he was in a coma, Day's consciousness was clear. I don't know who created this magic circle, but if I catch them, I'll make them pay. Outside, a voice rang out. Is it true that Phroxia is very close by? A maid holding a tray commented, except for children and the elderly, everyone else has been drafted into the army. The maid carrying a water basin chimed in. Miss Cluse has gone to the battlefield. All they can do is pray for Miss Cluse's safety. Sounds echoed across the battlefield. 8th Cavalry Legion, fall back a bit. Yes, sir. Now, 5th Magic Legion, release your magic. Each attack was unleashed with piercing screams, fireballs cutting down the enemy with wind blades. Seeing the dire situation, the enemy forces shouted. The 5th Magic Legion is retreating, but Chessie wasn't about to let them get away. She immediately cast a spell, sending them flying. Blizzard! The men cried out in agony and quickly realized it was magic. Retreat! Seeing this, she commanded, let the soldiers return to camp. There's no need to pursue them. Back at the camp, the place was buzzing with chatter. Today's battle was tough on everyone. Lauren, commander of the 8th Cavalry Legion, was ecstatic. Lauren, if we were with Miss Cluse, I think we could. Wipe them all out together. Gansha, vice commander of the 8th Cavalry Legion, shared her excitement. Thanks to that, the soldiers' morale has been greatly boosted. We should be especially proud for successfully defending Selen. Despite the praise, Chessie remained cold, saying, everyone did well. In her mind she was calculating. Obviously, if we keep fighting like this, not only Selen but also Gariel and Salonia will be exhausted. Chessie thought carefully, but I also have to consider the variables. They are mainly stationed at Gariel. If they launch a surprise attack, we might not be able to hold them off. I'm certain we need more reinforcements. After a moment of thought, she ordered, Lauren, Garania, head to Gariel. The two were overjoyed. Yes, Commander. Just then, Chessie frowned in thought when she suddenly detected something unusual. Immediately, Chessie turned toward a certain direction. This flow of mana. It can't be. At that same moment, Day suddenly woke up. Staring at the ceiling, he felt immense happiness. I did it. I'm finally awake again. Day's attention shifted to his left hand. Amazing, the dark magic on it. My left hand has completely vanished. Just as I thought, combining the two types of mana was a great idea. A change was occurring in his body. The dragon art weakened the moment the curse completely vanished. He quietly sensed the changes within his body, but he was much weaker now. Worst of all, his entire body was still paralyzed, but he could still absorb mana from the air. Streams of mana began to heal Day. I don't need much mana, like when I healed Era, so it'll be fine. I can't absorb much right now anyway. Heal. A moment later, he focused intently and closed his eyes. This couldn't compare to casting magic under normal circumstances. He had to focus much harder so he wouldn't get distracted. Suddenly, Day felt something strange about his arm. His left hand, which used to absorb magic, for some reason, now felt weightless. For a moment, he was stunned. Not only that, but every blood vessel and every muscle cell was now overflowing with mana. A wave of joy washed over him as the mana in his body was activated. Was it because his arm had become more accustomed and sensitive to mana? Is that why it was absorbing so much more? Day could feel the mana being powerfully absorbed through his left arm. This caused his body to recover much faster. I can achieve optimal efficiency when casting magic with just a small amount of mana. Joy filled his mind. This meant he had gotten stronger. This was all he needed. He would now begin healing his entire body. Day, still in the room, continued the healing process, and soon he was able to sit up. Day was thrilled because he felt his entire body was weightless, as if he were flying. His physical condition was better than ever. His fist suddenly clenched tight. Then it's time to go back. Day had never felt so confident. He was now free from all restrictions. In the dark of night, the atmosphere was suffocating and oppressive. Iriel's voice echoed through the area as she explained the situation. The appearance of high-ranking swordsmen has dealt us a heavy blow. They attacked the capital, Salonia, in the middle of the night. It was a surprise attack. Utter horror was written on her face, her eyes wide, mouth agape, and her eyebrows were knitted together. She yelled to the people behind her, "If we lose any more soldiers, it'll be impossible to hold the capital. We have to find a way out of this. Everyone, fall back. Don't look back." Iriel clasped her hands, whispering that she had to find a way to hold them back. In front of her stood a knight, sword held firm. He declared firmly, "Saintess, we will protect you and the capital. We will do whatever it takes to make that happen." Iriel hurriedly tried to stop him. She cried out, "You can't do this alone, not while the strongest among us is absent." Before Iriel could finish, ZCK shouted, "I'll manage." Faced with his determination, she could only sigh. He spoke his mind. "If you die here now, this battle is over." Iriel raised her hands forward, palms open. A pillar of light shone down from the sky onto the soldiers, causing them to rejoice. Holy protection, holy seal, blessing, grand holy art. It's the saintess's blessing, counterattack. Don't spare a single one of them. Iriel ran in the opposite direction. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and sadness. She told herself, "Everyone, please don't die." Her figure shot away, leaving a howling wind in her wake. The treetops swayed in the wind. Rex instructed the knights behind him, "Everyone, hold your positions and don't let them pass." The knights shouted, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a lamenting voice rang out, sending a chill down Rex's spine. His eyes widened. "Oh God, we're a little too late. Why can't I see the saintess anywhere?" The dwarf, Aura, stroked his beard, which was thick and braided. He jeered at the old witch beside him. "This is getting more interesting, but shouldn't we also be chasing after her?" The old hag glanced at the person next to her and smirked. "Ah, I'll let you decide." The middle-aged man with a few scraggly hairs on his chin replied, "I agree." Rex tightened his grip on his sword, as alarm bells rang in his mind. As expected, they've arrived. We have to stop him from chasing the saintess. He bravely charged toward the dwarf, raising his sword high, ready to go all or nothing against them. "Do you think I'll let you get away with that?" His sword was quickly blocked by the blade of the middle-aged man, the one with a few whiskers on his chin. The middle-aged man laughed with interest. "I heard you're the youngest master swordsman on the continent, is that right?" His gaze was like he was looking at an ant. "I'll take care of you." That title made Rex's heart skip a beat. He wanted to deny it but couldn't get the words out. "No, that's not it." The old witch, though following Aura, glanced at him with a cunning look and spoke in a strange, eerie voice. "Go easy on him. He looks cute, and she'll get away." The two swords clashed repeatedly, flashing blinding sparks and making a deafening clang. Rex gritted his teeth and reluctantly continued to fight, sweat rolling down his face in beads. He struggled to let out quiet curses. Rhea appeared unexpectedly like a savior. The little girl shouted, "Fireball Brigade!" It shot towards the middle-aged man, creating a thick cloud of smoke and fire, the smoke billowing up to cover the sky. Although her face still showed a hint of fear, she bravely shouted, "Rex, I'll back you up." Rex was stunned. He turned his head to look at the girl, murmuring, "Rhea." The thick smoke cleared, revealing the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he didn't have a single scratch on him after that attack. "I can't believe there are so many talented individuals in the Holy Kingdom. Your passion is a bit annoying, but I guess I can't just ignore you." Rex thought to himself in horror. He wasn't injured at all. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror, and he screamed, "Ria, behind you!" A figure with black hair had appeared behind the little girl without anyone noticing. That person's dead fish eyes were staring intently at her. She warned, "You're in my way, little girl." At Rex's shout, the girl looked back in shock, behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman kicked hard at the girl, leaving Ria no time to react. Rex screamed, "Ria!" The woman's feet moved with cat-like agility, launching herself into the air the moment her toes touched the ground. With her every step, the air seemed to be torn apart. The soldiers could no longer remain calm. They were like sheep encountering a gray wolf, scattering in all directions, screaming loudly. She's coming, run." A sword was hidden under her cloak, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would all perish by her blade. Red blood sprayed everywhere amidst the screams of chaotic pain. Rex snapped back to his senses, his pupils constricted, and his eyebrows furrowed deeply. He assessed his troops. "We've been wiped out, only 2 of us are left." Across from him, the middle-aged man charged forward for a direct attack. The man announced, "Hey, young man." Sparks flew as their 2 swords clashed. "I'd like to see what you're made of too?" He cursed helplessly. Damn it. His face was stretched taut with tension. He thought, "Shoot. His attacks are too strong. I have no way to defeat him." A single snowflake suddenly appeared beside Z. The world was suddenly enveloped in a cold air and glittering, delicate snowflakes. He seemed to recognize the signal. It's the frozen field. A figure in a blue cloak flew through the air, then landed gently on the ground. The middle-aged man was stunned. "Is this a mage?" A gentle yet firm voice spoke, "Don't move." And she sternly said, "Surrender quietly." The enemy was frozen stiff, could only marvel that within the Holy Kingdom there was still someone who could cast this magic. Iriel flew forward, thinking she had escaped and trying not to leave any traces. Perhaps this would buy her some time. However, her steps gradually slowed, and Iriel's face fell. She bit her lower lip anxiously. "But what am I supposed to do once I get to Salonia? I don't have a plan at all." The dwarf Aura, and the old woman beside him stepped out from the direction she had just come from. He casually remarked, "How unlucky. If you had run straight ahead, you might have gotten farther." A sword of light formed in her hand, and she couldn't help but feel tense. "I expected this, but I didn't think they would arrive so quickly," she hissed. One by one, she took a stance, ready for a life or death battle with the enemy. She declared, "I promise you, I will take you both down one by one." The old witch didn't seem to take her seriously, her words dripping with scorn. "How interesting. Well, so what? If you do?" Aura's and the old woman's eyes gleamed like bloodthirsty predators as they lunged at Iriel. They threatened, "That is, if you can." A sound cut through the night, and a dark red spray of blood shot out. Strangely, the owner of that blood was Aura. He stared in shock as his beard was sliced clean off, and a gash was carved into his chest. As for Iriel, it was as if she saw a star fall from the sky, her eyes sparkling. Day appeared like a god, shielding her. He was the one who had attacked Aura. Iriel cried out joyfully, "Day!" The dust created by the magic's aftershock slowly settled. Aura and the witch beside him were pushed far back. Day stood protectively in front of Iriel, his hand still flickering with the remnants of a blue light. He spoke, "Were you two having fun causing trouble while I was away? That damn magic circle gave me so much trouble." Aura was furious, but also equally stunned. "Even that curse only managed to put you in a coma for 1 month." The blue light gradually condensed in his hand. Day retorted in annoyance, "Only 1 month? Isn't that a whole month? Long? I thought I was going to die of boredom." The blue orb in his hand grew larger, he said casually. "Well, since I'm very busy, I'll just kill you both at the same time." The old witch looked at that power, inwardly stunned. This enormous flow of mana, I've heard about him, but it's hard to believe he's this strong. Aura and the witch exchanged a silent signal, and both of them rushed to grab Day's shoulders, surprising him. Behind them, Iriel seemed to realize something, her mouth agape. They grabbed him. "Don't tell me it's magic pressure." The witch screamed excitedly, her face smug as if she had already seen Day's end. "No matter if you have tons of mana in your body, you're still just a human. There's no way you have more mana than 2 high-ranking swordsmen. Die." His eyes widened, vaguely guessing they were trying to make their mana sources attack each other, but the mana flow of the loser would shatter. A blue light flashed in Day's eyes as he thought confidently. "However, you've chosen the wrong opponent." In the middle of the forest, a blue light shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the entire area in an instant. At Day's feet lay the bodies of the 2 unfortunate souls, collapsed. He stepped over them and said softly, "You should know who not to mess with, shouldn't you?" Until their last breath, Aura and the witch couldn't believe it. But he was the only one left standing. Day called out to Iriel, snapping her out of her dazed confusion. He instructed, "We don't have time. I'll go to Gariel first. You follow me as fast as you can." She replied, "Ah, okay." The battle where Zik was gradually reaching its conclusion, his entire body already covered in wounds. He panted heavily, struggling to grip his sword. Clea saw Zik's condition and became frightened, yelling, "Zik, can you still hold on?" Before she could get an answer, she had to create a barrier to block the opponent's attack. The black-haired woman in a hooded cloak was relentlessly attacking her. Clea mumbled her incantation, her worried thoughts causing her to make a mistake. "But I can't hold out much longer. I can't stay calm." Sharp icicles appeared out of thin air at Cleus's command and shot towards the black-haired woman. "Ice spear!" She gritted her teeth, silently deciding, "At all costs, we can't let this fight drag on any longer." The black-haired woman nimbly dodged the icicles, thinking to herself, "That mage." She widened her eyes as she looked at Cleus, concluding just as she'd expected, that was no ordinary spell. She observed her steady demeanor, along with the techniques Cleus had used, silently speculating. She dispels one spell and immediately casts another to counter. Her control over the angle, timing, and casting speed of her attack spells is truly astonishing. So this is a sixth circle archmage. A scream from the side made Cleus's eyes fill with panic. On the other side, Zik had been stabbed straight through the chest by the middle-aged man. Blood welled up from his throat and gushed from the wound, making his situation more critical than ever. The light in Zik's eyes gradually faded as they went blank. He collapsed to the ground, motionless amidst his teammates' screams. The middle-aged man pulled his sword out, speaking with a satisfied tone. "You've held out long enough." He turned to look at her, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty aggression. He smirked. "All right, I guess it's your turn now, lady." Cleus didn't even have time to grieve, her expression tense, her brows furrowed. She gritted her teeth. "Just you try." She steeled her resolve. There's no other way. The incantation she uttered carried the frigid chill of ice and snow. "Froya." The soldiers suddenly scrambled to flee, horrified and shouting, "Everyone, run!" A soldier announced, "He's here." Someone landed on the ground, the compressed air exploding on impact. Day emerged from the cloud of smoke, dust, and debris. A faint magical glow still lingering on him. The middle-aged man was startled and stepped back, a suspicion forming in his mind. "It's that guy, Day." Ignoring the soldiers, Day walked right past them, but had collapsed, his blood staining the ground red. He reached out to touch his neck, deep in thought. His body had already lost its warmth. Day's face darkened, his expression unreadable. He realized that he had just died about 20 minutes ago. His voice echoed, "I'm listening." Day asked who killed Jack. Cleus lowered her head, full of remorse. She tried to console him. "I'm so sorry, it's all because of my limited abilities." He cut Cleus off. "No, that was a pointless question." Day's eyes blazed with killing intent as he declared, "I'm just going to cut them into 1,000 pieces." The middle-aged man warned his comrade, "He possesses a berserk amount of mana." The black-haired woman agreed. "That guy is dangerous. We have to avoid him. I'll open a path out." As the black-haired woman was planning and instructing her teammate, "Protect the front line." Before she could finish her sentence, a blue blade appeared right before her eyes. Blood splattered from the person beside her, causing the man to freeze. Day slowly walked up behind the middle-aged man, analyzing the situation for him, assessing the angle of the stab and the size of the wound. It definitely wasn't her. He turned back and questioned the man, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Was it you?" Fear overwhelmed the middle-aged man, his voice becoming strained. "Is he a monster?" Red blood sprayed into the air. On the ground lay the two corpses of the middle-aged man and the black-haired woman. Day inquired, "Can I entrust this battlefield to you?" Cleus agreed. "Yes, Your Holiness. I will control this area so you won't be bothered in the slightest." He carefully picked up Jack's body and said as he walked away, "Thank you, I trust you." Cleus quickly replied, "Thank you, sir." She stared in bewilderment at Day's actions. Saint Day. What is he planning to do with Jack's body now? A magical light emanated, illuminating a corner of the forest. Jack's armor was removed, and his body was washed carefully. The wounds had been stitched up by Day. He looked down at Jack's body, murmuring to himself, "I've secured the torn spinal cord and sutured his kidney, but there's no way to transfuse blood, no way to." Iriel approached and called out, "Your Holiness?" She expressed her despair. "Has Jack gone to be with the Lord?" Day remained silent. Iriel tried to comfort him. Her hand emitted a yellow light. She couldn't bear to look at him any longer and could only suggest, "Instead of this, he should have departed in a better state. Sir, everyone will remember his heroic deeds forever." A warm yellow light enveloped them, and something seemed to happen that made Iriel's eyes widen in surprise. Day whispered, "We can save him." She was stunned. "What?" He raised his voice resolutely. "We can save him." A voice suddenly rang out, "I'm sorry, but holy magic is not omnipotent. This may seem obvious, but you cannot resurrect someone who is already dead." Another voice then echoed in the darkness of the forest, responding, "I know that." At that moment, on Day's face, there was an air of calmness. In his hand, streams of blue light gradually condensed into a surgical knife of pale blue, hovering in mid-air. Day spoke calmly, "Holy magic might not be able to save him, but I will try to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the hovering surgical knife in his hand immediately shot forward, making an incision across the chest of the person lying on the ground. Iriel shouted to stop him. I completely understand how you feel right now. It's hard to accept this because you cared for him so much. At that moment, Jack lay on the ground, drenched in sweat. His body was covered in gruesome-looking wounds. Iriel's voice was still loudly trying to stop him. But this time, unlike before, Zik was truly dead. Life and death are in God's hands. Mortals cannot interfere. Hearing this, Day turned to look at her and spoke with determination. No, if I give up on a life that can still be saved, I can't be at peace. Even if God doesn't want it, I'll do my best to save him. Hearing his words, she suddenly shouted loudly, Day! Then Iriel continued to speak worriedly. Why are you saying such forbidden things? Then, as if realizing something, her eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. She wondered, is he still determined to go through with it? At that moment, Day sighed awkwardly and said, Iriel, I can't explain it to you right now, but please just trust me. Then, he clutched his robe, thinking to himself that it was just like that other time. Next, Day solemnly picked up a pair of scissors created from his power, preparing for the rescue. Iriel stood nearby, still watching him in astonishment. From Day, immediately a blue light from his power appeared. Iriel stood behind, watching as Day worked tirelessly to save him, his hands moving swiftly using a thread created from his own power to suture Zik's wounds. At that moment, Iriel's inner thoughts began to flow steadily, echoing in her mind. While I was watching him, he used that bizarre method and revived Jack. Iriel continued to think to herself, I definitely sensed holy power from him. Even though he used mana and spoke words that bordered on blasphemy, those forbidden words didn't actually cause any repercussions. This is completely illogical. But then, she let out a sigh and said, All right, if there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Hearing this, Day looked at her and replied with a smile, You've done more than enough, thank you. Right then, Zik was still lying peacefully on the ground and assessing his condition. Day silently assessed that he was brain dead. This state was due to the lack of medical attention, but right now, just by using holy arts, his physical condition had improved to that of a living person. In his mind, an image of a heart and a clock appeared, and streams of calculations began flashing non-stop. Within 4 minutes of his heart stopping, I have to revive him. Let's begin now. During this golden window of opportunity. Then, a beam of blue light immediately shot down as calculations flashed through Day's mind. First, I'll cut through the ribs that encase the heart. Other than the heart, everything else is normal. I wish I had an automated external defibrillator, but there's no way to get one right now. Then, as if a thought struck him, Day's eyes widened in astonishment. He thought, if that's the case, lightning. At that moment, an image of electrical currents coursing through the heart appeared in his mind. Simultaneously, Day was also continuing his calculations. Through steady electrical currents, the heart's activity is restored, originating from the ventricles and atria. In reality, a defibrillator is a device that sends an electrical current to provide first aid to cardiac arrest victims, increasing their chances of survival. Therefore, I'll use magic to do the same, controlling that small current and directing it to the heart, and at the same time, I will follow a specific rhythm. He then pictured a hand grasping the heart in his mind, then continued his mental calculations to perform a cardiac massage and stimulate blood circulation. His expression immediately became tense as he continued the life-saving procedure. He repeated over and over, silently praying in his mind, Please, please, please. An electric current continuously ran through his body, creating small crackling sounds. At the same time, Day was beside him, administering treatment, still silently praying, start pumping blood again. The currents entering his body flashed a brilliant gold, illuminating the entire dark space. The continuous electrical shocks stimulated the heart, causing it to immediately start beating again. At this moment, both Day and Iriel couldn't hide their surprise. They both looked in the same direction in astonishment. Then, Iriel looked at him dazedly and asked, Was that just? Before she could finish her astonished question, Day immediately called out to her, It worked. Iriel, get over here, quick, heal him. Hearing that, Iriel immediately went to use her ability to treat Zay. However, she still couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming in shock, Impossible. A sparkling golden light from Iriel's ability enveloped the body still lying unconscious on the ground. She continued to exclaim in amazement, Zay's color looks so good, he's breathing again. After that, she looked over at Day and asked him, Day, who are you really? How did you do that? Hearing this, Day replied, I couldn't have done it alone. Then, to her amazement, he turned back to look at her, winked, and added, We did it. Then, Iriel seriously retorted, Day, what are you talking about? There's no way I would perform black magic. Hearing this, he immediately gave her a deadpan look and replied, Hey, don't call it black magic. It's medicine. Then their voices echoed throughout the dark forest. Day spoke up. More importantly, let's quickly get Zay to Phroxia to help Cleewood. Iriel immediately asked, Aren't you coming with me? Hearing her ask, Day turned around and answered, I need to go see the Pope. All right then, I'm going. After that, he instantly vanished, leaving only a streak of light where he had just stood. Hearing where he was going, Ariel frantically called out after Day. Then she worriedly mumbled to herself, I'm not sure if going to see the Pope right now is a good idea. Elsewhere, a vast town was engulfed in the flames of a massive fire, creating a devastating scene. The light from the blaze illuminated the entire sky. At this moment, on a cliff, a dark figure stood from a distance looking toward the fire. He spoke, At this rate, Gariel is finished. Then, he let out an excited laugh and said, Soon, they'll take me to a safe place. As long as I hide quietly, I can ensure my own survival and get what I want, just as they promised. Suddenly, Hugh appeared behind the cloaked figure and restrained him while he was still delighting in his thoughts. He spoke in a threatening tone, Don't move. Hearing that, the cloaked man was startled and turned his head back. At the same time, Hook's blade immediately swung up, creating a silver arc. He asked in astonishment, Who are you? Just as the words left his mouth, his arm was slashed by Hook's blade, causing blood to spray everywhere. The cloaked man immediately screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, groaning, My arm. My arm. Seeing the man state, Hook immediately spoke, Now, answer my question. The man's face contorted, tears streaming down from the pain. However, he still hadn't grasped what was happening, and silently wondered, Damn it, what's going on? I'm sure I placed Nave mana stones all around this place. Besides, how could I not sense his presence? Who the hell is this monster? Just as he was speculating, a foot kicked him from behind, making him scream. The owner of the foot spoke, I just warned you not to move. Hearing that, he only had time to register a different voice. The person who just spoke was Hong. She was still keeping her foot on the cloaked man and pinning him firmly to the ground. Who is your superior? Seeing the people standing behind him, the cloaked man lamented inwardly. It's not just one of them, he cried out. Archbishop Savi, Hong's voice rang out again. I'm asking who in Phroxia gave you the order. Hearing her question, he panicked and thought to himself, What? How do they know? It seems he's not going to say anything. So Yong. Hearing this, the little girl sighed and said, Why can't you just spill the truth all at once? You're such a nuisance. Then, a golden light immediately appeared on the little girl's forehead, and a glint appeared in her eyes as well. So regretfully spoke, You see, having your mind controlled is the worst feeling. At that moment, on the cloaked man's forehead also appeared a golden light identical to the one on So's forehead. Impossible. Is this an unorthodox interrogation using holy arts that strike the human psyche? How is that possible? Even the Archbishop and His Holiness can't easily do this. After that, in the middle of the pitch-black night sky, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. At this point, the cloaked man had passed out, with terrifying white foam bubbling from the corner of his mouth, and at the same time So spoke up, It's done. It's mostly useless information. All right, let's go now. After finishing, So rubbed her eyes, and the little girl said to Hong, I'll leave the rest to you. Then, Hong gave out orders. Du Yong. Carry her. And Trong Yong immediately replied, Yes, Hong Yong. Then, she turned and walked away with So and Doc, calling back to Trong, Make sure you clean up everything here and then catch up with us. We're going to see His Holiness. Hong, with a cold expression, speculated to herself, He must have reached the Vatican by now. At this moment, outside a magnificent, luxurious palace in the Vatican, Day was silently contemplating. Assessing the current situation, the neighboring countries have formed an alliance and established the Phroxia Coalition. It's not a weak, solitary force, even though it's newly formed. If I just infiltrate the Holy Nation's central organization, it won't be enough. My influence alone will be insufficient to resolve this matter. I don't want to, but in this wartime situation, the person with the greatest power in the Holy Nation. Then, Day asked, Is the Pope inside? Yi was startled to see him, and stammered a greeting. Greetings, Your Holiness. Seeing this, Jay remained calm and said to him, Go in and inform the Pope that I wish to see him. He silently calculated, The Pope's help is my only option. A moment later, the Pope's loud, astonished voice echoed through the hallway. What? There are traitors in the Holy Nation? In contrast, Day calmly explained in detail. In short, the Phroxia organization has appeared. Actually, to be more precise, it's a coalition of neighboring kingdoms. And now, it turns out our Holy Nation is also involved with that organization. The old man's reaction was strong. How dare they do this under my benevolent rule? I will find them immediately. But he quickly stopped the Pope. Don't, he said. Just let them be. However, the old man disagreed. How can that be? Day calmly advised. You must wait, if you want to pull them out by the roots. But any action we take now will only make Phroxia act more cautiously. However, the Pope vehemently opposed that idea. Impossible. I cannot let this happen. He was incredibly angry and ranted. How can you expect a clergyman to turn a blind eye to those heretics? I, the Pope, will strike them down one by one. I am certain that every citizen of G will support this. Even if I have to turn the holy nation upside down, I must punish those heretics. Anchao's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. I didn't expect him to react like that, even for a devout person. Why is he overreacting so much? Day sighed, helplessly repeating, Holy Father, I must say it again, you have to leave them be. He used a serious tone to advise, please do not let your emotions sway you and use your wisdom to lead the holy nation on the right path. I have said my piece, now I must go. The Pope's hand trembled slightly, gripping the armrest of his chair. His face strained as he mentally cursed the insolent man leaving the room. After the conversation with the Pope, Day walked down the hallway deep in thought. I don't understand what the Pope is thinking anymore. His mind was a mess of concerns. He's focusing all his attention on one issue while the very survival of an entire kingdom is at stake. I shouldn't have told him. I can't believe someone like that is the leader of a nation. Furthermore, moving on to another matter, Phroxia. So far, the number of high-level swordsmen they have that we've identified is 6. Are there others of this level in their army? He analyzed thoroughly. An army like that is already enough to destroy a small or medium-sized country in an instant. If they abandon their attack on the Holy Nation and switch to attacking another kingdom, in the worst-case scenario, they could quickly grow so powerful that I wouldn't be able to stop them anymore. Grasping the core of the issue, an idea flashed in Day's mind. It would be great if I could predict their actions and stop them beforehand, but I need information to do that. He rubbed his chin, pondering as he walked. Perhaps I should try to team up with her? The sun set behind the mountains, and the castle glowed in the dreamy twilight. Along the road flanked by forests outside the castle, a man rode on horseback, his expression pensive, his brow furrowed in thought. A stream of memories came back to him. Earlier, Iriel had ordered, Z, you are no longer allowed on the battlefield. He vehemently questioned, what do you mean by that? With all due respect, Saintess, I am a high-level swordsman. Excluding me would be a great loss for our army. But she just raised her hand to cut him off. No, it's actually the opposite. Iriel's attitude was serious as she analyzed the situation. The entire army sees a high-level swordsman as a pillar of support, so you always have to be on the front lines. The enemy we're about to face might be even stronger. The last battle helped us understand the army's morale. If you were to act as the commander, you would have to face those dangerous enemies again. I need you to rest. She emphasized each word with an underlying meaning, reminding him, I'm sure you don't want the Holy One to have to resurrect you again, do you? Hitting a sore spot, Z stammered, at a loss for words. He hung his head dejectedly, managing to utter 2 words of regret. Iriel then declared, the 3 clans and I will handle this battle. However, she didn't leave Z idle, giving him another mission. Therefore, I want you to leave the battlefield and go find the saint. That's why he was now in the situation of setting off on horseback with a clatter. Rick began to reminisce about the long time before now. As a child, those who had high expectations for him called him a sword prodigy. I became the youngest person to achieve the title of Master Swordsman, a citizen of Che. My destiny was set. I had to assist God's representative, the saint. He was absolutely certain of his unwavering loyalty. I never had a single doubt about this faith. And every day I lived with that pride. God had chosen a new saint. Rick recalled their fateful encounter. I met him a bit early, and he blocked my sword with his bare hands. Rick's feelings from that moment were still fresh. My heart suddenly started racing. It was the first time I had ever felt so overwhelmed in my life. A firm conviction formed in that very instant, and I felt that I could dedicate everything to him. I wanted to serve him for my entire life and become the sword in his hand. But things went far beyond reality. His hands, gripping the reins, trembled with agitation. He blamed himself, thinking that was just what he had thought, far from becoming his sword. I've become a nuisance to him. Tears of torment welled in his eyes, his teeth clenched tight, not just once but twice. He had to save me. Rick whipped the reins hard and shouted. He spurred the horse to speed up, his mind still filled with a guilty tone, blaming himself. What kind of damn guard am I? Up on the tower, Iriel closed the window. After standing there looking down to observe his movements, she let out a sigh. Will he be okay like this? She raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to herself, I have removed Rick from the battlefield as you said, but what exactly are you planning? Amidst ancient, mortared brick walls, Day walked up to a prison cell and spoke first. Been a while? The other person laughed eagerly, showing no surprise. I didn't know when you would come, the necromancer asked as if stating a fact. The situation in the Holy Nation isn't good right now, is it? He honestly confirmed. You're right. Whether it's because of Phroxia or someone else, it's a complete mess. Day stated his purpose clearly. So I came here to ask you a few things. The man's attitude was still a bit resistant. You think I'll just obediently tell you everything? Obviously, he wasn't fazed in the slightest, instead sneering contemptuously. Of course not. Do you think I would ask you for no reason? Then Day pointed out the physical difficulties the man was experiencing at that moment. Creaking joints, failing eyesight, aging and wrinkled skin. His hand fumbled inside his coat pocket as he rambled on. And tooth loss, muscle atrophy, as well as the cardiovascular system, Coronary arteries, kidneys, urinary organs, immune system, and many other organs are all deteriorating at once. Your body isn't what it used to be, is it? If I were to treat you. At this point, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he pulled out a small saw. Then you wouldn't be able to keep up this baseless resistance anymore and would tell me everything I want, wouldn't you? Day's tone grew increasingly terrifying. You know, I've always been curious, you see. Ghouls and orcs have bodies similar to humans, between these two species. Which one do you think is more compatible with the human body? That demeanor made the necromancer tremble instantly, sweat pouring down like rain, and he hastily shouted, "What the hell are you planning? Wait." As for Day, a man well-versed in modern medicine, he knew countless ways to make a person's body in agony. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the dungeon. A moment later, the necromancer, with his plump, pretty face, sparkling eyes, and bald head, shed tears and begged, "Stop, I beg you, please stop, I'll talk. I'll tell you. Let me tell you. Phroxia's true identity is a magic fortress." In Day's hand was another syringe and a bottle of a strange potion. "Why did you tell me so soon? I still have so many things to try," he yelled reproachfully. "You demon! Giving you the title of saint was a complete waste." Day didn't care. "Oh well, alright, go on. You talk." Legend says they disappeared when the age of magic ended. They are the Black Fortress, Red Fortress, Green Fortress, Gold Fortress, and the Yellow Fortress. A total of 5 magic fortresses. These fortresses maintained a balance with each other and the magical order among the nations. However, fearing the growing power of the magic fortresses, an army from the Alliance of Continents attacked the magic fortresses. That battle led the Black Fortress to summon a bone dragon and the undead, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the age of magic. The necromancer's face was as smooth as a young girl's as he hastily recounted everything he knew, after which the remaining magic fortresses joined forces, waiting for the day they could take revenge on you all. Phroxia still has 15 Master Swordsmen and 7 Sixth Circle Mages. And the first 7th Circle Archmage of humanity is also sharpening his sword for revenge. He laughed gloatingly, declaring with certainty, "No matter how strong you are, you don't stand a chance against them." Day rolled his eyes and picked his ear, ignoring that arrogant attitude, and asked, "All right, so where is their headquarters?" The necromancer's mouth curled into a knowing smirk as he answered, "The Grania Mountains." The Grania Mountains, the first mountain range on the entire continent, a place where dwarves and elves coexist, a neutral territory that doesn't cooperate with any kingdom, and is also a prosperous land with fertile soil and countless resources. However, that's also why the dwarves and elves are always fighting each other, and it's also why humanity isn't suited to live there. Day pondered. It was indeed hard to think of a better place for them to gather their forces and build their organization, away from the watchful eyes of the other kingdom's papacies. He carefully considered his plan. "A part of me wants to drop a meteor shower on those mountains to solve this damn problem, but I can't let the innocent dwarves and elves get caught in the crossfire." Then, another issue popped into his head. 15 Master Swordsmen, 7 Sixth Circle Mages, and on top of that, the first 7th Circle Archmage. Things were starting to become clearer for Day. His gaze deepened. I understand why the necromancer was so cheerful now. With a lineup like that, conquering the entire continent is more than just a dream. This battle is going to be tougher than I thought. Suddenly, he called out to his subordinate, "Hong Yong, are you there?" Standing right behind him, she spoke up, replying, "Present and awaiting your command." He turned and gave a serious order. "Each of you is to go to the various neighboring nations. I want you to monitor Phroxia's activities there and report everything to me, no matter how trivial." Hong replied concisely that she understood. Seeing her still hesitating as if she had something to say, Day asked, "What is it? Do you have something to report?" Hong stated frankly, "We will obey your orders no matter what. But, we just thought we could also help you in the battles on the field." He was a little surprised. "You all?" She was about to explain further. "Yes, the enemy has a large vanguard." So, before she could finish, Day cut in, looking quite pleased. "You have a point, but it's all right. This situation requires us to act more efficiently and use precise information." He specifically reminded them to act before the enemy could make any surprising moves, not just to get more reinforcements for the front line. A single battle on the front line isn't as important as the mission you've been assigned. Day turned and walked away, his dark laughter hinting at a scheme. "Besides, regarding the vanguard, we can also organize some small squads to support them." Night had fallen, and the castle windows were brightly lit. A soft sigh echoed in the silent space. At that moment, Rich stood dazedly before the luxurious royal door. "I've finally come to the saint's chambers, but I don't know if I can face him." While he was still hesitating, the maid beside him announced his arrival. "Your Holiness, Sir Rich has arrived." The person inside commanded, "Let him in." The white door opened slightly. As soon as he stepped inside, Rich bowed to Day. "Greetings, Your Holiness." He quietly said his name as a greeting in return. Rich noticed his annoyed, frowning expression. Day thought to himself, he looks so dejected, but I guess that's understandable. Then, he suddenly walked step by step towards him. Rich squeezed his eyes shut, a drop of sweat rolling down, showing his anxiety, ready to be reprimanded. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no shouting, but instead a gentle pat on the shoulder and some instructions. Come to the training grounds tomorrow morning. He was surprised. Your Holiness? Rich's hand clenched into a fist, slightly misunderstanding his action. Are you planning to kick me out? Day immediately raised his voice in exasperated denial. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kick you out? I'm going to make you into someone unbeatable. Every word he spoke was filled with encouragement and trust. So just focus on the next 10 days, and forget everything else. Your only goal is to become stronger. Day also didn't forget to recall the time he had performed a great service. I know how much you've suffered. During that battle, you stepped up to fill the void and save everyone while I was unconscious. He affirmed this with such conviction that it left a bewildered look on his face. If there's anyone who deserves my support, it's you. Don't forget that. His bright, radiant smile and absolute praise from Day had an incredible morale-boosting effect. You are my sword. He pressed his lips together, saying nothing, and knelt on one knee to show his reverence. Rich bowed his head loyally and shouted before Day. Yes, I will obey your command. Your Holiness. The next morning, a resounding voice, filled with inner energy, echoed throughout the castle. Greetings, Your Holiness. Day yawned, a tear escaping his eye. Still looking sleepy, he looked at the energetic Rich. You're here so early, the sun hasn't even risen yet. In contrast to him, Rich was extremely enthusiastic, shouting clearly and full of determination. Yes, Your Holiness, Kiaz, the Saint's sword, cannot let his lord wait. So, seeing his attitude, Day felt a bit helpless and thought to himself, now the pressure is twice what it usually is. However, he couldn't extinguish that burning will, so he immediately gave him a task. All right, first, create a windblade like you usually do. All right then, Rex replied quickly. As you command, sir. But just as he created a brilliant crimson sword that glowed like red-hot embers, Day spoke up to stop him. No, stop. He stepped closer to give detailed instructions. Now, you must abandon your old habits. This isn't just about shaping your mana into a sword. According to Day, the aura sword revolved around balance. Hearing this term for the first time, Rex found it novel. Day continued. So, imagine a sword with 3 equal parts, the tip, the blade, and the hilt, and distribute your mana equally among all 3. His hand touched Rex's, slowly beginning to radiate a stream of power. Now, start controlling the mana in your body to create an aura sword on your own. Suddenly, the sword in his hand shot out unexpected bursts of fire. Even Rex couldn't suppress his astonishment. He clearly felt that the power of this sword had reached a completely different level, as if the surrounding air was swirling towards the blade. It was hard to believe that with just a little balance, his aura could transform into a sword like this. After finishing the demonstration, Day asked, All right, did you feel that? Try again. He nodded. Yes. Rex focused his energy, looking at the sword in his hand with the same feeling as when he used to train, thinking he could do it. However, it seemed his first attempt wasn't quite right, as the bursts of fire and the power it emitted weren't as strong as before. He sighed in disappointment. This is quite difficult. Day immediately explained the result. That's because you're trying to force something intangible into a specific ratio and hold it together. I guarantee if you succeed in this step, your aura sword will improve by leaps and bounds. Hearing that, he immediately grew excited. Really? Day gave a serious command. Master this skill in 3 days. You must do it. Rex was filled with confident determination. Yes, I'll do my best. Back in Day's luxurious bedroom, he sat at the dining table, leaning back as he recalled the morning's events. I told Rex 3 days, but I don't expect him to train for only 3 days, because training aura is incredibly difficult. His gaze drifted out the window, past tens of thousands of houses towards a distant place, contemplating his goal of waiting until Jack was strong enough so he could entrust the Holy Kingdom to him while he was away in Grinia. The corner of Day's mouth curled up slightly. Now, all I have to do is wait. Suddenly, he felt something. This flow of mana. A magic portal opened, and Era appeared from within it. She opened her eyes in surprise, looking at everything. Seeing who had arrived, Day quickly stood up, joyfully calling her name, Era. She was just as emotional, exclaiming, Day. Right after, Ira leaped into his arms, hugging him tightly and affectionately. Day smiled, gently stroking her hair to soothe her. In Day's bedroom, after the emotional moment passed, Ira spoke first. Grenya? He confirmed and then asked, Yes, do you know anything about that place? She rubbed her chin and answered honestly, I do not rule over the forests there. That place is governed by another high-ranking elf. Hearing that answer, Day had a strong reaction. His brows furrowed, and unease washed over him. Things were even more complicated now. Whether the plan to exterminate Phroxia was large-scale or small, there was no way they would overlook even the slightest disturbance. The elves were famous for being suspicious of outsiders. Naturally, they would be even more displeased if strangers entered their territory to fight. If I end up fighting the high elves, it won't just be the elves from the village. but those from the neighboring regions won't leave me in peace either. Day wanted to get more information, so he asked, "What kind of power does that high elf have?" Era replied, "Every high elf is one level stronger than a common elf, but she paused for a moment then smiled. "They are not on the same level as me, because I am the guardian deity of all such high elves." He was a little surprised. Guardian deity? Day pieced things together and guessed. So if I become an enemy of those high elves, then even Era would be in trouble. Thinking this, Day immediately showed a restrained attitude. "I will try to avoid any conflict with the elves." Era calmly replied, "Of course, thank you." Then she raised a finger and flicked it lightly, summoning and opening a magic portal. "It's time for me to go. I'm relieved to know you're awake." He replied with proper politeness, "Thank you for your concern. I know it wasn't easy for you to find the time to come here. Thank you for visiting me so often." She smiled politely. "You've helped me a lot in the past as well. I should be thanking you." Day rubbed the back of his neck, a bit embarrassed. "Come on now." Before leaving completely, Era lingered for a moment to advise. "And don't worry too much. The elves in Grenia are quite easygoing, so as long as you don't do anything outrageous, you'll be fine." He waved goodbye. Reflecting on her words, he thought to himself, "Easygoing? The people from Freya, they chose such a despicable place to establish their den. I don't think worrying will solve the problem. If I go alone, something might happen to me." But then Day remembered, feeling expectant. "I wonder how Jack is doing. I hope that in the past week he has made a lot of progress." 3 days later, a loud shout echoed across the training ground, where Jack, with dark circles under his eyes, was practicing the moves he had been taught earlier. Day reminded him, "This isn't what I told you to do." He was startled and immediately stammered, I apologize." Then he honestly recounted what he had experienced. "When you controlled my aura and guided my magic, it felt like something inside me awakened. I kept thinking about that strange feeling and I felt like I could reach the same state as when I fought against Hat." His words left Day incredibly surprised and stunned. He could not only control aura, but he had even reached the level where he could maintain the shape of a sword made of aura, and for such a long time. Day understood very well that activating his mana had indeed awakened the senses in Jack's body. But to be able to do this in such a short period, he truly deserved to be called a genius, the youngest to reach the high-level swordsman rank in the Holy Kingdom. And so, Day silently decided, "This is enough. Now I can entrust things to him and leave." Day smiled in relief and continued the conversation. "A state similar to that time, huh? Excellent. You want to become even stronger, don't you?" He answered without hesitation. "Yes." A blue stream of power radiated, along with Day's voice. "Then there's one more thing you need." He held the sword that had just materialized, challenging him. "Are you prepared to use all your strength to try and block my sword?" Jack, full of fighting spirit, replied, "Yes, come at me any time." His feet shuffled back slightly, as Day observed in silence, not rushing to act, his entire body exuding an air of high alert. "You're underestimating me." When the two clashed, he could feel the difference in the color of their aura energy. A blue jade, as if the very essence of mana had been refined and purified, but I can feel the ratio of aura in his sword. "It's not that different from my own aura, I can block it." But something unexpected happened, leaving him stunned. He smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. "This is the last lesson you must learn, what it feels like, and to experience it for yourself." Seeing the jade blue sword pressing down, Rich's eyes widened in astonishment. "An unbeatable sword." He hurriedly asked, "Is there really no way to block it?" Day waved his hand, making the weapon disappear, and replied, "Who knows, you just figure it out until I get back." He vaguely realized something. "You mean that?" He decided to say it outright. "I plan to go to Phroxia's lair." Hearing this, as if by reflex, he immediately said loudly, "Then I will go with you." But Day cut him off. "No, you can't." Day flicked Rich's forehead, making him cry out in pain. "I've told you before, you are the right person to take my place when I'm not. Here, you haven't forgotten, have you?" With a gloomy face, Rich sulked in a corner with a mark on his head, obediently accepting the order. "Forgive me, I will protect the kingdom with my life." "That settles it then," he replied softly. "All right, I'm counting on you." Day suddenly asked about something else. "But you must have been training diligently?" Rich honestly reported, "Thank you for thinking so. Since the day you taught me, I haven't stopped training." Hearing that answer, he was startled in amazement, a question arising in his mind. "You've been training non-stop since then? Don't tell me." He probed further. "What about eating?" Rich's answer was obviously just as he'd expected. "Your Holiness, you have graced me by teaching me a lesson as vast as the boundless ocean. How could I stop training? To eat? That's unthinkable." That fierce determination left Day speechless. He ordered, "Now I will take you to eat right now. Follow me." He immediately complied. "Yes, Your Holiness." A voice echoed from within the room. "So you've done as I asked, haven't you?" Someone replied respectfully. "Yes, the saint's journey is a pilgrimage. No one will be escorting him." A unrolled a scroll full of text and exclaimed, "Excellent." The other person had another. "Point, Lady A, one more thing." She glanced, signaling him to speak, and the male assistant reported, "It seems the council for heresy investigation has begun to act." Clay raised her voice in surprise. "What?" She shot up, slamming her hands on the table, reacting fiercely. "They're acting without my permission, when I am the head of the archbishops?" He added. "They said the Pope himself ordered them to act." Clay gritted her teeth, trembling with rage, silently cursing. In her mind, that crazy old man, he's needlessly complicating things. Then she grabbed her coat and put it on, and ordered, "Come with me." He meekly followed, replying softly, "Yes." Scene change, footprints were imprinted on the snow, which were gradually being covered. Day, carrying a pack on his back, moved step by step through the harsh weather. Because it was so cold, and unused to the falling snow, Day sneezed repeatedly despite wearing an extra cloak, thinking to himself, "I can't get used to the weather in these snowy mountains at all. I'm wearing clothes with a warming enchantment, but the weather is still too cold. This place definitely wasn't like this before, but now the climate is changing little by little." Day crossed his arms. He stopped, hesitating as the snow fell heavier and heavier. "I can't see anything ahead. Should I just set up camp here?" A moment later, he had put on gloves and was sitting, warming himself by the fire with a satisfied look on his face. He felt the fire wasn't quite enough for this weather, so Day thought to himself, "I need to make the fire burn stronger. Is there anything over there I can use? Like firewood?" While searching around, his eyes landed on a strangely stout tree trunk. "What kind of tree is that? It looks so weird." "Well, whatever, as long as it burns." So Day approached, about to break off a branch, when suddenly a voice spoke. "Hey you, let go." He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Right after that, the tree turned around, revealing a face that could speak. I said, "Let go." His heart filled with curiosity. Is this a monster? No wonder it looked so strange. It crossed its arms arrogantly and said, "I never expected to meet a human here." Day replied, "I also never expected to meet a tree demon here." It immediately denied it. "I am not a Trent, I am a tree spirit." Thinking of the gorgeous and beautiful appearance of typical tree fairies, he retorted, "How can you lie so shamelessly?" The tree fairy got annoyed. "What's that? You punk, I'll show you." It then pulled a root leg up from under the snow to prove its point. It said confidently, "See that? Even if I pull my roots from the ground, I won't die." Day's expression was a bit stunned, and the tree fairy also remained silent. Though he didn't speak, he couldn't help but wonder in his head. So what? The tree fairy turned its head and clasped its hands behind its back, breaking the awkward silence. "Human, you possess extraordinary holy arts. Are you a divine being?" he thought. He's changing the subject, but he still politely introduced himself. "I am a saint. My name is Day." It made a serious proposal. "Oh, powerful human, could you share some of your power with me? I need strength. If you help me, I will grant you one wish." Granting a wish from a fairy, specifically, one of the forest folk. The existence of tree fairies is very valuable as they make the forest soil fertile. If this little one is truly a tree fairy, I'm sure the elves in the Grania mountain range would also treasure it, and they would help me find Phroxia. No, at the very least, they wouldn't stand in my way. However, he didn't rush and probed further. "You said power. What kind of power do you mean?" The tree fairy repeated. "Just as I said," its voice serious, "make me stronger." But Day skillfully refused. "Forgive me, but I don't know any way to make a tree fairy stronger." Rich was a different case. The tree fairy was surprised by that reason. Its face fell, looking sad. "No, I need strength to return to the forest." This time it was his turn to be surprised. "The forest, is that your home?" The tree fairy then recounted the whole story. "A long time ago, a group of humans set foot in the forest and depleted, destroying our home. Their dark magic killed us slowly. Then they stripped us of our power and drove us out one by one, turning us into wanderers." This happened to be exactly what he was interested in. Day thought to himself, "Dark magic. Is it talking about the forest in the Grania range? Phroxia's people?" His voice rose, his hand clenching into a fist. "Isn't this a wonderful coincidence?" Day's expression grew excited. "Coincidentally, I'm on my way to punish the people in your forest." The tree fairy was suspicious. "Really?" Day shared frankly. "I can't help you get stronger, but I can take you back to the forest, yours." Then he coughed lightly, feigning insistence. "So where can I get some firewood? Do I have to use magic to keep the fire going? I'm tired." Seeing this, it quickly replied, "Wait a moment." Then, the trant decisively broke off half of its arm, to Day's astonishment. It tossed the piece of wood straight into the fire. "My body burns quite well, and it holds a flame for a long time too." Looking at that naive face, he silently decided he had to get him back to the forest quickly. Time passed, and on the next day, Day had left the snowy area and arrived in a dense, sun-drenched forest. He exclaimed in delight, "This is what mountains are supposed to look like." Looking at the marks on the tree trunk, Day deduced based on the map and the peeled bark that he had set foot in the territory of the elves. As he walked, he planned in his head that he wanted to speak with a high-ranking elf first. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Hey you, why is a human in here?" Seeing the girl in front of him, he thought to himself, "Are they the guardians of this village?" Day stepped forward with a friendly smile. "Hello, may I meet the high-ranking elf who governs this forest?" The girl and her companion staunchly refused. "What are you talking about? You think we'd let a strange human into our village? Does he think he can just meet Chessie?" He was a little surprised. "Chessie, is that the name of the high-ranking elf here?" Day still tried to show his goodwill. "I understand. That's why I'm asking for permission politely." But the other party was very stubborn, basically telling him, "Get lost now." That attitude gave him a headache as he sighed. He never expected everyone to give him a warm welcome. But talking like this is just. Just then, someone spoke up. "What's all the commotion?" Light footsteps approached, and the group politely called out, "Chessie." Day looked at her appearance, a bit surprised. That elf is Chessie? She looks similar to Ira, and more importantly, she seems friendly enough to talk to. A high-ranking elf with a pleasant demeanor. Chessie smiled cheerfully. "Hello, do you have some business that requires you to enter our village?" He stammered shyly. "Well?" Suddenly, her eyes noticed a small detail. The earrings he was wearing looked a bit familiar. Chessie was suspicious, is that? She realized with a start. Cecil's eyes? Then, her attitude changed instantly. Her whole body radiating hostility as she stepped forward and growled, "Human, where did you get those earrings?" Day started to get worried and tried to explain. They were a gift." Chessie's face darkened, and she spoke bluntly without any pretense. "A gift? Those earrings are a precious treasure of our village. They were also my mother's keepsake. I'll ask you again. I'll ask you one more time. Who gave you those earrings?" He scratched his head helplessly and had to introduce himself. "I am the saint of the holy nation of Gur. A high-ranking swordsman from the kingdom of Lisi gave them to me as a diplomatic gift. I'm sure of it." After hearing this, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "The kingdom of Lisi," then immediately stretched her hand towards him, preparing to gather power for an attack. "Everything is clear now. There's no need to say more. An ally of that kingdom is also our enemy." A few dark lines appeared on his face as he lamented internally. "Is this how it's going to be?" Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred, accompanied by a piercing scream. Under the fierce attack of Chessie's group, Day turned and fled for his life. She relentlessly attacked with four-pointed throwing stars. "You're pretty fast when it comes to running away, aren't you? Give those earrings back to me right away." He turned his head back and yelled, "I know you'll kill me even if I give it to you, you murderous elf." She furiously shouted, "Who are you calling a murderer?" A wisp of magic began to form at Day's feet. He cursed to himself, "Damn it. I wanted to approach Phroxia quietly." Seeing him leap away so nimbly, Chessie became warier. "This guy," she frowned. "How can a human move like that?" The sky turned red, signaling the end of the day. The silhouettes of green trees stark against the beautiful sunset backdrop, and somewhere, a soft sigh of relief from Day could be heard. Why those damn elves? But putting that aside, he looked at the small stone in his hand, troubled. "I was planning to ask the elves for help eliminating Phroxia, but I didn't expect things to go south right from the start. This earring can find its pair, huh? Who would have thought this was how I'd find the other one?" Day clenched his fist, gradually planning his next steps. The plan went a little off course, but it's not too bad. Running around this forest all day today helped me get a feel for the lay of the land. Then, considering the terrain from high to low, proximity to a water source, and the location of the most suitable area for human habitation. Also considering factors like the distance to the elven village, I can estimate that their lair is located over there. Day gazed into the distance, thinking he should check that direction first. It's getting pretty late. He set up a small shelter, put his belongings inside, and decided to make camp here. Day's clothes were torn in places. Looking at his handiwork, he gave a wry smile. "I'll try to avoid harming the forest as much as possible. The elves probably won't complain about this, right? I'll go find them tomorrow morning." The next day, Day looked at the map and considered it for a moment. Great, my guess was right. It wasn't fully light yet, and he paced back and forth, map in hand, calculating the locations of the magic fortress where they were stationed, the borders of the elven village, and the home of the dwarves. "I've found them all. I can sense a source of evil magic from the fortress, and it seems they've layered multiple magic arrays on top of each other for defense. Attacking rashly might get me into the same trouble as last time, so I need to think this through." Suddenly, a noise rang out, drawing his attention. Day looked at the group in surprise. Elves? And so many dwarves too? He hesitated for a moment, thinking it looked like they were in danger. It's true they chased me away, and wouldn't let me into their village. But, before he could finish the thought, Day dashed forward, shielding two of the elves. "I can't just stand by and watch them die." He raised his hand, summoning his power. A blinding holy light made the enemy cry out, "Ah! My eyes!" The man roared in anger. "Who are you?" But a second after the light faded, before Aura's eyes, there wasn't a soul in sight. The man was bewildered. Where did he go? Elsewhere, the campfire near Day's shelter was blazing again. Day spoke in a gentle, caring voice. Now, let me take a look at your wound. But the stubborn Depp covered his injury with his hand, refusing to let him get close. Human, get lost. Although a little annoyed, Day forced a friendly smile. That must hurt a lot, he said. Then he decisively slapped the crushed herbs right onto the wound, making the elf gasp from the sting. Don't worry, I'll have you fixed up in no time. In just a moment, Depp felt a strange sensation as the pain significantly lessened. He casually explained. You both know the forest is full of countless medicinal herbs. I used them to make this healing salve. There, Sevilla said in a soft, reserved voice. You're quite knowledgeable. We owe you for saving our lives. We are incredibly grateful for your help. He also reined in his recent hot-headedness and said gratefully, Thank you, human. Please forgive my recent impertinence. Day just smiled, not taking it to heart. It was no big deal. But why were you two fighting with those dwarves? Sevilla was the one to recount the events. That sort of thing happens all the time here. It's due to a territorial dispute. Recently, we discovered a mine near my village, and those dwarves have been eyeing it. Her expression turned grim. Depp added gravely, They just destroy nature indiscriminately. It's truly barbaric. Day didn't say a word in protest, only thinking to himself that it made sense. The concepts of good and evil for these two races were not the same at all. His expression changed to a friendly one as he said, Compared to them, I much prefer the care you've shown us. I am Depp. She agreed, introducing herself. That simple shelter clearly shows how much you cherish nature. My name is Sevilla. He looked at the simple hut they mentioned and laughed sheepishly. I'm Day. He couldn't help but sigh in relief, thinking it was a good thing he built the shelter that way. This time, it was Sevilla's turn to ask, But Day, why did you come here? He hummed for a moment before probing. Do you know anything about a group of people who came here to establish an army some time ago? Depp chimed in casually. Of course I know about them. I'd guess they have about 150 people. Day's jaw dropped in astonishment. 150? He was filled with suspicion. You have to climb over a snowy mountain range and cross 2 kingdoms just to reach this mountain range. It's impossible that so many people could have traveled all the way out here. Could Froja have already taken control of the 2 surrounding kingdoms? Day stated frankly. Right now, that army is trying to destroy this entire continent. The two of them were clearly shocked. Destroy the entire continent? He nodded to confirm. That's why I came here to stop them, or to be more precise, to make them disappear. Is what you're saying really the truth? Sevilla clutched her chest in disbelief, murmuring, Destroy the entire continent. Depp spoke up. Day. Is there anything we can do to help you? The elven race never forgets a debt. You saved our lives. He was extremely serious. If there is anything we can do to help, we want to do it to repay you. Day ventured a request. In that case, could you two take me to the elven village? He revealed his purpose. I wish to speak with the high-ranking elves in the village. She seemed a bit hesitant. About that. Depp refused apologetically. I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to make that decision, he explained. Only the elders have the power to decide whether to let other races into the village. Day clicked his tongue regretfully. I got my hopes up for nothing. They looked embarrassed. There's nothing we can do about that. Seeing their reaction, he didn't make things tense, and simply replied, It's getting very late. You two should head back now. They apologized profusely again. We're sorry that we couldn't be of any help. Day simply replied, Farewell. Suddenly, he took out a stone. Oh, right. Could you two give this earring to Chessie? Sevilla was surprised. Chessie? Though a bit hesitant, Depp still agreed. All right. Watching the figures of the two of them departing, Day mused. I guess I'll have to scrap the plan of entering the elven village. His eyes shifted as he came up with an idea. So, that night, Day relocated to a spot that was neither too close nor too far from Froja's encampment. For the next 3 days, he documented Froja's every move, from their daily routines and culture to the surrounding environment. Around, then Day devised a brilliant scheme. The corner of his mouth curled into a knowing smile, his notebook filled with symbols and writing. That morning, the sky was clear with few clouds, when a timid mouse appeared, sniffing around. Suddenly, it was trapped under a wooden basket with a squeak. Holding the bag containing the mouse, Day's face showed a calculating look. The grand, magnificent castle was shrouded in darkness when a voice spoke up. Let's reorganize all the information we've gathered. Someone replied. Understood. Hong and his team were discussing Vaughn, Glemon, and Heron. The investigation in the 3 aforementioned kingdoms revealed that after successfully infiltrating, Froxia began to participate in political activities. But their influence on the current situation was negligible. So in the end, the enemy is mainly concentrated within the Holy Nation. So nodded in agreement, and Hugh added, Recently, there have been many disturbances within the Holy Nation. Many merchant guilds have recently transferred a large amount of capital to the same place, a place not only connected to the prestigious families with ties to the palace, but also located in an area that those same families frequently investigate for heresy. Hong crossed his arms and asked, You once said that the Pope personally manages the Heresy Investigation Council, right? He lowered his eyes, his voice steady. Yes. It is necessary to investigate the internal affairs of the Holy Nation. Suddenly, So raised her hand to signal. He stopped talking. Wait. In the room, the little girl's eyes lit up with two cross-shaped pupils, as if an electric current shot through them. So's gaze was intense, as if piercing through space. I've just detected a mysterious source of holy power from the Vatican. It is moving outside the Holy See at a very high speed. Hong was a little surprised. The Vatican? How many people? The little girl replied immediately. 2 people, with 8 others outside. Hong immediately went on high alert, ordering in a stern voice. Everyone, pursue them. You are authorized to eliminate them, but leave one alive for questioning. Night fell, and the citadel sank into silent darkness. In a warm room, Luke sighed. That Pope, he is so immature. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention. The door burst open, and a group of tall, burly masked men stormed in. Sneered mockingly. I never gave you permission to enter. Who sent you? But inwardly, she couldn't help but be surprised. They got past the guards? One of the men drew his sword and declared coldly, You don't need to know. Since you're about to die anyway, just quietly depart from this world, Archbishop. Facing the sharp tip of the sword, I remained silent. Just then, Hong's squad kicked down the door and rushed in. One of them asked with concern, Archbishop, are you all right? I's face was completely bewildered by this turn of events. And who are you supposed to be? Meanwhile, Day was scheming. It's time. He released a swarm of rats. It's time for the plague to return. The bubonic plague, an acute infectious disease with one of the highest death tolls in history. It spreads via parasitic fleas that live on rats, with the Yersinia pestis bacterium as the vector of transmission. It was a terrifying plague that killed half the population of Asia and Europe. Meanwhile, the sanitation conditions in Phroxia were extremely poor. Even with magic, the lives of the people here were still backward. This place was no different from medieval Europe. And that's when Day came up with an idea. A question arose. What would happen if the plague bacillus were to spread in living conditions like these? This world has never known the existence of penicillin. The only way to fight the plague is to use holy magic. Day's eyes darted around as he considered what he had observed for so long. The chances of a bishop in Phroxia using holy power are very low. Spreading the plague will be a piece of cake. I just need to introduce the pathogen to these rats and wait for the parasitic fleas on the rats to spread it. Day's face was filled with glee. I can silently wipe out all of Phroxia. Then he made his decision. All right. Then I'll go back and start producing the cure. The next morning, looking at the results of his work, he was extremely satisfied. It's perfect. Day's pile of sliced bread now had patches of green mold on it. How fortunate. It hasn't been long, but they've already proliferated so quickly. First, let's throw away all this brown mold. Next, he took a bag, put the rest inside, and separated the white and green mold. According to his medical knowledge, the mold needed to create the penicillin antibiotic is this green mold. Day measured each step precisely, adding moisture to the sorted mold. And if we let it sit longer, we can easily turn it into the active ingredient to create the cure. Suddenly, he was startled by a serious problem. He realized that if it was just him doing this, it wouldn't be enough. One person can't do everything. He sighed in frustration. I'm sick of the holy powers I have. I've almost purified everything. Meanwhile, among the villagers, arguments began to break out. The Black Tower must have cast dark magic on everyone, right? Watch your mouth. We didn't do anything. Looking at the unconscious man, his hands covered in black spots, everyone was terrified. He has so many black spots and you still deny it's not dark magic? That's not all. Everyone is suffering from high fevers and vomiting. The conflict grew larger and larger. The entire army was slowly dying. The Black Tower has nothing to do with this. Day stood hidden in the forest, observing everything. Just as expected, they can no longer trust each other. A side effect of this disease is that it causes civil war. Huh? He looked nonchalant. Holy magic won't have any effect. Just curing the disease won't change the bacterial contamination in their living environment. Looking down at the whole scene, Day predicted that Phroxia would collapse on its own without any further intervention from him. However, he was still troubled by one issue. But I'm a little worried about that first 7th level archmage of humanity that the necromancer mentioned. That guy will definitely cause a lot of trouble later, so I have to pull him out by the roots. Day thought about a future where, because they have many scholars from the age of magic, I can naturally seize everything they know. Finally, he walked away, humming cheerfully, traveling through the magic forest using it. I won't need to cross any more snowy mountains. My dear spells, teleport and fly. At the tall, pointed tower, hurried footsteps were rushing about, accompanied by urgent voices. He's already climbing the fortress. Stop him now. Do not let him get there at any cost. Day glanced back smugly. There wasn't a soul in sight. You guys just keep running around in circles. No one is coming to stop me. The reason he was so confident was because the plague had also weakened the guards, making infiltration much easier. Looking at the group of sword wielders trying to block him, Day guessed that all the fortress guards were high-level swordsmen. Circle. Then there must be something very important on the top floor of the fortress, right? It must be treasures, magic tools, and magic books about travel. The Iron Knights from above moved down to stop him. Who are you? How did you get here? But with just a magical wave of his hand, he easily tossed them aside, making way for me. Do you have any idea what I've been through? If it weren't for you all, I could have lived a happy life. Day eagerly moved forward. I'll just take a few valuable things as compensation. The door opened on its own, and as soon as he stepped inside, tens of thousands of carefully stored books met his eyes. Just as I thought, inside this room is filled with magic. It seems to hold all sorts of magical tools. Day prepared to gather the goods. All right, where should we start? Suddenly, he felt something obstructing his path below. It seemed there was something at his feet, and as soon as he looked down, he discovered a person lying unconscious on the floor. Who's this? Heavens, you are? Awakened? The other person propped himself up and slowly sat up. He asked in a daze, who are you? I've never seen you before. Day was momentarily flustered, thinking to himself, I should be the one saying that. I get it now. Before he could answer, the man continued, you must be the one who released the rats to spread the plague. Sensing a powerful aura emanating from the person opposite him, Day was a little surprised. This mana source? He carefully recalled that it was similar to the source of mana from the magic circle that had sealed him. It's so much mana, which means this person. Day seemed to have figured out his identity, and said nonchalantly, I didn't expect you to look like this. An identity surfaced in his mind, a 7th Circle Grand Mage, who is the leader of Phroxia. L didn't beat around the bush, directly seeing through his abilities. To be so young and yet you've already reached the 7th Circle. He narrowed his eyes. Have you also reached the rank of a lord? Then he calmly spouted a stream of knowledge about Day. You defeated the Bone Dragon in an instant, and broke a magic seal by weakening its spiritual essence, and you also possess enough knowledge to wipe out an entire city with the plague. I don't even know if you're human anymore. How interesting. He directly denied it. I'm not a lord yet. I'm just an ordinary human. How about I ask you a question too? Day asked bluntly. After all this, is Phroxia's sole objective really revenge? The man looked puzzled. Revenge? He continued. I can't understand how you can use such a reason to justify these inhumane acts. L revealed. It's true that many people wish for revenge, but I have absolutely no interest in that. This time it was Day's turn to be confused. No interest? The man coldly justified himself. All I want is to uncover knowledge. The recent actions were merely for experiments and research, yet the ignorant fools in this fortress think it's a way to get revenge. A look of contempt filled Day's eyes as he questioned him relentlessly. So all the wars, the slaughter you've caused, and all those innocent people were just tools to satisfy your thirst for knowledge? Unexpectedly, he confirmed it. In my grand plan, that is indeed the case. They make a request, I make a plan. Things just repeat over and over like that. L explained the entire process. All the experiments and research I've conducted don't have much meaning either. Meaningful. But for a human like you to come find me now, this is truly a wonderful outcome. Not everything was in vain. To be able to recount such terrible things so nonchalantly caused Day to be utterly shocked. What kind of monster are you? Lich changed his attitude, raising his hand, and now he summoned his power, and a magic circle appeared in the middle of the floor. Lich declared, let me show you. Day also was unafraid, extending his hand to unleash iron chains. He glanced at the chains coming toward him. Are you trying to bind me? That magic circle uses this spell better than you do. Lich's tone was filled with contempt. You're not even a lord, so any binding spell you wish to cast on me. But he received a surprise. His entire body was wrapped in iron chains, his face filled with disbelief. I can't move. There's no way I was actually caught in a binding spell? A 7th level grand mage like me. Meanwhile, Day focused his power and declared a death sentence. I can't let you live. In a daze, Lich wondered. Does that mean this guy? A light flashed in his eyes. From outside the tower, an emerald green circle shot out, and that was how Phroxia was completely destroyed. The sun gradually set behind the pine forest. Day clutched his luggage and wept, as if a great burden had been lifted. I finally escaped this miserable life. The battles and the days of sleeping rough are officially over. If I go back, there will only be pharmaceuticals left. He held the book in his hand and smiled smugly. And on my way out, I conveniently picked this up as a spoil of war. I didn't take anything else because they were just useless spells. But this forbidden grimoire is different. It's even protected by a sealing spell, so it must contain some kind of divine spells, like teleportation. He raised his hand and projected magic onto the book's cover. Let's see, Day said. Release seal, but nothing happened. He was bewildered. What's wrong with this thing? Then, Day continuously chanted again. Release seal, release seal, release seal. The book remained still, unmoving. Day got angry, sweating from frustration. His helpless roar of fury echoed throughout the forest. Why won't it open? On Hong's side, the masked figures had been completely wiped out by her. They were from the Midnight Moon clan, of the top assassins guild on the eastern continent. Knowing they received an assassination request from the guild leader, we followed them from the Vatican. Lei looked at the aftermath, connecting the clues to deduce. The Pope is definitely directly involved in this incident with Phroxia. Hong agreed. Yes, that's right. Lei lowered her head in thought. The Pope tried to have me assassinated. Recalling that day, she had gone to meet the Pope to discuss a matter. Your Holiness, I've just learned that you personally manage the Heretical Investigation Council. The old man angrily spewed a tirade of curses. How could the holy nation have become so corrupt to this point? To this extent, instead of being a country of God, I find this place more like a den for that vulgar Phroxia herself. The all-too-familiar scene no longer surprised Lei, who calmly continued. I know your Holiness said to let this matter slide, but the Pope cut her off, as if issuing a stern reminder. Only the Pope can decide the future of the holy nation. I want to intensify the hunt for heretics more than ever. That is my will, of the goddess and the sacred mission bestowed upon me, the Pope. He lowered his voice, intentionally forcing I to choose a side. Archbishop, will you follow the will of the saint or me, the Pope? She didn't answer but instead asked a question back. I want to ask one thing. Does this mean your Holiness the Pope will ignore the declaration that the saint is God's representative? At that moment, he didn't say a single word, just silently looking at A with a calculating gaze. Hong spoke up to inquire, this also relates to the saint, doesn't it? She turned her back to the window and replied, yes, Day's reputation is growing day by day. An archbishop like myself, who is close to him, is gradually becoming an eyesore to them. Suddenly, Il asked, you're the messenger Hong Yong, aren't you? Her expression was as if she had just devised a plan, and she began to speak. I need to ask you for a favor. The pack on Day's back emitted a metallic, magical glow. Observing the entire residential area around the tower, he concluded that Phroxia's lair was indeed completely isolated from its surroundings, but there was still a chance the plague could be transmitted from object to object. Day raised his hand, thinking, I have to be extremely careful with the prevention work, as auras of light spread everywhere. According to his plan, within a 3-kilometer radius around Phroxia, I think I've purified almost all the places the pathogen could have spread. Day thought to himself, sometimes holy magic is incredibly useful, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice called out, there you are. He was startled and turned toward the sound of the voice. That voice. Chessie stopped in front of him, panting. I finally found you. Day was surprised, Chessie, as if, by reflex, he immediately turned to leave, praying inwardly that he wouldn't get dragged into another argument. Seeing his evasive posture, she called out helplessly, wait, I want to apologize for what happened last time, and also thank you for returning the earring. Chessie closed her eyes and explained, I heard you saved the children from my village, and I think I misunderstood you. My mother died because of the Lisi kingdom, so the thought of someone from another kingdom, just like them, coming to return. My mother's memento made it impossible for me to stay calm. She said sincerely, I truly apologize. But Day latched onto one detail in her confession with bitterness. Those monsters from that kingdom, they actually dared to give me something they stole. Then he regained his composure and continued, I see. But why were you looking for me? It surely wasn't just to apologize, was it? Chessie seemed a little awkward. Well, about that. She began to explain. You said you're the saint, right? The thing is, many of the children in my village have come near here. They've contracted a strange illness, and many dark spots are appearing on their bodies. Chessie's voice was filled with unconcealed worry. We're not sure if it's some kind of special curse, but healing magic has no effect. Day broke out in a cold sweat. The children in her village have contracted an incurable disease, but was actually in a huge rush. Who would have thought the elves would come this close at a time like this? She put her hands on her hips in frustration. I'm sure this disease was caused by those humans. He thought to himself, it's true that Phroxia is causing this disease to spread, although I'm the one who released the pathogen. Finally, Chessie revealed her purpose, pleading, speaking of the disease, can you heal the children of our village? Day immediately gestured in agreement. Of course, I will heal them. Seeing this, she was overjoyed. Really? Thank you. And just like that, they returned to where the elves lived. Here, nature was incredibly harmonious, with charming houses and windmills. Looking at a victim lying weakly on a sickbed, Day began to feel the gravity of the situation. Was this the result of healing magic? Good grief. The situation was not looking good. The plague is an extremely dangerous disease, but it's also a simple one that just needs antibiotics for treatment. Chessie turned and said sincerely, Day, thank you for your holy magic, but are you rejecting that treatment method? I will make medicine, Day said. I can heal them without using holy magic. I will make medicine. She seemed to find the idea novel. Medicine? You mean like the pills that humans use? He began to list what was needed. Something like that. First, I need medicinal herbs to make the medicine. Suddenly, a voice called out. It was Sphia, looking eager to lend a hand. Do you need some kind of medicinal herbs? Depp also chimed in. Just tell us the names, I'll bring whatever you need. Receiving such a warm welcome, Day was truly pleased. Excellent. In that case, I'll write a list of ingredients, and I'll need everyone's help to find them. A while later, Jesse looked at the items laid out on the table with some suspicion. Can you really make medicine with these ingredients? He confirmed confidently. Yes, but to be more precise, they aren't exactly medicinal ingredients. They are charcoal, rapeseed oil, white vinegar, and lime water. Day held up a bag. I'm going to turn them into medicinal ingredients. Her eyes looked hesitantly at the contents inside. Jesse was stunned. Isn't this just moldy bread? He understood her confusion and reassured her, I'm not going to use it as is. After that, Day's process of concocting the medicine began. First, I soak the bread in water to soften it, then filter the mixture. After that, I'll pour in the rapeseed oil and mix them together. He explained the principle. The impurities will dissolve in the rapeseed oil, while the components that can be used as medicine will dissolve in the water. After filtering this mixture, it's already close to becoming a cure. Jesse watched his every skilled movement intently, listening as Day explained. We need to repeat these steps a few more times. Then, add charcoal that's been heated to sterilize it and absorb the impurities. After that, pour the mixture into a funnel. Use clean water to wash away the water-soluble impurities. Sfia and Depp watched him work with curious expressions. Next, we'll pour in vinegar, which is acidic, to remove the alkaline impurities. Finally, we will pour in the lime water mixture. This is an alkaline solution. Only an incredibly pure medicine like this can fight off the plague. This solution is the cure. Day picked up a syringe, dipping the needle into the bowl of liquid. He was now brimming with confidence. Let's go try out the medicine. And just like that, I injected the patients with the antibiotic, and then went around purifying the entire village. 3 days later, the young man who had been sick before couldn't contain his amazement at the change in his body. I've completely recovered. My fever is gone. Chessie, standing to the side, was just as excited. I can't believe this medicine worked without using any holy magic. Seeing the patient recover, Day was happy for him too. He instructed, I've prepared the medicine so no one needs injections anymore, so remember to take it once a day for the next 3 days. She was incredibly grateful for his help. Thank you. You have been so kind to help us with all your heart. I know that we elves have always lived in seclusion, but this incident has helped me understand many things. He simply gave a polite, modest smile. He replied coyly, Come on, you don't have to say that. Deep down, however, he was well aware of his actions over the past few days. I was just cleaning up the mess I made. Chessie suggested an idea. We should throw a party. For Day, our savior. The boy who had recovered also agreed. That's a great idea, Chessie. What? Disagreeing, Day quickly spoke up to stop them. Don't do that. They both turned around, looking at him with pleading eyes. Why? Day stammered, unable to form a sentence. It's just. Helpless lines appeared on his face, so he had to find an excuse to refuse the party. I don't have much time left. I have to return to the Holy Nation immediately. The two could only sigh in regret. Really? What a shame. In the end, even though the plague had spread everywhere, the people Day helped still survived. The next day, in a region covered in thick snow, a sneeze echoed. He huddled in his cloak as he trudged along the path, muttering, I can't believe I have to cross these snowy mountains again. Day cursed under his breath. Damn it, those bastards. From Phroxia, they were no help at all in the end. How can a holy sea like this not even have a single travel spell? Suddenly, a voice called his name. Day. A Trant appeared, bowing to him. Thank you. It's because of you that I was able to return to the forest. Looking at its new appearance, Day praised inwardly. His horns have grown quite a bit. The Treant expressed, I can feel my power gradually returning, so I want to give you a gift as thanks. But Day only noticed one difference. His tone has changed. Has he lost his mind? Before he could say anything, a branch on its body broke off. The Trant offered a long horn from its head to him, declaring solemnly, Only once. In a Trant's lifetime, I will give you my strongest branch. Day paused for a moment. It was truly a rare item, thank you. Holding the wooden horn in his hand, he thought he should give this to Jack, since he just saw it as an ordinary branch anyway. A scream rang out, and the entire village was now engulfed in fierce flames. Cries for help echoed one after another, help me. But it seemed the killers showed no mercy. He exclaimed, men or women, children or the elderly, kill them all. This town is full of nothing but demons. He rushed toward a woman holding her child, wielding an iron mace. The mother begged, please spare us, just let my child live. He said arrogantly, you heretics, you opened the city gates and let the Phroxians in, and colluded with them. Didn't you? The mother screamed back. No, we didn't do anything. Like that. The trembling child beside her could only whimper, Mommy. Enraged, the man swung the iron mace high into the air. You dare to lie even now? Pay for your sins with your life. Suddenly, from behind, a voice shouted, Stop, and a person slowly approached, laughing loudly. I just got back to the Holy Nation. What the hell is going on here? Day walked up with a bewildered expression. At first I thought you were robbers, but you're not. Who are you? Hearing him speak, the man had a pensive look. Who is this raggedy bastard? You scum, how dare you forget your place? You dare to show such an attitude to an inquisitor of the Investigation Council? Hearing this, Day gritted his teeth. Forget my place? I never expected this. A stream of light appeared, and Day's body began to radiate a brilliant golden light. He muttered, "It seems like you're the one who doesn't know his place." His body suddenly radiated a strange light, an extraordinary holy power. The brilliant light forced the once aggressive killer to his knees. "Impossible, you're the saint," he asked softly. "What group are you from?" The man replied, "The Investigation Council." He frowned. "The Investigation Council, so that means the damn culprit behind this insane order is the Pope?" Before he could finish his thought, the mother also fell to her knees. They cried out, "The saint!" She sobbed, "I swear to God, we haven't done anything, but those people started slaughtering us. They accused us of being heretics." The others also began to clasp their hands in prayer. "Yes, Your Holiness, please, you have to stop this. If you just leave, we'll all die." The voices echoed, "The saint, please save us." He closed his eyes. "Right now, we can only trust in you, at least for the children's sake." He considered for a moment, then replied, "Don't worry. I promise on my honor, I will definitely resolve this." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Holiness. We are eternally grateful." He turned to the killer and said, "You heard them. In the name of the saint, I order you to retreat." The man replied, "But we have orders from the Pope. We cannot act on our own authority." He answered, "You're not wrong. You cannot defy the Pope's orders." He added, "Well then, let's do this." He declared grimly, "If you obey the Pope's orders, then you will die by my hand, right here and now." The man trembled. "We will follow your command, Your Holiness." He commanded, "Inform the Investigation Council to obey my orders, and cease all activities." He added, "And tell the Investigation Council that if they disobey me, I will tear every last one of them to pieces. As for you, retreat and regroup at Salonia immediately." "Yes, sir." His eyes widened with urgency. "I have to stop this madness quickly." Looking at the chaotic scene, he thought, "Why is it that every time I complete a dangerous mission and come back, the Holy Nation is always in some kind of trouble?" Night fell. In a certain castle, Ria was speaking to the saintess. "Saintess, the Investigation Council is growing more and more aggressive. Our family has tried to pressure them, but the Investigation Council is an independent religious body of the Vatican, so it's had no effect." The saintess looked down. "It's the same for me. I can't act freely. One small mistake, and the arrows of the Investigation Council will be aimed directly at me." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Ria. "How dare you come here? How dare you come here to beg? Get lost." She recognized that holy power. Day appeared, and the guard outside hurriedly said, My apologies, sir. Your attire is unusual today." He replied, Right. I'm just a ragged beggar, here to beg for alms." Seeing Day, the saintess was overjoyed and cried out, "You're back." He replied, "Ah, Eel, I'm a little late. I had to stay behind to clean things up." She replied, "I understand. Come in." He then grumbled, "Oh, can a ragged beggar like me just walk right in?" The guard panicked. "Your Holiness, my crime is punishable by death." Once inside, Day immediately asked, "What's the situation with Phroxia? They won't be able to attack us anymore. If any of them survived, they're no longer a threat." He stressed, "More importantly, I heard the Pope is managing the Inquisition Council, right? It's gotten to the point where the Holy Kingdom will be sealed off." After hearing this, she replied, "After massacring its own people, other nations will also seal off the Holy Kingdom. As long as faith remains unshaken, the neighboring countries will see this as a good thing. The Holy Kingdom's influence on the continent will decline." He added softly, "That's right, which is why this is the reason I need to ask for your help." She asked what it was. He immediately said, "The Inquisitors from the Inquisition Council are still here, right? Order him to withdraw the entire Inquisition Council." She was bewildered. "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" He remained firm. "I know. I've thought this through carefully. Just relay my command." She retorted, "HJ is following the orders of the Pope. What the hell are you trying to do?" He slammed his hand on the table, then stood up to hold them accountable. At the headquarters of the Vatican Inquisition Council, an announcement rang out for the entire Inquisition Council to assemble. A scowling member turned around. "What is it? How dare you?" Everyone was startled to see Day. "Saint," he announced loudly, "who is the one in charge of the Inquisition Council?" "That would be me." A voice called out as he approached gracefully. "Greetings, Saint. I am Dios, the Chief Inquisitor of the Inquisition Council." He then asked, "What brings you here so unexpectedly, without any notice?" Without wasting words, Day got straight to the point. "An order I want to recall all inquisitors of the Heresy Inquisition Council to Salonia immediately. Dios frowned and replied, "Forgive me, Saint, but this is an order being executed over the course of 1 month, issued under the seal of the Holy Father," he said softly. "So you will not obey my command?" He laughed. "Indeed, that is beyond my authority." At this, Day became furious, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. He was terrified. This insane holy power. Everyone was scared. "I feel like my body is about to explode." Day asked arrogantly, "Have you changed your mind yet?" He shouted. "Stop it. Doing this won't change the Pope's order." "Saint, do you really think you can oppose the Pope?" he said coldly. "Call it opposition or whatever you like." He said angrily, "I am only doing what is beneficial for the people, because this is the duty of the saint, a position bestowed upon me by the people and God." His gaze grew even sharper and colder. "I will give you 1 week to recall every single one of them to Salonia. If they fail to do so," he swung his arm, shooting a beam of fire at the ceiling. A large hole was blown through it. "I will destroy the rest of this place, understand?" The man, terrified, quickly replied, "I will do as you command." He looked up, thinking. Now the only thing left was to look deep into the main hall, which was where the Pope was seated. Day walked straight into the main hall, confronted the Pope, and asked, "You've created quite a mess." The Pope stroked his chin and replied, "A mess? I, the Pope, am merely punishing the heretics." He coldly questioned, "Punishing heretics? How ridiculous. Massacring innocent people without even a trial and just calling it the punishment of heretics?" The man frowned and retorted, "A trial? Why should I do that? What for?" He thumped his chest. "I am the Pope. My word is the law of the Holy Kingdom. It is the will of God Almighty." Day refused to back down. "You speak such nonsense with such confidence. Tell me the truth, that's not the real reason, is it? Before coming here, I infiltrated one of the villages you were investigating." Upon hearing this, the Pope's fists clenched tightly. He asked, "What is it you want to say?" Day replied, "No matter how I think about it, I simply cannot comprehend your faith." He criticized, "You use your faith to justify the massacre of innocent people. Are you trying to cover something up?" Hearing this, the man screamed frantically, "How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you use such falsehoods to disparage me?" he commanded. "Guards, force the saint to kneel before me now." Day gritted his teeth. "So this is how you intend to play it?" He swung his hand, creating a beam of power, but a voice called out, "Wait." The door burst open, and a woman entered. "There's no need for you to dirty your hands, Your Holiness." Day was taken aback. She gently presented a holy decree and said, "As of this moment, Pope Gore is to be arrested and tried for the crime of heresy." The Pope yelled, "Arrest me? That's absurd. What are you all waiting for? Seize these rebels immediately." She held out a document and said, "It's useless, Pope. This is the agreement for the construction of the Academy's buildings. All construction was contracted to Phrygia, and the Holy Nation received a compensation of 1,800 platinum coins." She added, "In the future, if those buildings are substandard or if they violate any laws," she asserted, "the Holy Nation cannot question them. Those are the terms written in the agreement." He scowled in fury. "Where did you come from?" She smirked. "I received help from some very resourceful friends, and this is an official document bearing the Pope's seal, so don't bother making excuses." She shouted, "Now, all of you, seize the Pope and lock him away." The soldiers obeyed in unison. The Pope was stunned. "Don't be ridiculous," he protested. "I am the king of this nation, the Pope chosen by God." He raved. "Anyone who goes against my orders is going against the will of God." He went mad. "By the divine authority granted to me, I shall punish you all," Day shouted, swinging his fist. "What a load of trash." After that, Pope Gore was taken into custody. From his prison cell, his voice echoed, "God will never forsake me. You must grant me a trial." It seemed like this whole chaotic affair was finally coming to an end. A long night had passed, and the sun was rising. But at this moment, the papal throne remained empty. The archbishops and the nobles were all scrambling for the papal seat. Day stated firmly, "I want you to become the Pope." She was taken aback. He explained, "You are not aligned with any faction, and you are also the most powerful of all the archbishops." She was speechless as he continued, "You would also bring a breath of fresh air to this sullied position as the first ever female Pope." She quickly replied, "I don't know. I'm not sure if I have what it takes." The saintess laughed. "You're worrying too much." This was the list of candidates who wanted to sit on the papal throne. She looked at it, and her jaw dropped. What in the world? This bunch of trash wants to sit on the papal throne? She gritted her teeth and declared decisively, "Fine, never mind, I'll become the Pope." With the powerful backing of the saint and the saintess, Elie became the first female Pope of the Holy Nation. They all cheerfully congratulated her. In a small room within the Grand Hall, the new Pope was sitting at her desk, working. Day entered and exclaimed, "You have so much work." He was carrying a cup of tea, and she sighed in response. "It's nothing new, thank you." He thought to himself, "I can't believe she's already back at it." Immediately, Such a workaholic. She wordlessly picked up the cup and chugged it. He looked on, stunned. That tea is very hot. He watched and thought to himself, just think about it. Iriel has always helped me. After returning to the Holy Nation, countless times Iriel's hands glowed with a faint golden light. She dazedly performed the purification, then stretched and said, magic is truly wondrous, but holy magic can't cure my fatigue. He quickly replied, well, if you need more, just tell me. She was exasperated. What am I supposed to do with him? Did you eat something strange today? Why are you suddenly so nice to me? He said softly. I'm helping you, and you're still making trouble? She asked suspiciously. Don't tell me you like me. He was suddenly speechless, so she tried to backpedal, saying, just kidding. You're just doing this to thank me for always helping you, right? He pondered, looking just like a ghost, while she continued to ramble on. But it wouldn't be strange if you did like me. A beautiful woman like me is helpful both physically and mentally. He chuckled softly, then walked over and patted her head. You're right, thank you. Her face immediately flushed red. She yelled, what do you think you're doing? Do you see me as a child? I'm older than you, you know. Counting my past life, I'm over 50 years old. Her eyes widened, and then she said, oh, that's right. I was so busy with work that I almost forgot all about this. If we only start now, we'll be in a difficult position. She added, Day, now is not the time for you to be acting like this. He asked, what's wrong? Is there something important today? Suddenly, Day was also shocked, and they both screamed in unison. The banquet celebrating the Pope's inauguration, the sky had already grown dark. Day put on a formal suit and said, great, if we leave now, we won't be late. From behind, an announcement was made, Your Holiness, Decca has arrived. He turned and coldly told him to enter. Decca walked in. Your Holiness. Day looked at Decca's appearance and said, you look great. Day smiled and replied, thank you. But why are you here? Decca immediately answered, I heard the war is over, but that you still have many matters to attend to, so I came to work for you today. Day replied, very well, I have a gift for you. Decca was surprised. A gift for me? Day held out an object. Decca looked puzzled. Day explained, this might not look very valuable, but before he could finish, Decca's voice cried out. He was sobbing, tears streaming down his face. The first gift you've ever given me. I'm so moved. I will treasure it like a Decca family heirloom. Day thought, I don't even need to convince him this is a branch from the fairy tree. Then he added, oh, that's right. Have you figured out how to block my sword yet? Decca replied, yes, I found a way. Day was surprised. You've really found a way? In a flashback, a sword fight was underway. Decca was struggling. I have to block the sword, he struggled, but I can't block this sword. Day asked again, have you truly found a way to block my sword? Decca replied, if it's the same sword you used when you attacked me the other day, then I am certain I can block it. Day thought, he really is a genius. Decca said eagerly, I will prove it to you soon. Day thought helplessly, where is he even looking? At the banquet, the saintess was absolutely stunning. Rhea, walking beside her, remarked, just as expected, all the noble families have gathered for the Pope's inauguration banquet. She replied, I knew it. Then she turned to look behind her. I don't believe I've met these people before, Rhea said. They were a diplomatic delegation from the Heron Kingdom. She added, they didn't help when we asked for reinforcements, but now they show up. Yeah, their target is clearly Day, and they want to re-establish relations between our two nations. Hearing a voice from afar, she excitedly turned and called out, Day! He smiled, telling her she was early. Long time no see. At that moment, she gently bowed her head. Gray attest, greetings to your holiness. He replied, I heard you contributed a great deal in the recent war. The saintess beside him smiled and replied, that's right. She has also decided to come help me with the work of the Holy Nation in the future. Day exclaimed, what a great honor. Day then asked, so you're not going back to the academy anymore? He added, I suppose so. It's only difficult at the beginning, right? He thought, a future medical student. Rhea, standing nearby, grinned broadly, but if you were to open a medical institute, I would definitely make time to attend. Day was delighted. Really? She immediately replied, yes, I'm very much looking forward to it, Professor Dai. Suddenly, a group of people approached and spoke, Venerable Saint. The man said, Yoi from the Heron Kingdom. I offer my greetings to the Venerable Saint. He thought, when the Holy Nation was in danger, they were nowhere to be seen, yet now they have the audacity to show up and talk to us. He then said coldly, it's a pleasure to meet you. The man from before gushed, it is a true honor for us to meet all the heroes who fought against Phroxia to protect the continent. He waved his hand, that's enough with the pleasantries, just say what you came for. The saintess spoke up, I'm sure you realize that people like you, who only stood by and did nothing to help, are not welcome here, are you? We are willing to hear you out since you have traveled a long way to get here. He began, I will speak. Currently, trade between the Heron Kingdom and the Holy Nation has been suspended due to the war. He further explained, But according to the trade agreement as a friendly kingdom, we are supposed to be the only kingdom with the right to import grain from the holy nation. Without pausing, he continued, therefore, we have come to request the restoration of trade relations. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Shut your filthy mouth. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you can spout such nonsense. Get lost now. They were stunned to hear that. The saintess then said in a low voice, you heard him, that is the holy nation's stance. You have traveled a long way to get here, but now you should leave. He still didn't give up, questioning, are you now trying to nullify the trade agreement between our two kingdoms? It seems you haven't considered what might happen to the diplomatic relations of the holy nation. You cannot unilaterally cancel the agreement, Day said with a cold smile. The Heron Kingdom is completely dependent on trade, but now they are facing difficulties. I'm sure the goddess would also wish for us to help this neighboring kingdom. Hearing this, he grinned from ear to ear. As expected, only the hero, the savior of this continent, truly understands reason. Before he could even rejoice, the words double it rang out. He smiled excitedly. Import the grain at twice the price. The man was taken aback. How ridiculous. You would also. He crossed his arms and replied, don't tell me you're planning to break the agreement. Then he continued, as a friendly kingdom, your actions are not very polite. He gave a wry smile. You wouldn't want to become an enemy of the holy nation, would you? At that moment, the Pope appeared and said, it's wonderful that the pressure on both kingdoms can be eased. What could be more joyous than today? Everyone shouted in unison, Holy Father, Your Holiness. Then she added, come now, let's put these complicated matters aside. I hope everyone can continue to enjoy the party today. Everyone cheered loudly and began to enjoy the party. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Out in the hallway, Day was standing with the goddess. She asked, I once thought this battle would never end. But somehow, it's over now. He smiled. You know how it is. Then he explained, but are you sure you can handle everything when I return to the academy? She replied, of course, I can manage everything here on my own. Then she smiled and emphasized, you've only just arrived in the holy nation and you've already gone through so many hardships. You should go and do what you want now. He smiled brightly, thinking that maybe occasionally meeting her and asking for her help with paperwork would be great. She replied coldly, well, as you wish. At the ruined lair of Phroxia, an eye opened in astonishment. He wondered, am I dead? He sat up, unable to believe that humanity had a mage even stronger than a corpse like himself. He thought, his mana pierced through my heart in an instant. He recalled that scene, then clutched his chest. It was an immense source of mana, pure and beautiful. He praised it. He mused. It was like the origin of all magic. He looked up. From this moment on, I will search for you. In the ruined space, a person sat dazed. Oh, my God. After the battle ended, the academy began calling students back to the lecture halls. Perhaps due to the aftermath of the war, many students couldn't return to the academy. But when news spread that the saint, who was also the kingdom's hero, had returned to the academy and started holding free medical classes, students from all over the country gradually returned. At the board, a person was holding chalk and writing, then said, all right. That person was Day. Let's begin today's lesson. He explained, today's lesson will focus on this topic. He taught with great enthusiasm. Throughout the war, we often saw bishops performing healing, but they are not the only ones who can save patients from the hands of death. He added, in the recent battle, some of you experienced or witnessed this. He explained, bishops, priests, or even the saint like myself cannot cure every ailment. The students were bewildered. Even the saint? They concluded. Then those people must be doomed to die. Suddenly, Day slammed the board with a bang. But by studying at the medical academy, you all can do it. He emphasized clearly. Starting today, the medical institute will begin accepting students and will focus on treating illnesses and external injuries. These are injuries that even bishops cannot heal. The academy buzzed with excitement at his words. So if you wish to learn, just come to the academy and enroll. On the podium, he was in his element. From now on, all external physical injuries will be called external wounds. A student raised a question. Before we begin today's lesson, I have a question. Why did many soldiers who were saved during the battle later die from very minor wounds? Is it because the Holy Church lacked the manpower to treat those minor injuries? Hearing this, he spoke up. That's a good point. But why do you think they died from such minor injuries? That definitely wasn't a fatal wound. He enthusiastically explained. That's because the external wound got infected. He continued. There are millions of types of microorganisms around us that we can't see. For example, on the palm of the student in the front row who just answered the question, the girl behind him also spoke up. Are you saying there are creatures called microorganisms living everywhere? That's right, the girl said. But right now, I can't sense any of those species around me. He explained. Because the organisms are so small, you can't see them, nor can you use mana to sense them. The students were surprised. What in the world are these microorganisms? How do you even know about them? We'll need proof before we'll believe you. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, proof. Huh? He began with an example. If you just leave bread at room temperature for a long time, it will get moldy, right? If I told you that mold is also a type of microorganism, would that make it easier to understand? He explained their characteristics. Microorganisms have very unique properties. They are divided into microalgae, microbes, bacteria, yeast, and many other types. He started to elaborate. Even the decomposition of corpses is caused by microorganisms. He pointed to the board. When microorganisms infect an external wound, it can lead to severe inflammatory reactions, also known as sepsis. He gave another example. That's why in the recent battle, many people died from very minor wounds. But you can't just give up on treatment or amputate a limb over a small injury. A student wondered, so what should we do then? The teacher enthusiastically instructed, as long as the external wound is carefully disinfected, there's nothing to worry about. You can think of disinfection as the act of killing microorganisms to prevent a wound from getting infected. He analyzed, most people have had CLE before. You probably all know that if you get a severe case of CLE, you can die. In this world, it was a disease similar to the flu. A student asked, are you saying CLE is also caused by microorganisms? He smiled and replied, not exactly by microorganisms. This disease is caused by a type of virus. We'll learn more about viruses later. He returned to the topic. We can prevent CLE with proper disinfection. The method of disinfection is very simple. Water. He emphasized, hand washing. If you wash your hands regularly, you can prevent this disease. The same goes for wounds. Just using a little water to clean the wound is already effective. A student asked curiously, is that all? Just wash the wound with clean water? He provided evidence. Housewives who often do laundry are proof, because they very rarely get CLE. After all, their hands are in contact with water very frequently. A student spoke up, Professor, I have a question. He replied, all right, what do you want to ask? The student asked, then how do you explain the magic of the black magicians? They use dark energy, not microorganisms. He assessed, that's a very good question. He began to speak. In the case of a disease caused by a black magician, the disease doesn't just appear out of nowhere. To be more precise, the magic only creates a favorable environment for microorganisms to thrive. The teacher continued, we've gotten a bit off topic. Now let's talk about. Suddenly, the bell rang. Time's up. But I've only just skimmed through a few things. Damn it, the first class is always the most important one. He thought worriedly. Just giving a brief overview like this, how could it not attract the students' attention? The classroom was in an uproar, and applause rang out. Thank you, Professor. Professor Day, your lectures are always so interesting. Today's lecture was truly amazing. I was completely surprised. After Day's lecture on liberal medicine, along with the hand-washing craze among the students, the lectures on medical arts became increasingly popular. Around that same time, the Medical Institute was officially established. Thanks to the institute's popularity, the number of students enrolling skyrocketed. Day was incredibly thrilled and excited. Excellent, now things are truly beginning. The sky gradually brightened, when suddenly a thought emerged. He's here. I can feel it very clearly. It's definitely him, he mused. I followed the faint traces of mana to get here. He assessed the rank of the man. I thought he was associated with the kingdom of Lessie, but the Holy Kingdom, and someone in that academy too? Quite surprising. He was very determined. I want to meet him immediately. But if I thought I had already killed my enemy, and then that person suddenly appeared right in front of me again, that would be quite rude, wouldn't it? He might feel offended. This corpse is also capable of considering others' feelings. He pondered, how can I meet him again without making him feel offended? He analyzed the situation. These humans are all dressed alike. Those must be the academy uniforms. Then, an idea struck him, and he stepped into the academy. Now he was dressed like a student of the institute. This should do it. How crazy. Of course, there was no way he would be that thoughtful. In the academy, there were 3 types of students. Some carried swords, some wore robes, and there was another special type. Some wore white lab coats. For some reason, this corpse had taken a liking to the lab coat of a long-haired student who was wearing it. This is a wonderfully beautiful outfit. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, are you a new student? The young lich looked at them and thought to himself, are they in the same course? He replied, yes. The female student was surprised. Really, no wonder, he's so handsome. There's no way we wouldn't have noticed him before. The 2 female students asked the lich, do you know your way around yet? You know class is about to start, right? The lich answered honestly. I don't know the way yet. The female student was excited. Then come with us. We'll show you to the lecture hall. The other girl reminded her. Maybe we don't need to. Today is a practical class. Didn't you say we need a group of 3? This is perfect. The other student then sighed wearily. I can't believe we're going to dissect a whole pig today. It's so scary, the lich asked back naively. We're going to dissect a pig? Is that dark magic? The 2 female students burst out laughing. You look like this, but you like to joke around, huh? When studying medicine, it's very important to understand the internal organs of the body. The Lich grew pensive. Medicine? He scoffed internally. That was just a trend during the age of magic. This method is far from being as effective as magic, which is why it quickly disappeared. The Holy Kingdom's academy teaches such useless things? Suddenly, a tall, aggressive-looking student walked by and bumped into the short-haired girl. He angrily yelled, "What the hell? Don't you have eyes to see where you're going?" The short-haired student was timid and frightened. "I'm sorry." The Lich felt indignant for her. How strange. Wasn't he the one who bumped into her? The student with pigtails felt helpless. He really knows how to stand up for his friends. She softly began to explain to him about the guy, the young man's fierce expression. The medical faculty was just recently established, and most of its students are commoners, while the students in the swordsmanship or magic departments are all from noble families, so they feel insulted having to study alongside us commoners. But pretending not to hear, he waved his hand. How rude. "Hey, let's get going. We're about to be late for our practical class." Lich's calm demeanor made the two female students' hearts skip a beat, confusing the thug. He stomped towards Lich. "You apologize so half-heartedly and then try to walk away?" Lich found this annoying. "Didn't she already apologize to you?" The other student growled. "That's not sincere enough. She needs to at least get on her knees." Lich understood his intent as the bully revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, the thug was forced to his knees by an invisible weight, and Lich's eyes turned a dark color. "Like this?" He looked down and lectured the boy. "Just because you got lucky with your social status, you dare to be so arrogant. You are truly unparalleled in your vulgarity." The pressure from Lich nearly crushed the student as he commanded, "From now on, you are an ORC." The student, who was so aggressive moments ago, now seemed to have lost his consciousness. He stared blankly. Accepting the curse from Lich, "You will go into the forest, build a village, and wallow in the mud." Luckily for him, Lich was just joking a little. The student took off running for his life, screaming all the way. Lich burst out laughing. "You finally returned to your true nature." After settling things, Lich called out to the two female students who were still dazed, not understanding what had just happened. "Come on, take me to the laboratory." The girl with braids quickly replied, "All right, let's go." Before them now were the all-too-familiar instruments for medical students. But what Lich was concerned about was finding the great saint after this class ended. Suddenly, Day opened the door and walked in. "Is everyone ready?" Lich stared at him without blinking, not expecting to meet him here of all places, but he wasn't mentally prepared yet. Day also immediately noticed the unusual individual in today's class. "Wait, you." He placed a hand on Lich's shoulder, questioning him in a terrifying tone. "You remember me, don't you?" Lich was quite surprised. Day glared, his hand preparing to cast a spell. "Come on, you have to remember who I am, right? It's me. Speak. Do you know me?" Lich hesitated. "I." He quickly turned away to avoid Day's gaze. "I don't know you." This dishonest answer made Day fly into a rage. A beam of light that could pierce through anything shot from his hand. "You don't know me? Nonsense." Luckily for Lich, he dodged just in time. Day was still furious. "You bastard, I don't know how you managed to come back to life, but I'll grind you into 60 billion pieces so you can never be resurrected again." Lich broke out in a cold sweat, pleading, 60 billion? Are you really going to kill me like that? Great saint, please listen to what I have to say." Day was generous. "Fine, I'll give you 3 seconds." Lich panicked. "How is that enough time? First, I have no intention of attacking you, I only came here to support you." Great Saint Day was skeptical. "How can I trust you?" Lich looked at Day with teary eyes. "It's always like this for lower-ranked mages. It is our duty to show the utmost respect to higher-ranked mages." Day bluntly retorted, "That's a load of crap." Lich hugged his leg. "I'm telling the truth, please believe me." Day pondered. Now that Freya had fallen, there's no way he would come here to meet me just to get himself killed. It seems he really doesn't intend to attack me. However, he moved his finger, and chains materialized out of nowhere, wrapping around Lich. Day's piercing voice rang out as he turned away. "Forget it. You just stand still right there until this class ends." L, noticing he had calmed down, cheerfully said, "As you command, sir. No matter what happens, I will not move." Day's voice once again echoed through the practice room. "All right, ignore him, and start practicing from lesson 1 to lesson 5. A moment later, L gritted his teeth. This is so frustrating. He was fed up with the idiots in front of him. I was curious to see how good they were, but watching them practice is just pathetic. L chimed in to a pair practicing nearby. "Are you guys trying to chop meat? Do you think you're mincing meat? Why not just use a hammer?" Suddenly, Day was in front of him again. "Do you know how to dissect a pig?" L said confidently. "That is my specialty." Grand Saint Day snapped his fingers to release his bonds. "Then go ahead and show me. You know the consequences if you do anything foolish, right?" L placed a hand on his chest and bowed formally. "That will never happen. I will use my skills to prove my loyalty to you." He glanced at the scalpel. "You fools, let me show you." L displayed true professionalism. Each of his cuts was decisive, and the amount of blood splatter was perfectly controlled. After finishing the dissection, he said enthusiastically, "Now this is how you do it." L confidently waited for praise from the Grand Saint. Objectively speaking, Day had to admit, "Your skills are indeed very good, good enough to even teach others." This was a truly excellent dissection. Lich blushed shyly. "Oh, Grand Saint, this is nothing special for me." Day then asked him, "You said you came here to assist me, didn't you?" Lich quickly responded, "Yes, that's right. Please give a flawed person like me a chance." The Grand Saint stroked his chin and looked at him with a knowing smile. "I understand, and I think I've just found a job for you." The scene shifts to the Holy See, where someone asks for permission. "Professor Day, may I come in?" Day opened the door. "Yes, what is it?" The messenger handed him a carefully tied scroll from your homeland. Day was a bit surprised. He looked at the scroll with a sense of foreboding. The messenger added, "Your family sent you a letter." The holy nation appeared peaceful under the sun, but somewhere inside the Holy See, the atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. Saintess Iriel collapsed onto a pile of documents, her face pale and completely drained of energy, whispering, "I can't do this anymore." A young maiden, rushing around to organize documents, said with concern, "Saintess, please leave the rest to me. You should rest for a few hours, you haven't slept at all." Iriel still tried to push herself, but she recalled the moment she had confidently told Day, "I promise to finish everything before Day gets back." With that thought, she tried to motivate herself again. "When I let him go, I was so confident. I've already done more than a normal person could." But her eyes involuntarily grew listless. Meanwhile, in the Grand Saint's office, Day read the letter that had just arrived. "I only need the Grand Saint." He used magic to scorch the letter, revealing the hidden content inside. The letter read, "The Kingdom of Lisi is the most powerful empire on this continent. Its powerful ruler, King George Lezi, is currently gravely ill, so you are summoned to treat his illness." The letter also stressed that Day is the saint chosen by God, the one who possesses the ability to heal all the world's ailments. That is common knowledge in this world. Day broke out in a cold sweat as he imagined the horrifying consequences. "If I can't cure the king's illness, the Lysian kingdom will think the holy nation. Refusing to provide treatment for their kingdom would immediately fracture the relationship between the two nations." He fell into deep thought. It wasn't that he couldn't heal the man, but this matter was likely not simple at all. Day was almost like a puppet in the hands of the royal political faction, and he was still very worried. Healing him was different from treating other patients, so he couldn't do anything about it. As Day walked down the hall, deep in thought, he made a decision. Later at the academy, Day had appointed Lich as an honorary professor. Now, wherever Lich went, everyone had to bow and greet him as professor. But it seemed Lich was a bit of an introvert. "Hey you, once class is over, don't speak to me." He sighed. The great sage had requested this, so he had no other choice. Lich lamented, thinking of his true goal. But he wanted to understand the academic world from the great sage's perspective. The student from before was still hesitating, so Lich shot him a death glare. "I believe I told you not to speak to me outside of class." The student trembled. "Professor Day is looking for you, so." Before the student could finish his sentence, Lich bolted off to find the great sage. He arrived, panting heavily. "You were looking for me." Day cheerfully introduced them. "You're here. Go on, say hello." Due to some intentional quirk, there was a strange dissonance between Day's voice and Z's appearance. The man glared fiercely at Lich. "This is Z. He'll be watching over you while I'm away." Sparks flew as their eyes met, and Lich struggled to remain calm. "Watch over me? And what do you mean you'll be away? What are you talking about?" Day handed him a scroll and explained, "I'll be leaving the academy for some time. Here, take this." He then calmly instructed that he had written nearly all of the lessons into this scroll, so you should study them on your own first. Once you've thoroughly understood these lessons, you can teach them to the students in my absence. Lich stared at the scroll, which was completely filled with text, and sighed wearily. "What?" he whined. "But I came here to assist you." A cold voice cut in. "Do you dare to talk back?" Zek raised his voice. "Do you have any idea how much the great sage values this academy? You should be grateful that he has entrusted you with such an important task. Is that not clear enough for you?" Lich was furious at being lectured. "What kind of attitude is that? Who do you think you are, butting in?" Zek declared his identity with pride. "The head of the J family, one of the 3 families that serves the saint. My name is Chase," Lich scoffed. "And yet a worthless nobody like you dares to serve the great sage?" Zek shot back. "A worthless nobody, you say? Are you talking about a 7th class mage and master of the Black Tower like yourself?" Lich's pride was stung. "So what? I'm also a swordsman, a high-ranking swordsman at that." Day frowned, looking at the 2 troublemakers. He had a very bad feeling about this. Lich turned to Day, his expression changing a full 180 degrees. "Great sage, I will perfectly complete the mission you've entrusted to me and earn your trust, without needing this worthless creature to watch over me." Zek was just as syrupy sweet. Don't you worry, great sage. You can depart with peace of mind. I will keep a very close eye on this treacherous scoundrel, and I won't miss a single one of his movements. After they spoke, the two of them immediately went back to bickering like cats and dogs. What's with the big act? Just wait until the great sage is gone. We'll see who's talking then. Day was filled with regret. He really shouldn't have put these two together. The sun set, bathing the entire cathedral in a brilliant red. Day cracked open the door to Saintess Iriel's room. She had fallen fast asleep at her desk at some point. Day looked at her and thought, just as I suspected. She said she could handle everything on her own. Work, but perhaps things will be very difficult. He gently brushed a stray lock of hair from the saintess's face, then turned to go. In the Holy Nation, I had started so many things. The war had just ended then, so one thing or another would surely not be the same as before. He glanced over the documents stretching from one desk to another, thinking, let's see. Suddenly, Iriel startled awake. Oh no, did I fall asleep? Day's voice came from beside her. Are you awake? She immediately sat up. Day, you just smiled brightly. You've worked hard lately. Thank you. Iriel frantically felt around the empty desk. The scrolls that were here, Day replied casually. I've already taken care of that, so don't worry. Iriel stared blankly where Day was pointing. Whoa, the pile of documents was sorted and neatly arranged. Iriel couldn't believe her eyes. It's only been a little while and you've already finished everything? She rushed over anxiously. You're lying. It would have taken me at least a week to do all that. You didn't just do a sloppy job, did you? I bet you just rushed through it. Day shrugged. Feel free to check it if you want. Iriel hurriedly unrolled a scroll. Her face went completely blank. Everything was perfect. Day said cheerfully, I wish I could help you with more things, but I don't have much time. Iriel was speechless. There was nothing left to help with anyway. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Sir, the maid announced. Your Holiness, your luggage is packed. Day said with a regretful tone. Is it time already? In the kingdom of Lessie, dusk was falling, the night seeming to lick up and swallow the magnificent castle, and with it came political anxieties. At this rate, if the king passes away, there will be big trouble. In the room where King Georger lay in a deep coma, the third prince of the Lacey kingdom, Jen, was whispering to the man. He knelt by the bed, and it seemed as if they no longer hoped for their father to recover. He confided in the king even though the man couldn't hear. And moreover, it seemed this time they only coveted the position their father had long protected. Jen touched the king's motionless hand. I have requested the Holy Nation to send the High Saint here. Father, you need to wake up quickly and take control of this kingdom once again. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. You should go. Father needs his rest anyway. The third prince turned his head, his expression changing. I was about to leave anyway. You are the one caring for father. I only stopped by because I felt bad leaving you to handle everything alone. This person was the second prince, Luke de Lessie, of the Lessie kingdom, his face still showing no trace of emotion. Don't worry about it. From now on, you can leave all of father's affairs to me. Jen didn't say much more. Very well, I'll be going now. After the third prince left and the door closed, Luke continued to speak. I will let you live. So please. He gazed at the pitch-black sky through the window, muttering to himself, don't get involved in this dirty war, little brother. The next morning in the kingdom of Lacey, Day looked fresh in his holy vestments and a shawl with the great saint's special cross. I have arrived. The castle sparkled in the dawn's light, leaving Day in awe. He was in awe. The most powerful empire on this continent was truly vast. From behind, a voice attracted his attention. Welcome to Lessie. A man with a goatee bowed politely. Greetings, great saint. I am Count Obo, your guide. Day returned the courtesy. Thank you. I am the great saint. My name is Day. Obo seemed cautious. You must be tired from your long journey. So even if you have many questions, please. Day understood his meaning. Ah. All right. Fine, let's get going. He asks Han. We don't have time, do we? Oppo immediately leads the way. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Please, this way. The Count leads Day to a luxurious room, but there is no one guarding the door. We've arrived. Please, come in. Thank you. Opening the door, Day is quite surprised. This smell, a scent, a foul stench emanating from the bed permeates the entire room. Day wonders, even if they have to keep the king's condition a secret, surely they haven't neglected to bathe him all this time. He approaches the sickbed, where the king lies in a coma. Let's see. Let's check his condition. Day palpates the king's arm. He immediately deduces it. The muscles all over his body have stiffened due to ankylosis. It must be because he hasn't moved in a very long time. Day looks at the king lying still on the bed. The muscles are so stiff that I can't stretch any part of his body at all. However, muscle stiffness alone isn't enough for a definitive diagnosis. He worries, there are quite a few causes that can lead to muscle stiffness. Congenital dystonia? Wait, no, the king is elderly, so it can't be this syndrome. The problem here is his consciousness. Day analyzes when an acute illness causes a decline in a patient's consciousness. alert, lethargic, obtunded, stuporous, comatose. It will soon lead to disorders of consciousness. He observes Jorger's pupils. Recovery occurs in the reverse order. Moreover, I still don't know which disorder of consciousness the king has. I can't make a hasty diagnosis. Day ponders. Lower back pain from overexertion or muscle damage doesn't usually lead to a disorder of consciousness. So either there's a complication, or he lost consciousness for some other reason. Suddenly, he finds something unusual. Is this a bruise? Day quickly lifts the king's shirt to check, revealing other similar marks. Don't tell me. He scans from top to bottom. There are many other bruises around his abdomen as well. Day narrows his eyes in thought, his gaze filled with pity for the patient. The next day, Day thinks about the symptoms again. He could have been in shock for a long time, due to internal bleeding. And since the muscles all over his body are tensed up, I suspect the muscles were also injured. He pictures the king's bruised body, but those bruises are far more dangerous than the muscle stiffness. By a lot, they were definitely caused by an external stimulus. Day sighs. I don't want to get involved in a mess. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Grand Saint, are you in there? Day cracks the door open. Who is it? The second prince bows. Greetings, Grand Saint. I am Luke Desson, the second prince of the Lessie Kingdom. Trying to recall, the second prince, huh? Then he introduces himself. I am the Grand Saint. Why have you come here? Luke says, I heard that you visited the king last night. He inquires, how is the king's current condition? Day gives a vague account. Nothing is certain yet. I can only say that the treatment will take a long time. Luke is also relaxed. That's fine. It doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as he can be cured, that's what's most important. At this point in the conversation, his expression changes. The king's illness couldn't possibly be due to poisoning, could it? Day calmly replies, it's definitely not that. Seeing the Grand Saint's demeanor, Luke's voice also softens. What a relief. Then I understand. I will leave the king's entire care in your hands. For you. I am incredibly grateful. I'll take my leave now. Watching the retreating back, Day reconsidered. Poisoning. Huh. It makes sense to be that worried. He grew anxious. I should go back and figure out a treatment plan. But then there was a voice that stopped him. Oh my. I completely forgot. With hair that brushed her cheeks and a flamboyant fan, the woman approached Day. I wanted to be the first to welcome you here, she said in an excited tone. Welcome, Great Saint. I am the third princess, Luciella Leilasan. Day was starting to lose his patience. I'm so busy, yet they keep coming one after another. Can't you all just come at once? But to remain polite, he still responded. I see. I am the Great Saint Day. You must be curious about the king's condition, aren't you? Luciella confirmed. That's right. And there's more. She brazenly used her fan to stroke Day. Should I say I'm actually more curious about you? She asked with a sly grin. You're just as handsome as the rumors say. Day couldn't understand kids these days. What the hell? What is this brat doing? Me? He brushed her off and started to walk away. Is that so? If you don't mind, I have some things to attend to. Luciella interrupted him. I was only joking. Did I offend you? She persisted. Or have I disturbed you? Day was blunt. Yes. Luciella looked as if she'd been splashed with cold water, and she retorted. Did you just? Day didn't deny it. To be honest, yes. You are bothering me. He stopped being polite and was direct. If you have no other business with me, then don't come looking for me. I'm busy enough with the king's treatment right now. The sound of the door closing was like another blow to Luciella's pride. She was dumbfounded. I am the princess of this kingdom. How dare he ignore me? Her shame quickly turned to anger. She gritted her teeth. We'll see how long you can act so high and mighty. Luciella stormed off, but she didn't realize that their entire conversation had been overheard by Hun. She signaled to Hong Hong Yong. That woman will definitely cause trouble for the Great Saint. Should we take care of her first? Hun stopped her. Shouldn't we wait until she actually tries to do something? He did tell her not to come back. Hong agreed. You're right. Let's just leave her be for now. We just need to guard him diligently and wait. Hong then signaled again decisively. But Huyn read the signs carefully. If anyone from the Leslie royal family truly plots something or tries to harm the Great Saint, Hong's gaze turned dark, and even her sign language radiated killing intent. We will eliminate them immediately. Day walked, lost in his thoughts. The Empire sent a formal invitation to the Holy Nation, requesting me, the Great Saint, to come here. He racked his brain for all the possible methods. It must be extremely important for them to summon a Great Saint. They've probably already tried one thing after another, a few times already. They've certainly used holy magic as well. Opening the door to the king's room, he remained pensive, but even holy magic couldn't cure him. This means the king's condition isn't some external wound or internal injury. Day was certain. Things like muscle strains or lower back pain can be cured by holy magic. Then the answer must be an autoimmune disease, he concluded. Stiff person syndrome. Day recalled the details of the illness. It's an autoimmune disease. Stiff person syndrome is a condition where a malfunctioning immune system causes the muscles to become abnormally stiff. He compared it to a previous case. It was just like when he treated the princess of the duchy. Using only holy arts won't be enough to cure this disease. So it's understandable that no one in this kingdom could cure the king. Day was troubled. The question here is why he lost consciousness and his muscles became so rigid. Suddenly startled, Day lifted the king's shirt. How have the bruises already become so severe? He theorized that the stiffness from strained muscles should have been treated with care due to the nature of muscle contractions and cramps, as muscles can easily tear or bruise. Day was certain, but even so, this is way too much. I'm sure someone tried to massage these rigid muscles. According to his medical knowledge, this would have damaged the musculoskeletal system, causing internal bleeding that led to shock and his loss of consciousness. Day hurriedly used magic to lock the room's door, creating an isolated space. I need to perform abdominal surgery to stop the bleeding immediately. He then used magic to purify the entire room. I need to cancel out the effects of the holy arts to prevent the wound from getting infected. Day's scalpel started to make a straight incision on the king. Day reassured him, "It'll hurt a little when you wake up." Gazing at the internal organs, Day felt a bit relieved. There was no peritonitis, and thankfully there was no severe bleeding either. He quickly stopped the bleeding and skillfully sutured the wound closed. Just a few stitches were enough. Is it because of the muscle rigidity? He has a bowel obstruction, and although this is just a temporary solution, I'll need to keep an eye on this issue. Day sighed in relief. For now, the emergency has been controlled. But the real problem is likely stiff person syndrome. His brow remained furrowed, knowing this wouldn't be easy at all. The scene shifts to what appears to be a secret cellar, where a deep voice says, "Hong Yong, report." Sa began, "There are indeed many disputes surrounding the royal succession. Currently, the first in line for the throne is first Prince Jalesian, followed by the second prince. Right now, third Princess Luciella Jalesian is backing the first prince, while the first princess supports the second prince." Hong asked, "What about the others?" Sa explained, "The rest aren't as prominent as the first and second princes. Although the second princess is a 6th-level archmage, it seems she has little interest in inheriting the throne." He then added that it appears the fourth prince is dead, so was slightly surprised. "Already dead?" Yong reasoned. "Did he become a casualty in the power struggle?" "That's right. Following that, even the fifth prince, who was close to him, finally joined this power struggle. It seems they suspect the culprit is a member of the royal family. Given the current situation, it was probably the work of either the first prince or the second prince." Hong turned to So. "Has the third princess made any moves?" So reported, "Not yet. We've made plans to keep an eye on her and the first prince." Yong looked at Hook. "Hook Yong, I'll leave this matter to you." Hook agreed. "Yes, Hong Yong." Yong then ordered, "You will stay here with So Yong. The rest of you are to return to the Holy Kingdom." So asked worriedly, "Just the two of us?" Yong explained, "That's right, because right now, what the Great Saint needs is information and threat detection." She instructed, "The Great Saint's safety is now entrusted to you two. In special circumstances, you have the authority to act on your own discretion." Hook replied, "Understood." With that, everyone without a mission immediately vanished, leaving only Yong's voice echoing. "Hook Yong, dig deeper into the royal family. There are still many things we haven't uncovered." Hook crisply complied. Du also took responsibility. "I will continue to monitor the princess. From now on, we will report here every evening." Yong's voice was satisfied. "All right, disperse." By now, the entire castle was shrouded in darkness. The next morning, Day was informed of something. He was a little surprised. "Right now?" The messenger replied. "Yes, the members of the royal family are waiting for you in the grand hall." Day thought, "It's about time, but this is quite unexpected." He was also pleased. "I should take this opportunity to get acquainted with them." Day replied to the maid, "All right, let's go." The maid walked ahead to lead the way for him. She stopped at the door, bowing for Day to enter. "This way, please." Inside here, in the room with a long table, all the princes and princesses had gathered. Day was also exasperated by the king. There were 7 of them. It seems the king has great stamina. He scanned for faces he had met before. "I've seen a few familiar faces and that childish princess. In fact, one of the princesses has visited the holy nation before." Day suddenly realized something. But those people? He was annoyed. What the hell did they invite me here for? According to noble etiquette, the person of lower rank must greet the person of higher rank first. Day's gentle gaze immediately turned sharp. The titles of princess or prince are both lower than the title of the saint by 1 rank. Day felt like he was being disrespected, yet they weren't following this rule of etiquette. Are they trying to test me, or are they planning to publicly humiliate me? Day spoke first. Well. His voice was low but clear enough for everyone in the room to hear every word. Even common dogs know to greet someone when they meet. The 4th prince and the 3rd princess immediately shot up from their seats. "How dare you utter such ridiculous words? How rude." Day frowned. "Do you think I wanted to come here?" He turned sharply and walked away decisively, ignoring the fury of this arrogant crowd. "If this is your attitude, then there's no need for us to meet." As Day walked, he worried. Their behavior makes me worry about the methods of education in the Lessie royal family. He then thought about the king's illness. Business is business. Their attitude has nothing to do with saving the king's life. Medicine is needed for the treatment. I wonder if they have chamomile. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and Day wondered, who is that? He was surprised. It was the second princess. Bowing and greeting. Greetings, your holiness. I am Selina Jess, the second princess of the Lisi Empire. She apologized. I regret what just happened in the Grand Hall. I sincerely apologize to you. Selina hesitated. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Would you mind if I came in to talk for a moment? Day's voice held a hint of surprise about what had just happened in the Grand Hall. He asked, are you saying that happened because of a psychological battle for the throne? Selina confirmed. That's right, she explained. It's a critical issue concerning which faction would bow to you first. So, Day stroked his chin, just like what I heard from the 7-star envoy. Selina promised, I will take responsibility on their behalf for this and apologize to you. I will act on behalf of the royal family to wholeheartedly assist you. Day's tone softened as well. If you put it that way. Selina was still worried. Thank you, I know we were rude earlier, but please continue to treat the king. Day reassured her. Don't worry, I was going to continue treating him anyway. Selina replied politely. Thank you. She bowed her head to express her sincerity. From now on, if you need anything from me and I'm not here, please feel free to summon me anytime. With that, Selina left. Day was somewhat satisfied. At least this princess had made such a promise to him, but he was still annoyed with the others. I'll figure out what to do with the rest of them later. For now, I must prepare to treat the king. His motto was that favors can be forgotten, but grudges must be remembered. A few days later, a small bouquet of chamomile lay on the table. Day sighed in relief. I was a bit overconfident at first, but I never expected finding these herbs would be this difficult. Day was overjoyed when he saw it. I finally found it after 4 hours, and I just happened to find chamomile on my way back. It's truly a miracle. He then dried the bouquet using magic. Day rolled up his sleeves. All right, time to start preparing the medicine. After grinding the dried herbs, they can be squeezed dry to extract the concentrate, then water is added to form them into pills. The antioxidants in the blueberries will be concentrated into a pill-like form. Once these substances are boiled, some antioxidants will be lost, but plenty of vitamin C will remain, which will lower the king's cortisol levels. As he prepared the medicine, he considered his plan. Now I need to handle the internal bleeding, and his shock syndrome should also subside. This treatment method will help him relax and regain some movement. Then I can start physical therapy. He decided that as soon as the king woke up, he would give him the medicine. The king looked haggard lying on the sickbed. He slowly opened his eyes, his expression disoriented. Suddenly, pain shot through his entire body at once, feeling as if he'd been completely crushed. His consciousness began to return. Have I been lying here all this time? I can't even manage to speak. The door to the room gently opened. Day entered with medicine and water, unsurprised as he had anticipated this. You're awake. The king couldn't speak and could only look around, thinking, who is this? I've never seen him before. Day understood that the king would be confused upon waking up. He introduced himself. I am Day, the great saint from the holy nation. I was invited here. Jorger felt a bit more at ease. So it's him. I've heard stories about him. Day dropped the pill into a cup of water he was holding and explained to Jorger. This is a medicine similar to what mercenary groups often use. As he gave the king the medicine, he also informed him of the schedule. From now on, you will need to take this 4 times a day. I will bring you your medicine every morning, noon, evening, and before you go to sleep. The king was astonished. Isn't he using holy magic? Right now, I can only trust him. He is a grand saint after all. Day slowly fed the king the medicine spoonful by spoonful. He was once again lost in thought. This is a natural medicinal herb, so it might be a bit less effective, but it won't have any side effects. His expression was a bit serious, but after feeding him the medicine, he immediately cleaned up for the king using purification magic. Jorger's body felt more comfortable now, but Day was still puzzled. How strange. He didn't mind taking care of the king, but he couldn't understand it at all. There were countless servants working here, so there was no way no one came to care for the king. Someone must have forbidden them from entering. Day started to theorize. It wouldn't benefit the first prince to do this. He was already number 1 in the line of succession, but if the culprit was the second prince, it would be far too reckless, wouldn't it? Day couldn't help but be suspicious. If the second prince was involved with the king's internal bleeding and restricting the servants' access, he wouldn't escape the death penalty. Day suddenly slapped his own cheek. Enough, stop thinking about it. He refocused. The only thing I need to focus on right now is curing the king. Who succeeds the king has nothing to do with me. Jorger gave him a strange look. The boy had just slapped himself. Day looked back at him with brilliantly confident eyes. I will cure you. Jorger was a little worried. Was it really okay to trust this boy? Time flew by, and 1 week later, Day strode through the palace corridor, still thinking about the king's condition. Over the past week, His Majesty had recovered a lot. He still couldn't speak, but at least he could move his head and slowly chew his food. Day was relieved. Just as expected, his recovery rate was increasing, so if I increase the dosage, his muscles will relax faster. He figured he could probably start increasing the dosage gradually. Suddenly, Day felt a murderous intent approaching from behind. He was immediately on alert for an assassination attempt. Day quickly identified it as an assassination attempt. Were they targeting the king? But when he felt the opponent's killing intent, he understood. No, it seemed they were targeting him. Day called out to So-young in a low voice, and she immediately leaped out from her hiding spot. Yes, great saint, he ordered. Eliminate all of them. Just leave one alive. I will obey your command. So-young's voice rang out. Despite her petite frame, her combat prowess was top tier, and soon, the entire corridor echoed with the screams of their opponents as So-young silently took them down one by one. When she was finished, she brought one survivor, just as Day had instructed. Good job, So-young, he praised, then used magic to bind the assassin. The man lay still, restrained. Day commanded him, from now on, if what I ask is true, blink once. If it's false, blink twice. Were you sent here by the royal family? The assassin blinked once. Day continued his interrogation. So you're a trained assassin, huh? Suddenly, So-young interrupted, her eyes glowing as a golden light appeared on her forehead. Great saint, I'll take care of this. Immediately after, a brilliant golden light illuminated the entire castle. The next day, the usually peaceful castle was no longer peaceful. An explosion shook the entire palace, and Day strode forward, shouting, Bring out the third princess now, or you'll all die. He had already gathered mana in his hand for a second explosion, threatening furiously, I'll blow this entire castle up. Amidst the chaos and billowing smoke, a soldier rushed out to ask about the situation. What's going on, great saint? Day was adamant. Bring the third princess out here, the soldier relayed. The princess is currently having her meal. Day was furious. Having her meal? He sarcastically raised a hand to cast a spell. That's right, a royal princess's meal must take priority. Boom. Instantly, flames erupted again. The soldier panicked. Please, sir, stop this at once. I will bring the princess out immediately. What's with all this commotion? Grand Saint, oh Grand Saint, what in the world are you doing? Jian showed clear indignation. Last night, someone got right up close to me. Is this how the Empire shows its hospitality? By plotting to assassinate an honored guest? Jian was shocked. An assassination? Luke also pretended to be in disbelief. Is that true? Day was annoyed. Do you two think I'm doing this for no reason? The first prince fell silent and then suddenly bowed. I sincerely apologize to you. Not only that, Jian spoke sternly. This apology will not be just empty words. The royal family, including myself, will participate in the investigation to find the culprit. The royal butler was alarmed. First prince, even if the saint says so, you don't need to bow your head. We don't even know the details of the assassination yet. Jian said in a stern voice. That's enough. Regardless of who the culprit is, this assassination attempt occurred within the royal family's domain. As a prince of the empire, it is my duty to take responsibility for this incident. The second prince also bowed his head. I apologize for causing this trouble. I will accept any punishment for allowing my carelessness to put the Grand Saint in danger. Day thought cautiously. The first time we met, he completely looked down on me. And now you're trying to put on a show? Are you really a prince? He remained resolute, presenting a long scroll with an order. Whatever. Just bring the third princess out here. She's the culprit I'm looking for. Everyone was surprised. It was irrefutable evidence that was hard to deny. Luciella's handwriting. It was clearly an assassination order. The second prince immediately summoned the third princess. Bring Luciella here quickly. Tell the princess I will not tolerate even a moment's delay. Day pouted as he listened to this group of master and servants causing a scene. Yes, your highness. Luciella was dragged in, struggling. Let go of me. How dare you do this to me? Jian interrogated her. Is it true that you tried to harm the Grand Saint? Luke reprimanded her harshly. You repay kindness with malice like this. Are you really out of your mind? Luciella steadfastly denied the accusation. What are you brothers talking about? Me, trying to harm the Grand Saint, what's that about? She shrugged, denying it. I swear I don't know anything. Day presented the evidence. This paper is yours, take it back. Luciella recognized it at a glance, and she was terrified. Where did he even get that? Hook and So-young had helped Day. Luciella immediately made an excuse. I didn't write this order. Someone must have forged my handwriting of mine. Day questioned. Who? She was speechless. That is, Day said in a menacing tone, just because I can be lenient about some things, do you think you can fool me? He released an oppressive pressure that weighed down on everything. Both Jian and Luke were astonished. Such a quantity of mana is terrifying. Are the rumors that he fought a necromancer true? Day's voice no longer held its gentle tone, replaced instead by a heavy, threatening one. So the Lessie Empire doesn't want help, but wants to start a war with the Holy Kingdom? Jian quickly intervened. Your Holiness, I think you're jumping to conclusions. Lisi never wanted to oppose the Holy Kingdom. Day frowned. Am I jumping to conclusions? He pointed out specifically, One of the princesses of Lacey conspired to assassinate an important figure from the Holy Kingdom. And yet you all still say Lacey doesn't want to start a war? Jian looked at the third princess and shouted, "What are you doing? Ask His Holiness for forgiveness immediately." Luciella was stubborn. "Brother, there are so many soldiers here." She threw a fit. "How can a princess like me bow my head? Never." Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped across the face. Jia looked at her with a deathly glare. "You know I taught you not to feel ashamed." Then he turned to Day. "Great Saint, once again, please accept my sincere apology for what has happened." Jia proposed, "We hope to negotiate to resolve this matter. Why don't we gather together and discuss this?" Day agreed. Negotiation. "Very well, I request that you summon all the princes and princesses. Go to the hall immediately." Before leaving, he didn't forget to add one more jab. Day pointed his finger, implying, "But if you all maintain the same attitude as last time, things will not end this simply." Afterwards, the entire royal family gathered in the grand hall. After hearing the whole story, the remaining royals apologized to Day, even if it was just a token apology. Day accepted their apologies and then began to speak about compensation for the dangers he himself had faced. Day demanded two forms of compensation. First, a stronger diplomatic relationship between the Lycian Empire and the Holy Kingdom, and in addition, active trade activities between the two kingdoms. This was a deal that could help double the Holy Kingdom's revenue from its current trade relationship with Lycian. For Lycian, this wasn't a losing proposition, and for them either. Of course, there was one condition. 65% of the revenue generated would be paid to the Holy Kingdom, but the Empire still accepted the terms under the guise of compensation. After the negotiation, Day laughed heartily. "The results are better than expected. Should we thank the third princess for this?" He suddenly remembered. "It's about time the king's body can move again. I should go check on him." The palace was as quiet as ever. The king was trying to stretch his body in pain. "My body still hurts. The bruises have turned yellow and are starting to heal." The king was grateful, but thanks to that medicine, I can move a little now. The door opened quietly, and Day walked in and praised him. "You're recovering better than I thought. Can you speak now?" The king whispered. "Thank you." Day said cheerfully, "Don't mention it. Let me check your condition today. Try to move." Day glanced at the bruises. "Those bruises are taking longer to fade than I thought, but it's fine. It's okay." After trying to move, the king was exhausted. He fell asleep again. Meanwhile, King Georger of Lycian was slowly regaining consciousness. In a daze, he saw a figure sitting beside his sickbed. "Father." Jorger was vaguely aware but couldn't yet remember whose voice it was. This voice, suddenly, the person knelt. "I'm sorry, father." Immediately after, they began to strike the king with great force. Jorger couldn't even process it. "What the hell?" The voice was full of anguish. "I'm sorry, father." The person continued to beat him, hard. The apologies were constantly interspersed with the sounds of blows. "Father, I'm sorry, father, I'm sorry, father." The king's body could no longer hold out. He became listless, gradually slipping into a coma. Why? Why? The other person had no intention of stopping. Their hand glowed with magical light. "Father," the person gathered their strength for one last, powerful blow. Two streams of sorrowful tears streamed down their cheeks. "Please, never forgive me." At the request of the Lycian Empire, Day set off to treat their king, who was in critical condition. He realized that the king was suffering from stiff person syndrome, but there was an unsolved mystery. The inexplicable bruises found on his body was well known. This was definitely the work of someone close to him. Nevertheless, Day remained focused on treating the king at this moment. Meanwhile, the 7 apostles had launched an internal investigation to ensure safety for Day, discovering a tense power struggle within the Lycian imperial family amidst the dispute. Where Prince Jay and Prince Luke held the upper hand, it was confirmed that they would not hesitate to kill their own siblings. After a series of events, when the king regained consciousness, someone came to his chambers to visit. Mad apologies were heard amidst the sounds of beatings. "I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, father." A few days later, the princes and princesses, dressed in black formal wear, gathered on a lawn where an officiant spoke. "We shall now begin." In the middle of the courtyard was a coffin, and the officiant began the memorial service for Prince Yan Lezion, the 5th prince of the Lycian Empire. When Jay heard the news, he couldn't believe it. "This is insane." He paced back and forth in the room with Huck and So, thinking, why did it have to happen now, while I'm here? So spoke up, calling to him, "Great Saint Day." "So, what did you find out?" So reported. "Yes, the first one to act was Prince Luke." Day was astonished. "Prince Luke? That's unexpected." She elaborated on the bloody conflict, starting with how he secretly attacked the 5th prince's policies and actions to tarnish the 5th prince's image. Cornered, the 5th prince attempted to send assassins to poison the 1st prince, Jia, and the 2nd prince, Luke. In response, Prince Jia and Prince Luke heightened their security and began hiring assassins to kill their own family members. This continued for 1 week, and early this morning, The fifth prince's guards were found collapsed in front of his mansion, and the fifth prince was found dead with a clean puncture wound on his neck. Day asked curiously, "So who killed the fifth prince?" So recounted her investigation. All the family members have alibis. But after verification, Prince Jia and Prince Luke were not at the locations they claimed. Day frowned. A fake alibi, huh? He speculated, there's no assassin organization in Lycian capable of silently taking down so many royal guards and then sneaking into a bedroom like that. The only person who can move freely within the palace without raising suspicion would have to be someone everyone knows. Truck-Kun. From the moment I saw him, that amount of mana was astounding. Not yet at the level of a high-level swordsman, but he's close. Second, Prince Lucian is the most likely suspect. He probably acted alone. Day gave an order. "So Yang, Hook Yang, I need you two to do something for me." They replied in unison. "Yes, great saint." He instructed, "Gather more information on the royal family's power struggle. Focus on corruption or anything that could tarnish the royal family's name." So and Huck complied. Understood. Day added with emphasis, "The dirtier the better." Immediately after the fifth prince's death, the king was still undergoing treatment. He endured the pain to sit up. Day was thrilled. "This is great." He gently pushed the king back down to rest. "All right now." Joker tried to communicate something, but the words he uttered were just mumbles. Day still replied, "I understand what you're saying, but you need to repeat it." He felt truly relieved. It seems the anthocyanin in the medicine is working. The muscle stiffness has improved significantly. I was worried that the ingredients might not be effective, indifferent in this world, but luckily, they have the same effect. Day was startled. He felt a movement. Someone is here. Day immediately made the king sleep. The third prince opened the door and entered. "Are you in there?" He was friendly. "Hello, your holiness. How have you been?" Day said politely. "I'm doing fine. All thanks to you." He glanced over at the king. He was sound asleep. Day then inquired, "I've heard about the fifth prince. I heard he had an accident." Ge turned his face away. The royal family felt ashamed. Day probed, "Did it happen while he was in a carriage?" Zhu also explained vaguely, "I think it was a flock of wyverns. I heard some nearby villages were also attacked." Day considered the plausibility. It was true that there was a wyvern nest behind the empire. The fifth prince left the palace for a change of scenery and was attacked by wyverns at the perfect time. Day was suspicious. Is that the story they agreed on? What a ridiculous reason. Zhu changed the subject. "By the way, how is the king?" Day reassured him. "He will wake up soon." Zhu's voice was joyful. "Is that so? That's great news." He promised, "If you need anything, just tell me anytime. I will help as much as I can." Day teased, "I would be very happy if you could bring peace." Ge frowned. "Peace?" He gave a strained laugh. "Of course, that will come naturally." After saying that, Ge entrusted Day, "Well then, I'll leave the king in your care." Day replied, "Don't worry." Before leaving, Zhou also stressed further, "Your Holiness, don't try to dig too deep into the royal family's affairs." Day scoffed internally. That sounds like he's preparing to do something. He chuckled lightly, his smile gradually distorting, his eyes filled with contempt. "I'm not talking about you, you bastard. What do you mean peace will come naturally? I will force you all to have peace." A few days later, Day stood with his arms crossed. Everything was going according to his plan. By now, Hugh and So had also completed their mission. "Your Holiness, we have gathered information on the royal family's dirty deeds." Day felt grateful. "Thank you for your hard work." He picked up a scroll, and looking at the pile of documents, he couldn't help but curse. "These bastards, they're freaking crazy. The Merchants Guild bribed the first prince to give them a monopoly on the economy, and the second prince is having an affair with his older brother's wife. He also turns a blind eye to his brother's countless dirty deeds as well." Day turned and called for Hugh and So. They replied in unison, "Yes, your holiness. Please give us your orders." He requested, "Return this to its rightful owner." So asked worriedly, "Won't they try to eliminate the threat?" "Huh?" Day explained, "No, they won't dare to act recklessly, because that would mean a mysterious person they don't know about has gotten a hold of their fatal weakness." He said confidently, "Before they can act, I will cure the king." Suddenly, a voice called out to him, "Your Holiness." The king, in a neat set of clothes, stood before him. Day was delighted. "You can dress yourself now." "Impressive." Joker said gratefully, "It's all thanks to you, Your Holiness." He inquired about the situation. "I've heard that the family has been in turmoil while I was bedridden." Day confirmed, "Yes, as you've heard, it's been quite chaotic." Joker lowered his voice. "Is that so?" He turned to adjust his clothes. "Then I must meet with my sons." The king wondered, "Will you be on my side when I meet my sons?" Day was a bit stunned by the sudden question. "Huh? Me?" Joker presented his case in a somewhat deferential tone. "You healed me and even refused the reward I offered. Your character, patriotism, and selflessness. To reward you for saving me, I'll grant you anything." He had no idea about the thought in his heart, which was that I don't want to be indebted to you and suffer the consequences. Anyway, at this point, his expression became a bit awkward. "Compared to that, I have raised my children poorly." He smiled and said bluntly, "You really didn't raise them well. Now is the time to discipline them." His tone was hesitant and troubled. "It's because I raised them poorly and let them become spoiled without a mother's love. But even if I scold them, will they obediently listen?" Day paused for a moment. The corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile. "I think I can help you with that." They quickly moved to the main hall, where a cheerful yet fake voice rang out, "You've finally recovered." Below, the royal family was congratulating the king. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your full recovery." The first prince's wife frowned hesitantly, but she glanced over at Day, who was sitting right next to the king. "Why is the saint sitting there?" Jogar explained. "I asked him to." His expression was serious. He worked very hard so that I could make a full recovery. On the contrary, he suddenly lowered his voice. "You have committed an unforgivable act. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?" The first prince's wife's face stiffened slightly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Jogar sighed wearily, his hand covering half his face. "I'm talking about the death of the fifth prince." His disappointment was indescribable. His death was covered up as an accident, but I know it was because you were all fighting amongst yourselves. Selena's face turned pale. "That is." Jogar continued to scold. "How could you kill your own siblings? Didn't I tell you all to always love one another?" He blurted out. "I can't believe these are the princesses and princes of Lasan." Day clicked his tongue mockingly. "Are you so obsessed with power that you've abandoned your humanity? You're no different from beasts." These words provoked their pride. Jia frowned, looking annoyed. "You've crossed the line." His wife put on a self-righteous air. "How dare you be disrespectful to members of the royal family in their presence?" Day scoffed. "You've all been so sheltered that you don't understand how this world works, do you?" His words were clearly arrogant. "So what are you going to do? Challenge me to a duel? Do you think you can beat me?" "Of course not. You know that full well." The other two were left speechless, but he didn't stop there, continuing, "Here, this is the proof of your wrongdoings, and here is the king." Jorg's eyes widened as he looked at the young man. The stolen parchment scrolls had been returned. So he was the one who had always. Day calmly presented it. "Your Majesty, you should take a look at this as well." He thoughtfully detailed everything, as it contained the entire process. But the fifth prince was framed, harmed, and ultimately killed. Jogar narrowed his eyes in agony, unable to believe the royal family had become so corrupt. Day added, "However, the second princess Selena is an exception. She has done nothing wrong and isn't involved in any scandals." Selena closed her eyes, her expression as tense as a violin string. Jogar grew more and more devastated, unable to believe it. How can this be? The guilty ones panicked. "Well, he's a man of his word. What he says goes. Everyone except Selena will be confined for 3 years. The punishment was issued immediately. No one have the right to object. If you don't want to comply, then leave the royal family. Now all of you, get out." The two princes found this hard to accept. Watching their retreating figures, Day gloated. If they lived quietly, as if they were dead for 3 years, they would be unable to inherit the throne, and all their chances of succession would be gone. It serves them right. Jogar suddenly called out to the second prince. "Luke, son, don't you have anything to say to me?" His dull eyes were tinged with sorrow. "Why did you do it?" he asked sincerely. "I just want to understand why you did it, so don't worry, just answer." Luke seemed to let out a sigh, and the information that followed was truly unexpected. It was for the third prince. The king was stunned. "The third prince?" He repeated. "Yes, I want the third prince to inherit the throne." Luke explained that he only thought of the empire's best interests, but the third prince was different. His constitution may be weak, but he genuinely cares for the people and can control the ministers. He will become a wise king. At this, he clenched his fist. But both the fourth and fifth princes are just obsessed with the power the throne brings. In that case, how could the third prince ever become emperor? Hiding behind their human facades is a cold-blooded nature. I thought this was the best way to eliminate candidates who would bring disgrace to the empire, rather than leaving the throne to those who would just tear each other apart. Hearing this, Jogar grew even more somber. "Is that why you attacked me?" Luke then continued. "The war for the throne is imminent. After the war, the successor is usually decided. Your Majesty, you were planning to name the first prince as the crown prince, weren't you?" Suddenly, Jogar felt a wave of fatigue. "So you attacked your own father just to prevent that?" Luke's attitude was resolute. "Please punish me severely, father. I am prepared to accept the consequences of my actions." The king held his forehead. "I understand. This is partly my fault as well." He no longer wanted to look at his son, "But that doesn't mean I will forgive you. We will discuss this matter later. Now, go." Luke had no choice but to obey. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the door closed, a long sigh was heard. Jogar was exasperated, feeling as if the whole situation was absurd. What a headache. I thought they had all grown up, but it turns out they're still just children. Day chuckled. Parents always think that way about their children. He reminded him seriously. "From now on, you must keep an eye on them, even though you've placed them under house arrest." Jogar gave a wry smile. "You're right, it's rather embarrassing for you to witness this." In fact, in his heart, he had come to respect this young man. This kid is more interesting than usual. Dae's expression was unusually serious. Can you guarantee this will never happen again? No. I thought not. Thinking this, Joger smiled kindly. He may be young, but he's very mature. At first I thought he was a bit rude, but he's refreshing and interesting in his own way. Combined with everything he's shown these past days and his invincible power, I don't want to send him back to the Holy Nation at all. He chuckled softly. If this were to happen again, his mood suddenly shifted. Joger grinned brightly. I'd want the Holy Nation to send you over again. Dae responded with an indifferent expression. The king added cheerfully, I'm just kidding, don't worry so much. Dae laughed along. That's a relief. While inwardly cursing the old man, Joger changed the subject. By the way, Saint. Dae replied politely, yes? The king then brought up Selena. What do you think? What about the second princess? The second princess, you say? Dae carefully assessed that among her siblings, she is the best one. More importantly, she possesses great determination, so if she undertakes something, she will see it through with the same resolve she had at the start. The king gave a sly smile. I misspoke. What I meant was, would you like to make her your bride? Dae flatly refused. I have no intention of marrying yet, and she wouldn't want to either, but I am very grateful for your offer. Georger's happy expression faded. I understand. What a shame. He then asked the saint directly, in that case, would you like to participate in the battle for the throne? Dae was surprised by the invitation. A martial arts festival? The king of the kingdom generously extended an invitation. The empire here holds a grand tournament of martial arts and military skills once every 3 years. Of course, the prize for the winner is incredibly generous. Dae was also a little interested. A martial arts festival, huh? In the long history of the Lessie Empire's festival culture, countless competitions have been held, with the types and rules of competition being incredibly diverse, ranging from major events like swordsmanship and magic duels to smaller events like academics and debates, and even archery. He asked curiously, can I participate in all of them? Georger was stunned. He had to reiterate the rules. All of them? According to the rules, you can only participate in a maximum of 3 events. Furthermore, in the swordsmanship competition, you can only use swordsmanship, and likewise in the magic competition, or you will be disqualified immediately. Even so, he still had a certain amount of faith in Dae. The event will be held in 2 weeks. Normally, contestants would go through qualifying rounds in numerous regions to reach the finals. But if you participate, I will arrange for you to go straight to the final round. He smiled and gently sipped his tea. That sounds good. In that case, I will participate in the swordsmanship and magic competitions. The king was overjoyed to hear this. Really? He was eager to get started right away. Excellent. I will make the arrangements immediately. In the meantime, please rest and prepare thoroughly. The corner of his mouth twitched as he watched the king hurry away. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. His expression stiffened slightly. It feels like he baited me into competing. But the prize sounds good, so it should be fun. And this doesn't sound too bad, so anyway, I think. It is about time I checked on the situation in the Holy Kingdom. Dae relaxed a little. Alright, I guess I will contact them now. In front of him was a crystal ball, a magical device that allows users to communicate visually through a pair of crystal balls by channeling mana. I left one for him, so he should answer. He had accepted it with tears of joy back then. The crystal ball flickered to life after he placed his hand on it, and a familiar face appeared. Is that you, Dae? Long time no see. Dae was surprised. He remembered Jack's distressed face. Why do you have this crystal ball? I am pretty sure I left it for Jack. Iriel answered matter-of-factly. What do you mean why? Because I asked for it. Of course, he was all too familiar with her ways. Anyway, I was able to heal the Emperor, just as I expected. I knew you could handle it. He then asked about the situation. So how is everything over there? Iriel looked pensive. Well, it is business as usual. The academy is a bit, well, you know, this smells like trouble, he urged her on anxiously. What do you mean I know? Do not tell me that. That person. Iriel immediately denied it. No, it's nothing major. I heard he's respected by the students and is doing very well in class. He suspected there was more to it. Really? Then what's the problem? Iriel recounted with a look of apprehension. It seems he's starting to pick fights with other academies. He's saying things like their standards are too low or something. Jay wasn't too worried about him. He had a more pressing problem on his hands. It looks like I'll have to return later than expected. Iriel looked confused, but didn't you say the Emperor's treatment was finished? He hesitated, finding it hard to speak. About that. Seeing his reaction, she seemed to understand. I heard the succession dispute has been made more intense, but I didn't think it was this bad. She reassured him. Well, since you're already involved and have been handling things well, just take it easy. Considering the relationship between the Holy Kingdom and the Empire, Jay nodded in agreement. Right. I was thinking the same thing. Iriel suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's something I wanted to tell you. Did you know that it's been almost 1 year since you came to the Holy Kingdom? Time flew by so fast that he exclaimed. Has it really been that long? Iriel giggled. Time really flies, doesn't it? When you return, you'll have to start visiting numerous kingdoms soon. You've almost gotten used to being the saint. Now it's time to begin your activities in your role as the saint of yours. The bright expression on his face froze. Are you seriously telling me everything I've done up until now was just adjusting your schedule? She replied without hesitation. Yes, that's exactly right. You should spend as much time resting in the Empire as you can. Her voice was cheerful. After all, no matter what happens, I'm still here in the Holy Kingdom. Jay didn't want to hear anymore. He reached out to end the call. Okay, bye. Just thinking about it made him sick. Starting his official activities? 2 weeks later, a festive atmosphere filled the kingdom. Jay was led outside by Princess Selena, who seemed to be caught up in the bustling mood. Wow, as expected of the Empire, I can't believe they're using magic tools to light up the sky. Selena chuckled teasingly. Does that really surprise you that much? I mean, you're a magician yourself. Jay innocently corrected her. Magic tools have a different feel, you see. That made Selena burst out laughing. Hearing her giggle, Jay thought he'd said something wrong. Is something funny? She quickly corrected herself. My apologies, I was just remembering the first time we met. Remembering her first impression of him still gave her chills. To be honest, I found you quite scary back then, she justified, but not anymore. Of course, Jay laughed good-naturedly. Right. After all, you're even showing me around personally. Selena cleared her throat, taking on her role as a guide. That's where the swordsmanship competition will be held, and right next to it is a larger arena for the magic competition. It's quite spacious. Jay suddenly noticed an obscure corner. What's going on over there? Even a doghouse looks better than that, Selena replied. That's the archery arena. Her tone seemed troubled. Archery used to be quite a popular event in the Empire. Not many spectators come to watch, and participants are even fewer. It's a miracle they haven't closed it down yet. He looked at it and agreed. That makes sense. Who would want to participate when the arena is in that condition? Selena led the way again. Saint. The competition. The qualifiers are about to begin, Day said in a clear, resonant voice. All right, let's head in. In the center of the arena stood two opponents of completely different statures. They quickly demonstrated their strength. Both of them watched with their mouths agape as the two of them competed. In the end, the one left standing was the tall, slender man. Having watched for most of the day, Selena was curious about his thoughts. What do you think of today's competition? Day gave his honest assessment. They are all at a fairly high level, so it seems this tournament will be quite interesting. Suddenly, the sound of melodious music reached his ears. Music? Selena noticed his interest. That's a minstrel. Would you like to go and listen for a bit? Saint Day readily agreed. Of course, we still have some time before dinner. His gaze suddenly froze, landing on the musical instrument that the person was playing. He blurted out, Is that a violin? Even Selena didn't recognize it. You know that instrument? Day seemed lost in thought. It reminds me of a very similar instrument. Seeing it brings back many memories. He closed his eyes gently to enjoy it. What a beautiful performance. I'm feeling a bit nostalgic. The sound of the music brought a peaceful atmosphere to the post-festival day. After a moment, the minstrel stopped and said, Thank you, everyone. Selena was also moved. That was a wonderful performance, wasn't it? He nodded in agreement. The minstrel girl suddenly approached the two of them. Pardon me. Selena wondered. Is something wrong? Earlier, when you saw my instrument, the girl's eyes looked directly at Day, filled with curiosity and anticipation. You called it a violin, didn't you? Day didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right. She looked down at her instrument case. How do you know that name? Day had a suspicion in his mind. This girl knows the name of an instrument from Earth. Could she be? Despite this, he tried to gloss it over by saying, I saw it in a book once. The minstrel's eyes widened, and an arrow appeared in her pupils. A lie. Even Day was startled, the eye of justice. He immediately speculated about her identity. Is she of the elven race or perhaps a half-elf? Half-elves are the children of human and elven couples. There was no other way. Day sighed and proposed a condition. I promise I will answer truthfully. But first, tell me where you got this instrument and how you learned to play it. The girl recounted without hesitation. This instrument is a family heirloom left to me by my grandmother. She created it and passed it down to her descendants, and she was also the one who taught us how to play it. Day considered this in his mind. Creating an instrument like this in a world where nothing similar exists should be impossible. This time, the girl spoke up. Now it's your turn. She held up the instrument case. I'll ask you the same questions. How do you know about this instrument and its name? Day feigned a thoughtful look, his eyes glancing to the side. I've seen someone play this instrument before, I asked, and they told me it was a violin. That's all I remember. The minstrel fell silent for a moment, using her eye of justice to verify. Day was secretly pleased. Fundamentally, it wasn't a lie. His own music teacher had taught him about the violin. Naturally, the result was clear. The girl let out a breath. He was telling the truth. She also politely apologized. I'm sorry for my rude questions just now. I thought you might know something. Day quickly waved his hand. It's my fault as well. I apologize. He feigned curiosity. Could you tell me? Can you tell me about your grandmother? The bard nodded in reply. Of course. Where should I begin? She began. My grandmother was the type of person everyone called eccentric, but at the same time, she was also talented and admirable. She had many ideas beyond imagination. One day she even created something called a bicycle. I was incredibly surprised to see her ride it so naturally. This made Day's eyes widen. A bicycle too? He was stunned. A violin and a bicycle, she's just like me. The bard suddenly clapped her hands, and the girl mentioned again, "Ah, I remember something my grandmother used to say. I am not from this world." That's how my curiosity about her world began. Now I'm looking for someone who knows more than I do. That's right, you said you've seen someone play an instrument like this one. Could you tell me more? Day looked dazed. Actually, I don't clearly remember how it was or where they lived. Seeing this, the girl gave a faint, regretful smile. It seems you're just like me. It's time for me to go now. It was a pleasure meeting someone who also knows about this instrument. It was a pleasure to meet you as well, Princess. Selena replied gently. Yes, thank you for your performance. The girl smiled, her eyes shining like stars. I believe we will meet again. The evening sun set over the thinning market crowd. The third princess, Selena, smiled. You seem very happy. Did you enjoy the conversation? Day said distractedly. Is that so? His gaze was still following the figure of the departing bard, knowing he wasn't the only one. It was a strange feeling, but he suddenly felt a sense of relief. He closed his eyes slightly. My feeling of loneliness has lessened a bit, but that's not important. He understood the truth. What's important is the life I have right now. Ah, let's go back. The last day of the festival began with the same familiar greeting as always. Saint, are you well? Day replied nonchalantly. Not bad. Jogar was in high spirits early in the morning. I'm glad to hear it. Today is the final day, so I'm sure many people will come to watch. I hope so too. You remember the rules in the rounds, don't you? Day recalled the competition rules. Ah, you mean the team match, right? For the first 3 matches, the teams will have one-on-one duels, followed by team battles, 4 teams of 5 members each, arranged randomly. These are the rules for the final sword-fighting tournament. He thought to himself, I remember everyone saying communication and coordination are the 2 key factors in this match. He couldn't stay for long, so Jogar cheered him on. Good luck. He waved goodbye to him. Yes, I'll be on my way. He walked down the corridor and met a guide inside. If you are ready, please follow me this way. The man suddenly noticed him and asked in a hushed tone, Your sword, where is it? Only then did Day realize, Ah, I forgot to bring my sword again. He looked around, and a wooden stick caught his eye. He casually picked it up, earning a worried look from the guide. I'll just use this, let's go. The referee's voice boomed. Everyone, get ready for the match. Your opponent is an aura user named Horus. Amid the cheers, Day calmly stepped onto the stage. As soon as he saw him, his opponent's eyebrows shot up. This guy, he considered Day's action an insult. Are you looking down on me? Where is your sword? Day put on a pitiful expression. Ah, this is my sword. It's a family heirloom. His voice grew quieter as he spoke. Passed down to my parents, and then my parents passed it down to me. Horus was immediately affected, feeling extremely guilty. I was too careless. I apologize for speaking so thoughtlessly. And just like that, the deception was a success. The referee repeated the rules. Remember, if anyone lands any fatal blows or is found to have the intent to kill an opponent, they will be disqualified immediately. Day was a little relieved, feeling like he was truly done for. I have to prepare a few things for the next match. The referee swung his hand down, signaling, Begin. Day's figure flashed like lightning and vanished. Horus panicked, completely unaware that he was right behind him. Where did he go? Day just swung his staff once, sending the man flying straight into the blue sky, leaving the entire stadium dumbfounded. The referee reacted quickly. You are the winner. Day placed the staff on the back of his neck and chuckled. That was easy. Just a moment ago, So and Hook were watching from hiding, a bit taken aback. Isn't that our technique? It really is the saint. King Jorgar's laughter echoed throughout the palace. That's Saint Day for you. He's really something else. I can't believe you scored 3 wins in the blink of an eye. Now you're the center of everyone's attention. He kept emphasizing, especially since it was your first match. I didn't expect you to win with just a staff. I've never seen that happen before. Day replied humbly. It's nothing much, sir. Any aura user could do the same with practice. However, Jorgar still couldn't stop laughing. The tournament was spectacular. Selena also felt it was a bit much. You defeated your opponent without even giving them a chance to use magic. And you didn't use any magic yourself either. Day glanced at the long table, where only the 3 of them Saturday. Ah, now that I think about it. Where have the queen and the concubines gone? The atmosphere at the table immediately became somber. The queen and the concubines were in a carriage accident. It was because of those wyverns we just mentioned. Your question reminds me. There's been a wyvern nest nearby. That's right, there have been many accidents lately. Day felt he had been rude. I shouldn't have asked such a thing. My apologies, Your Majesty. Jorgar brushed it off with a laugh. It's alright, that happened 10 years ago. But at the same time, Day was also troubled by it. He wondered. Many accidents lately, huh? Until the day of the team match. Day sat on a log in the middle of a dense forest. I'm on the red team. He recalled the rules. The rules for the team match are as follows. The competition begins with teams composed of members who use both swordsmanship and magic. Each team is given a flag, and the objective is to steal the opponent's flag and bring it back to your team's base to score a point. The team that brings back the most flags wins, and the person with the most contributions will become the final winner. He was so bored that he yawned until tears came out. Isn't that way too easy to win? I can't believe all I have to do is bring back the flag. His teammates for this round were gathered a short distance away. An older guy mumbled, "What's he doing over there by himself? We're having a strategy meeting," and a teammate enlightened him. "You haven't seen his match. He's a magic swordsman." The man clearly didn't believe it. What magic swordsman? Nonsense. The other person kept trying to convince him. Even so, I saw it with my own eyes. He knocked out his opponent with just his fists in the magic tournament. The rest of his opponents surrendered out of fear. The older guy scoffed, as if a swordsman can't beat a mage with his bare hands. The other mage on the team also spoke up. "You don't get it." At that point, they were all very shocked. Extremely. Neutralizes all of his opponent's magic and then just punches them. It's truly unbelievable that someone like that actually exists. Moreover, they looked at each other, because he's participating in both tournaments. Our team only has 4 members. What an annoying bastard. Anyway, we have no choice but to stick to the plan. The 3 of them just discussed it and ran on ahead. You take care of the front, and we'll come from behind to find a chance to grab the flag. Alright, let's go. Leaving Day all alone, they whispered among themselves and then left. Is that so? I guess I have to guard the flag here. He then thought about what the king had mentioned. By the way, W, huh? He couldn't shake that train of thought. Since I've gone this far to treat His Majesty, I might as well solve the W problem so they'll be heavily indebted to me. How should I do it? Day considered all the possibilities. Should I just drop a meteor on them? Just then, someone approached. Ah, there you are. The opposing team has arrived. He gloated. Looks like your team members left you here all alone, huh? But Day was nonchalant because I alone am enough to protect the flags. The opponent didn't recognize him and tried to intimidate him. Even if it's you, are you sure you can take down the 3 of us by yourself? Hand over the flag. Day's eyes shone like headlights at that moment. He figured it out with a single glance. Ah, so you brought your flag with you, huh? What do you? There's no way you'd leave such an important flag behind when your whole team is moving together. Day continuously guessed their intentions correctly. Did you think I wouldn't notice the mage hiding in the back? This doesn't break any rules, and the flag is small enough to hide in your clothes. Smart one. The leader realized he couldn't hide it anymore and charged forward recklessly. Damn it, everyone attack him. A sharp aura swept by as Day casually summoned his sword. I was just sitting here, and you came to me on your own. How fortunate. This made the opponent panic. Is that an aura sword? And that's not all, he raised his hand, creating 3 fireballs. They probably never expected they had picked a fight with the wrong person. Alright, time to come get the flag. But it was too late for regrets. Terrified screams echoed throughout the forest, followed by the faint sound of mumbled curses. Damn it, what a waste of time. His temporary teammates returned in disappointment. Why weren't there any flags where they went? What the hell? One of them tried to comfort the others. Just think of it as scouting. Let's head back. The mage on the team was a little worried. Even for him, there's no way he could protect the flag and fight off a whole group by himself. Then they suddenly saw a column of smoke rising from one direction. Isn't that smoke coming from our position? That's a lot of smoke, damn it. Let's go back. The panicked group pushed through the bushes. Hey, are you okay? What about the flag? When they got there, they saw a blue flag in Day's hand. He replied calmly. Ah yeah, I got one. How lucky. This guy is even more unbelievable. How could you do that by yourself? Only the team's mage mumbled. This competition is easier to win than I thought. Afterward, with Day's skills, the red team won easily, and Day was recognized for his contributions. Day became the final winner. He grinned gleefully in public, anti-Limitech Day, weighing the money pouch in his hand, feeling absolutely ecstatic inside. For what I did, the reward isn't bad. Just then, the king approached Day. He was beaming. Did you enjoy the martial arts festival? Day's expression immediately changed as he hid the money pouch. Go. What a sham of a tournament. The prize isn't even that big. I could spend it all in one meal. Jogger came here to extend an invitation. Since you're here anyway, how about exploring the Empire a bit more? There are many interesting places here. Day clicked his tongue in agreement. That was my plan too. I have a few things I need to do. Jogger was both excited and curious. That's great then. By the way, what do you have to do? Day winked mysteriously. I'm sure you'll love it. The next day, as the early morning rooster crowed, Day was already awake. He made his way up a mountain. I've climbed quite high. I can feel the highly concentrated mana. This is definitely it. He could draw a clear conclusion. The Ween's Nest. Day observed his surroundings. Before him was a barrier. By the way, is this the entrance? It seems there's a barrier here. He tapped on the barrier a few times, surprised that they set up ancient magic runes to create the barrier instead of posting guards here. After all, they are intelligent creatures with high intelligence. His discerning eyes focused on its structure. This is quite complex but not difficult. He was quite confident about destroying this thing. If I just crush everything, they'll come out to greet me, right? The Wiv dragons. They are a species with high intelligence, rumored to be creatures highly skilled in magic and possessing great power. They like hot and humid places, and they often make their nests in such locations. It was so hot that his shirt was soaked with sweat. This is a bit much. He wrung out the water, his patience wearing thin. I've been at this for 30 minutes straight. Why does this barrier have so many magic circles? Tesk, I've destroyed enough. Breaking this many should be enough to make that thing appear. Just then, a booming voice echoed. Human. Day looked up. A Wiv had actually appeared. You are the one who destroyed the magic circles, aren't you? Now the rumor is confirmed, so Wivs can also use telepathy? I can hear a voice echoing in my head. He spoke in a friendly, gentle tone. Yes, I came here to talk to you. The Wiv was also very polite, sitting at a distance and speaking calmly. What do you wish to talk about? To get straight to the point, it's about your nest. Can you move it somewhere else? The Wiv fell silent for a moment. My nest? That is not within my authority to decide. And it gracefully refused. I cannot leave this place, because our magic circles are too fragile. Do you understand? Hearing that, Day also pondered. That's right, but it's not like there isn't a way. He held out his hand, and a light flashed. Then how about this? Now, the Wiv's voice was clearly astonished. You can regenerate crystal stones to an astonishing degree. You are proficient in constructing magic circles, aren't you? You came here fully prepared, didn't you? Even though he hadn't prepared anything, he still said yes. That's right, I have prepared, thought about it for a long time, and I am very serious. A moment later, Day's face lit up with joy. All right, let's do it. The Wiv expressed admiration for the new barrier. That's impressive. To think you created a magic circle of this size in just such a short time, I suppose I can no longer call you an intruder. Day cheered. That's great, so we can talk now, right? It accepted. However, I must warn you beforehand. I can take you to my village, but I can't guarantee your safety. Unlike humans, we only respect the strong. Day appeared, unconcerned. That's not a problem. I'll take care of myself. Just lead the way. Hearing his firm words, the wyvern immediately spread its wings. Very well, to the village. Mine. Day marveled for a moment, only to see it fly off in a flash, causing his mood to plummet. So, Day had to make his own way on foot. This damn bastard didn't even offer to take me along. He could have at least given me a ride. A long day dragged on until late at night, when he finally arrived. That W even commented, I thought you were a mage, but I guess not. Still, you're a pretty good runner. He scoffed, secretly wanting to roast it alive. A voice cut in, I smell a human. Another W appeared. Why did you bring a different species to our village? Are you a guard? The W guide dutifully reported. He wants to talk, and I thought it was reasonable, so I brought him here. The guard clicked his tongue. Then you must take responsibility for bringing him here. He shrank down, actually transforming into a human form, and led the way with a cold expression. Come in. You are permitted to enter inside. Day was a little stunned. So you have a human form too? A spark ignited in his eyes. This is interesting. I don't think that was magic. Let's see just how friendly they are to humans. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Hey, human. Turning around, he saw it was the W who had guided him. If you came all this way and still can't sense a trace of mana, then you must be very weak. It offered him an assurance. If someone tries to capture you, run over here, I will help you. Over here, human. He was then called away. Come to my house, and we will talk. Since he was already in the enemy's den, he nonchalantly accepted. All right. As he walked deeper inside, the village revealed itself more clearly. Day found it all quite novel. It was so different from a human village, looking quite ancient, with an atmosphere reminiscent of old civilizations. His eyes darted around eagerly. Interestingly, they all lived in human form. They even built houses and had a lifestyle quite similar to humans. Look, a half-breed. The murmuring whispers were directed at him. The smell of a human. What's going on? There's an intruder here. I'm getting tempted. Is he dangerous? Day was completely frozen. He only came here to talk. Seeing him stop, the guard urged him on. Pay them no mind, they're just curious. He pointed to a thatched cottage and said, That's my house. At this point, Day was having a bit of an existential crisis. He had already felt this way on the journey here, that they don't care about appearances. Come in. But he had no choice but to follow him. On the table was just a cup of tea, and some colorful cakes. Day was the first to speak. Now, let's talk. His face was set for negotiation. As I've said, your species is a rare one, so would you be willing to relocate? The wyvern guard repeated what he had said before. I've already told you, that's not my decision to make. This isn't working. I'll have to try another plan. Then could you take me to the W who can make the decision? That request can be granted, it's possible, but there will be a few conditions. His eyes blazed, as the wyverns place great importance on the survival of the fittest. Day thought to himself, he looks like a warrior. He figured it must be a trait of their species and calmly accepted it. All right then. Before the guard could react, Day raised his hand and cast a spell. Bind. The wyvern guard didn't even notice. A binding spell. You're a stronger mage than I thought. Day asked pointedly. Is this proof enough? The guard didn't struggle, it was a little too late for that. But please, release me. Day cheerfully snapped his fingers. Good, let's go. Before they walked out the door, the guard's gaze had changed. Completely different. May I ask your name? He didn't mind sharing it. Day. He nodded to show he understood. I'll try to remember. My real name is Canada. He casually offered a compliment. That's a nice name, I'll be sure to remember it, unaware that Canada was already wagging his tail excitedly. Someday, I will challenge you. He placated him like a puppy. All right. Day couldn't contain his curiosity. We're going to meet the leader, right? Canada nodded. Yes, we're going to speak with our lord. This form of address made Day ponder. All I have to do is get that wyvern to agree, and then you'll all move, right? Canada stated firmly. No one in the clan dares to disobey her. Even his way of speaking was full of reverence. She is the strongest wyvern. Day nodded thoughtfully. So ranks are based on strength? How convenient. We're here. Upon arriving, our protagonist witnessed something quite shocking, so much so that Day had to ask in disbelief. We're finally here, huh? This is the oldest house I've ever seen. Canada spoke up to stop him. I can sense her scent. Wait a moment. He fell silent for a moment, then looked a bit confused. Is she sending a signal? Just then the door opened. There's a human who wishes to see me. A woman from the wyvern clan stepped out, but she spoke completely differently from the others in her clan. What is it? Day was stunned. This is their lord? The moment she saw him, Lord Lilith exclaimed, Well now, you're quite a strange one. Her face was cold and seemingly indifferent. Why is your mana so unusual like that? Those words alone made Day freeze for a moment. She noticed his mana veins, something even Era couldn't do. His expression became truly serious. Perhaps I should be more careful. The woman smiled with narrowed eyes and turned to go inside. Let's go in and discuss this. Either way, Day had no way to back out. All right. The room inside was just as simple. Sit wherever you feel comfortable. He screamed internally. Where exactly is the comfortable spot here? At this point, Day finally brought up what made him curious. You can speak with your mouth? Her dragon tail swished back and forth. I prefer it this way. Speaking with my mind is tiring. The wyvern lord said while preparing tea, I've heard what Canada had to say. You want us to move? Her light green eyes held a hint of a smile. Why? Day explained his reasons. The number of injured people in this area is increasing very rapidly. Thank you. Not only are we frequently attacked by your people, but we're also affected by your magic. She bared her sharp teeth in a grin. I understand. But it can't be helped. The weak are trampled by the strong. That is the law of nature. Aren't humans the same way? He couldn't argue with that. She's right. The wyvern lord's voice rang out again. Skok. Actually, it's not like there's no way. Day felt a bit suspicious. It's just that the strong should hold power. We should kick you out of here by force, right? She seemed to have achieved her goal. Her mana flared up intensely. That's right. Day was on edge. The strongest should hold power. Let me ask you one thing. How did you know my mana was unusual? The wyvern lord said softly, also standing up with him. It was just a simple guess. I couldn't sense any mana inside your body at all, so I could only assume your mana is rather special. A dark shadow began to fall over Day. In a flash of an eye, the woman transformed into a massive wyvern. She got huge, and Day looked on in panic, finally realizing what he was up against. Used in Cecile's eyes. No, it was also a condensed mana crystal. Lord W once again praised. I don't know how you did it, but you've gathered a considerable amount of mana. However, it's still not enough to defeat me. Day quickly regained his composure and smirked. Is that so? Then how about this? The mana around him immediately began to swirl, like a vortex with Day at its center. She realized, Are you draining my mana now? The other tribesmen who were outside were stunned by the magical vortex that soared into the sky. Day simultaneously cast various types of magic, stone, wind, telekinesis, and fire, a blazing meteor forming behind him. The light illuminated the draconic eyes of Lord Weven. She refused to yield, as magic circles appeared, reflecting the light. But you still can't defeat me. His meteor was instantly shattered, much to his shock. He turned pale, now seeing the gap in their power. Fragments of the meteor flew out and rained down on the village, sending everyone scattering in panic. Day hastily stopped and yelled, Are you trying to burn everything down? Lord W tilted her chin up. That was a bit stronger than I expected. Her nonchalant attitude infuriated him. Get this. Right at that moment, a small scream reached his keen ears. It was a Weaven child who couldn't escape in time. Day quickly deployed a shield. This act caught Lord Weaven's attention. As he ran over to the child, he asked, "Thank goodness, are you hurt anywhere, right?" She had already transformed into her human form and, without a word, slapped the boy hard across the face. Day impatiently yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" In response, she said in a furious tone, "How disgraceful." The boy was already trembling with fear. His lord's voice rang out, "We are the Weven. We don't need anyone's protection." He couldn't accept this way of thinking. Why would you say that to a child who nearly died? Her reaction was even more fierce. He should have died rather than accept help from an outsider. Her next words caused Day's entire worldview to crumble. "I don't know how things are in your weak human society, but it's different here. The weak are destroyed and eliminated." Her expression was vicious and cold. "The strong rule, and only the strong are allowed to survive. That is our pride, and you will not defile it." She looked down at the unfortunate boy. "What is your name?" The boy tremblingly replied, "It's Kurat, ma'am." She deliberately twisted his name. "Then it's Kerf." She then raised her voice, in her capacity as the Lord of the Weven. "I hereby banish you from this village." She sighed in frustration, her gaze shifting back to Day. "And, I understand. Human, I acknowledge your strength. I will consider your request, but for now, you must return." At this point, he vehemently objected. "Wait. I'm the one at fault here, and I don't think the boy deserves to be exiled because of me. Rescind your order." Lord W frowned. "What? You're overstepping your bounds. This is our affair." Mana surged within his body once more. "Didn't you say the strong rule?" She sneered. "Are you creating another meteor? It's just a waste of mana. I'll simply destroy it again." But when the flames erupted, she froze. She couldn't believe her eyes at the 3 meteors behind him. "It's unbelievable that you still have that much mana left." Day spoke calmly. "I'm not saying your way is wrong." At this moment, his silhouette seemed to overlap with someone else's. "I also have no intention of changing your way of thinking, but since you are the leader of this race, I just want to rethink my decision." That sight left Lord W stunned, and a name escaped from her lips. "Day, surprisingly, you know Era?" Lord W seemed to be reminiscing. "Yes, a very long time ago. Are you curious?" Her tone was casual. "We were here for a short time, only about 400 years. So much so that Day thought he had misheard. Then she began to recount. "Back then, we weren't very interested in interacting with each other. Could you guess it was in the mountain range of the Kingdom of Zelia?" She nodded. "Yes, Era and I often met as the leaders of our tribes and gradually grew close." Her tone suddenly changed, but I had become too complacent. Then one day, a human slave trader appeared. Taking advantage of our carelessness, he secretly hunted both of our races. It didn't take us long to discover his scheme. So the W and the elves joined forces to reclaim our people. Back then, humans were stronger. It was the era you call the Age of Mages. In the end, we were victorious and got our people back, but we also suffered many casualties. That's when I realized I had been too lazy and let my guard down. With so much lost, our future was bleak. After that, as the leaders, we decided to part ways. Since then, the W have never been friendly with any other race. We stand alone at the pinnacle of power. As the story ended, Lord W's expression seemed sad. And I don't regret this choice. But of course, it would be a lie to say I didn't enjoy that time. We were once very close. Her gaze then shifted to him apologetically. "I almost made that same mistake again. You've made me reconsider. Thank you." Day just smiled. "Well, I'll say hello to Era when I see her." Lord W then scrutinized him from head to toe. "By the way, what is your relationship with Era? At first, I thought you were her son, because you look quite similar, but there's no way Era would have a son like you. Her personality is quite free-spirited. Well, anyway, let's discuss the matter at hand, now that you have our respect." She teased. "And besides, I can't ignore a request from Era's lover." Day quickly explained, "We're just friends." Night fell quickly in the kingdom of Xia. A grand banquet was held in the palace, because tomorrow, the saint would be leaving the empire. The king raised his glass with a radiant smile on his face. "I hope that everyone gathered here today will never forget what the saint has done for the empire." Day approached and chided him. "Why did you spend so much money on a banquet like this?" However, the king didn't seem to mind the expense at all. "The saint is about to leave, so at the very least, the empire must do this for you." He clicked his tongue again, pulling something from his pocket. "Anyway, thank you for the feast. It's been a long time since I've eaten like this." A piece of paper was taken out, with special script written on it. "This is the contract written by the leader of the W using mana. This will protect the Empire from their attacks unless the Empire attacks first." Naturally, Jer took the paper with trembling hands, stuttering with excitement. "What is this? The leader of the W, truly." "Saint, I remember I told you this was something we had to do." Day replied calmly. "Yes, everything has been taken care of now." The Joger's face flushed red. "My saint, are you a god descended to Earth? How can you be so kind?" It seems he was a bit too excited today. "All right, he'll go take care of it quickly. This isn't even your business. Thank you so much. I will never forget this favor." Day stayed behind with a smug smile. It must be so. Another person called out to him, "My saint." Turning around, it was Princess Selena, who greeted him politely. "I was told that you will be leaving tomorrow." Day smiled courteously. "Yes, it's time for me to go." Selena seemed a little emotional. "Thank you for everything." He raised an eyebrow and gave a faint smile. "Thank me for what?" She was flustered. "Please don't say that. You are the Empire's benefactor." After saying that, her mood became somber. "I was so talented in magic that I was named the youngest six-circle mage. So, ever since I was young, I had no interest in the political struggles within the palace. I only focused on studying magic." Her gray eyes were tinged with sadness. "That's why I didn't know what was happening within the royal family. My brother and sister were both left behind. It seems this was her inner conflict, and he had influenced her greatly. I've thought a lot about how you helped the Empire and your selflessness. You, an outsider, helped so much, while I, a member of the royal family, did nothing at all." Her tone was a bit sorrowful. "I was afraid of being affected by the chaos, so I used magic as an excuse to avoid it." At this point, the expression on Selena's face was replaced by confidence. "That's why I've decided not to run away anymore. I will participate in the fight and claim the throne." She suddenly became flustered. "I've said too much. I'm sorry. But I really wanted to talk about this decision with you. Thank you for your courage. The Empire will never forget your kindness." Seeing this, Day smiled reassuringly. "I know you'll do great." He didn't hold back in encouraging her. "Just keep trying your best." Yes. After that, the party came to an end. Elsewhere, a gloomy corridor was dead silent. A vase fell to the ground, shattering into pieces along with a curse. "Damn it!" Someone who hated Day to the bone hissed. "That bastard ruined my plan. The throne should have been mine by now. A 3-year suspended sentence." He was seething with rage. The bribery case of Grand Princess Eliza made the nobles side with the prince. A suspended sentence like this takes too long. At this rate, the throne will fall into Lumi's hands. Inside the room were figures in white robes. It was the Grand Prince, Jian. He was going crazy in his room. "I can't let that happen. What should I do now?" One of them spoke up. "I have an idea, sir." "Speak. Why don't we use the wands?" "Sir," he explained. "If we provoke them, they will surely attack the Empire. If that happens, then the Empire will be directly attacked. That means the forces will be concentrated here." Jian's face was blank, meaning that person was directly plotting for him. "We can start a rebellion. We will surely suffer few losses. Because besides our soldiers, the ones will also be fighting. We need to seize this opportunity, or it will be too late, sir. If we prepare for the war in advance, we will have the upper hand. At this point, anything is acceptable." "All right, then I'll entrust the task of gathering the army to you." The other person looked reliable. "Please leave it to me, sir. I will handle it." After giving the order, he continued arrogantly. "I'm trusting you, now I know what to do next. Gather and equip the soldiers in secret." He thought this was the perfect time to act. A cruel smile appeared on his face. And coincidentally, the saint has also left. "Leave the Empire, so attack the Wei clan directly." Early the next morning, someone came to report, "Your Holiness, your luggage is ready." Day sighed in relief. He could finally return to the holy city. He figured that when he returned, it would be time for the pilgrimage. Suddenly, an explosion cut through his thoughts. What now? Just as I was about to leave? Gregory was threatening someone with his sword. "You damn flying dragons, how dare you attack the kingdom? Are you looking for a death wish? When did the one gather at the palace?" "Shut up! You arrogant fools, you were the ones who attacked us first." Someone stepped forward, causing the entire crowd to fall silent. Lilith appeared with an overwhelming aura. "Enough, take me to the Emperor now. I wish to speak with him. If you dare refuse, I guarantee this empire will be nothing but history." Even so, the kingdom's soldiers stood firm. With a sense of duty, they said, "We cannot do that. We would rather die here." Lilith's eyes narrowed sharply. "Is that so?" She was truly enraged. "Let me show you just how foolish you are. I will wash away the suffering of my people with your blood." A loud shout interrupted them. "Stop! Stop!" Day quickly arrived on the scene. "What do you think you're doing? This is a violation of our treaty." Everyone looked at him like a savior, "Your Holiness." Someone explained, "It's because they attacked first." This startled him. "What?" Lilith recounted with a dark expression. "Last night, there was a group of mages that attacked us. They were high-ranking mages, at least of the 4th circle. She naturally targeted them, as the only power around here with such a strong army could only be the Empire." Gregory stubbornly retorted, "That's ridiculous. The royal army received no such orders. Only Day knew the gravity of the situation. It was no laughing matter." Lilith was right. The only capable party in this place was the Empire. Furthermore, Lilith had sworn an oath on her mana. If the treaty were broken, she would suffer a mana backlash and be instantly obliterated. Therefore, she wasn't lying about being attacked. Day sifted through the information, and the most likely culprit behind this was. He tried to de-escalate the situation. "Lilith, please halt your attack for now." Her expression was conflicted. "I cannot do that. The burden of my people's lives on my shoulders is not something to be taken lightly." Day didn't disagree. You're right. But please don't harm the innocent. His gaze was resolute. I will capture the person behind this and bring them here. Every single one of them will face punishment. This gave her pause. Let's see. Given the situation, I cannot simply trust the words of a human like you. Day played his trump card. If you don't trust me, I will swear an oath on my mana. His words were hard to believe. You surely know what happens when someone as powerful as you breaks a mana oath, don't you? He knew it all too well. Of course, just wait until tomorrow, and everything will be revealed. Lilith had to concede. Very well, I will withdraw for now. He quickly thanked her. Thank you. And you, Gregory? The man replied, yes, your holiness. Day then added with emphasis, tell the king to gather all the nobles of the empire. Gregory didn't dare delay. Yes, sir. A buzz of conversation erupted. Another crisis had befallen the empire. Day scanned the faces in the room. Most of the people were already present. He raised his voice. Listen, everyone knows we were attacked by the Flying Dragon clan, correct? As you can all see, nearly half of the capital has been destroyed. I'm very busy, so let's get straight to the point. I want a full report, the private army that each family possesses down here. And remember, don't hide anything. This declaration immediately caused the nobles to erupt in protest. Even if you are the saint, this is going too far. How dare you demand we disclose our military forces here? I agree. Besides, you're not even from the Lyci Empire. The Empire's problems are for the Empire to solve. Please show yourself out. His expression turned sour. These people, he let out a scoff. Is that so? Day shrugged nonchalantly. All right, fine by me. To be honest, I don't care what happens to the Empire. So if you people want to die, I will not stop you. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. The others flew into a rage again, furious that he was not acting conventionally. How could a saint dare to say such things? All right then, get out, and don't let the door hit you. King Yorger, who had just walked in, felt his blood boil. Silence. How dare you speak to the saint that way? You are nobles under the protection of the capital. Do as the saint says immediately. If you defy him, I swear on my name I will make you vanish from this world in an instant. Then, he turned to him with a pitiful, pleading look. Your Holiness, please reconsider. Day was blunt. Not a chance. He made a show of turning away. I'll just tell the Flying Dragon clan to take care of the ungrateful people first. The king immediately panicked. Please, allow me. I will teach them a lesson. What are you all standing around for? Apologize at once. They wouldn't dare defy him now. We're sorry, they all stammered. We misspoke. We sincerely apologize to you, Your Holiness. Whoever dared to tell the saint to get lost, just you wait. Day was tired of these fools. His voice was cold. I was inclined to help the royal family, but now I've completely lost interest. Paired with the king's murderous glare, the nobles became as docile as lambs. What must we do for you to change your mind? What can we do? Just one word. Money. The nobles were struck silent. What did you just say? He repeated nonchalantly, but with more detail. Give me money. Each of you is to offer up 1/2 of your assets for a year. Fine. I'll be more merciful. 3/10? The nobles shrieked. 3/10 of our assets for a year? Their attitude shifted instantly, demanding money. That's a bit too direct, and that's far too much. How are we supposed to live after giving up 3/10 of our assets? Day gave a faint smile and pretended to leave. Fine. If you don't want to, I'll be on my way. This was followed by a death glare from Yorger, so they had to grit their teeth. All right, to show our sincerity, we will do as you say. They immediately started sucking up to him. I thought we should do this from the very beginning. The saint truly understands people's hearts. Even Day was at a loss for words. How shameless. He hurried them along. Well then, hurry up, write it down and bring the money here. Now. A short while later. Does everyone have the report on their family's private soldiers? Yes, here they are. Day inventoried the stack of documents. Let's see now. Aside from a few families, the numbers are a bit different from what was reported. This number of soldiers is enough to establish a new country. He sighed in exasperation. I thought I could help you catch the culprit, but this is just too much. I can't possibly find who the culprit is. The nobles panicked. What do you mean? After all this, you still can't find the culprit? But you said you would catch him. He smiled. I just didn't realize the empire was this corrupt. Day took out a document and explained, however, we're in luck. We have this. The treaty would grant the Flying Dragon clan's leader one request in exchange for their pardon. Those ignorant fools immediately began to praise him, as expected of the saint. Meanwhile, his icy gaze swept across them. To the average person, it looked like a standard mana pact. This was all part of his plan, but of course, it was a fake, was a piece of paper I scribbled on with mana. He's luring the mastermind out into the open, so what now? After causing trouble by dragging the Wyvern clan into this, you must be having a real headache, right? Actually, Day already had the answer. Who benefits from the Wyvern's attack? The answer was obvious. Someone from the royal family with their noble lackeys. It was the Grand Prince, who was desperate after being stripped of his inheritance rights. How to turn suspicion into certainty. Well, he cleared his throat, silencing the room. Then he gave Georgia a meaningful look. Your Majesty, please listen and follow my lead. The king looked at him with some surprise. Nevertheless, he then clapped his hands. Well, that settles everything. We are fortunate to have had the saint here to help us. And since everyone is gathered, I have an announcement. He declared loudly. Tomorrow morning, we will hold the coronation ceremony for the succeeding prince. Ah, nighttime is the perfect time for mischief, especially for Grand Prince Dan. That damn saint, does he have to get in my way? He stormed out of the room, yelling. Who would have known he would sign a mana contract with the Lord of W? His subordinate tried to calm him. We don't have much time. His Majesty suddenly appointed the crown prince. But the prince only grew more irritated. You think I don't know that? He ordered impatiently. We don't have time. Summon the attack squad just like last time. The other man knew this was a bad idea. Your Highness, don't tell me. But by now, hatred and greed had clouded the prince's mind. That's right. We will attack the W mountain range one more time. He didn't know someone was eavesdropping on his plan. It seemed he was too desperate to make any sound decisions anymore. So shrugged, he was just walking right back into the lion's den. Huech gave the little girl a task. Send a message to the saint. I'll continue to observe. Understood. On the other side, Day quickly received the news. He had figured the prince would make a move, but he was exasperated by the Grand Prince's intelligence. He couldn't believe he chose to pick a fight with the W clan again. What an idiot. The person across from him spoke up. You shouldn't have come here without a reason, she asked. Have you found the mastermind yet? Day was honest. Not yet. Then what are you doing here? To inform you that they are coming here on their own. You'll see soon enough. Even Lilith was stunned. What? They're coming back again? Day tried to placate her. We don't have much time. Hide in the bushes and attack the moment you sense their mana. We can identify and capture the mastermind as soon as we return and interrogate them. Can you reconsider attacking the Empire? Lilith raised an eyebrow. You've already done that? I don't believe you. At this point, Day was also in a tough spot. I'm not lying. Have you forgotten about the mana oath? She denied it again. No, that's not the reason. Her scrutinizing gaze swept over him. But what do you gain from doing this? Is it because you're the saint? His lips twitched. I'll take that as a compliment. With that settled, he held his breath and waited. All right, it's time to drag the mastermind into the light, isn't it? It was early in the morning and already so irritating. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's the saint? Luciella was fuming. There's a limit to arrogance. How dare he summon the royal family of the Lessie Empire just because he feels like it? Only Selena reminded her. Luciella, watch your words. She bluntly pointed out her mistake. He is the one who saved His Majesty. You should show some gratitude and act like a member of the royal family. However, this only made the other woman more annoyed. Ha, how noble of you. Her face was flushed with shame and humiliation. Since when did she care so much about the royal family's affairs? Meanwhile, Jian was stunned. Why now? He felt a pang of guilt. Why did that guy summon everyone? What is that bastard plotting? Just then, Day calmly walked in. Is everyone here? He did a head count. 1, 2. Good, all 6 of you are here. Gale spoke up. Why have you summoned us this time? We came because you said it was important, but Day acted mysterious. This is very important. One of you here ordered the attack on the Wivs, and that same person has attacked again today. This statement left almost everyone stunned. Someone from the royal family? Impossible. Meanwhile, Jian was sweating bullets. Damn it, I can't believe he knows already. If I'm caught, I'll definitely be executed. No, there's no evidence anyway, I just have to deny it. Just as he convinced himself of that, Day's voice rang out. You probably think that since there's no evidence, all you have to do is deny it, right? He gave a faint smile. But unfortunately for you, I have proof. The soldiers who attacked the Wiv's lair have been captured already. With mind magic, they'll confess soon enough. He unleashed a barrage of threats. If you're going to be caught anyway, what do you think will happen? The people's hatred will surge. To appease them, they'll probably have to use the mastermind's head and parade it everywhere. Hearing this plunged Jian's anxious mind into despair. Day raised his voice slightly. So I have a proposal. Why not confess to me, and we can settle this quietly? He acted profound. It's quite simple, isn't it? By confessing, in the name of the gods, you know you can mitigate your sins, right? Besides, I'd like the entire empire to owe me a huge favor. Day continued his bluff and mind games. Simply put, I'll take the credit, and someone else will avoid getting their head chopped off and paraded around. Jian couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, It was me. I'm the one who did it. I, Grand Prince Jazian, ordered the attack on the Wiv's lair. Please be merciful. Hearing this, Day chuckled softly. Good choice. He gave the man a thumbs up. TK. Well then, goodbye. There's no such thing as a god's mercy, but as the saint, I hope you can rest in peace in the afterlife. Jian panicked. Rest in peace in the afterlife? What do you mean? You just said. Day grinned. Of course I'm going to say something different now, his expression nonchalant. Because I was lying. Did you think you could get away with it? I don't have any proof. Thanks for the confession. At this point, Jian's grape-sized brain completely shut down. Ahem. Day spoke up. All right, come on out. From now on, this is the Empire's problem anyway. It wasn't until he was being dragged away that he snapped out of it. Impossible, you liar. You're the saint. How could you lie? Day just smiled and denied it. No, not at all. A soldier approached to report. Your Holiness, we have arrested all the nobles who participated in the rebellion. What should we do now? A confused look was on the soldier's face. Saint Day's work here is done, ask His Majesty, not me. Like I said before, from now on, the decision lies with the Empire. Of course, he always knew his place. I'm just an outsider. And with that, Day left the Lessie Empire after a long stay. His Majesty executed everyone involved in the rebellion. As for Day, he had helped the Empire immensely. He brought more than just benefits. For his diplomatic service to the Empire, His Majesty granted Day a title and land. But only much later did Day find out that at this moment he was communicating through the orb. Iriel screamed, "What? In that case, it's too late. An official request from the Empire just came out of nowhere, huh? What is it?" Day tried to calm her down. "But there's nothing we can do about it. Are you busy? Why the rush?" At this point, Iriel was forced to emphasize, "We are very busy. The pilgrimage schedule has already been set, and you still look completely clueless. So what? I can just take my time and go later." Iriel sighed. "It's not that simple. The time for the pilgrimage is fixed." The more they talked, the more Day lost his composure. "The later we leave, the tighter and more difficult the schedule gets." "The time is fixed? Are you rushing me? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I'm leaving right now." Iriel, who was staring intently at the orb, suddenly turned beet red. She stammered in a panic. "Why did you put the crystal orb there?" Day hastily shoved the orb into his shirt and got out of the carriage. "I have urgent business, so I'm going on ahead. You can just proceed slowly." The coachman was bewildered. "Your Holiness?" Then he ran like the wind, arriving back at the Holy Nation when it was already dusk. A servant came out to greet him. "You've arrived earlier than expected, Your Holiness." Day replied, "I heard the preparations for the pilgrimage are complete." Cleis bowed. "We were planning to depart tomorrow morning." Day offered his praise and then turned to another person. "Excellent work, Hongyang. What about the task I assigned you?" The girl replied, "Yes, sir. Regarding the current situation in the Holy Nation, aside from Salonia, the outlying regions of the Holy Nation are facing financial difficulties. The primary cause is the aftermath of the Phroxia incident and the increase in the monster population. The local lords are raising taxes to build up monster hunting forces." Day frowned slightly. "Raising taxes, huh? Didn't the capital send aid as well?" Hongyang replied, "It appears to be a case of embezzlement." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth. "Those damn scoundrels. Make a list of all the corrupt lords. I'll deal with them when I return from the pilgrimage." "Yes, sir." He began to slowly handle the backlog of work. "How are things at the academy?" Cleis brought out the crystal orb with a weary look. "Coincidentally, we just detected a connection signal from Jack through the crystal orb." "Really? Connected." The moment it activated, a large face appeared, filling the entire screen. It was Jack. Saint Day was speechless. "You're holding that way too close." "It's been a while, sir. Is everything all right over there?" He was in the middle of saying, "As per your orders, I was still monitoring the situation when..." Someone pushed him aside to get in front of the orb, "Sir." Day looked surprised. "Are you two together?" Lee's eyes welled up with emotional tears. "I've read all the books and notes you left behind. They are incredibly detailed, systematic, and vastly informative, both elegant and precise. Where did you acquire all that knowledge from?" Jack, who had been shoved aside, was furious. "How dare you cut in front of me? Scram!" Lee flipped him the bird. "You're the one who should get lost." Then he turned back with a puppy dog face. "Sir, I will devote my entire life to you. Please teach me more." "No, please teach me everything you know." Jack immediately lunged forward, pushing his head away. "How dare you? Are you insane?" "Your Holiness, I want to learn more than this fool." Hearing the two of them arguing noisily, "If you're going to teach anyone, teach me." Day felt a headache coming on. "Turn it off." "Yes, sir." He then gave his instructions. "Take care while I'm gone." Hongyang bowed. "Yes. I wish you a safe journey, sir. Cheer up, Your Holiness." And so Day once again had to wake up early for the carriage ride. He was excited. What great weather. At the same time, he glanced warily towards the front. "But why are you here?" It was Fa, who was gleefully clinging to Iriel. "This feels like a picnic, doesn't it?" she explained. "Each time, one of the noble families joining the pilgrimage." Frey beamed. "It's our family's turn this time. That's not what I meant." "But why are you riding in the same carriage as us?" Frey put on a pitiful expression. "But riding in a carriage all by myself is so boring." Day's face turned cold. "Go back to your own carriage later. It's crowded in here." She whined. "Oh, come on, don't be like that. I even prepared this." Iriel was stunned. "Wow, impressive." She replied with a proud tone. "Of course, tea and snacks for the whole trip. I brewed the tea myself. It's a truly magnificent spread." Iriel flatly refused. "No thanks, I'm feeling a bit nauseous." Frey turned to him. "Then please, Your Holiness. I won't be drinking any either," she pleaded. Oh, come on, just one sip. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity. This is my specialty, you know. If you don't like it, I'll get out of the carriage immediately, okay? Hearing that, he felt a bit of pity. All right, fine. Day brought the teacup to his lips and took a sip. Frey's face was full of excitement. How is it? Delicious, right? A second later, she was dejectedly heading to another carriage, of course, by herself. Day had never tasted anything like it. What kind of tea tastes like garbage? Uriel giggled. Frey must have understood the answer. He had a feeling she knew all along. Is this why you didn't drink it? In response came her cheerful words. Someone had to tell her the truth. This is much better, otherwise I would have dozed off the whole way. Day felt the need to clarify. That sounds strange. What do you mean? What about the pilgrimage? Uriel, full of experience, explained. There's nothing to the pilgrimage. You just have to ride a carriage around the villages. Most of the work will be done by the priests and clerics. Day immediately retorted. Then why does the saint have to come? It's all just a formality. She didn't give him a chance to protest. It's precisely for building up your image. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out, and there was a commotion outside. Sir, you can't block the carriage like that. The two of them immediately looked outside. It seemed something was happening. A man frail and holding a child begged, I know this is wrong, but please, sirs, the situation is urgent. Please heal my child. The soldiers, acting reasonably, didn't chase him away. Don't worry, the saint will see to you. Go heal the child. A priest went over and bowed. Yes, sir. Holy magic was then cast upon the little girl. His expression turned strangely troubled. The holy magic had no effect. Hearing this, a soldier said, Is the child's condition too severe? I'm sorry, sir, but we did our best. The poor man looked as if he had fallen into despair. No, please. We've been waiting for this pilgrimage. We've endured everything for this moment. Sob. Just then someone approached, and the crowd parted slightly. Day stepped out. Let me see. The man who was poor, upon hearing the crowd call his title, called out as well. Your Holiness, will you personally heal my child? Thank you, Your Holiness, thank you. Day paid him no mind, his eyes scanning over her. Let's see. Her physical condition was obvious, with brittle hair that fell out easily, severe edema on her skin, and an emaciated body with no subcutaneous fat. He asked carefully, Did the girl suddenly fall ill? The father denied it. No, sir. Hearing this, he immediately made a diagnosis. As expected, it was just a protein deficiency. No wonder the priest's holy magic didn't work. He ordered the commander to prepare a meal for them, with plenty of meat. The poor man was confused. Thank you, Your Holiness, but why food? Day explained. If the child eats plenty of meat, she will recover on her own. From now on, you must make sure she eats properly. The man was flustered. But we don't have the money to buy meat regularly, he gently said. Then beans will also work. Soybeans, black beans, kidney beans, chickpeas, any of them will do. Instead of her usual meals. With grains will make the baby healthier, but you still have to feed her meat occasionally, he advised sincerely. It's all for the baby's good. Even if you have to overwork yourselves, please do your best. Then it was Iriel's turn. I think I can cure the edema. A spell made the little girl's skin plump up again. Amazing, it's gone. The man kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lords. We will never forget this kindness. Uriel said gently. It's nothing. We're just doing our duty. They couldn't linger there for long. All right, let's head to the Celia Royal Palace. The procession of carriages traveled down the path. Day closed his eyes and thought. Uriel tilted her head curiously, asking, What are you pondering so deeply about? He suddenly asked, Uriel, how much is left in our treasury? Let's see, she mentally calculated. About 20 silver coins, I think. Hearing that, Day was startled. That's it? Is that all we have? She then added, I have my own money too, so in total it's about 27 coins. His face immediately brightened upon hearing that. You're quite well off, huh? That should be enough. Uriel looked at him scrutinizingly. Enough for what? Why are you asking about that? Don't tell me. Just as she suspected, his expression turned serious. Lend me the money. Uriel was instantly alarmed. What? What are you going to do with that money? Day didn't hesitate to point out that the kingdom of Celia was facing a severe financial crisis. That's why so many people, like the ones we just met, are malnourished and starving to death. Do you think people should die for a reason like that? She said. You're right. I also want to help those in need. I will help. Day immediately beamed. That's great. I'll pay you back as soon as we return to the Holy Nation. But then he heard her refuse. There's no need. His expression went blank. She was just giving away that much money? Of course, she said, proudly puffing her chest out. I'm a saintess too, you know. And so the group of pilgrims from the Holy Nation arrived in the kingdom of Celia. Under the saint's orders, they purchased large quantities of ingredients from various regions and prepared simple meals for the struggling populace. For those who had only a little bit of strength left, this was like a refreshing rain on their withered bodies. Uriel couldn't hide her surprise. What? You think King Celia wants something? When they first arrived, the King of Celia had extended an invitation. I've heard that you helped our people on your way here. I am very grateful for the holy nation's generosity. We have prepared a banquet to celebrate your pilgrimage tonight, so please make yourselves at home. His eyes clearly held some kind of calculation. Iriel was suspicious. He's throwing a party? Day also knew it. He's not that type of person. He must want something from the holy nation. Suddenly, Iriel changed the subject. Oh, by the way, the pilgrimage is over. We have some free time. Day thought for a moment. I'm planning to go out for a while. She could guess his intention. To visit your home? You're being so vague. What about you? Do you have any plans? She shook her head. Not yet. I was just planning to hang out with Fia. Day teased. Is that all? Why don't you go to the capital? He then said seriously. You're swamped with work every single day. But Iriel seemed content with it. This is fine. I should just focus on getting some proper rest while I can. Her voice became distant. Since you became the saint, have you ever thought about leaving it all behind and running away? As her light brown hair swayed, her silhouette looked incredibly lonely, just wanting to leave it all behind. Day watched her silently, then answered softly, Of course. Then he suddenly yelled, venting his frustration. This is torture. What kind of god is so demanding? Always making me do this and that. He gives me a little bit of holy power and then exploits me like this. Seeing Iriel's dazed expression, he felt a sense of empathy. She probably wanted to say that, right? After all, she's been a saint longer than I have. She must have had a very hard time. He mused about these taboos. As a saint, he healed the sick and used his divine power to help people. When I get to do that, I feel truly blessed to be a saint. Am I the only one who feels this way? Well, I'll be on my way now. His words seemed to soothe her. I feel the same way. Thank you. Of course. Day acted quickly. It had been a long time since he'd been home. He used an invisibility spell, planning to give his mother a little scare. It must be lunchtime. Should I sneak in and surprise them? The moment the door opened, something came flying at him. Day instinctively knocked it away, followed by a continuous shower of falling plates. He was forced to shout, Stop throwing plates at me. Only then did the two of them stop. His father chuckled sheepishly. Oh, it's you. You should make some noise when you come in. His mother, however, threw her arms around him. How long has it been? Are you doing a good job as a saint, my dear son? He reassured them. I'm just stopping by during my pilgrimage. His mother beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy. That's wonderful. Just in time. We just finished making lunch. Come eat with us. He didn't refuse. Okay. But before that, his father spoke up again. He had a triumphant look on his face. Go upstairs. I bet you'll be surprised. Day's curiosity was piqued. Upstairs? Upstairs? He was so surprised his jaw dropped. Since when did he have a younger sister? The baby girl was beautiful and fair-skinned. He laughed with delight. Dad, this is quite a surprise. His father was brimming with excitement. You have a little sister now. Day gave him a strange look. What do you think? Why does he keep asking? It's as if those two can't keep away from each other. Day was stunned. But a 16-year age gap? Is that why he used purification on his hand? It made sense to poke her soft cheek with a clean finger. She's so adorable. The tiny hand grabbed his index finger, and he couldn't stop smiling. His dad said, She's precious, isn't she? You used to be this small too. Look, she's holding your hand. Then he noticed the baby's grumpy expression. Turns out she was angry. Well, it's only natural to get mad after being poked like that. This brought back some bad memories for him. His dad remarked, Dad, she may be as small as a bean, but she's really determined, just like you were as a kid. You're truly siblings. Just then his mother came up to call them. Are you two playing with Sha? Come down for lunch. So her name was Sha. He smiled and said goodbye to the baby. See you later, Sha. His father then asked Day, how are things in the holy nation? Anything exciting happen? He chuckled. Anything exciting? It's been so long since I've been home, I have so much to tell you. Actually, a few things have happened. The family chattered and laughed cheerfully. So that happened too? Yes, a lot has been going on. His mother smiled as brightly as a flower. I'm just glad you still look healthy. His father added, I'm very proud of you, son. At that moment, Day suddenly spoke up. By the way, there's something I'm curious about. Our family isn't normal, are we? He seemed to have touched on a subject that made both of them jump. They looked flustered. What do you mean? Day chewed his meat. I've thought about it since I was a kid. Mom is a high-ranking mage, and Dad is a swordsman who has reached the level of a swordmaster. He finally voiced the question he'd had for a long time. So why are you two living in such a remote place? The couple looked at each other before speaking. The day has finally come. You were bound to find out sooner or later, his father said seriously. Day, our family carries the bloodline of heroes. Day was stunned when he heard this. The bloodline of heroes? His parents then beckoned him. It's probably faster to just show you. Let's go outside, Day. He looked confusedly at the two most familiar people in his life. What are they going to show me? Suddenly, he felt something unusual. This mana, fire, water, and earth orbs. 3 orbs, and of 3 elements was unleashed. Day couldn't help but be astonished by this sight. his mind more shocked than ever before. Father knows magic, and his mana surpasses anyone I've ever met. Has he been hiding this magic all this time? Then it was the other person's turn. She leaped up, and her powerful, decisive sword strikes swept past the two of them. Blade aura. At this level, Day's jaw dropped. That's a high-level swordsman, he exclaimed. Are you both magic swordsmen? Without immediately answering his question, she began to speak. Let me tell you an old story. From ancient times, saints like you, who possess considerable holy power, were able to communicate with the gods and convey the will of the gods along with a transcendent race. They protected the world from danger, but for some reason, the transcendent race disappeared and a problem arose. During the Great Magic War, a group led by a necromancer attacked humanity, and the saint couldn't resolve the situation with their power alone. Thus, the Age of Magic ended 300 years ago. At that time, the gods chose 12 potential individuals and bestowed their blessings upon them. With the power of the blessing, they defeated the necromancer and were dubbed the 12 heroes before they vanished. Then, she revealed a shocking truth. We are their descendants. That's right, the blessing is passed down through the generations, granting the descendants exceptional talent in every field. They also age slowly and live for up to 500 years. This was truly unbelievable. 500 years? His face was dazed. So, besides us, are there others who carry the heroic bloodline? His mother replied yes, but also issued a warning. But Day, I hope you don't get too close to them. Your father and I escaped from that place to live here. It is a terrible place. They are no different than the living dead. The two of them were always worried for his safety. We know you're very curious, but they are extremely dangerous. That's why we've kept this secret from you until now. Day felt a bit let down. Yes, however, the topic was etched into his mind, an extended lifespan and exceptional talent in all fields. The next day, his parents saw him off. Day, take care. Remember to eat well. If anyone bullies you, just write home, and I'll come and handle it. He smiled and promised, I'll be back again. As he left, he couldn't forget about that matter. My parents warned me not to show any interest in the heroic bloodline. Of course, he couldn't just let it go, but if they are all geniuses in every field, then surely that must include medicine. And with their extended lifespans, what if they have medical knowledge like me? A plan began to form in Day's mind. A plan, I have to find out more about these heroes. He noticed his path. He was running so fast he was already nearing the edge of the forest, and while I'm here, I might as well visit her. A chiding voice rang out. You're late, you know. The white of her outfit was always striking. You came all this way and only now you think of me? Era pouted sulkily. Why did I have to be the one to come? First? Day laughed awkwardly. I was planning to visit anyway. He asked curiously. But how did you know I was coming? Era proudly pointed to her hand. The mark on his hand lit up as well. Didn't I tell you I'd always be with you? He had encountered so many surprising things lately. This thing has a function like that too? Noticing his mood, she reassured him. Don't worry, I don't know everything you do. The magic only activates in two cases. One is when you are in danger. Ira stepped closer, her hand reaching out to gently touch his cheek. The second is when you think of me. Her plump lips curved upwards slightly, her eyes filled with seductive charm. Him, he said to Lilith too. We're just friends. I guess I'll have to try harder. Day forced a smile and created some distance, but I think this is fine as it is. He changed the subject. Oh, Era, do you know anything about heroes? Era crossed her arms. Heroes? You mean the blessed ones? I know a little. They are the ones who receive two blessings from the goddess Brias. You humans call them heroes. It was another name he didn't recognize. Who was Brias? Day suddenly realized. Wait a minute, did you just say there are two blessings? Yes. The first is the blessing of potential, which helps you become stronger with just a little effort. The other is the blessing of ability exchange. Those who receive this blessing gain power and experience by killing each other. Day exclaimed. I can't believe something like that exists. That's not right. How can you call that a blessing? Ira said nonchalantly. For humanity, it is. Thanks to it, they were able to defeat the monsters. But why are you asking about this? He revealed with a calm expression. They said I'm a descendant of those people. Her eyes widened slightly, and he wondered, what's wrong? She just lowered her head. It's nothing. So your power comes from your bloodline. She gave him some information. I know of a village on the western continent where the descendants live, if you're interested. You should visit them someday. Day was immediately excited. Really? I've always wanted to go see it. Thanks. Era knew it was time for him to leave. You must be busy. You should go back. We'll talk more when you return to the Holy Nation. Day felt awkward. I feel a bit bad just meeting you and then leaving right away. She waved her hand. It's fine. We have plenty of time. Hearing that, he felt relieved. Okay, I'll be back. Even so, she wondered in her heart, the reason Day became the saint, could it be? Watching his figure disappear behind the trees, Era hoped. She hoped that she was just overthinking things. He was gone until the afternoon, and the pilgrimage carriage was still waiting. As soon as he got back, he was met with Uriel's scolding. "You're so late. Were you on vacation or something?" Day chuckled sheepishly. "I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I've been home, so please cut me some slack." She was a little annoyed. "Honestly, I've already finished all the preparations, so get in the carriage." He took the opportunity to praise her. "I knew it. You're always so thoughtful." She announced the schedule. The pilgrimage will go to Prius on the western continent. Day was a little curious. Prius? Is that a kingdom too? Yes, Prius is a holy nation like Gaia. The holy nation of Prius, a kingdom that worships the goddess of hardship and trials. Prius and its followers awaken their faith through countless ordeals, Uriel explained. The goddess Prius has never chosen a saint, so they aren't very well known to the outside world. Day was confused. Unlike our goddess, who leaves everything to humans. But why do we have to make a pilgrimage there? Her expression was calm. Because the goddess Prius is Gaia's sister. Speaking of which, it wouldn't be wrong to say our church and Prius's are like sisters. Family. Doesn't need a reason to visit each other, right? He didn't have any objections. That makes sense. A thought flashed through his mind. What a coincidence. We're heading to the western continent. The carriage slowly began to roll westward. The journey to the western continent, day 2. Day asked wearily. When we get to Prius, will this pilgrimage be over? Uriel nodded. That's right. I think we can end it on a relaxed note. He brought something up. Well, when we get to the western continent, there's a place I want to visit. Oh, what is it? Where is it? His expression turned serious. Somehow, she know anything about the heroic bloodline? Upon hearing that, Uriel exclaimed, "No way." Her expression was one of utter panic. So Day, are you saying you're a hero created by the goddess Prius, and also a saint chosen by the goddess Ger? How can that be possible? He also found it hard to say, I also feel that it's amazing. Uriel still had countless questions. But why do you want to find other heroes then? Unbelievable. Are you planning to devour them all? All of them? He yelled. Of course not. What are you thinking? Hearing that, her voice softened. Then what is it? Day turned his head to look out the window. The medical academy? What? He stated his ideal with a nonchalant attitude of his. I'm going to bring them all to the academy and turn them into doctors. Uriel found it reasonable. That sounds like you. At that moment, the carriage stopped. We're here. Let's talk later. Day stepped out of the carriage and let out a gasp. The scene before him left him in awe. This is a beautiful port, isn't it? No matter how many places I've been, this one still looks the best. She urged. Let's get on the ship. Day watched the waves with a heart full of emotions. It's been a while since I've seen the sea. It's truly beautiful. But that thought only lasted for a moment. The the group sailed for 15 days, and then traveled by carriage for 3 days. Finally, they arrived at the holy nation of Prius. Day felt completely drained. How long did it take to get here? I'm exhausted. Uriel laughed as if she were used to it. Used to it. It's not good for you to be tired. She preached to him. The goddess Prius oversees adversity, hardship, and trials. Her followers also consider such struggles a virtue. Her expression was worn down by years of torment, and you should prepare yourself. Before he could even wonder what to prepare for, the temple doors opened. Welcome. 3 hooded figures stepped out. We welcome the saints. We will guide you from here. Day let out a slight sigh of relief. A sigh of relief. Oh, we finally get a chance to rest, right? They began to speak, first clasping their hands together in a request. Although you are both weary from a long journey, we must pray to the goddess. Please kneel where you stand. Kneel where you stand. This scene made him widen his eyes. What? So suddenly? He was completely bewildered. They were making guests from across the sea kneel and pray. Right here? He turned to glance at Uriel. Hey, Uriel. Is this really okay? But she was already kneeling before he did? What's with that resigned and obedient attitude? Having no other choice, he also knelt down. Damn it. The guide began to pray emotionally. Oh, Goddess Prius, the saints from the Holy Empire of Ger have finally arrived. All these lofty words, always keeping us vigilant and helping us grow through hardship. We sincerely pray that we may take strong steps forward in our pilgrimage, as well as pray that we achieve great enlightenment, even through the hardships we must endure with the saints. Day felt like his brain was about to split. When it was finally time to stand up, they bowed. I will lead you to the annex. The guest chambers where the saints will be staying are just next door. At this moment, he whispered softly, Uriel, what did that part about enduring hardships with the saints mean? Uriel replied coolly. Originally, we didn't need to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Empire of Prius from the start. Since they are also a holy empire like us, there's no need to help anyone during the pilgrimage. We simply participate in the exchange because the 2 goddesses are sisters. This exchange is about sympathizing with each other's doctrines and understanding one another. Day's face darkened as he tried to run. I wanted to get out of here but was grabbed by Uriel. No, you can't. Where do you think you're going? She hissed in frustration. I've helped you so much up to this point. Are you really going to leave me all alone now? Day couldn't argue with that. I can't really argue with that. He relented. Fine. But what exactly do we have to do to overcome this trial? her face filled with dread, as if she were facing fasting or being trapped in a pitch-black cave, or soaking in a boiling hot spring. You know, things like that. He was left speechless. I really just want to run far away. The next day, they were led to a desolate place. Here, we have arrived. For the next 1 week, you saints will endure the trial of consuming only what you can find in this forest. Of course, you are absolutely forbidden from using any holy arts. We will now take our leave and endure hardships elsewhere. May hardship and adversity be with you. Day felt resentful. What an unpleasant farewell, Ariel explained. Since this is just the beginning, they gave us something easy. You understand? We did something similar during the baptism ceremony. Let's see what we can find here. He gave her a task. Ariel, go look around for any drinking water. Got it. 2 hours later, she came back looking exhausted. There isn't a single drop of water here. We'll just have to endure. Then she noticed something was wrong, and before her eyes was an unbelievable sight. What is all of this? How did you manage to make such a delicious meal? Day was nonchalant. Why are you so surprised? He even thoughtfully pointed out her sleeping spot. You can sleep here. I laid down some soft leaves, and if you bury a hot stone before you sleep, it'll be a bit warmer. Ariel's eyes began to sparkle. You really can do everything, can't you? Day pondered. What about water? If it's just for 1 week, we can handle the food situation somehow. All right, let's eat. And just like that, the two of them endured their trials in a relatively comfortable manner. 1 week later, their guide returned, completely surprised. Saints, you have returned, you endured well. The two of them looked no different than on the first day, perhaps even more radiant. It wasn't too hard. She even suspected they had secretly stashed food away. But she didn't press the matter. I will escort the two of you to the VIP room. Day paced around the large room. It's time I started my investigation. He called out. Guards, are you there? A shadow dropped down, present, awaiting your orders. He gave the command to investigate the bloodline of heroes on the Western continent and report every detail you find. As you command. He smirked. It didn't matter what the gods had created them for, as long as he could use them to develop medicine throughout the entire continent and work towards a brighter future. Time flew by, and it had been 1 month since we arrived in the Holy Kingdom of Praz. What should we do? Ariel asked with a dazed expression. Day replied, at this rate, I'll wipe the Holy Kingdom of Praz off the map. She felt a bit guilty, but was at a loss for what to do. It was such an ironic situation that Day was left speechless. This is the first time I've ever been grateful to be the Saint of Thorns. Ariel looked on with a desperate expression. But we have to endure it because we are saints. We must set an example so that others will follow, not just us. Suddenly he quickened his pace. I can't take this anymore. I'm going out. She was startled and confused. Where are you going? His response was a smug look. Just you wait and see. A moment later, he returned with a pile of cooking ingredients and placed them in the room. Ariel was a bit baffled by this pile of things. Ingredients? And you bought so many? Day just started organizing them. It's not just for us to eat. I'm going to share with everyone. She panicked a little when she saw him create a flame. What if you get caught? He continued with a completely unfazed attitude. Don't worry and trust me. He was very focused on controlling it so that it wouldn't spread, which was not easy at all. The fire must not spread. Ariel, I need your help. Because he was busy tending the fire, he asked her to cut the fruit into small pieces and hand them over. Her expression was awkward. I've never cooked before, he reassured her. It's fine, just do as I say. The two of them, Day and Ariel, worked diligently on their task. It's done. And just like that, a special pot of porridge was ready. Ariel was so happy she wanted to cry. Delicious. This is so delicious. He chuckled. Go on and eat. I'm going to share some with everyone. A few days later, rumors had spread far and wide. This is really strange. What is? The head priest of Prius, Fenji, started to find things odd. I mean, we're all in the same situation, so why do they look so happy? However, the others disagreed. Are you talking about the saints? Even though they are young, I think the two of them are handling it well. Fenji thought they were on his side. That's right, those two saints are understandable. They're different from us. He insisted on his accusation. But everyone in the city-state of GER is like that, so those two must be up to something shady. Unfortunately for him, the priest had already been won over by Day's food. No, you shouldn't say that. Why would you cast suspicion on the saints? He remained resolute. There are too many suspicious things for me to just ignore it. Fenji was still lost in his own world. For the final trial, we must observe them when they go together. Someone spoke up. Now that I remember, there's a scheduled trip to Mount Hefria. Everyone became worried. Is that going to be okay? I heard a monster leader appeared recently. It's on the southern side of the mountain. He pointed at a map. We will escort the saints to the east and west. At the same time, we will carry out an expedition to the south. It seems this idea was met with agreement. That way, the saints won't be in any danger. Fenji approved. That's right. I must ensure it's organized and that everyone is notified. Suddenly, he froze and collapsed to his knees. The priests were all worried. Head priest, what's wrong? A healing spell was immediately cast on him. He whispered weakly, "Thank you. The illness hasn't improved. It seems to be getting worse. This situation is not good at all." "How is your family, sir?" Fenji struggled to speak. "My daughter has the same thing I do. We've been treating her regularly, but she's still so young." The priest sympathized. "You must be very worried. What more can I do? We don't know the cause, and my wife has to suffer," someone vaguely suggested. "Perhaps if you ask the Saint of G for help?" Fenji refused. "That's absolutely out of the question. How could I, a servant of Brias, accept a favor from another god?" The priest felt that it wasn't an issue, but their gods are sisters. What's the problem? Yet Fenji remained adamant. Even so, a taboo is a taboo. The priest could only sigh with worry. He's so stubborn. After that, Day was assigned to another location, and he complained, "Back to the mountain." Iriel reassured him, "This is the last time, so do your best. I'll go on ahead." The final trial took place at Mount Hefrion. Because many people from G passed the trial together, the Holy Land had become too small. Therefore, the group was split into 3 teams, Iriel to the east, Day to the west, and the rest to the south. A priest came forward to announce, "Your Holiness, you may depart now." He suddenly asked, "Mount Hefrion is a habitat for monsters, right?" The priest didn't deny it, reassuring him at the same time. "That's right, but don't worry. Our holy knights will protect you." He could also see they had sent many people, but he had a question. "Aren't those the people sent to the south? That side seems to have more people than here." Hearing this, the priest replied, "The expedition team? Yes, recently a monster leader has appeared, posing a threat. That number of people should be enough." Day still had an uneasy feeling. He instructed, "But if something happens in the south, can you let me know?" It wasn't too difficult, so the man agreed. "Understood. I don't think anything serious will happen, but if there's a problem, I'll inform you first." He replied back, "Yes, thank you. I have a bad feeling." Just as his intuition told him, shortly after, a scout yelled, "The monsters are launching a surprise attack." A green orc wielding an axe charged forward maniacally, and the priests immediately cast Blessing and Holy Guard. The Holy Knights at the rear noticed something unusual. "Something's not right. There are more of them than we thought. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. Request reinforcements from the Holy Nation." But when they hurriedly tried to make contact, something unfortunate happened. The communication orb wasn't working. Even if we send a message, we can't possibly defeat its army. Everyone began to panic, and Fenji was terrified. Even though it's a monster leader, a monster army of this size is something I've never seen before. What the hell is going on? A terrified scream echoed amidst the chaos. "Run!" A priest ran over, followed by a massive silhouette. The monster leader had appeared. Unfortunately, that single slash took his life. The moment it stepped out, all the survivors were shocked. That thing is the monster leader? But what is that thing growing out of its chest? With just a beam of dark energy, he immediately coughed up blood, and his head began to feel dizzy. "The pain in my chest has gotten worse." A subordinate urgently prompted, "Head priest, you must get out of here." Pale-faced, he shooed them away. "It's too late, just leave me and go." The priest panicked. "I can't do that. How could I?" In just a moment of hesitation, the monster was already in front of them. Facing death, Fenji still prayed silently. "I pray to you, Prius." A cold voice rang out. "Don't be so loud. My husband is sleeping." Slashes like cutting wind swept past. An elven woman appeared out of nowhere. "I told you not to be so loud. You're quite a naughty child, aren't you?" 30 minutes before the monster invasion, Day stood and thought, "I knew it. My bad feelings are always right." He thought to himself in his mind, "I can feel mana scattering to the south. There are quite a lot of them, and they look stronger than I thought." The next second, Day moved quickly. "This is bad. I have to hurry." Someone exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, an elf?" She introduced herself. "Yeah, I'm an elf, but a dark elf, got it? What a pain." The boy knelt on the ground, chirping out, "Thank you so much for saving my life. I don't know how I can ever repay you." She replied coldly, "No need. I'm not doing this for favors." The dark elf wondered. "More importantly, aren't you going to check over there?" Just then, a person was collapsed and lying still on the ground. He shouted loudly, "Bishop Fenji?" He immediately ran to his side. He clasped his hands together, creating a golden healing light. He saw head priest Fenji's face turning increasingly blue, and sweating profusely. He was confused. "What? Why isn't the healing working? Is it because my holy power is too weak?" He awkwardly asked, "Are there no bishops left with any holy power?" Suddenly, a person appeared, saying, "Move aside." It turned out, it was Day. The boy exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness." He got straight to the point. "Let me take a look." A moment later, Day had removed the shirt of head priest Fenji. The man was so exhausted he had lost consciousness. Day placed a hand on his chest, silently, assessing chest pain and difficulty breathing. The apex of the lung and pleural cavity are swollen. It's a pneumothorax, and worse, both lungs are affected, and the injury is difficult to treat. He propped Fenji up, observing him carefully. There is no other choice. I have to perform a bilateral thoracotomy, making incisions on both sides of the chest. I'll induce inflammation to seal the holes in the lungs. Day laid out the first steps, cutting through the muscle and pleura to get a better view for the surgery. He called out to the two priests, who were bewildered. You two. He looked at the dark elf. Can you help me? She asked quietly. What is it? Seeing him act this way, she thought to herself, how interesting. A human who possesses the knowledge of a high-level elf? The elf agreed. Fine, I'll help. Day was inwardly surprised. She's more cooperative than I expected. He replied. Thank you. First, let's find a suitable place. Day spotted a large, suitable boulder nearby. This place will do. He raised his hand, and a blue light appeared and radiated from his palm. Day thought, I'll use a bit of holy power. He used the holy power to slice the top of the boulder flat. The elf couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, that's pretty cool. Only then did Day say, thank you. Could you find me some cloth? It needs to be clean. She replied quietly. Okay. At that moment, the voice of the young priest rang out. What should we do? He turned to ask. You've never performed surgery on a person, right? The priest nodded. That's right. He continued to question. So have you ever seen someone die before? The young man hesitated. Yes, I've seen it before. But Day cut him off at that. That's good enough. When the cloth gets here, just follow my instructions. He quickly answered him. Understood, sir. Day thought to himself. A bilateral thoracotomy requires at least one knowledgeable doctor. A typical surgery requires one airway specialist, one anesthesiologist, and at least 2 assistants. He worried silently, thinking about the prospect of performing the surgery by himself while giving out detailed, step-by-step instructions. He couldn't help but sigh. The elf cut off his train of thought. I have the cloth right here. She presented a white cloth and announced, this is the best I could find. He pondered for a moment before saying, it's a little small, but we'll have to make it work. Thank you. Day then uttered, cleanse. Before long, Fenji was lying on the boulder, with a white cloth placed under his back. He warned everyone, I'm telling you now, no matter what I do, don't be alarmed, just be sure to carefully follow my instructions, and we'll be able to save him. The elf responded coolly. Understood. The young bishops quickly said, yes, your highness. He thought, let's double-check the anesthesia. Then a purple mist enveloped Fenji. Sleep. Day picked up the scalpel, making an incision across Fenji's chest. He proceeded with the surgery step by step, thinking, I'll cut through the subcutaneous tissue and muscle. This made the young bishop's jaw drop in astonishment. Day focused on saving Fenji, thinking to himself about using magic instead of an electrocautery machine, as that would be enough to control the bleeding. The muscle tissue Day had incised on Fenji was now pulled wide open by him. He was decisive. Without an x-ray to see inside, there's no other choice but to cut through the ribs. I guess? Then Day turned to them and said, all right, one of you, hold where I just cut and pull it open. The young bishops asked in a confused chorus, what did you say? One of them, whose face was obscured by a veil on his hat, was horrified. What are you saying? If we do that, the high priest will die. The one next to him was so frightened that tears welled up in his eyes. I can't possibly do it. Hearing this, Day grew anxious, thinking, every second is precious, we don't have time to delay. Suddenly, Elf stepped forward and said firmly, I'll do it. She arrogantly placed her hands on her hips and asked directly, hold and pull it open, right? Day turned to her and instructed, please gently hold this part near the bone, lift it up, and spread it open without touching the internal organs. She replied calmly, simple enough. Elf started to assist him. Day praised her, saying, very good, you'll have to hold that for a while, so pace your strength. Elf replied coolly, got it. Day focused on the surgery for Fenji, taking his scalpel and doing what was necessary. The lung is severely compressed. I need to locate the puncture first. Hold on. Day looked inside Fenji's chest, a mix of shock and confusion on his face as he thought, why is the lung being eroded by demonic energy? His expression grew tense. Day calmly addressed the problem. First, I have to remove the demonic energy from the body. Luckily, there's only a small amount, so it should be simple. He activated his mana. Day explained. A pneumothorax occurs when a hole in the lung causes air to leak out, leading to air accumulating in the pleural cavity. He carefully inserted a tube into the high priest's chest, Fenji. So, before closing the chest cavity, we need to reinflate the lung and suction out any fluid in the pleural space. A chest tube must be inserted. Day thought about the properties of mana. Alternatively, if I let mana flow through the body from the inside out, the air will be forced out of the lung along with the demonic energy. At this, Day's face couldn't hide his delight. All right, the lung has reinflated. Next, I need to proceed with the closing. He suddenly called out, hey, you bishops. The one who was watching him intently jumped and replied, "Yes." Day, accepting the situation, commanded them, "Your holy power should have recovered a bit by now, right? Heal him now." A moment later, the two bishops, panting heavily and completely out of energy, came back to report, "Huff, huff. The healing is complete." Day praised them happily. "Mending the bones is extremely difficult, but you guys managed to do it." He didn't forget to praise Elf either. "Oh, and you did a great job as well." "Humph." But when he turned to look for Elf, she was nowhere to be seen. He wondered, "What? She's already gone?" He felt a pang of regret. "I didn't even get to thank her properly." Meanwhile, Elf was running away from the scene, thinking to herself, "A human who knows a high elf is saving lives with such a bizarre technique," she mused. "How very interesting." She continued to run swiftly, saying, "I've got something to tell my husband now." Back with High Priest Fenji. At that moment, he let out a few soft groans, and then slowly fluttered his eyes open. The silence was broken by Fenji's stirring as he awoke, and Day moved closer to his side, beside him, and said, "You're awake." "Head priest." Fenji sat up, startled. "Your Holiness," he said reverently, "forgive my impertinence. Please forgive me." Day simply replied, "What are you apologizing for? Let's go. We probably won't be attacked by monsters again, but who knows?" He quickly said, "Understood. I'll inform everyone." Day started to leave, but didn't forget to add, "I'll go on ahead then. The West is still on high alert." Hearing this, Fenji immediately understood. "Yes, I'll meet you in the city." He picked up the white cloth and wondered, "What happened while I was unconscious?" The young bishop stammered. "Well," he recounted the whole event. Fenji pressed for details. "His Holiness cut open my chest to save my life?" The young bishop rep lied. "Yes, I honestly don't understand it. A normal person would have surely died." Fenji lightly touched his own chest. The young bishop asked with concern, "Priest Fenji, are you all right?" He thought to himself, "My chest used to feel so tight, but now it's easy to breathe." He gazed into the distance and silently realized he had received a great blessing from His Holiness. Day returned, Ed to the west of Mount Hafrian, and reported on the situation in the south. The monsters, having lost their leader, were easily handled by the Holy Knights, and wiped out. And so, the final trial came to a close. Inside a room, a woman's voice was heard. "Your Holiness, I will now report on the descendants of the hero." He quickly replied, "Very good, proceed with the report." Standing before him were the elite guards of Jianjio Qian and Sojang. The young girl, said, "Yes, first of all, the anonymous family never interferes in any affairs, so there is very little information." The girl continued her report. "The information is secretly kept in the royal library of the Holy Kingdom of Prius. The documents found have three main points: the ones who are cursed, their origin, and their location." Day listened intently, as So continued. "Furthermore, they were formed as a result of the ancient war that lasted for centuries, created by Saintess Prius. The Saintess is directly connected to the origin of them." He wondered to himself, "This is a little different from what I heard." Then he spoke up. "So where exactly is it?" The girl presented a scroll and said, "Please take a look at this map." They both unrolled it to look. The girl, pointed a finger at the map. "Based on the information we've gathered, we've determined the location is right here." He was bewildered. Day found it hard to understand. "In the middle of the ocean." Day spoke up. "According to the map, it seems so." However, the man continued. "Initially the waves were too strong, making it very difficult to approach and draw a map. Also, looking at the nearby islands, it's highly probable that there's also an island there." Day frowned and sighed, thinking to himself, "Whew, I thought this would be simple, but it's turning out to be quite troublesome." He mused to himself. However, being born a descendant of the hero in this world and being chosen as His Holiness isn't. This isn't something we can avoid. Since we don't know how strong they are, we need to be prepared. Right now, the backup plan is. Saintess Ariel appeared. She listlessly asked him, "So you want me to go with you to this hero's island that doesn't even exist?" She said coldly, "No way." Day immediately pleaded, "Please, oh most beautiful woman in the holy nation, we need you." Ariel wondered, "Do you really need someone else's help?" Day quickly replied, "Because they're descendants of the hero, something could happen that I can't control." Ariel was stunned as he said, "So if I die, you'll resurrect me?" Ariel asked seriously, "Are you really entrusting your life to me? Do you trust me? You think so?" Day said decisively with a bright smile, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you. I can't ask anyone else to do this." Ariel thought to herself, "How can I refuse after he said that?" She then replied with annoyance, "All right, I'll go with you." His eyes lit up as he pressed. "Really? You can't back out now?" Ariel wondered and asked, "More importantly, how do you plan to explain this to the holy nation? Have you come up with an excuse for both of us, saints, to be away at the same time?" Day replied calmly, "Oh, that? Well, the goddess has actually bestowed a prophecy upon us, telling us to find the hero's descendant and carry the will of the holy nation. Ariel exclaimed in shock. What? Day said with a sheepish grin. Well, I'm just using the goddess's name as an excuse. She immediately snapped. You fraud, Ariel hurriedly said. For a saint too. Dare to use the goddess's name like that? He replied simply. It's for the sake of saving the holy nation. The goddess will understand, she said, exasperated. All right, if it's for the benefit of the holy nation, they might overlook the army's delayed return. He was confused. What are you talking about? We're not taking the army with us. Ariel immediately yelled. No army? So the two of us are just going to have a little chat? What about a ship? We need one to get there. Do you have any idea what reconnaissance is? Are we just going to wing it? Ariel clutched her head and screamed. Why didn't you prepare anything in advance? Are you crazy? Day calmly answered her. Don't worry, just be ready for tomorrow morning. We need to leave early to make it. Day muttered. We have to get there when the sea is at its calmest. About 3 weeks, I guess. There's a sea route, but it's been closed off. There are massive waves. They'll shatter any ship into pieces. Ariel asked, bewildered. What do you mean it's closed? Then she burst into tears and screamed. No. Day could only say resignedly. Okay, I'll have the Holy Knight stand down and rest for now. The next day at the docks, Day asked excitedly. You're here. Are you ready? Ariel asked, confused. What is there to be ready for? She then wondered. More importantly, how are we going to get a ship? Day laughed awkwardly. Haha, I've already handled that. Ariel was surprised. Soon, everyone on the boat was bustling with activity. Isn't it? A little too small? This size is perfect. A larger ship would be more susceptible to the waves. While Ariel and Day were still talking with each other, the lively chatter of the crew could be heard. I'll reinforce it with magic. Don't worry. Do you know how to sail? This thing? At that moment, Jock and Soy approached them. He spoke up. Pardon me, I know how to pilot. A ship. I'll get you all there safely. Soy opened her mouth and said coldly, Hello. Day quietly asked Ariel. They're from that family. You know them, right? Specifically these two. She gave a slight smile and said, Well, 4 people is better than 2, even if it's to drown together. Day cried out, Don't say such unlucky things. He chanted the reinforcement spell, and with that, the ship was ready. Day announced loudly, All right, let's depart. This is the divine will of the goddess. Elsewhere, a voice rang out. By your holy will, right here and now. The man crossed his arms and declared, Let the duel begin. Gale rushed in to fight, in a sword fight with a girl. H spoke, Do you really intend to kill me? Gale replied with a faint smile, If you want to survive, there is no other choice. Gale proceeded to overwhelm her in combat. H struggled to fight back, anxiously thinking that she was about to lose. A sound rang out. Fog appeared, and when it cleared, H had plunged her sword into Gale's heart. Tears welled up in her eyes. Gale? She quickly said. I'm so glad, he said as blood trickled from his mouth. I'm content to die by your hand. Shortly after, she fell to her knees, to the ground, and Ju also gradually vanished. Meanwhile, Day and his team were searching for the hero's descendants. Contrary to their worries, the High Tuyen Sea was very calm before the trip. According to the map, it seemed they were getting close on the second day of the journey. This made Ariel a bit curious. Didn't you say the waves were supposed to be very rough? I don't see any rough waves. It's as calm as a lake. Day stared down at the sea, contemplating that it wasn't just calm. Both he and Kion felt something was strange. Go Kion, doesn't this look a bit strange? Go Kion replied. Yes, it feels like something is off. Day used magic on his eyes to see a bit farther, saying, Should we try to look a bit farther? The sea ahead had some ripples but wasn't too rough. Day looked into the distance, sweating as he exclaimed, I can't see any farther. Even enhancement magic is useless. The other person exclaimed in surprise. Gao. The sound of the two talking continued. So what should we do? There is a way. What is it? At this point, they decided to try to rush through as fast as possible. Ariel immediately raised her hand to stop them, shouting, Don't! She annoyedly questioned, Do something with magic. Can't we just fly over? Day replied helplessly, We can't. If we could, I would have done it already. Ah, should we freeze the sea? No sooner said than done, he immediately shouted, Freeze! The sea current around their ship immediately froze over. Ariel exclaimed, It's hard enough to walk on. The sea is frozen. But Ariel felt something was wrong, and pointing at the waves ahead, she shouted, But if the waves are this strong, we'll have to move really fast. The thinner parts of the ice will be swept away and will shatter over time. Then she put a hand to her chin, thoughtfully adding, We can't just abandon a ship full of supplies. The masked girl beside her also spoke up. What if we return to the mainland, make a plan, and then come back? Suddenly, the sea began to rage violently, making the ship shake non-stop. Everyone was extremely panicked, and someone came over to announce frantically, Your Holiness, we can't steer the ship in these conditions. Day shouted angrily, Has this sea gone mad? What's happening all of a sudden? Then he raised his hand to cast a spell, ordering, "Everyone, hold on tight, we're breaking through." An explosion rang out, and the entire ship flew into the air, water splashing everywhere. Ariel hugged a mast, screaming with tears streaming down her face. "Are we going to be okay? Is this really okay?" She thought to herself. So that's why nothing was marked on the map. Day gritted his teeth, calculating to himself, "These waves are like a barrage of cannonballs hitting us. Even with a magic shield, this won't hold for long." Suddenly, a wave swelled high, and someone warned, "Ahead, it's heading straight for us." Just then, two mysterious figures leaped up, firmly declaring, "Leave it to us." Then the masked girl and the other guy relentlessly slashed with their swords. A slash. One person couldn't stop admiring. "Amazing, as expected of the Phantom of the Holy Kingdom." "Well done." The other guy then replied, "You flatter me." On the boat, Day waved his hand and instructed, "Everyone, pay close attention, look around. According to the map, that place should be around here somewhere. Do you see an island or anything?" Ariel broke out in a sweat and stammered, "I'm still looking." Water was now starting to flood the boat. She shouted, "Day, the ship is leaking." The waves continued to rage, and Day's voice rang out, "Damn it, we still haven't found the island. For now, patch the ship and bail out the water." She replied hastily, "Got it." Ariel panicked, her mouth agape. "Listen, if the ship can't hold out any longer, we'll proceed with the backup plan, as we discussed before. You want me to run at any cost?" Day turned his head, frowning as he continued, "There's no other way, we have to. Use all the power we have." He calculated silently in his head, turning the ship's bow to face forward, and then his eyes suddenly landed on something. An island appeared in the distance. Day thought doubtfully, "An island?" Immediately after, Day raised his voice to give an order, his hand casting a spell. "Everyone, pack your things." The icebergs began to crack, and the group fled in a panic. Day shouted, "Follow me." A sigh of relief was heard. Just then, two identical-looking men were standing there leisurely. One asked, "Why do we have to stand guard?" "As if anyone is actually coming?" The other replied, "Exactly. Unless it's a corpse, no one can get here alive." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, and the two men stared in confusion. From a distance, Day ran towards them, his face filled with terror. They immediately shouted, "Intruder!" The sky was now calm again as someone set foot on the sand. Day, looking pale, uttered, "Land." Ariel, right behind him, was just as terrified, whispering, "What a relief." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Hey, you lot over there?" The two men approached, one of them frowning as he interrogated them. "Where are you from?" The other, calmer one added, "No." More importantly, then his eyes widened as he asked, "How did they even get here?" Ariel broke into a sweat, silently assessing them. "Their mana is immense. So strong." Suddenly, Day answered, "We came from the mainland." He casually pointed to himself and explained, "We were traveling by boat, but had to abandon ship." The man gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't mess with me." He gritted his teeth, interrogating them with a fierce expression. "What's your purpose for coming here?" The other guy exclaimed with a dazed look, "Hey, wait, I smell something familiar on them." The two men immediately rushed over and began feeling Day all over, asking in disbelief, "It can't be. For real?" Day stood there, inwardly confused. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Suddenly, the two of them completely changed their demeanor, smiling as they exclaimed, "You're one of us? I've never seen you before. How interesting." The other guy smiled brightly and said, "You should have said so earlier. We can talk in detail when we get back to the base." Then he raised his sword, looking at Ariel's group, and threatened, "Who are these weaklings? I'll eliminate you right now." His expression turned instantly vicious as he announced, "Don't expect to die on this heroic land. I'll toss your corpses into the sea." Ariel cried out in alarm, "What did you say?" Suddenly, an arm reached out in front of her, and Day spoke up to explain, "They are my companions, who are with me due to special circumstances. I hope you won't touch them." The two men crossed their arms in thought, and one of them said, "A friend? All right, if you say so." The other person continued with a warning, "If anything goes wrong, I won't let it slide." Politely replied, "Thank you." The two of them kindly offered, "I'll lead the way." "All right, let's go." The two masked people remained silent in thought. Day turned his head and gave a reassuring smile. Ariel was stunned and sighed. Looking at the forest ahead, she judged, "It seems like something serious is about to begin." A surprised voice rang out, "Did you really cross that ocean?" Day casually replied, "Yeah, I almost died." The friend next to him rested his chin on his hand. Doubtfully, "You crossed that ocean, but you look perfectly fine?" The other person warmly put an arm around his shoulder and said, in an excited voice, "This is so interesting. Please tell us more about the outside world." Day didn't answer the question right away, but dodged it by changing the subject. "But where are we going?" The friend walking behind him quickly ran forward and pointed towards the land in the distance. He enthusiastically introduced. To our territory, of course, that place is Sana. We've arrived. Do you see that place? Day was astonished to see the village before him, exclaiming in awe, "Whoa, that's magnificent." As Day walked on, Long Thumb thought, this place is well organized in many aspects. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind them. What are you guys doing instead of standing guard? Hao looked towards them and teased with a smile. Having quite a lively chat, I see. And who is this kid? The two friends exclaimed in surprise, Elder. One of them stepped forward to stand behind Day, smiling as he introduced him. We were just about to look for you. This friend here shares our bloodline. He says he came from across the ocean. She looked at Day skeptically, sizing him up, thinking it sounded absurd. Hao then caught a scent on Day. It really smelled like a user but slightly different. His face darkened in annoyance as he thought to himself, do I really have a scent? Meanwhile, the friend beside him was still enthusiastically introducing. See, it's a clean and fresh scent that's totally addictive to smell. Hao thought for a moment before ordering, you, come with me. We'll talk in my house. As for you two, go back. They immediately cried out in disappointment. Ah, but we want to talk to him too. Hao didn't yield at all, questioning them sternly. If you two don't go back, you'll be punished. Aren't you supposed to be on guard duty? They immediately stood up straight and said dejectedly, yes, we're heading back now. After they left, she turned to ask, what is your name? He hesitantly replied, it's Day. Hao smiled cheerfully and said politely to him, all right, Day, follow me. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Hao. They walked to a wooden house, and she remarked while looking at him, you look just like those two. After they were inside the house, Hao suddenly became agitated, startling Day. You're the son of Sen and Ale, aren't you? He didn't hide anything and answered honestly, yes, that's right. Hao crossed her arms and said softly, so it's true, the child returns to the place his parents fled from. How interesting, she wondered, firing off a series of questions. So what are you doing here? Don't tell me your parents didn't tell you about this place. Those two were the type to always stir up trouble, needing to see everything with their own eyes. Day closed his eyes and said hesitantly, well, it would be a lie to say I wasn't curious. Day then looked up and added, which surprised Hao so much her eyes widened. But I have another reason. She asked curiously, what is it? He then calmly stated his thoughts. I think it would be a shame for so many heroes to have their talents wasted here. Day stood up with determination in his eyes. He stated firmly, I will lead the entire lineage of heroes away from here and turn everyone into true heroes. Hao suddenly burst out laughing. Pfft. She slammed her hand on the table and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, you really are their child. That's hilarious. Immediately, her expression turned serious, and she said in a scornful tone, but that is an impossible mission. Sanha has its own law of the jungle. To create a unified deity according to the god's will, that is the destiny of our lineage. Hao waved her hand dismissively. You think anyone will listen to the child of runaways? Don't dream of it. Just leave this island as soon as you can. I'm only saying this for your own good. Day paid no attention to her mockery. Of her words, he softly repeated, creating a unified god, right? Hao gravely explained to him about the customs of this place. That's right. Battles here take place at specific times, and after each one, they perform a ritual to get closer to the unified god. You've arrived at just the right time. Now you're the perfect prey that everyone will target. She stood up, her voice filled with emotion. You are the son of my dear friends, who left, escaping this destiny. If I let you die here, I could never live with myself. Hao reverted to her demeanor of an elder. She instructed him, for now, just stay at my place. I'll do my best to help you. Day exclaimed. Hao, you truly are a good person. She replied sadly. Anyone who was close to your parents would have done the same. All right, I have to go make sure those other two keep their mouths shut, and in the meantime, don't do anything to attract attention. After Hao left, he thought nervously, the law of the jungle, huh? If all the islanders are like Hao, this won't be easy. Day was frustrated. He wondered to himself, how am I supposed to change their minds? Suddenly, there was a knock on the window, startling Day. Huh? The person outside the window spoke up. Can we talk for a moment? Day was suspicious. Someone was looking for him. He stood up and called out, what's wrong? The voice hesitated before quietly asking, you came from across the ocean, didn't you? The person's voice became more urgent, pleading, please, help me get off this island. Seeing he didn't answer, the person hesitantly added, if that's not possible, even just telling me how to cross the ocean would be fine. Day was flustered. Please, hold on, let me come outside. The girl outside introduced herself as H and shared her story. She had lost the person closest to her during the ritual, and because of that, she began to despise her own lineage. Not only that, but she also said she wasn't the only one who hated the system on the island. A large portion of the younger generation had begun to question the ritualistic customs. Day thought to himself, so that's how it is. And suddenly an idea flashed through Day's mind. If that's the case, I think I can pull this off. A few hours later, The young residents were wearily returning home. They complained to each other. Today's training was insane. If I don't get a drink when I get home, I'm going to pass out. Just then, a person wearing a cloth mask suddenly appeared in front of them, stunning them. That person cried out in exhaustion. Why was I born on this stupid island? If I had been born on the outside, everything would be so much better. The two young people looked at each other doubtfully, while the masked figure continued to yell, "We're not cattle, are we? How can they force us to live on this island for hundreds of years? I want to get out of here." They were shocked to realize, so it's not just us who feel this way. Yeah, you're curious about the world outside the island too, aren't you? Day, from behind the mask, watched them being swayed with great satisfaction. He chuckled to himself. Nice, we're finally on the same page. Day schemed internally. If I secretly incite the younger generation on this island and instill in them a longing for the outside world, they'll eventually start to question the rules here and grow to resent them. And Day's prediction was spot on. Not only did Day go out and disguise himself, he also gave masks to Sojang and Jorang so they could do the same. The disguise operation continued to be effective, as a masked person shouted in frustration, "Just scraping by here is a complete waste of our youth," he said with a yearningly, "I want to go outside." Outside? I heard there's a lot of delicious food. Rumors about the masked people quickly spread throughout the small island village, causing internal strife among the masked group. Can't you do anything right? How could you give such a terrible example? It was not just one, but 3 people who were blatantly spreading words that violated the rules everywhere and at all times. For the young people who had to undergo strict training on the island every day, this was like a form of entertainment for them. Not long after, another group of people wearing burlap sacks appeared and started running everywhere. The burlap sack community began to emerge. Actually, I also want to leave this godforsaken place, another person agreed. You think so too? Me too. An excited person spoke up. Haha, let's all run away together. Another person added, forget about becoming a hero. I'd rather become a merchant. Very quickly, the island turned into an anonymous forum. Elsewhere, a certain person was furious, slamming their hand on the table. Why did this suddenly happen? Those masked outsiders are spreading strange ideas all over the island. The old man questioned, why didn't you capture them immediately? The man explained helplessly, Sir, their movements are very unusual, making them too difficult to catch. He hesitantly continued to report. Their numbers have also increased suddenly. We can't catch them all. Over here, Hao was silently speculating. Could it be that kid's plan? The old man above shouted in annoyance. There's definitely a mastermind behind this. A person who was standing in the shadows suddenly stood up. He said resolutely, if even the instructor-level trainers can't catch them, I'll handle it myself. The man from before exclaimed in alarm, Huh? The elder is going to handle it himself? Met furrowed his brows in anger, causing chaos in a sacred place like this. They deserve to be punished. Lead the way. In the middle of the desolate forest, a series of eager voices rang out. Let's escape from here together. I wonder what kind of heroes the others are. Standing to the side, seeing this, she momentarily thought with weariness. This should be enough. They'll be making their move soon. The young girl secretly thought that Kion had probably gone ahead to escort the saint. I'll take care of the rest of things here, and then join them. Suddenly from a distance, a flash of light appeared. It shot forward at great speed, rushing straight towards the young girl, who luckily managed to block it, narrowly escaping death. Seeing this, Met immediately laughed in praise. Oh, your skills are pretty good, and you're quick-witted too. Seeing him, she immediately took a cautious defensive stance. He got here faster than I thought, and he even found my hiding spot. This guy, he's very strong. At that moment, Met, brimming with killing intent, spoke up. Well, but that's as far as you go. I was curious about how strong you were, but it turns out there's nothing to see. Just as his words ended, it was also the moment that she hesitantly moved to counterattack. I can't read the trajectory of his sword. But before the young girl could think too much, a sudden blow landed straight on her hand. Met, on the other side, growled threateningly. Trespassing on the land of heroes is an unforgivable sin. He decisively declared, you will die here. Just as a series of fatal blows rushed towards her, a group of people suddenly appeared and blocked them just in time. They kindly asked, are you okay? At these words, So was slightly taken aback and hesitated. Why are you helping me? Without hesitation, the masked group firmly stated, masked brethren must help each other, even if the elder won't even recognize who we are. If you want to resist, this is your only chance. Seeing this, Mei on the other side let out a scornful laugh in an instant. Heh, you must be joking. I'll capture you and rip off all your masks. But in response to him, the group remained completely resolute. It won't be that easy, even though we share the same bloodline. Before they could finish their sentence, Mei cut them off with a growl. Do you have any idea how many rituals I have performed to this day? As he said this, he immediately swung his sword decisively towards the group. Faced with this situation, the group hesitated for a moment. then let out a wry laugh. Haha, fighting an elder is indeed too much for us. You should run on ahead. But in response to the group, May once again threatened them. Not a chance, brats. Anyone who opposes the ones in charge will be executed right here. As he spoke, he flashed a demonic smile. A massive explosion suddenly erupted right after, accompanied by a familiar voice. Do you really intend to kill your own kinsman? It turned out to be Day, who now looked visibly annoyed as he reprimanded him. What a cruel man. Don't you dare touch my comrades. This is your final warning. Hearing this, May let out a surprised laugh. Oh, so you're not half bad. How many people did you kill to obtain that power? Replying to him, Day said curtly. Not a single one. He then declared resolutely, I don't want to become stronger by killing people. But upon hearing those words, May was instantly infuriated and shouted loudly. No one? What nonsense. Even with a blessing from the gods, a human is still just a human. Necessary sacrifices must be made to cross that boundary. At these words, Day looked at him with contempt and said loudly, if you only get stronger by sacrificing others, then that's the limit of your strength. Once again, May stubbornly retorted with scorn. Unbelievable. How can the child of an outcast possess such power? In response, Day was also at a loss, looking fed up as he sighed. You just keep blabbering on. Since we've met, why haven't you taken me with you yet? Don't you have a lot of questions for me? Hearing this, May immediately frowned and lowered his voice. Fine, follow me. At that moment, Day suddenly spoke up, interrupting. Wait a moment. Then he thoughtfully instructed, so, you did a good job. Remember to treat your wounds carefully. At these words, So didn't say much and just obediently complied. Yes, sir. It was entirely my fault. Seeing this, Day once again affirmed with a serious face. You did your best. You know what to do next, right? Her mind made up. So replied briefly. Yes. Seeing this, Day directly urged him. What are you waiting for? Let's go. After saying that, he made a momentarily annoyed face and said, Stop nagging. Come on, come on. A moment later, the scene shifts to a house in the middle of a desolate forest. Looking at the cold-faced Day before him, May immediately thought in confusion, It's clear you're eager to die, aren't you? Unable to hold back, he instantly took the initiative to question him. What's the meaning of this whole mess, anyway? At these words, Day instantly replied with a fed-up expression. Ah, to get everyone out, of course. Seeing this, May continued to question him. Us. What exactly is your plan on the outside? Without any hesitation, Day lowered his voice. Can I say it's to save people? This immediately wounded May's pride. He instantly flew into a rage and yelled, You have no foresight whatsoever, only chasing after the trivial problems right in front of you. Eyes, you're still so green. In response to this contemptuous provocation, he asked, So the grand plan is to live peacefully, trapped on this island like domesticated pets? Even animals know to escape their pens when they're not locked up. Hearing this, Met couldn't help but shout in reproach. What an insolent brat. I'll give you credit for having the guts to go this far. After speaking, he immediately grew stern and asserted, But you need to understand the difference between being brave and being foolish, or you'll pay with your life. At these words, Day let out a smirk, thinking that he was not just good at defense. Want to test him? Standing to the side, Heo suddenly appeared and spoke up. Calm down. What's with all this talk of fighting and killing? She then immediately asked, Do you believe you can get us out of here? Without a moment's hesitation, Day confidently replied, It might seem difficult, but we won't know until we try. Helpless, Heo had no choice but to agree. All right, before we decide, let me ask one thing. The reason you want to get us out is for the war. Without wasting words, Day simply replied, It's not about exploiting your power. What I need is the learning ability of the heroic lineage. Above all, my greatest desire is to rescue everyone from this cruel island. The moment he finished, Met instantly flew into a rage, shouting, You bastard. He stubbornly insists that our destiny is sacred, ordained by the goddess herself. Who are you to insult it? But before Met could finish his sentence, Day cut him off directly. Even if one person exists for tens of thousands, those tens of thousands still exist for that one, and that one person is also everything. Slaughter and death, even when hundreds merge into one, ultimately mean nothing. The difference between the one at the top and the one at the bottom? In the end, they all return to dust. The past cannot control the future, and the future cannot change the past. Trying to determine which is superior is just a meaningless act of the foolish and the belligerent. Look, it's as if the power of two is one, and one is also from two. Hearing this, Heo was momentarily stunned and asked, Is that from the goddess's holy scripture? In response to this, Day immediately affirmed, This saying denounces your entire way of life. His words caused the crowd around him to instantly fly into a rage, shouting, How dare you? Who do you think you are? Daring to quote the holy scripture to subvert our hierarchy. Once again, Day emphasized in a stern voice, Fighting others, taking their power and lives, is that truly the will of the divine? As he spoke, he instantly unleashed his power. This left the surrounding crowd completely overwhelmed and in awe. This power, this divine energy. Seeing this, Day once again spoke with conviction. This is wrong. It's time for a change. Without another word, he decisively radiated a murderous aura, declaring loudly, "In the name of the goddess Guy, as a saint, I convey the goddess's will to the blessed. The clan must cease the ongoing ritual, and everyone must leave this island." As he spoke, he looked sternly at the people around him. Quickly, Day raised his voice to emphasize, "Saintess, it's almost the time the Holy One mentioned." At that moment, a brilliant aura quickly enveloped the entire house. A girl, seeing this, looked astonished and asked, I'm ready, but what exactly are you all planning to do?" From a distance, a person approached, unable to hide their shock. "Saint, this is from the Holy One. Is that true?" Heo helplessly agreed that it seemed to be time to depart. Standing to one side, Day's face turned serious as he thought to himself, "It's finally starting." An astonished woman asked in disbelief, "What do you mean? You're saying you're a saint?" A barrage of questions rang out. "Even if the level of your holy power can't be fake, I don't believe this is the will of the goddess." Day glared and said in a serious tone, "The warnings end here. Since you've mentioned the goddess, I will carry out her will, even if I have to use force, because that is the will of the sacred and noble goddess." While thinking to himself, "Yeah, right," the people around him began to back down. If that's the case, this matter needs to be considered carefully after a detailed discussion. What will the elder think? Day was curious about this person. Elder Heo explained that the elder is the leader of our lineage, and such a big decision cannot be made without consulting the elder. He asked where the elder was. She pointed to a large boulder in the corner of the room, on which were carved several glowing blue characters. He has been in secluded cultivation for the past 3 years, and no one is allowed to disturb him until he comes out on his own. Hearing that, Day couldn't believe it and exclaimed, 3 years. Met said, "That's right, so don't disturb the elder during his seclusion." However, Day paid him no mind and immediately walked past the guy. A sense of unease washed over Day. No one has seen him for 3 years? This isn't good. He channeled his mana, materialized a sword, and cut through the boulder in a single slash, to everyone's astonishment. They panicked, and everyone rushed to stop him. "What are you doing? You can't do that," Day shouted, his face more tense than ever. "Are you kidding me? What kind of secluded cultivation is this? I think that even with enough food and water, there's no way a person locked up for 3 years would be okay." Inside the boulder was a body slumped on the ground, with long silver hair. Someone shouted, "Elder!" The people present started to panic. "Elder, the elder has collapsed." Day looked worried. What he had predicted had happened. "Just as I thought, I knew this would happen." Someone spoke up. "Aren't you a saint? What are you doing? Hurry up and heal him." Met also agreed. "That's right, we're asking you to heal him. Why are you just touching him?" He said calmly, "Are you crazy?" His next word seemed to strike a nerve with the crowd. "Do you think a saint is omnipotent? What do you people know? You've been stuck on this island for far too long. Even bishops have to ask about a patient's condition. Do you think holy magic can just cure everything?" Day's words hit home, and he looked extremely annoyed. "Should I just stop and do nothing then?" The crowd was left speechless. Heo raised a hand, signaling for the crowd to be calm, and said in a gentle voice, "Day, we acted rashly. The situation with the elder's health is very serious. We were just worried about him and spoke without thinking." A man, standing behind him, still seemed indignant. "Elder Heo," she explained in a low voice, "it's just as you say, we have only lived here, so we don't understand how priests from the outside perform treatments. Can you forgive our ignorance, right?" Jay was still a little angry. Some people talk nonsense but never apologize for it. Then, he looked at Hao's friendly face and didn't want to make things tense anymore. "Besides, I'm not sure if it's because Hao was very close to my parents or not, but she reminded me of my mother, so I couldn't say anything more. She was also very kind." After some deliberation, Jay made his final decision. "Since Hao put it that way, I will check a little more and report back to you all." She immediately thanked him. He cast a divine spell on the elder, but there was nothing unusual. It wasn't that he was just sleeping. So, as expected, Jay found the root of the problem. The problem lay in his mana circuits. He said calmly, "We can treat him after we find the cause." Hao exclaimed joyfully. "Really?" Jay affirmed. "Yes. All right. But please seal off the area where I'm treating him. Don't let anyone approach," he instructed, keeping everyone else outside. This would take a few days. Hao nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will do that." However, there was still one unreasonable person. "What? That's ridiculous. We will stay here and supervise everything." Her face darkened, and she growled, "Please get out." "Helpless," Met shouted as he left the cave. "You absolutely must heal him," Jay said gently. "Hao, I need to ask you for a favor." His face was very serious. "No matter what happens, do not interrupt, unless you want the 3 of us to die together." Outside, the others were still in a commotion. "Is it okay to leave it like this?" A whole day has passed. One after another, They expressed their doubts about Jay's abilities. Even though he is a saint, how can we entrust the elder to an outsider? The girl beside them reassured. It will be fine, because Elder Hao is in there with him. Met insisted. No, I can't just sit by and watch this. I will go check on it myself. Inside the cave, Hao suddenly exclaimed, the mana circuits are twisted 15 times. Jay nodded and said, that's right, they're all twisted in a complex way. However, we just need to untangle them one by one. She remarked, that is impossible, there is no way to break a mana circuit and regenerate it again. He smiled slightly, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, I can do it. This isn't so complicated that it cannot be fixed. Besides, I have fixed things that were much worse. After saying that, he began to channel mana into the elder's body. Hao watched from the side, her face a mix of doubt and admiration. Right now, we can only place our complete hope in luck, but I feel the elder's spirit returning. Can the twisted mana circuits really be untangled? That is an incredible technique. From a distance, Met's voice rang out, startling her. How are things going? When did he enter the cave? I came to check because I was worried. How is the elder? Hao was annoyed and questioned. Why did you come here? According to the saint, the mana circuits are twisted. He was extremely surprised. What? Met shouted. Twisted mana circuits. If it is such a critical issue, shouldn't we have held a meeting among the elders first? You are so thoughtless, Elder Hao. She felt annoyed and reminded him, keep your voice down. The saint is concentrating on the treatment. She reassured him. This kid seems to be very knowledgeable about mana, at least more knowledgeable than us. However, Met did not listen to a single word, needing no further explanation. He rushed past her, right in front of Ha-Ao, catching her completely off guard. It was Elder Met. He charged forward, shouting, move aside, the Council of Elders will handle this now. One of his hands touched Day, and excruciating pain instantly shot through his body, causing him to vomit blood. His name was shouted, Day. Ha-Ao immediately rushed to support him, panicking. Are you all right? Wake up, he thought to himself. That bastard finally went and caused trouble. Blood began to trickle from Day's eyes, nose, and mouth. Directly injecting mana into the elder's twisted mana veins was an incredibly delicate procedure that required immense concentration. The powerful backlash caused by the momentary lapse in focus from the outside interference had a massive impact on Day. The same thing also happened to the elder's body, as the aftershock of the collision was transferred to him as well. Met, still acting like a madman, screamed wildly, you bastard! Not only did you dare to tamper with the elder's mana veins, but what else did you do to him? You will not be forgiven. But then, Day let out a sigh of relief. Say what you will, it doesn't matter what you say or do. He placed one hand back on the elder's body to transfer the remaining mana. The treatment was complete. Met looked like he had lost his mind. That bastard, if I don't do it now, I'll never be able to kill that monster. Met then drew his sword. He's just a burden on the lineage. I have to take advantage of his weakness. He lunged forward, plunging his sword straight through Day's chest, splattering blood everywhere. Die. At this sight, all the color drained from Ha-Ao's face. Met let out a triumphant grin, thinking he had accomplished a great feat. Day began to sway, the backlash from before and a sword through his chest was too much for him to endure. Ha-Ao called his name in a panic. Day! Earlier, Ariel had asked Day, do I just need to stay here? He replied, for now, just rest and relax. She asked again. And after that? Day smiled and answered, in about 2 days, when I release my divine power, come find me. Back in the present, deep within the forest, Ariel was traveling with Duokyong. Duokyong, wait, she said. I just felt Day's divine power. Duokyong quickly replied, that's right, we need to hurry. Ariel thought with concern, it's Day, so I'm sure it's nothing too serious, right? A moment later he spoke up, they're over there. Suddenly, a voice called out, stop! A man appeared with a sword in hand, his voice cold. Intruders who dare to venture into the heart of our territory, have you come here seeking death? Ariel warned, Duokyong, these are fairly high-level swordsmen. Duokyong stated his plan, Your Holiness, I will hold them off in the meantime. Before he could even finish, H appeared out of nowhere and charged forward. She swung her sword at the enemy. I'll hold them off here, go now. Seeing her, the opponent asked, H, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to defy the central order? You know the consequences of such an action. H declared, I don't care, as long as I can shatter this cursed fate of mine. She gripped the sword in her hand, her tone resolute. This is the Glen I inherited, and the will of all those who sacrifice themselves in the ritual as well. She then told Ariel, all of you, go now. Ariel turned to Duokyong and said, Duokyong, let's go. He nodded. All right, follow me. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Ha-Ao was calling out to him, Day, wake up, Day. And then she turned to Met and demanded loudly, Met, have you gone mad? Is this how you repay a favor with betrayal? He retorted, or perhaps you're the one a madman. Ha-Ao, even if he shares the same bloodline, how could you entrust the leader's safety to the son of a traitor like him? I will bring you to trial before the Central Council. and you will not escape the consequences. After hearing his words, Io's fury erupted. How dare you say such absurd things? She lunged forward, delivering a slash towards Met. I will no longer recognize you as a member of our clan. I will crush you. He had some difficulty blocking the attack, thinking to himself, I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. No, if this continues like this, my power will be absorbed. I have to escape. Just then, someone called his name from a distance. A loud noise rang out. The stone wall of the cave was knocked down from the outside. Ariel and Jock quickly appeared. She called out worriedly, Are you okay? We're here now. Io thought. It was Day. It was Day lying on the ground with a large pool of blood behind him. Ariel asked in alarm, How long has he been in this condition? Io replied, I think it's been about 3 minutes. She stepped forward and took his wrist. That's enough time. Ariel hurriedly used her holy power to heal Day. She was a bit surprised, a huge wave of divine power. Io stared intently at Ariel and thought to herself, This child doesn't seem to be an ordinary saint. The golden light of the holy power illuminated the entire cave as she chanted the spell, Rebirth. The sword wound piercing Day's chest slowly healed. After finishing the treatment, Ariel softly called, Day, wake up. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up, and she asked cheerfully, I wasn't too late, was I? He chuckled and replied, You were right on time. Then Day looked at Io and asked, Wait, where's the guy who tried to kill me? Her expression was grim. He must have fled when your friends burst in. Io's voice was tinged with sorrow. I'm sorry, Day. I should have stopped him more thoroughly. He shook his head and said, There's no need to apologize. If an opponent that strong made a surprise attack, I wouldn't have been able to stop him either. Day added, We can just deal with them slowly, right? Someone spoke up. Day, do you remember when the waterway was closed? He replied, Let's take care of it quickly. A second later, he turned to the elder and slapped him hard across the face. First, you pretending to be asleep. Wake up. Day kept urging him. Hurry up and get up. Stop sleeping. Io watched this scene in alarm, crying out, Day, it looks like he's awake now. Stop hitting him. Then, Elder Hiofap, with 2 swollen cheeks, sat up. She approached him and asked, Clan leader, are you all right? He asked, Is that you, Io? He then said, I thought I would never wake up again. Did someone change my mana path into a new one? Io immediately pointed to Day and introduced him. Clan leader, let me introduce you. This is Day. Hiofap wondered. He stammered, You're the one who saved me? He replied, I just touched your mana path a little. He then voiced his thoughts, saying it was impossible for someone like you to lack mana control. So how did you end up in a situation like this? The man spoke up. I understand, but this isn't the time to talk. Ao, can you convene a meeting of the Council of Elders? Ao was a bit bewildered. A meeting of the Council of Elders. By way of explanation, the reason I came here alone was not for training. She asked again, If not for training, then what was it for? He replied, I can feel that the magic circle is about to collapse. Heiho was surprised. Really? How could such a sturdy magic circle drawn with our ancestors' ancient magic possibly collapse? The shaman pig said, I was suspicious too, and about that. He recalled the time he came here, so I came here to check the core and discovered that the magic circle had been damaged by some kind of interference. I had to repair it quickly without anyone knowing. That's why I came here under the pretense of training in seclusion. But it was a trap. As soon as I connected my mana path to the magic circle to restore it, an unusual force began to invade my life force. It felt very dark and full of evil. Hearing this, Dan pondered, a dark and evil feeling. Could it be? The shaman pig continued his story. I circulated it throughout my body to repel that energy. And in the process, my mana path became twisted. He speculated, the sea out there wasn't always this violent. Even a few hundred years ago, it was a very calm ocean. Then it gradually became more violent. And a few years ago, after I felt something was strange, it became so frantic that ships couldn't set sail. A grim, bloody scene flashed through his mind. I think that's when the real collapse of the magic circle began. The one who tampered with the magic circle must have predicted this situation, planning to make me, the shaman pig leader, sink the island into the raging sea and turn everyone into miserable corpses. After hearing the story, Heiho quickly spoke up. That's ridiculous. Who would dare do such a thing? The shaman pig was also a bit helpless. Indeed, there are many suspicious things. But the first thing is, his tone became very serious. Everyone needs to leave this island immediately. Elsewhere, Mi was hiding deep inside the forest. Damn it, when did that Heiho woman get so strong? He walked while thinking to himself, and that kid has incredible power too. He could become a threat to the island, so it's a good thing I killed him. A stream of mana appeared and began to surround me. It's inevitable that this will make me an enemy of Hao. Even so, persuading the other elders is the most urgent task right now. As soon as I get back, Sensing the powerful mana flow, he was overjoyed. This immense power. That's right. Has the power of the one I killed finally been absorbed? A large amount of mana began to merge into his body. The power was so immense it caused the small rocks around him to crumble. Me exclaimed, "What incredible power! Truly a blessing from the goddess." He mused, "With this power, no one on this island can stand against me if I devour everything like this." A terrifying thought began to sprout and grow in his heart. I will become the one and only god. A few days later, as sunset fell, by the coast, everyone was working together to build a large ship. "Holy Saint, sir, where should I put this?" "Hey, Holy Saint," people kept calling out to him, "the Holy Saint." Seeing this, Dan shouted, "Slow down. I have to direct you one by one, wait a moment." And so, 4 days had passed since the clan chief was rescued. After receiving information from their ancestors, the clan chief, the leader of the clan, implemented the migration plan under his management. Everyone proceeded with the most important task, building a ship, but he realized that even with a protective enchantment, the ship couldn't possibly hold everyone and this mountain of belongings. When the others heard this, they all wept, so they only built boats large enough to carry people and essential supplies. However, there were still some who disagreed with the plan, with a few stubborn ones saying that they would stay on the island even if it sank. The reason was the two sister goddesses they worshipped. They considered their words to be a command that could not be disobeyed. If the goddesses ordered it, they were ready to die without any regrets or even kill everyone else. Jay thought dejectedly, "They aren't human, they're frenzied beasts." Ariel approached from a distance and asked, "Oh, you finished building a boat this quickly?" She looked at the boat before her and praised it. "That was really fast, wasn't it? They worked so hard. Now we just need to reinforce it with magic, and it'll be done." "Wonderful. By the way, about that guy who escaped, Ariel said it's a headache because he's hiding so well that even the elite troops can't find him." Jay exclaimed, "That's strange, isn't it?" He mused that even though he knew the guy wasn't weak, his troops should have at least found some trace of him. Ariel added one more thing. "The aqueduct is also about to collapse." Jay nodded. I know. We'll be leaving here in 2 days at the latest." She replied, "All right, I'll inform the soldiers." Then she asked again, "But are we just going to abandon those who don't want to leave?" He answered helplessly. About that, the chieftain said he'll try to persuade them, but I don't think they'll listen. Ariel also felt disheartened. "They say they'd rather die than leave. We can't force them, can we? So let's just leave them be." He teased. "A saint saying something like that?" Just then, a loud noise echoed. Ariel and Jay both turned to look in the direction of the sound. She wondered, "What's going on? What was that noise?" He was just as curious, wondering, "Wait, the mana flow around the island is fluctuating violently. Did the magic formation collapse? Why would it suddenly collapse like that?" Jay immediately ran towards the source of the sound. "I can't just stand by. I'm going to check the formation." Elsewhere, a round crystal fell and shattered. People rushed to ask, "Chieftain, what are you doing?" "That's our ancestor's relic." The chieftain, Heofap, retorted, "Isn't my choice clear enough?" A woman stood up and questioned, "Are you trying to destroy the mana core?" It was left by the follower who directly received the blessing of Lord Ross. "Do you know how important it is? Are you insane?" He replied in a cold tone, "I've already told you all that this mana core couldn't hold out any longer 3 years ago. That this island will certainly sink one day soon." The others began to clamor again. "That's ridiculous. You're lying. Why would the mana core suddenly fail?" He replied, "I don't know." Heofap continued, "However, I know that the goddess does not want this island to sink. Follow me, and I will lead you to another place where you can live and prosper." At that moment, Me appeared and shouted, "Don't let him deceive you all. The chieftain has betrayed us and joined the Gur Holy Empire." Someone asked, and whispers rose up again. "Joined the Holy Empire? Chieftain? Is what the elder said true? Have you really betrayed us?" Me continued to add fuel to the fire. "That's right. He's also the one who destroyed the magic formation, causing the island to sink and everyone to die. Afterwards, he will absorb the power gained from the sacrifice of our very bones. Our blood is contained within the mana core. That is your true purpose, isn't it?" Mage Hog spoke calmly. You've changed so much since we parted ways. Or perhaps it's because I killed and absorbed the power of your comrades." His tone was extremely confident. "I don't know why he's still alive, but it's fine, I will kill him again. Since I've absorbed his power, I am definitely stronger than him." Met stated firmly. "Before that, I will deal with the traitor, you, first." He immediately said, "I don't know why you've misunderstood me, but I don't want to fight you. We still have time to sit down and talk." But before Mage Hog could finish speaking, the crowd of people pointed their swords and surrounded him. He said dejectedly, "All right then, this is your choice, isn't it?" Day and Ariel were quickly heading to where everyone was gathered. He said he would go and reason with them, but what the hell is he doing? Suddenly, the blue light of a mana flow illuminated his face. Then a loud explosion erupted from where those people were gathered. Day immediately ran over, opened the door, and shouted, "Elder Chief!" Inside the room, numerous corpses lay scattered on the ground. In the distance, a figure flickered in and out of sight behind the thick smoke. "Look who's here." Met turned and spoke. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to bring yourself to me. You've saved me quite a bit of trouble, Day exclaimed in shock. You are? The man replied. You don't recognize me? You damned brat. You have a pretty impressive amount of power. He burst out laughing. It was an abundant amount of mana, but his attention was drawn to the mana sword the man was holding. Is that my aura sword? Day wondered. In that brief moment, the blessing of skill swap would come forward, stand in front of him, and tell the saint, this place is very dangerous, he asked, puzzled. Elder Chief, what just happened? The chief replied. When I destroyed the mana core to persuade the others, Met appeared and framed me for betraying the island. While those people were deceived by his cunning words and surrounded me, he struck down everyone. With that strange power, after Magehog finished speaking, Met no longer bothered to hide it. That's right, but it doesn't matter, because both of you will end up lying here just like them. Then he offered his advice. I think we should avoid fighting him right now, but he didn't think that was the right thing to do. No, I have to do this. Seeing him approach the man, Magehog called out to the saint. He paid no mind and asked Met, is your mana chaotic? Met replied, yeah. I had to take some time to get used to it. I felt like my body was about to explode from all the mana. He continued asking, aren't you going to use that power for something good? The man said arrogantly, of course, we were born to do good. Met narrowed his eyes at Day. Of course I'm going to kill and absorb the power of everyone here, including your parents in Below Village, and I will become the most powerful entity. Day was shocked, speculating to himself. He knows about Below Village. They said one could normally only absorb abilities, but it seems he has obtained my memories as well. He wondered if the man knew. Then he called out to Met, asking him, do you know what SA is? Met was bewildered, then scratched his head and asked back, what? Wait, what? He yelled. Up. What? What the hell are you talking about? He immediately got closer to the man and said, you can only remember memories after I've reminded you, so it will probably take some time for you to absorb all of my memories. A surprised Met asked, what? Isn't this power everything you have? Day replied, I guess so. How about it? It's probably due to my mana capacity. He gripped the man's neck tightly and began to use his mana. Did you think I was just wasting time talking to you like this? While we were talking, I was testing to see just how much mana you could contain. A massive stream of mana surrounded the two of them. No matter how special your body is, it still has its limits. If you insist on cramming more mana inside, it will wear down and leak out. Met panicked and shouted, you damn brat, what are you trying to do? No way? Day confirmed his thoughts. That's right, it's mana overload. The blue light of the mana stream flared up, forming a sphere, and then it exploded, shaking the surroundings with its power. A tall pillar of mana shot up from the ground into the sky. A moment later, with Met finally eliminated, Day let out a soft sigh of relief. He felt the mana flowing in his body. This belonged to Met. I wonder if I can absorb it. The man's memories entered into his head. Wait a minute. These memories. Day glanced at the magic pig standing behind him. They were memories of the chieftain. The sails strained against the wind as a shout rang out. Quick, lower the sails. A clear reply came immediately. Day observed the situation and hurriedly reported, the wind is too strong. I'm afraid the sails will tear soon. Hearing this, Day turned his head and ordered, it's fine. Use magic. Lower the sails at the stern too. Hurry up. The sea was churning violently. The large ship remained sturdy and stable. The core of the magic circle had been destroyed by that chieftain, causing the waves around the island to become increasingly fierce, but the new ship was sturdier than ever thanks to everyone's hard work. Day raised his hand, an orange light appeared, and he chanted, reinforce, reinforce. The ship left the water surface, hovering in midair, enveloped in a purple telekinetic glow. Day cast the spell with one hand while giving instructions to the others. All right, everyone, hold on tight so you don't fall. A panicked young man with brown hair shouted, Your Holiness, this wasn't part of the plan, was it? A loud explosion erupted, and the ship instantly shot forward. The ship sped through the air at extreme speed. Everyone on the ship was vomiting relentlessly from the motion sickness. Day had tried every seemingly impossible method on a small ship and had passed through the maelstrom in the blink of an eye. Several days later, everyone on the ship was a mix of surprise, emotion, and joyful cheers. Finally, amidst the darkness of night, a city appeared before them. It's a city. We finally made it to port. So this is the outside world. Looking at the city before her, Iriel couldn't hide her joy. After everything we've been through, we've finally gotten everyone out. Day looked at her and smiled. Yeah, the journey was much smoother thanks to you. Thanks, Iriel. Iriel replied mischievously. Huh? Is that all you're gonna do? When we get back, you have to treat me to a real feast with meat and drinks, you know? Remembering the purple-haired young man, Day chuckled and said, Haha, of course, I'll have Day treat you. Suddenly, someone called his name. Day has placed his hand on his chest and smiled. Thank you for bringing us out. We also thank you, Saintess. Looking at the glittering city before Hio's steady voice rang out, we've left the island and arrived here. I see that everyone's potential seems to be limitless, even if I don't know for what purpose you brought us here. She crossed her arms, winked, and smiled playfully. But I'm sure, it's not for anything bad, right? Day closed his eyes and smirked. Haha, of course, just you wait and see. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Stop! Everyone on the boat was startled, and Day's eyes widened in surprise. A soldier holding a weapon shouted with a fierce expression. A boat without a permit cannot dock at this port. Turn back. From below came the sounds of soldiers cursing. Why are so many of these ragamuffins gathering here? Damn it, how many of them are there in total? Young man on the ship looked worried. Huh? What do we do? They're telling us to leave. Met, filled with rage, angrily, rushed forward. Do we have to use force the moment we arrive? Day quickly stopped him. Hold on, let me handle this. Day then jumped down from the ship and asked the soldier, where do I go to get a permit? The soldier was surprised. He just jumped down from that height. His voice, he was full of contempt. Permits for the Westport are only issued by the Holy Land of Pry. If you think there's some kind of reception area, you're mistaken. Day presented a silver card, on which a cross was engraved, and said, Is that so? Then could you please report that we will be docking at the port? The soldier wondered. What is that? The soldier looked at the card, his face filled with alarm. This is Bishop Fenge's silver seal. Contact the temple, quickly. A moment later, the soldiers hurriedly bowed before Day. Oh my, your holiness, please forgive our insolence. Day's voice was steady. It's fine, may I proceed now? The soldier clasped his hands together earnestly. Please wait a moment, we will escort you to your lodging. Day was surprised. You'll what? The soldier reported. Bishop Fenge specifically requested that we serve you with the utmost care. Please allow us to escort you. Day was curious. Bishop Fenge? Iriel smiled softly. He probably wants to repay you. Day grinned from ear to ear. It would be impolite to refuse such a kind gesture. Let's go. Tables were filled with food, and it was very crowded. People were clinking glasses, and Day and Iriel held mugs of beer, smiling brightly. Inside the large building, there were lively conversations. Thank you for bringing us along, your holiness. I'm glad everyone made it in safely. Day asked Mage. Hio, how does it feel to leave that small island? Mage Hio smiled. Ha ha ha, it seems everyone is still having a hard time adjusting. Day understood. People who are unfamiliar with the lifestyle here would naturally feel that way, but don't worry. I will do my best to help everyone during this time. Mage Hio asked back. Really? Then could you tell us about this place? Day smiled and stroked his chin. Although you all can do many things, what I'm interested in is medicine, something everyone in this world needs. I will teach everyone about medicine. Mage Hio was surprised. Medicine? Why don't we just use magic? Day explained. People usually think that way. However, magic isn't entirely beneficial for everyone. Imagine 10 figures, and among them, one figure is wearing a mage's hat. In theory, only 1 out of every 10 people can use magic, and the rest, if they're lucky, can only rely on priests from the Holy Land for healing, or pay to be healed with magic. A man holds his small child, tears still lingering in the corners of his eyes. However, the price for healing magic is about 30 silver coins. Simply put, that's a commoner's entire monthly expenses, an amount ordinary people cannot afford. Mage Hio folded his arms, listening silently to Day's words. With his learning ability, he could study medicine and soon become a physician, then dedicate his craft to others. That way, we can build a world where everyone receives medical care. That is my goal. The Hog Sage praised the young man before him. You are very intelligent. No wonder Guy chose you to be the saint. A grand academy with an incredibly vast courtyard. In the future, everyone will study medical arts in this place called an academy. The academy is on the eastern continent, and it takes about 2 weeks to get there by ship. The people with Iriel were happily eating, drinking, and having fun together. During those 2 weeks, I plan to teach everyone about common knowledge and basic medical science. Everyone comes from a gifted lineage, so that amount of time should be enough. The Hog Sage chuckled. I understand what you want to do now. I will inform my clansmen. We will be counting on your help a lot in the future. Day replied. I'm the one who needs your help, you know. Thank you for understanding. There is one more thing. Day's eyes widened as he hesitated. On the way to the academy, we will have to pass through Celia, which is my hometown and where my family lives. The Hog Sage's face grew serious at Day's question. Are you not going to meet my mother? Will that be okay? Looking at Day's face, the Hog Sage spoke. I see. You inherited M's memories. He squeezed his eyes shut, so you probably already know that I was not a good father. He added another sentence that made Day's jaw drop, and I don't think I can stand to see your father's stupid face either. He clenched his fist. Finally meeting again in this situation feels a bit strange to me. But for now, I think I need more time. Day's eyes widened as he heard the words of the man in front of him. Besides, even though we haven't met, she's probably living well, and she even raised a fine son like you, right? Day winked mischievously. Well, there's still plenty of time. One thing is for sure. Day's voice was full of sincerity. From what I know of my mother, she would want to see you. The hog sage hesitated. I'm not so sure. Day gave a bright smile. I am sure. So when you're ready, please let me know, grandfather. The hog sage silently looked at the person opposite him. They both looked towards the night sky, when the hog sage suddenly said, All right. Day and his comrades headed for the Holy Land. Everyone stood before a massive castle, along with about 200 people who carried the blood of heroes. Night fell, and within the vast building, a voice rang out, Greetings, Your Holiness. Caius's voice was full of reverence. I apologize for reporting as soon as you've returned. Day was surprised. What is it? Caius recalled the recent events, when she had cooperated with Hong. There are many things to report. First is the task you ordered me to carry out. Following your orders, I collaborated with Hong Yang to eliminate the corrupt noble families. But in the process, we suffered considerable losses. Day spoke up. That's a big deal. Then, Caius's words made Day's eyes widen and his jaw drop. I used the assets of the Bel Croce family for this personal matter. I feel ashamed for having done something you did not command. Raising a thumb towards Caius, Day smiled brightly. What's there to be ashamed of? You did a great job. I'm proud of you. Just as I expected, you are the ideal Duchess of Bel Croce. Caius was flustered by the praise. I am truly embarrassed to receive such praise. From the window, the warm yellow light inside could be seen. Caius suddenly remembered. And one more thing, Your Holiness, about the people you brought with you. Day replied. Ah, them. Caius stroked her chin thoughtfully. I see. The heroic bloodline. How unexpected. But I think we need to be careful. I suppose so. Liu's words left Day stunned, feeling as if he was being pierced by 1,000 swords. That's right, it's no exaggeration to say that the saint's current influence is the strongest in the Holy Nation, at least as a swordsman, and this is like bringing an army under your command. She continued her analysis. Even without this issue, the power of the noble families in the political world has already weakened significantly because of you, Saint. Therefore, you'll be seen as a major threat to them. I suspect they will try to control this. Day wearily held his forehead. We only brought doctors with us. Caius remembered something. I also have a related report regarding that matter. Day wondered. What is it? Recalling the sight of LC holding the new student list, Caius reported. The medical academy only has 10 remaining enrollment spots. The academy is extremely popular right now, so enrolling 200 people at this time is impossible. Caius proposed a solution. It seems we can solve the issue by purchasing some nearby private land from merchants and expanding the medical academy. Day pointed enthusiastically and said, Excellent. Let's start right away. So Day began to purchase the land and abandoned buildings surrounding the academy. Day stood there watching Caius present scrolls to the merchants, and even those who were initially reluctant to sell agreed after hearing the high price Day offered. The merchants had looks of utter astonishment as they saw the price on the paper in their hands. Then, on the day of the transaction, a bearded merchant looked very troubled, clasping his hands together, his voice faint. I'm sorry, but we will not be selling these lands. Caius tried to persuade him. The offered price is 1.7 times the current market value, but if you wish, we can increase the price further. The bearded merchant quickly interrupted Caius. The price is not the issue. Day's eyes widened as he listened to the merchant's explanation. Even if I tried to hide it, then you would find out eventually. So, I'll be blunt. Rumors about the group you brought with you have already spread among the noble families. Day's brows furrowed tightly, and the merchant continued to explain. As someone you saved and as one of your city, Zens, I too wish to sell the land as you've requested, but the border nobles have blocked all the uphill roads to stop us. His eyes were filled with worry. If we displease them, we will be punished by the border nobles. They are the noble families who received land from the Pope during the founding of Jer. After settling in the outskirts of the Holy Nation, they have played a crucial role in the nation's line of defense, and have since held absolute influence in the region for a long time, and they also wield considerable power in the political world. The merchant clasped his hands and pleaded, Since I have many family members to look after, I had to make this decision. Please forgive me. Day understood the merchant's predicament. I see. Day then asked. The uphill roads, I just need to take care of that, right? The merchant raised his hands, sounding uneasy. Take care of it? The uphill roads are currently monopolized and managed by the border nobles, so it will likely be very difficult. Day flashed a brilliant smile. Just prepare the documents and the seal, and I will pay a good price for the land. In a large building, a conversation was underway. What is your plan for this matter? Shouldn't we talk it over first? I mean, with the border nobles. Day wondered about them, but I don't think I've ever seen them in Salonia, Caius explained. That's right. They are conservative tribes. They greatly value tradition. They are so proud that they never leave their territory, unless something truly serious happens. Day was still puzzled. Don't they come when the saint calls? Well, Caius continued to explain. Although they belong to the Holy Nation, they can truly be considered an autonomous territory. Therefore, they don't really follow the hierarchical system of the Holy Nation. Day's face clearly showed his annoyance. What a pain. Why is everything so complicated? So I have to go find each one of them individually? Claes offered her opinion. I don't think you need to go to such lengths. Although they are quite distant from the central noble families, the relationships among them are very close. Claes suggested, if you go meet their representative, the Kren family, and negotiate, the rest will automatically follow. She volunteered for the mission. Your Holiness, if you entrust this to me, I will resolve it quickly. Day waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. When it comes to this, it will be faster if I do it myself. Claes reminded him. Speaking with the border nobles will not be easy at all, because they are very stubborn and arrogant. Day reassured her. Well, I don't expect this to be resolved immediately through conversation. I have another request for you. At the Kren estate, a crimson sunset enveloped the large white building. Under the sunset glow, Day spoke with a maid. Is this the villa of the Kren family? It's really big. The maid bowed respectfully. Welcome, Your Holiness. As she opened the door for Day, she began her introduction. I have been awaiting you since receiving word of your visit. I am CBI, your escort. Please come inside. Day replied politely. Thank you. They say this family's power in the region is immense, and the interior was just as impressive. Suddenly, the voice of CBI rang out. Your Holiness, I regret to inform you that. CBI bowed respectfully and reported. Currently, the lady of the house is busy with an important, previously arranged schedule. Therefore, she cannot greet Your Holiness immediately. I hope you understand, Day replied politely, his eyes wide. Is that so? It seems the lady of the house is very busy. I understand. CBI heard this and replied. Thank you, Your Holiness. If you need anything, please call for me. Day's eyes widened as he thought to himself. I arrived at the agreed upon time. I hope my suspicion is wrong. 1 hour later, Day sat waiting, bored, with his hand propping up his chin. 2 hours later, Day sat waiting with his head down and hands clasped. 3 hours later, he clasped his hands in front of him, certain that his prediction was correct. They're definitely trying to mock me. From outside, CBI's voice was heard. My apologies for making you wait so long. The lady of the house is ready to see you now. Please follow me. A foot in a high-heeled shoe stepped in, accompanied by a voice. I'm a little surprised you came here. A woman with blonde hair and a white outfit smiled and introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness. I am the head of the Kren family, Marchioness Spia. Day tried to force a bright smile. Marchioness Spia, it's a pleasure to meet you and I would be very grateful if you could reopen the road to the hill. Spia burst out laughing. Haha, your words are quite concise, Your Holiness. Day said bluntly. Yeah, I don't like beating around the bush. Spia's gaze turned sharp and cold. Then I will answer you immediately. The answer is impossible. Day asked again. Impossible, you say? Day wondered. Impossible? Is it because we are purchasing land around the academy? Spia answered immediately. That is one reason. Because it was truly unusual for a saint of such great influence to interfere in politics, Day remained silent, listening to the words Spia spoke. It's highly unusual for a saint with such great influence to meddle in politics. That is something that has never happened before. Spia leaned in and explained everything clearly. However, it is also not unusual for us to block the road to the hill, but it's not something that hasn't happened to us before. Those who have been on the frontier for a long time know that such things happen from time to time. Your Holiness, you are trying to resolve this matter yourself. This is a bit uncomfortable. Day's gaze turned sharp and uneasy. Spia's eyes also grew cold. We, the border nobles, value our autonomy and independence. I have no intention of denying your honor and influence. However, if your intervention involves a political matter, it could become a threat to us. Day cut to the chase. In short, this won't benefit you, will it? Spia held her forehead and burst out laughing. You are very direct. Your Holiness, I will be direct as well. She flashed a cunning smile. So, if you want to reopen the road to the hill, we will need worthy compensation in return. A doubtful voice echoed. A reward in return? Yes, you could call it that. Spia smiled and said, 1,000 platinum coins. That should be enough, right? Day asked doubtfully. 1,000 platinum coins. Are you serious? Spia replied matter-of-factly. Am I joking? Certainly not. Spia continued. I don't believe this request is unreasonable. This is a crucial resource for our city-state. You should be aware of its value. Day replied. 1,000 platinum coins is enough to fill the treasuries of most kingdoms with plenty to spare. Spia asked confidently. As a saint, you can surely afford at least that much, can't you? Compared to your influence. That amount is nothing more than pocket change. Day quickly responded. Even if I were to pay that sum, I doubt you would still lift the blockade on the trade route. Spia calmly admitted. You're very perceptive. Even if I receive that money, I have no intention of negotiating. Day wondered. Then why would you make such an absurd demand? Spia's expression suddenly turned serious. It's to ensure you understand that this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Lifting the blockade on the trade route involves our family and our collective interests, as well as the dignity of the border clans. If the blockade of the trade route continues, it will not only harm the merchants but also affect all the residents, correct? The other person replied, we have more important interests to attend to. The suffering of insignificant individuals does not influence our decisions. Hearing this, Day asked seriously, but the residents are the foundation that supports a nation. As a pope, don't you think saying such things is irresponsible? Spia revealed, a hint of disdain in her voice. That foundation is quite an exaggeration. They are merely a temporary, nameless crowd. Day asked, so does this mean the blockade of the trade routes will continue? Spia replied nonchalantly, that's right, until the saint makes some wiser decisions. Day thought in shock, I didn't think things would come to this. But outwardly, he still said, all right, I will consider it. Internally, Day was filled with rage, thinking to himself, a method to completely annihilate you border nobles. A few days later, the economy of the Holy Nation. The blockaded trade routes began to collapse rapidly. The prices of agricultural products and plants skyrocketed, and the supply of goods was cut off. Merchants were forced to halt their business. To make matters worse, as the starving citizens began to flood the streets to loot, even law and order started to crumble. The impoverished people in particular, in the outskirts of the city-state, were the first to be affected. They were pushed into a situation where they had to worry about their survival every single day. The nobles in the inner city had abundant resources, but over time, the damage to everyone became increasingly severe. A voice filled with astonishment rang out, unable to believe the border nobles would go that far. Day said to the other person, I should have been more cautious, however. I will handle this myself, so don't worry. The other person, sitting in a chair, said, putting that aside for a moment, are you all right? Hearing this, Day was a little surprised. Me? I'm fine. The other person said seriously, let me be clear, this is not your fault. This is a problem that stems from the city-state's current situation and system. First, we need to open the national treasury to address the most urgent issues. If there is anything I can do to help with what you're doing, please let me know. I will support you in every way I can. Day was momentarily at a loss for words, replying only a moment later, thank you, I'll take my leave now. Cleus appeared. Your Holiness, the items you requested have been prepared. Day asked in surprise. Really? Did everything go smoothly? Cleus said. I am ready to support any of your plans, Your Holiness. Then let's be on our way. Day looked up confidently and said, to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. That evening, at a commoner's house, he met Hatman. Hearing his name called, the man looked up. Day glanced around and casually remarked, this place is quite shabby, isn't it? The man, irritated, retorted, I'm stressed enough as it is, and now some kid shows up. Get lost while I'm still being civil. A large bag of gold was suddenly placed before him. The man was dazzled, wondering to himself, who the hell is this guy? Day cheerfully said to the man, let's work together. The man glanced at him suspiciously. A merchant lives on trust. I can't just take on any shady job for money. Listen here. He raised his voice, especially from some random guy who walks into the merchant guild and throws money in my face. Do you think I'm stupid enough to just say, all right, I'll do it? Suddenly Aubrey began to speak. Hatman, 32 years old, originally from the Devon Kingdom. He became independent from his family, who ran a small merchant guild, and 7 years ago began to build his own merchant guild, his own from scratch. His merchant guild was the first in the city-state to trade with the kingdoms, and it successfully overcame competition from the established nobles. Hearing his life story recited so perfectly, Hatman was frozen in place. He developed new trade routes, rapidly expanding his own guild and gained recognition. Hatman thought to himself, how did he get this information about me? Day stood confidently before Hatman. Though you don't know me, I know you very well. I know you possess quick decision-making, excellent negotiation skills, a broad vision, and experience in risk management, and you excel at overcoming challenges, even in the most difficult situations. After considering all these factors, I've decided to give you this opportunity. Guild, Day continued, you must miss the bustling merchant guild you once owned. Don't you want to revive it? Hearing this, Hatman finally spoke up. All right, thank you for thinking of me. But then he snapped, what on earth do you want me to do for you? That may be true, but right now, it's like a storm has swept through everything, he said agitatedly. Right now, the high-ranking nobles have no intention of reopening the trade routes. We can't do anything at all. We have nothing left to sell. Day smirked. What if we were to distribute special goods through alternative trade routes? Hatman said. What? Are you seriously suggesting this without thinking about the monsters swarming the trade routes? Day said nonchalantly, that's not a problem. Day then told the scowling Hatman, come outside with me for a moment. As Hatman followed, he wondered, what are you trying to show me? The door opened to a brown creature with wiggling ears. He was surprised to see the cute creatures before him. Day pointed behind him toward a cute monster that was waving hello. We have already gotten the consent of their people, and they've even offered to help with this. Well done, thank you, everyone. He was so stunned he stammered, why are there ORCS here? Day pointed towards 2 wooden chests and announced, all right, these are the goods our merchant guild will be selling. The chests were filled with colorful diamonds and gemstones. Hatman was both surprised and horrified. This is? Hearing Hatman's stammering voice, Day chuckled in amusement. Do you know what these are? Of course, these are the magical tools made by the Bell, Croy family and magic stones that can only be found in Moche. Hatman looked at Day with suspicion and a bit of apprehension. These aren't items an ordinary person could easily obtain. How is this possible? Hearing this, Day replied, All right, in that case. He flashed a radiant smile and said confidently, Are you starting to feel like you want to partner with me? Yet? Hatman was so happily bewildered that he thought, What the hell? I can't process this, but this is an opportunity that I can't afford to miss as a merchant. Hatman looked at Day as if he were a walking pile of money. This time I will dedicate my very bones to live up to the guildmaster's expectations. He quickly changed his attitude in a flash. Day wasn't too surprised by this reaction. That's a good mindset. Go register the guild tomorrow morning and then come back. Hatman quickly said, I understand. So what should we name the merchant guild? Day thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers and said, All right, let's go with this. The Sanvion Merchant Guild, the Guild of Salvation. 1 month after the establishment of the Salvation Trading Company, a shrill scream echoed through the large house. Hatman was filled with excitement. Look at all this money! By using the unique resources of the SI family as strategic assets, the Salvation Trading Company successfully opened new trade routes with neighboring countries. Using the business strategies of Hatman, who had dealt with countless nations, the company established a remarkable foundation in a very short amount of time. Hatman lavished him with praise. You are truly incredible. Guildmaster Day calmly said, That's thanks to your hard work. I never imagined you could earn such a huge profit. You did a great job. Hatman sat before the pile of gold, laughing gleefully, and said, I really didn't do anything. It was all thanks to the excellent products. Day continued to give him praise. No, there's no need for modesty. By the way, what's the feedback? Hatman, you mean from the private merchants, right? They are very enthusiastic. Everyone is extremely interested in our trade route. All of our clients are leaving with satisfied smiles. How much could we make if we allowed them to use the route and charged a toll? As he said that, Hatman couldn't hide his excitement, but Day suddenly said, No, there will be no fees whatsoever. Hatman's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Day and asked, What? Why not? Day sighed and explained, The purpose from the beginning was to counter the blockade of the existing trade routes. If we charge a toll, we'll be no different from those border nobles, right? Hatman seemed to realize, admitting, I wasn't thinking far enough ahead. Day said cheerfully, Go and tell them. The relief route is open for free use, as long as they meet certain conditions. Hatman, confused, asked, Conditions? Trading companies that use this route must include certain food products in their shipments. But remember, the price of these food products cannot exceed the standards set by the Relief Guild. Of course, that price will be set extremely low. Our guild will also actively purchase food products. These purchased goods will not be resold. Instead, they will be sent to warehouses in each region. Hatman asked, So that means you're deciding to donate them? You're a quick study. Exactly. The warehouses will serve as emergency relief headquarters in each region. For those who can't afford food in the current situation, our guild plans to provide aid directly. Hatman asked, You're talking about the tenant farmers in my territory, right? However, I'm concerned about the border nobles. They won't just sit idly by. Day immediately said, Exactly. That's why we should use this relief system as a stepping stone to help the people become economically self-sufficient. Day said, full of confidence and hope, This isn't merely a donation. It's about saving society and helping them achieve economic independence. Hatman thought to himself, economic independence. If the tenant farmers in the territory could become self-sufficient, it could disrupt the very foundation of the border nobles' power. Day continued, That's right. We'll start by providing free resources, and then we'll help them with land so they can manage their own farming and distribution. Hatman seemed to understand. If they could trade the produce they grow themselves with a relief trading company, they'd be able to support themselves. Day said, This is just the first step towards self-reliance. Then Day seemed to remember something and said with a smile, Don't worry. Just because we're doing this doesn't mean your profits will disappear. Hatman was taken aback. What? What kind of person do you take me for? He said passionately. Of course. I initially considered the financial benefits, but I understand a merchant's ethics. Now that I'm a part of this, I will give it my all with a sense of duty. Day said cheerfully, Excellent. It seems I found the right person. Hatman said confidently, Absolutely. I will draw up a plan based on your directive and make it a reality. And so, Hatman planned to turn the relief warehouses in each region into multifunctional spaces, not just for storing food but also as agricultural support centers. The people were provided with both necessary farming tools and seeds for farming. Additionally, an advisory council was established, leveraging the experience of the farmers. The sharing of effective farming techniques and distribution methods within each village built a community where the relief trading company and the region could prosper together. Sometime later, Hatman's voice echoed through the small street. All right, Has anyone not yet received their necessary supplies? Make sure to join the farming method training session tomorrow. Everyone around him smiled cheerfully upon hearing this. Hatman thought to himself, yes, this is good. Everything is still going well as expected in this remote region where the class system is deeply entrenched. For the commoner class to achieve this level of autonomy at this pace, the accumulated commercial foundation will soon strengthen the entire nation. By the way, the guildmaster, with his ability to deliver supplies to those families and his outstanding appearance, he must be a saint, not acting openly and directly. Could it be because he wants to hide the fact that he's a saint? Suddenly, Hatman saw men approaching in iron armor. He wondered, those men, are they the Border Lord's knights? Wait, is that a decree they're holding? The paper was posted in a conspicuous place, and the townspeople gathered around to read it, and whispers immediately broke out. Is this for real? No way, it can't be true. Hatman was also drawn to what was written there. His jaw dropped. This is... Captain. Hatman's call rang out loudly. Day was calmly holding a kettle. What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? Hatman said. The Border Lord. They've reopened the old trade routes. Day calmly asked back. Really? And so what? Hatman stammered. Huh? Well, the knight in iron armor read the decree aloud to all the citizens. The Lord declares that the trade routes had become unsafe due to an increase in monsters. For that reason, the trade routes were closed to ensure safety. The people murmured, is that true? I don't know. The knight continued reading. The Lord, in his role as the protector of the border, could not idly stand by and ignore the threats to the residents, so he deployed his forces. They have annihilated all the monsters and declared that the trade route is safe once more. Furthermore, not only are the trade routes managed by the association known as the Relief Trading Company unable to guarantee safety from the monster threat, but their management also lacks transparency. Hatman was stunned as he listened to the decree. What is going on? Not only that, the food distributed by the Relief Trading Company is also problematic. The food items and goods that they import from abroad are defective products that have not undergone quality inspection. Hatman grew angry as he listened. What ridiculous, baseless accusations. The people began to stir. So that's why it was so cheap. Is the food we're eating unsafe? The knight continued. The Relief Trading Company uses unregulated trade routes. They are risking the safety of the people to maximize their profits. The knight shouted the last sentence. We must drive out these villains who are disrupting the local community. Hatman relayed what he had heard to Day. That's what they said. Day suddenly burst out laughing. Hatman questioned. What? Is this any time to be laughing? Hatman said emphatically. The Border Lords have directly intervened and stirred this up. All of our efforts have gone down the drain. Can the captain, by himself, to announce that the trade route is safe? Surely the situation will be resolved quickly, right? Day calmly comforted Hatman. Oh, just relax. Don't worry about it, trust me. There's no need to do anything. Hatman was skeptical. What? Day said. Do you think it would be that easy? For those who have tasted freedom, how could they? Possibly return to the old oppressive system? The residents of the territory will make their own choices. They choose to trade directly through their own trade route, and they have found the path to economic independence. In short, they have understood the power of choice. The instability sown by the Border Lords will certainly cause fear. However, we can have given them the means to overcome that fear. We created an opportunity, didn't we? Day handed a cup of tea to Hatman, and if some people want to go back, it's simply a learning opportunity. No further action is needed. We just need to keep things as they are. You see, Hatman. The residents looked at the knight with hateful eyes, as if looking at an idiot. The knight was silent, and someone shouted, Do you think we're fools? You say this food is defective? It's all delicious. That's right, we've never had any problems. I nearly starved to death, but I survived thanks to it. They call the relief merchants monsters instead of taking responsibility. The man shouted indignantly. When we were in trouble, they didn't care at all. They're deliberately lying to take advantage of us. Over here, Svea was so angry, her face turned dark. Day laughed and said, Isn't true freedom the ability to take care of oneself? The ability to shine on one's own? The two of them clinked glasses, no longer feeling any fear. War was on the verge of breaking out, and the people were also dissatisfied. Despite the provocations from the border nobles, the people remained resolute in their resistance. By promoting activities in various agricultural sectors and accelerating the commercialization of rural communities, they had begun to strongly develop their autonomy. The border nobles began to feel the crisis caused by the rapid changes in the current situation. They quickly changed their stance and bowed, their heads in submission. At this moment, Svea was bowing her head seriously. I am very sorry for the recent incidents. We promise to actively promote support for the region's development. Svea's words made Day fall into deep thought. Svea then offered persuasive words. The Sanon Merchant Guild was established with the noble purpose of helping the people become self-reliant. It would be wonderful if the nobles decided to join us on the path to achieving such a noble goal. After hearing this, Day blurted out, Really? He put on a fake smile, his voice tinged with sarcasm. How wonderful. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much everyone contributes. Svea felt his scorn, but she could only be speechless. And so the border nobles compromised with a treaty not to infringe upon the economic independence of the local people. Furthermore, an agreement was made to regularly donate a significant sum of money to the charity fund managed by the Sanin Merchant Guild. At the fortress, Hatman's indignant voice rang out, "Shouldn't we be taking from them?" Day laughed and replied, "Haha, perhaps we should." Then Hatman, still somewhat satisfied, said, "Anyway, they gave up more easily than I imagined." Day explained, "Well, no matter how arrogant the nobles are, they can't resist money, right?" He explained, "In the long run, if the local economy becomes prosperous, it won't negatively affect them. For now, deceiving them is the wise decision." The more Hatman listened, the more he admired him. "Wow, as expected, your vision is truly incredible, Guildmaster. I'm certain that you will expand the Sanvasian Merchant Guild into the largest one spanning the entire continent." Jay replied modestly, "I think I'll leave that to you." Hatman gushed, "Oh my, even if those are just polite words, I'm truly grateful." Jay asserted, "Your skills are more than just enough. They're exceptional. I will entrust everything to you from now on." Hatman was stunned. "What does that mean? Why do you sound like you're going somewhere?" Jay confirmed, "Because I have to leave." He smiled. "I'm thinking of leaving the Holy Nation." Hatman was shocked to hear this. "You're leaving the Holy Nation?" Hatman hesitated. "Even so, you..." But Jay quickly cut him off. "I have no other choice but to do this." Hatman lowered his head, his expression sorrowful. "A mere merchant like me cannot fathom your thoughts, but I'm sure that you have your own reasons." He said softly, "Everyone in the Holy Nation, Guildmaster, will keenly feel the saint's absence." Jay mused. "Perhaps so. But looking back at recent events, you can see it, right?" Events flashed through his mind one by one, like a film in slow motion. Jay saw how everyone overcame everything with their own strength, on the paths they chose. "I believe in the strength that people possess. And of course, Hatman, I trust you the most." Jay's voice was filled with confidence. "It's because of you that I can leave with peace of mind. So this was your plan ever since you found me?" From the very beginning, Hatman frowned and began to lament. "If your knowledge, combined with the credibility and reputation of the Sanvasian Merchant Guild, achieving the status of a top-tier guild wouldn't be difficult. You'd want that, right?" Jay asked bluntly. But this question made Hatman uneasy. He clenched his fists, not answering right away. Treated like someone to be used and thrown away, Hatman had left the Devon Kingdom and moved to the Holy Nation. With no one he could trust, Hatman had struggled to survive in a place rife with the deceit of merchants, a place where trust didn't exist. The trade route was suddenly blocked, and everything descended into chaos. At the very moment Hatman thought failure was inevitable, someone came to find him. At first, he thought, "Who is this kid?" Jay was talented and had a good personality, and it turned out Jay himself was a saint. He acknowledged Hatman and gave him a chance for a new beginning. If someone like Jay placed their faith in him again and entrusted him with such a great responsibility, then there would be no other choice but to get to work. After a long moment, Hatman finally spoke. "All right, let's do it. I will make the Sanvasian Merchant Guild the best in the world." He resolutely patted his chest. "It will be the best way to repay the opportunity you've given me, Guildmaster. I am certain that you will never regret the decision to entrust the Sanvasian Merchant Guild to me." Jay smiled with satisfaction, his voice incredibly sincere. "Thank you, Hatman." That day, later, at the palace, someone's praise rang out. "You've accomplished something truly great, Day." Clay praised him generously, liberating the people of the territory from the border nobles. "You've done something no one else could." Ariel, who was beside them, also chimed in. "When I first heard about something called the Sanvasian Merchant Guild, I wondered what it was. As expected, it was you," Ariel then asked. "By the way, you said you had something to tell us, right?" Day replied, "Yes." He told them honestly, "I'm planning to leave the Holy Nation." Hearing this, both of them were completely shocked. "What? What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Day explained. "Because of me, the balance of the Holy Nation has tilted completely to one side," he continued. "Because of the power and authority I possess, the central nobles have gradually lost their influence. Even the hero's bloodline is facing misunderstandings and suppression. For their benefit, and for the benefit of the Holy Nation. I think my departure is the right decision." Ariel was frantic. "You're just bringing this up out of the blue." But Day didn't let her continue. "It's not just because of reasons like that. I've been considering this for a long time. During my journey, my thoughts on this matter became more certain." He asked again, "You've witnessed it too, haven't you? For some people in this world, a doctor is still more necessary than a saint of Gur. That's why we are training doctors at the academy." Day concluded, "It will take time for a medical student to fully take on the role of a doctor." Ariel still wanted to object, but Clay intervened. "Ariel, that's enough." She turned to question Day. "The position of a saint is a role chosen by God. Do you think you can just abandon that role as you please?" He affirmed, "I will make it possible." Clay analyzed. Even if you are a saint who defies all rules, you still can't predict what will happen if you renounce your role as a saint. But Day remained unshaken. If I were afraid of that, I wouldn't have considered leaving in the first place, he said calmly. And if something does happen, I will just have to accept it. Ariel was helpless. You really are, she exclaimed. You haven't changed at all since the first time I met you, always strong and resolute. It's so hard to change your mind. But you always follow the right path with your beliefs. Ariel clenched her fists. I've always admired that trait of yours, Day. I've always thought so, and with what you've just said, I can understand it. But she teared up, her tone resentful. Why do I feel so incredibly upset with you right now? Ariel continued. Ever since you came to the Holy Nation, I have always been by your side. If nothing had happened, I would have been at ease with you. Day was flustered and reached out to Ariel, but she suddenly stood up. I get it, I'm leaving. She left without even a glance back. Goodbye, Saint. Day could only watch in silence as Ariel's figure faded into the distance. The sky gradually darkened. Someone's voice asked, Day, are you leaving? Day replied, Yes, it might be a little difficult for the first while, but I will definitely come back to visit everyone. Cleus affirmed seriously, Saint, until the day you return, we will always uphold your will and your beliefs. Z also sounded reluctant. Please come back. Sir, Hong spoke up. The Den clan, as your shadow, will carry your will to the very end. Dan, I was deeply moved to hear that, and the members of the 3L families chimed in. We will also follow your commands until our last breath. He smiled. I will stay here for now, but if you need me, I will always return to your side whenever you summon me. Day was speechless. You too. He fell silent, thinking to himself, I'm very grateful. A lot has happened over the years, and he had become a saint that he never really wanted to be. Looking back now, every moment felt so vivid, and even the most difficult times were full of meaning for him. And so, the saint disappeared from the Holy Nation and set off on a new journey. Time flew by. One day at the Adventurers Guild, someone's voice rang out. The quests here are pretty good, huh? After praising the quality of the quests, he immediately voiced a small wish. I wish we could always get quests with such good pay. Suddenly, the guild door opened, drawing the attention of some of the people inside. A mysterious, shadowy figure was about to step inside. The sound of boots hitting the floor echoed clearly as they walked forward, drawing even more attention. Day, cloaked and hooded, wore a mask that concealed half his face, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, Day reached out and took a flyer from the notice board. He brought it to the receptionist and said firmly, I want to take this quest. The receptionist looked at the paper and replied, But this quest is exclusively for healers. He then requested, Can you show me your card? Day reached into his cloak and pulled out his identification card. Seeing it, the receptionist quickly stood up. My apologies for the trouble. I've confirmed your identity. Many people have been injured during the recent monster subjugations. Please join the priests in the requesting village as soon as you can. Day accepted the request without hesitation. All right. A young man nearby had overheard the entire conversation. He watched as Day walked past him towards the door. His curiosity piqued. The young man grabbed another guild member who was standing nearby and asked, Hey, who was that guy? I've never seen him around here before. The other person had no idea either. He replied, I don't know. He's probably an adventurer from another guild. The young man misheard and asked another question. Is he transferring? Is that arrogant healer transferring to another guild? Heal. A concept based on the art of healing, and naturally, the term refers to those who specialize in restoring others. Healers are generally divided into 3 ranks, with rank 3 being the lowest, representing those who have mastered the fundamental knowledge and skills to heal others. Rank 2 consists of those whose credibility has been verified directly by priests, and who have received their special and crucial instructions on healing others. By combining incredible mana control with top-tier medical skills, they are extremely rare, healers capable of treating multiple critically ill patients in succession. Rank 1. Healers at this level are recognized as experts with exceptionally high skills. A Rank 1 healer has the authority to issue warnings, secure information, and even order the evacuation of an entire village. Healers at this level are all recognized as experts, possess extremely high skills. A Grade 1 healer has enough authority to warn about issues, secure information, and can order the evacuation of an entire village during critical disasters like epidemics. With the consent of nearby lords, they play an extremely important role and have enough authority to purge an entire infected village. That guy from earlier was probably just a third-rate healer, right? The person opposite him hesitated for a moment. You know, the association doesn't usually disclose other people's personal information unless it's for a common purpose, so don't be too concerned about him. Not receiving a satisfactory answer, the young man walked away dejectedly, muttering how boring it was. A Grade 2 healer. Right after that, the person opposite him thought of Day and made some assumptions about him. A prodigy from the academy coming all the way here, just to accept a mission that was commissioned. How strange. The scene shifts to a small stream, where Day, with his backpack, is walking slowly forward. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere. Are you leaving? Day recognized the familiar voice and called out Fia's name. Fia is the guardian of Grandel Forest. She smiled, doing a quick mental calculation. To be exact, it has been 5 years since that day, hasn't it? Fia stood face to face with Day, recalling his previous words. According to you, the Holy Kingdom has developed more, and the people's awareness has been significantly raised. So, is everything as you expected? Day let out a sigh, looking resigned. However, we're still severely lacking in hellers, both in quality and quantity, and it will take at least another 10 years to fix, she replied. From an elf's perspective, I see things progressing at an unbelievable pace, so much so that it's a bit daunting to think how far humans can go. Day laughed and then reminded her. Anyway, you remember about tomorrow, right? Everyone will be waiting for you. How could Fia forget the general medical checkup for the village, right? Of course, I remember. Reassured, Day said goodbye to Fia. All right then, see you tomorrow. As he walked away, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile, his mood quite relaxed. It's been 5 years since I left the Holy Kingdom, and during that time, many major changes have occurred across the continent. The previously undeveloped field of medicinal herbs has begun to develop, with the descendants of heroes joining the academy. Medical arts have been optimized under these conditions and are becoming more widespread. Unlike holy magic, which can only provide temporary healing, highly skilled hellers find and eradicate the root cause of diseases in villages. There are some illnesses that cannot be cured by holy magic. Therefore, in the Holy Kingdom, one must have a firm grasp of basic medical knowledge to be appointed as a priest. Even so, there are still some difficult issues that he needs to find a way to solve. Even the adventurer guilds prioritize recruiting hellers due to their immense influence. In any case, the problem here is the imbalance between supply and demand. A symbol representing hellers plunges straight down towards a pile of coins. Day knew full well that no matter where you went, people were always fighting to recruit hellers. Their value keeps increasing, which means that ordinary people won't have the chance to receive treatment. Thinking about this, he felt a surge of anger. Do they think the academy was established just for this purpose? Suddenly, a sweet voice called out to Day. Brother Day! Xia appeared from somewhere, smiling as brightly as the sun. She said, You're here earlier than usual today. Seeing the little girl, Day quickly called out, Xia. He crouched down, patting the little girl's head as he asked, Did you come here to greet me? What did you do today? Xia obediently and politely listed her tasks. Yes, sir. Today I read books and practiced magic. Can you help me with my swordsmanship? Day couldn't possibly refuse the little girl's request for help. He was more than willing. Of course, you're such a good girl. Let's go now. With Day holding her hand, Xia was endlessly excited. Yes, sir. But brother. Suddenly her expression changed, and Xia asked in a cold voice. It seems that today you still haven't met that elf girl Annie, right? Day stammered, completely frozen. But how did you know that? Xia innocently and casually replied without a hint of hesitation. Because of the smell. And you're going to meet her tomorrow, right? Day was a little scared, telling himself, this kid and her racial trait make her extremely sensitive to smells. That's right. Ah, Xia beamed. All right, let me go get my sword. Please wait a moment. Day didn't understand what was happening. A giant question mark popping over this kid's head. She's strangely obsessed with his and Ara's relationship. A moment later, in front of Xia's house, the little girl gently asked about the training. All right, we're going to have a light sparring match first, right? Day slowly removed his mask. He instructed Xia. All right, just like always, you're allowed to use mana. The little girl held her sword, clearly looking worried about herself, but I haven't gotten any better at using mana. Day's face was then revealed, showing a handsome and elegant appearance that few could compare to. He advised the little girl, it's okay. As he finished speaking, a source of mana suddenly appeared rising from the ground and swirling around Xia. She slowly controlled the energy. Yes, sir, I'm ready. The mana flowed increasingly into the sword. Xia was ready. She spoke up. Here I come. Seeing this display, Day secretly speculated, is it because I helped her form a mana path? Is her magic getting stronger? He smiled and replied to Xia, always ready. Then Day also lunged forward with all his might. Xia's power was formidable. She decisively attacked straight towards Day. Day was no slouch either. He instantly managed to block Xia's move. Their swords clashed relentlessly, the resulting shockwaves shaking the entire area. Xia was stunned, her eyes wide open, as her hand slipped from her sword, while Day shouted, a curtain raiser. The wooden sword flew straight into the sky, spinning a few times, as he watched the sword plunge forcefully into the ground. Just as I thought. How did you do that without using mana? Day enthusiastically repeated what he had once said to help the little girl understand. I always say this, but in swordsmanship, balance is the key to power. Xia seemed a bit tired along with a hint of disappointment, sighing. It'll be a long time before I can catch up to you. Day smiled and encouraged the little girl. You're only 9 years old. You can get much stronger. Hearing that, Xia regained her motivation. She couldn't hide her joy. Can I become as strong as you? Day confidently and firmly asserted that she would become even stronger. Suddenly the atmosphere turned a bit cold. Xia hesitated for a moment. Brother, she wanted to confirm the thing she had never wanted to believe. Is it really true that you can't use mana anymore? Day was stunned by this question. He fell into deep thought. Many things had changed since leaving the Holy Nation. But when responding to Xia's question, Day was still very happy. Up until now, he had taken it for granted. That's right, Day thought to himself. This is the biggest change. Standing before Xia, Day could clearly feel the mana source in her body, but he was different. Day concluded to himself, I had not a single drop of mana left in my body. A short while later, in the Grandel Forest Elf village, a voice rang out from outside. It was a worried patient asking, It's not a serious illness, is it? Day gently reassured them, Don't worry, you'll be fine after taking the medicine. The little elf boy stood up to leave, not forgetting to look back and say, Thank you. Day watched the boy, who looked much brighter now. He let out a quiet sigh, thinking this was the last kid, and he was finally done. Right after that, a familiar figure walked in, and he recognized her immediately, calling out, Era. The beautiful Era approached Day, expressing her endless gratitude to him. Thank you for always taking care of the children. Day acted modestly and changed the subject. I do it because I enjoy it, so it's nothing. By the way, how is the elder? Era hesitated, gripping her left arm as if trying to stay calm. It seems we need to prepare ourselves. Era's eyes were filled with sadness. She looked away to suppress her emotions. It's strange. Even though we've spent so much time together, it's still so hard to part with someone. Day hadn't expected the elder's condition to be so dire, and he considered a last resort. Although it wouldn't last long, a healing spell could extend her life for a little while. But you probably don't want that, do you? She gently explained. Living out one's life and then returning to the mana is the natural law of this land. For an elf, it is their final honor, so she wouldn't wish for anything else. She advised Day, don't overthink it, because this was always meant to be, and we have already prepared our hearts. But then she asked with concern, Day, is your body still unable to accept mana? Day replied, feeling quite helpless. It seems I've stopped paying attention to it. Yes, I've tried many times, but it's still no use. Era placed a hand on her chin, frowning as she tried to figure out the cause. Is this the will of the heavens? Suddenly, Day recalled the past. On the night I left the Holy Nation, I had a dream. Day found himself lost in a white void, or more accurately, it felt like being trapped in a room. Here, strange words suddenly embedded themselves in his mind. Do not defy my will. An image appeared of a person bound in shackles, both hands and feet. Day thought to himself, I can't hear anything, yet the words are appearing one by one. He tried hard to figure out what it was. Is this telepathy? This feeling was very similar to when he was at sea. Day looked at the person shackled before him, his voice tinged with contempt. When you used me, you left me all alone. Are you saying this because I want to give up? Fearlessly, he called out the being's name directly. Gayer threatened Day, you exist by my blessing. If you continue to defy my will, you will suffer the consequences. Day found it ridiculous. He placed a hand on his hip, looking down on the being as he retorted, Blessing? You mean the holy power you forced upon me? To me, this isn't some holy power, it's just an air purifier. Hearing this, Gayer became slightly annoyed and asked, So, you still refuse to change your mind? Day, with a blank expression, stated bluntly, That's right. I said it when I became a saint. Whether I stop or continue is my choice. Gayer no longer tried to persuade him, so you have spoken. A giant hand lunged at Day from behind. He froze when he heard Ji say, Then I shall take it back. Day began to feel excruciating pain all over his body. Something was being pulled out of him. His face turned deathly pale. Wait, you! His consciousness started to fade. The mysterious shadow opened its mouth and whispered something, but he couldn't hear it. Day's eyes widened, gradually losing focus. When I woke up from that dream, he realized he could no longer receive holy power. He couldn't even absorb the mana from the air. She noticed Day staring intently at his hand. With an indescribable silence, Ira called out to Day. Her expression became completely serious. I think you need power. Although he knew Era meant well, he could only reply helplessly. Haven't I been able to take care of myself up until now? Era looked sternly at Day. As you are now, it's not enough. Do you know what karmic force is? Day didn't understand what she meant, and he didn't know what it was. Karmic force. Seeing his expression, Ira began to explain in detail. Have you never once in your life felt the powers that surround you, the will of the divine, the flow of mana, and the balance point of all those things? The movement of these power sources always causes a reaction, and that is karmic force. Era's voice continued. It's not by chance that you stand in the middle of such a great flow. And if someone is affected by this karmic force, the momentum of this power will surely push those within the flow forward. Until now, you've been very lucky and haven't faced any major problems, but you need to prepare. Day was a little bewildered. Prepare? Ira recounted the previous situation. When your life was in danger on the Hero's Island, my marking spell was still in effect. Even so, thinking back, you were likely prevented from connecting to a greater power. She frowned, her face etched with contemplation. Every time I think about it, I just want to keep you by my side to protect you, but as a high elf, I cannot. Day was also in a difficult position, but his mana veins had completely vanished, and they couldn't be regenerated. To his surprise, Era then revealed some shocking information, that there is a way to control mana without mana veins. Day was stunned upon hearing this, thinking, is there really such a way? Just then, a person came rushing up from behind. Lady Era, they cried out in a panic, the elder. The two of them rushed to the house where the elder was. Ira asked worriedly, Elder, how are you? The elder weakly called out, Lady Era. She smiled without a trace of fear. Perhaps it is time for me to return to the mana. Looking at the elder's visibly aged form, Day couldn't help but be surprised. Not long ago, she looked so young and beautiful. Are elves really like this? Era, in contrast, remained calm. With a lifespan of hundreds of years and countless experiences, one could only hope there were no regrets left. The elder slowly reached out her hand. What regrets could someone like me possibly have? But, her voice turned sorrowful, having to leave you again. The very thought breaks my heart. Era smiled and took the elder's hand. Don't you worry. The elder continued. That's right, now that child is by your side, Lady Era. The elder remarked, I should be on my way now. I must be troubling those waiting for me outside. Era replied softly, yes. The elder's voice was filled with gratitude. Lady Era, you are our wings, our star, our light. I have been so honored to serve you. Ira was moved to tears. Are you ready? The elder replied. Of course. Era bit her lip, trying to hold back the tears that were welling up. She grasped the elder's hand. A gentle stream of power radiated from where their hands touched. Then, the mana suddenly intensified, enveloping the house. Ira closed her eyes and recited the incantation. A body born of mana will ultimately return to mana. Become one with the earth, find eternal rest, and remain forever in our hearts. As a burst of light flared up from her hand, Era said with reverence, please take back this child of creation. The elder smiled. She smiled contentedly. It has been my honor. Then she gradually vanished along with the mana. At that moment, Era could no longer hold herself together. She collapsed to her knees, and Day sat beside her, putting an arm around her shoulder to comfort her in silence.